Good news. I have traveled to a world of beast tamers. Bad news. This world is eroded by strange fog, and beast tamers and their pets are either mad or on the verge of madness. Fortunately, Lin Ran has a purification point panel that can cleanse various negative states within humans and pets and gain corresponding points. Purification of charm gained 1 point. Purification of gluttony gained 2 points. Purification of frenzy gained 3 points. Years later, he became a hero of the world, a legend in the hearts of many. To this, Lin Ran stated, "It's not that exaggerated, I'm just an ordinary veterinarian who occasionally treats humans as well." Chapter 1. Purification Point Panel. In July, during the summer, in the evening, Lin Ran opened his eyes and wiped the sweat from his forehead. "It's so hot. My head is spinning and my whole body hurts." He turned his head to look around. Everything around him felt very strange. In a 30 square meter room, there were several hospital beds, a few broken instruments beside the beds, an old chandelier swaying slightly, making a creaking sound, and the dim light made the entire room feel a bit eerie. The power suddenly went out of home. I just want to pull the circuit breaker. How did I end up here? Did I get sent to a hospital? Suddenly, a strong headache struck him like a drill, as if it were going to split his head open. Lin Ran held his head, leaning against the wall to keep himself from collapsing. 10 minutes later, Lin Ran was gasping for breath. I actually traveled to another world. The original host is also named Lin Ran, and he is the new doctor at this pet clinic. Lin Ran looked down at his blue work uniform and touched the brand new name badge on his chest. "Today is my first day on the job." The right corner of his clothing was stained with a large area of dark red, which immediately caught his eye. It also emitted a rusty smell. This is the smell of blood. After confirming slightly, Lin Ran found that he had no wounds on his body, and there were no bloodstains in the entire clinic, only the blood on him. However, he could not remember what had happened. The last memory remained at the moment he left home this morning. Taking a deep breath, Lin Ran tried to calm himself down a bit and began to digest the background of this world. This is a world of beast tamers that has been eroded. On February 22nd, 222 years ago, a strange fog enveloped the entire world, and the pets that once coexisted harmoniously with humans underwent changes. Frenzied, bloodthirsty, charming, greedy, these traits that had almost never appeared in pets suddenly amplified infinitely overnight. The beast tamers at the pinnacle of the pyramid saw 1/4 of them directly eliminated by their former partners. Another quarter was indirectly affected by the emotions of the pets, falling into darkness and corruption. They not only had distorted thoughts, but also led their corrupted pets to commit illegal acts. The remaining half had to deal with the pets and beast tamers who had drastically changed in temperament and were indiscriminately killing the innocent, all while constantly worrying about whether their former partners would suddenly mutate and attack them. In an instant, the whole world was shrouded in chaos. Corrupted pets were referred to as demon beasts, and blackened beast tamers were called demon tamers. However, there were no other extraordinary powers in this world. Only beast tamers could fight against evil forces. Beast tamers instantly became a high-risk profession, and the stronger the beast tamer, the greater the crisis they faced. Over the years, although the Pet Alliance developed methods to reduce the concentration of the strange fog, the fog had already integrated into the air and could not be cleared. Once the concentration of strange fog accumulated in pets exceeds the threshold, they would mutate and go berserk. Therefore, pets need to regularly purify their bodies through the medical equipment of the Pet Alliance. This industry of pet hospitals rapidly developed for this reason. However, veterinarians also became high-risk professionals. Many pets undergoing treatment could frequently go berserk and attack doctors and nurses. Could the blood on me be from frenzied pet? Lin Ran suddenly got goosebumps. The original host was just an ordinary college graduate. Orphaned, he relied solely on his own efforts to support himself. Without the talent to become a beast tamer, he chose the most profitable profession among ordinary occupations, veterinary medicine. How could such a thing happen on his first day of work? The strangest part was that there were no pets in this clinic, nor any doctors. Only the still swaying chandelier, making a creaking sound. The silent clinic, the eerie noises, and the large pool of blood on him plunged Lin Ran into panic. He felt as if his body was starting to lose control, and his thoughts became ethereal. This feeling was like being hypnotized. "No, I can't sleep." Lin Ran shook his head vigorously. His intuition told him that if he fell asleep, he would likely become the shortest-lived traveler in history. He pinched his thigh hard, and Lin Ran's vision regained a bit of clarity. Suddenly, he noticed a light blue panel below the corner of his right eye. Purification Point Panel name. Lin Ran lifespan, 13 minutes and 8 seconds remaining talent. Not awakened mental power, 10 strength, 8 defense, 7 agility, 8 constitution, 6 pet, none status. In energy invading the body purification requires 50 mental power. Memory obscured purification requires 12 mental power. Charm hypnosis mental power has reached 10 points. Can be purified. 13 minutes and 8 seconds of lifespan remaining. Is it going to end just after I traveled here? And so many negative states? This start is quite stimulating. Worse still, Lin Rand's head grew heavier, and the panel in front of him began to blur. So sleepy, I feel like I'm going to fall asleep. Lin Rand knew that his current state was definitely due to the charm hypnosis. Without hesitation, he chose to purify. Purification of charm hypnosis succeeded, gained 1 point. Points? Just as he had this doubt, Lin Rand found that a plus sign appeared after the items of lifespan, mental power, strength, and others on the panel. Can these all be added? Lin Rand didn't hesitate at all and directly added the points to lifespan. Lifespan, 29 days and 50 minutes remaining. 1 point increased his lifespan by 29 days. Although it wasn't much, at least it kept him alive. Looking at the panel again, the charm hypnosis status indeed disappeared. However, the headache became more severe, and his brain felt empty, with no strength in his body. It seems that purifying these abnormal states requires strict mental power requirements. Although he barely reached the passing line, his body still couldn't bear it. Lin Rand slumped to the ground. He didn't feel this level of drowsiness when he just traveled here, did he? He always felt that this charm hypnosis state was something he acquired in this room, which kept him on high alert. However, the fatigue throughout his body, combined with the weakness after just purifying a state, made him slowly fall into sleep. What he did not notice was that the chandelier, which had been making the creaking sound, had stopped swaying and was only emitting a faint yellow light, slightly illuminating the clinic. He also did not notice that the bloodstains on his coat were disappearing at an eerie speed, completely invisible in just a few seconds. Half an hour later, the clinic was dim. A man wearing a mask and dressed in a black tight suit was holding an old chandelier in his left hand and dialing on his phone with his right hand. Report to the team leader. I have arrived at Sunshine Clinic, but I'm still late. Found a level pollutant, a hypnotic chandelier, which has lost its effectiveness. No pollution medium found. By the way, there's also a comatose ordinary human, physically weak, but still breathing. How should we handle this? The deep voice of the man in black slowly echoed in the clinic. Chapter 2. Disappearing Memories Early Morning. Room 302, Building A, First Hospital of Mauda City. Lin Rand found himself lying on a hospital bed. His body still felt very weak, but his head didn't hurt as much anymore. Looking up, he saw a young female nurse smiling at him and saying, "You're awake. When you were brought in last night, your breathing was very weak, almost in a near-death state. But over time, your basic health indicators have slowly recovered." The nurse continued, "Moreover, I heard that there was a contamination incident at the Bright Pet Clinic yesterday, and you managed to come out alive. Truly, a fortunate person has divine protection." The nurse was very enthusiastic, and the 2 shallow dimples on her face eased Lin Rand's initial nervousness a bit. "Who brought me here?" Lin Rand asked. I don't know that. You can ask at the front desk on the first floor," the nurse shrugged. "Also, you need to be observed for a few more hours. You should be able to be discharged this afternoon. Here are your personal belongings. I've put them in this basket. You can also go out and move around a bit, but remember to avoid going to the areas above the 3rd floor," the nurse said before leaving briskly. Lin Rand took the basket and was about to search for his phone when he noticed that his blue work uniform was clean, with no traces of blood except for his name tag still hanging on it. Wasn't there a large pool of blood on it last night? Could it be that he wasn't clear-headed when he just arrived? Or was it an illusion created under some sort of influence? Lin Rand couldn't tell, not wanting to dwell further on that. He looked at his status panel. His lifespan had decreased by 12 hours. His spirit had increased to 11 points. The state of negative energy invasion and memory obscuration still existed. Lin Rand believed that his weak body was likely due to the negative energy invasion. Once the memory obscuration was lifted, he estimated he could recall what had happened at the clinic yesterday. The nurse had just mentioned a contamination incident at the clinic. A contamination incident involves the participation of either demon beasts or beast tamers. They are classified by danger level, with D being the lowest, followed by C, B, A, and S. Each type of contamination incident has different specific circumstances, but they are all deadly for ordinary people without extraordinary powers. These negative states on me must have been contracted yesterday, Lin Rand thought to himself. The one who brought me to the hospital is likely a beast tamer investigating the contamination incident otherwise. The nurse wouldn't know that I survived it. Lin Rand speculated that the reason he crossed over was that the original owner had actually died in the contamination incident. However, these negative states were still affecting this body. Stopping his analysis, Lin Rand got out of bed and slowly walked out of the ward. Right now, he wanted to see if he could use the purification points panel to gain points and then add them to his spirit. Once his spirit reached 12 points, he could lift the memory obscuration state. Being able to recall the missing memory, Lin Rand felt, was the key to resolving his confusion. He wondered if he could purify not only his own abnormal states, but also those of others or the demon beasts. With that thought, Lin Rand looked at the stairway leading from the 3rd floor to the 4th floor. He was not unfamiliar with the first hospital of Mount City. The original owner had also interviewed at this hospital and received a job offer. In the end, he chose Sunshine Clinic because it offered a higher salary. The nurse had previously advised him to avoid areas above the 3rd floor mainly because the patients there tended to have a higher concentration of eerie fog in their bodies, which posed a constant risk. However, at this moment, sneaking into the demon beast ward was the only way to test his idea. Ever since this world fell into chaos, almost every industry has been severely understaffed. At this point, there were actually no security personnel at the entrance to the 4th floor of the hospital. Lin Rand didn't hesitate and went straight upstairs. He walked into a ward without any nurse supervision. On 3 beds lay 3 different small demon beasts, an orange cat, a yellow dog, and a white deer. If the concentration of eerie fog in the demon beasts is too high, they will become sick. Although they won't immediately transform, they will exhibit certain negative emotions. The most common symptoms are bloodlust, drowsiness, and rage. At this moment, 3 different panels appeared before Lin Rand. Species: Flame Cat. Status: Bloodlust 33. Spirit must reach 3 points to purify species. Earth Dog. Status: Rage 34. Spirit must reach 4 points to purify species. Moonlight Deer. Status: Demonization 37. Spirit must reach 5 points to purify. Indeed, it was possible. The negative states of these 3 demon beasts were different. If the subsequent percentages reached 100, it would be very dangerous. Without thinking too much, Lin Rand directly clicked to purify all 3. Purification of bloodlust state successful. Points gained 0.3. Purification of rage state successful. Points gained 0.4. Purification of demonization state successful. Points gained 0.5. After the purification, Lin Rand felt a brief dizziness, but it quickly subsided. It seemed that purifying abnormal states with lower spirit point requirements did not impose too much burden on the body. Having obtained 1.2 attribute points, Lin Rand left the ward. The entire process went smoothly and no one noticed him. He returned to room 302, lay back down on his bed, and added his spirit attribute to 12.2 points. Purifying the memory obscuration state might impose a considerable burden on his body. So, lying on the hospital bed, if he fainted, he could at least ensure his safety. Purification of memory obscuration state successful. Points gained 1.2. His head felt as if it had been struck by a hammer, and a wave of intense pain hit him. Lin Rand gritted his teeth and endured the pain. After a moment, the pain gradually dissipated, and the lost memories unfolded before him like clear movie scenes. Yesterday morning, after Lin Rand went out, he encountered a hawk-nosed man about 165 centimeters tall. He had a black cat by his side, exuding ominous signs. A piercing cat's cry rang out, and in just a moment, Lin Rand felt as if he were a puppet with his actions controlled. He mechanically took the old chandelier handed to him by the hawk-nosed man. Woodenly, he reached into a jar, smeared some blood on it, then took off his coat and wiped it on his blue work uniform before covering it with the coat. After that, he went to work at Sunshine Clinic. In the afternoon, taking advantage of the fact that he was the only one left in the clinic's ward, he stepped on the medical equipment and replaced the original chandelier in the clinic with the old chandelier. The chandelier immediately swayed, making a creaking sound. The next scene was of the 3 demon beasts on the 3 beds in the clinic suddenly getting up and pushing the door open. Then, the memory abruptly stopped. Lin Rand was shocked. That pool of blood was smeared on my clothes by me. That old chandelier was installed by me. The contamination incident at Sunshine Clinic was indirectly caused by me. Chapter 3. The hospital is my home. Lin Rand lay on the hospital bed, unconsciously drenched in cold sweat, with faint sweat stains on his hospital gown. He sat up, trying to slow his racing heart. The confusion had been resolved. This was most likely a targeted attack. The pet clinic was meant for treating pets. which put it directly in opposition to the beast tamers. After all, allowing pets to continue inhaling the eerie mist and turning into demonic beasts would only strengthen their faction. Being a pet doctor had never been a safe profession. Although each district had a leader from the Pet Alliance responsible for security, attacks on clinics like this, while not common, had indeed occurred. The hearts of beast tamers were malicious, and they would commit acts of violence by any means necessary. Ordinary veterinarians lacked the formidable power of beast tamers and were the easiest targets to control. Lin Ran certainly knew that such things could happen. A large part of his professional training focused on safety awareness and psychological preparation. He had anticipated that one day he might find himself in such a situation. But he never expected it to come so quickly. This was only his first day on the job. Knowing the truth of the matter, Lin Ran felt that his situation had worsened. He had been targeted before the pollution incident, and having narrowly escaped. He didn't believe that the hawk-nosed man would let him off so easily. It was unlikely he would be able to return to the clinic. He would probably have to temporarily avoid his small 10-square-meter home. After all, just thinking about that creepy black cat made Lin Ran's skin crawl. And that cat was very likely still lurking near his residence. What bad luck. Lin Ran continued to chew over his returned memories. He felt the terror of the beast tamers, who could manipulate people like puppets and use them as their minions. Reflecting on the old lamp and the strange blood on his coat, Lin Ran noticed some clues. It seemed that beast tamers could also create such pollutants and guide them remotely through some medium or time their activation. For example, the order given to the original owner yesterday was likely to complete the installation of the pollutant. The blood he had smeared on himself acted as a catalyst for the chandelier's effect. Looking back, every step he took yesterday had been fraught with danger. If he hesitated for even a second to purify, or hesitated for even a second to add points, he wouldn't be lying here reminiscing about the past. Nevertheless, despite the many problems and difficult circumstances, he was still alive. Moreover, he could still add points. Lin Ran glanced at his panel. The only negative status left was the invasion of Yin energy, requiring a full 50 points of mental power to purify, which felt distant for him at the moment. When he went to the 4th floor of the hospital earlier, he had already sensed his body's weakness and extreme fatigue. Although part of it was due to having just experienced death yesterday, the main reason was certainly the Yin energy invasion. Lin Ran searched his memory, unsure of when he had acquired this negative status. However, it was certain that he had already been infected before yesterday, and it was indeed the hawk-nosed man who had planted it on him, which made Lin Ran even more vigilant. He was most likely still under surveillance. There was no point in dwelling on what had already happened. The most important thing now was to purify more and add points. The higher his mental power, the more pets and types he could purify, and points would naturally roll in. With more points, if he allocated all of them to mental power, he wouldn't experience such a strong mental backlash when purifying lower-level negative statuses. It would be a complete positive cycle. If Lin Ran had felt a bit happy when he heard the dimpled nurse say he could be discharged in the afternoon, he now held the exact opposite opinion. After unlocking his memories, Lin Ran understood his situation and realized how he should arrange himself. The clinic was dangerous. Home was very dangerous. But the hospital was different. The security level of a public hospital was definitely greater than that of an ordinary clinic. Here, there were various pets waiting to be purified. And that sparked Lin Ran's sense of mission. This was something that benefited both himself and contributed to society. So, of course, he had to do it. From now on, the hospital would be his temporary home. As Lin Ran thought, he added the 12 points he had gained from purifying the memory deception status to his mental power. In an instant, he felt his eyes brighten, and the heavy sense of oppression lessened significantly. Having good mental power was truly beneficial. Although there were other attribute items on his panel, mental power was currently the most important, even more so than his precariously remaining month of life. After all, as long as the Yin energy invasion status existed, his danger level would be at maximum. Just as Lin Ran was about to get up and take another stroll, the dimpled nurse appeared at his bedside with a beaming smile. "How are you feeling? Do you think your body is just a bit weak and not seriously ill?" She tidied her hair and continued. "I came to inform you that the front desk just notified me that someone from the Pet Alliance in Maudis City wants to speak with you. It seems to be the person who brought you to the hospital yesterday. If you feel fine, you can go through the discharge procedures, and the Pet Alliance will arrange the time and place for your meeting. Of course, if you still feel unwell, you can continue to stay in the hospital for observation. As a patient, we have an obligation to ensure your safety first." As soon as the nurse finished speaking, Lin Ran quickly replied, "Nurse, I just took a walk and felt dizzy and weak. I think I'm very ill, very, very ill." Every footstep reminded him of all the horrors and disasters that happened last night. "I feel that my current state is not suitable for discharge. My body can't handle it, and my mind can bear it even less. I cannot face this suffering. I cannot bear to return to this world." The nurse looked at the dim light in Lin Ran's eyes and his gradually somber tone, suddenly feeling somewhat at a loss. Although this patient's basic health indicators had recovered, his mental state seemed off. It made sense. Who could continue living as usual after surviving a pollution incident? The nurse sighed and said, "All right, you can continue to observe for another day. I'll discuss it with the doctor to see if you need to be transferred to another department. As for the request from the Pet Alliance, we'll hold off for now. We'll communicate with them and arrange it when your condition improves." The nurse glanced at Lin Ran, and the natural smile on her face had become a bit stiff. Oh, poor thing, she thought. Meanwhile, Lin Ran felt joy within. Adding points seemed to have some use. Regardless, for the next few days, the hospital would be his home. Chapter 4. The eyes outside the window on a July night. There was a hint of unease amidst the heat. The thick fog outside rolled gently in the wind, casting a thin white veil on the window. Lin Ran woke up from the hospital bed again, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. This was the third time he had awakened from a nightmare tonight. Each nightmare was related to the memories he had unlocked, but the endings were all tragic. Either he was stabbed to death by the hawk-nosed man, or he was clawed apart by the black cat, or after hanging up the lamp, he jumped off a tall building. Lin Ran had a relatively strong heart. But after just crossing over and experiencing such events, recalling his criminal process like watching a movie, it was a wonder he could sleep soundly. He felt no drowsiness and checked the time on his phone, 4:44 a.m. What a lucky time. Lin Ran shook his head, took a sip of water, and looked at his attribute panel. Spirit, 194. Not bad. This afternoon, while wandering around the 4th floor of the hospital, he had quite a fruitful haul, earning 6 attribute points. This was still under Lin Ran's restraint as he discovered he could microcontrol the level of purification. For example, if a pet's drowsiness was at 40, Lin Ran could purify it down to 20. If all the pets suddenly became lively, no matter how careful he was not to be noticed, there would still be a slight slip. However, repeated purifications were still a bit of a burden for Lin Ran, especially under the influence of negative states. Nonetheless, he was quite satisfied. The hospital in Mao Rabbit City was large. He had only covered less than a quarter of the 4th floor wards today. This way, if he stayed in the hospital a few more days, reaching 50 points of mental strength would be no problem at all. Compared to the nearly zero protection on the 4th floor, the 5th floor had security personnel guarding it. However, it wasn't a big issue. Lin Ran knew that the problematic pets on the 5th floor would definitely have a high concentration of strange mist in their bodies, which was still a bit dangerous for him. So far, everything was proceeding smoothly according to plan. Once he got rid of the Inchi possession state, he felt he could leave the hospital. Until then, he would stay in the hospital. He looked out the window, where the white mist on the glass spread and gathered again, the moonlight shining on it, forming several bright orbs, as if glowing cat eyes staring at him in the dark. Lin Ran shivered. Cats again. When would he be free from this psychological trauma? He quickly shifted his focus back to his panel. Talent, Awakening, 10. The last time he checked the panel after waking up, the talent section was still not awakened. Could it be that having nightmares helps with talent awakening? Lin Ran felt a surge of excitement. It is known that in this world, becoming a Beastmaster is not something everyone can achieve. Everyone undergoes a talent awakening at the age of 18, and only those who succeed can open the pet space, contract pets, and become Beastmasters. Of course, not awakening a talent at 18 doesn't mean there is no hope for the future. However, the probability is extremely low, lower than being targeted by Beastmasters right after starting a job as a veterinarian. Lin Ran speculated that it was very likely that after crossing over, this body had a new soul, providing him with another chance to awaken his talent. This is good news. Although becoming a Beastmaster in this world is a very dangerous thing, Lin Ran can purify the negative states in his pets at any time, completely eliminating the possibility of them turning into monstrous beasts. He could also use the strength of his pets to enhance his own power. At the very least, he would have the ability to deal with evil Beastmasters. The path was suddenly opened up. What made Lin Ran even happier was that the degree of talent awakening could also be increased with points. Unfortunately, he had already used up all his points earlier. He needed to gather a few more points. After all, he couldn't sleep anyway. This time was better for action than during the day. If he got caught, he could just pretend he was sleepwalking. Lin Ran quietly got out of bed, put on his shoes, and headed to the 4th floor of the hospital. What he didn't notice was that the orb by his window, which seemed to be formed by the moonlight, blinked a few times like an eye. An hour later, in room 414, Lin Ran sat on the floor, resting against a hospital bed. His method of purifying the negative states in his pets was very simple. As long as he was close enough to see the panel, he could do it without even moving a finger. However, continuous high-intensity purification still made him feel tired, especially since he hadn't slept well. It's worth mentioning that the efficiency at this time was much higher than in the afternoon, by more than 1 or 2 times, since he didn't have to worry about being discovered, making movement much easier. In just 1 hour, he had collected 8 points. It was almost 6 o'clock, and he planned to end his sleepwalking state quickly. Moreover, It was still dark outside, and during this hour, Lin Ran felt as if he was being watched by an intangible presence. Although he knew this was likely a side effect of the Yin Shi possession, he still felt he had reached the limit of what he could bear. Just as Lin Ran planned to get up and leave room 414 to return to his ward on the 3rd floor, a loud bang echoed as the door suddenly opened. This startled Lin Ran, but he didn't dare to breathe loudly. A glance from the corner of his eye showed him a pair of feet slowly entering the room. A corner of a white coat was faintly visible, indicating this was a doctor coming for rounds. Although it was a bit strange, since most pets on the 4th floor were transferred from higher wards and doctors didn't usually come to check on them. This was the nurse's job. At least it was a person, so it shouldn't be a big issue. Pretend to be asleep. Just as Lin Ran was about to enter acting mode, he noticed that this doctor stood still in front of the window. What were they doing? Lin Ran felt a little panicked. This situation felt off. Slightly adjusting his angle, Lin Ran saw 2 glowing circles on the windows that looked like eyes, just like he had seen in his own ward. At that moment, one of the circles suddenly blinked, and before Lin Ran could be surprised, he saw the doctor's hand quickly cover the circle. Then, it seemed like the doctor was muttering to themselves or conversing with someone. Faintly, Lin Ran could hear some vague information. 24 hours later, Mao Rabbit City Hospital. Cleaning plan for the building, level pollution cat eye kaleidoscope has been installed. All plans are ready. Currently facing no obstacles. Another cat? Now Lin Ran understood why he felt like he was being watched all night. This cat eye kaleidoscope must be the culprit. The reason he thought the glowing circles outside looked like cat eyes was that they were cat eyes. Pressing his hand against the cat eye seemed to allow communication with an unknown party. Lin Ran didn't know if this doctor was also like him before, being bewitched and controlled. If so, that would be fine. As long as he didn't make a big noise, he should be safe. If not, that would be bad. Once he was discovered, no matter how well he acted, he would likely end up with a bad outcome. Lin Ran held his breath. Had he just made the hospital his home, and now it sounded like he was going to lose it? This world was terrifying. Chapter 5, Talent Awakening. Dual Talents. Lin Ran's gaze was fixed on the doctor's feet. Every slight movement of the white coat made his heart race. Fortunately, 30 seconds later, the doctor left the room. Lin Ran let out a long breath. It seemed that this doctor was also under control. Normally, the safety regulations in city hospitals are many times higher than in private clinics. Every working doctor and nurse undergoes strict checks before starting their shifts. If someone displays a state similar to Lin Ran's from yesterday, it can be quickly identified in the hospital, especially in a core city hospital. This made Lin Ran suddenly realize the seriousness of the situation. The pollution incident at the clinic was probably just an appetizer. Or could there be an insider? Lin Ran shook his head. This was beyond his judgment. The process of beast masters turning into beast tamers is complex and varies greatly, making it difficult to identify with a single pattern. What he knew now was that he couldn't stay in the hospital any longer. If the building had level pollutants, then other buildings would definitely not lack pollutants. Once pollution broke out, the consequences would be unimaginable. With so many pets in the hospital having a high concentration of strange mist in their bodies, if this pollution accelerated their negative states, the entire hospital would likely fall. By then, with Mao Rabbit City Hospital as the center, many surrounding residential areas would be affected. Lin Ran looked out the window again, and at this moment, the cat's eye on the window had disappeared. He had previously worried that this pollutant would consciously monitor everyone moving in the hospital before it was fully activated, recording their activity trajectories like a camera. Now it seemed that it did not have this capability. Otherwise, the doctor in the white coat would not have evacuated immediately. However, with so many wards, why did it specifically appear in room 414? Could it be that the pollutant was placed in this ward? The cat's eye kaleidoscope? Lin Ran quickly scanned the ward for any medical equipment. Aside from the 4 pets lying on the bed in a deep sleep, there seemed to be no suspicious places. Lin Ran noted this point in his mind, and then tiptoed out of room 414. 5 minutes later, he returned to room 302. Lying on the bed, Lin Ran had many thoughts. What should he do now? The original plan was to break through to 50 points of mental power in the hospital before making future plans. Now it was highly likely that this would not be achievable. According to the vague information he had heard earlier, the kaleidoscope should gradually begin to exert its pollution effects, and its placement was most likely on the 4th floor. Lin Ran did not want to knowingly venture into danger. Having experienced it once, he understood how these pollutants could completely control a person in the blink of an eye. He was still under the state of Yin Shi attachment, and he definitely did not want to add a few more. It was certain that the hospital was now probably the most dangerous place. If possible, the best way would be to leave the hospital by the afternoon. However, this was also not safe for him. At this moment, Lin Ran felt himself caught between a rock and a hard place, having to choose between the second best and the third best options, which was indeed a distressing feeling. At this time, he remembered what the nurse had said to him yesterday about someone from the Pet Alliance wanting to talk to him. Perhaps this was a way out? He would ask the dimpled nurse about it when she came to check on him. For now, he needed to increase his points. Lin Ran looked at the talent section on his panel, which had increased from 10 to 15. He noticed that when he frequently used his purification ability, the awakening speed accelerated significantly, but it was still not enough time. He directly clicked the plus sign behind this status bar, increasing the awakening level from 15 to 30. The effect was excellent. Lin Ran's eyes lit up. He currently had 7 attribute points, and he could now use 5 of them to awaken himself. After making up his mind, Lin Ran immediately clicked 5 times. In an instant, he felt as if his body was taking off, and colorful lights flashed before his eyes. Then, specific images appeared before him. He first saw himself in a fertile medicinal field, holding grass in his left hand and a knife in his right, cutting the herbs in the field one by one. After that, he ground the herbs, tasting them briefly. The scene shifted, and a group of pets surrounded him, chewing on various herbs, and then various lights flickered around the pets, while waves of holy light rippled around him. Although Lin Ran had no experience awakening talents, he knew that during the awakening of a talent, one would see some specific images. The images corresponded to the performance of a Beastmaster talent when it matured. This talent seemed to have excellent performance in pet cultivation and pet healing. If combined with the purification function on his panel, it would be like having divine assistance. Just as Lin Ran was marveling, the images before him flickered, and his vision began to blur. Before long, it seemed as if he was surrounded by a fog. This time, he saw himself in a mist, his figure obscured, but his eyes bright like the rising sun. He looked up and saw dark clouds swirling in the sky. He saw a monster with countless claws, covered in eyeballs, spewing thick black liquid, staining the world. He saw a pitch-black evil dragon, stretching its whiskers, spinning rapidly in the air, each rotation accompanied by large amounts of murky mist. He also saw a monster with a human head and a serpent's body, leisurely moving through the air, with various colored poisonous snakes rolling around it, diving down like falling colorful fireworks. Lin Ran found himself standing in the fog, not knowing how long he had been standing there. The images before him became increasingly strange and complex. However, he felt no fear or panic within. What he felt was only a calmness that seemed to see through everything, along with a carefree demeanor as if he were independent from the world. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Ran's vision finally cleared. Was this also a talent? If Lin Ran knew that the first image he saw corresponded to a medical talent, then he truly had no idea about this one. Had he awakened 2 talents? Lin Ran immediately looked at his panel. Talent: Divine Farmer of 100 Herbs, a level talent. Possesses extreme sensitivity to various herbs. Has a unique understanding of pet cultivation. Is the most powerful healer, and also the most profound poisoner, greatly enhancing contracted grass and poison attribute pets. Level talent. This was something Lin Ran had not expected. After all, such geniuses are rare, with only one emerging every 10 years being quite good. In the year he failed to awaken a talent, among his classmates, the best had only a few who awakened level talents. However, this level talent was not what surprised him the most. He looked further down. Information Omniscient. Chapter 6 Information Omniscient. Negative status removed. Information Omniscient. Level talent. Able to glimpse the secrets of the fog. See through the source of the pollution. Is the nemesis of beast masters and the bane of monsters. Contracted pets are not affected by the fog, and various attribute pets can have a certain degree of attribute enhancement. Level talent. Historically, all level talent beast masters have become heroes of their times. The names of each level talent are listed in textbooks, but Lin Ran had never heard of this talent. The Divine Farmer of 100 Herbs could help heal pets harmed by the fog, but it was ultimately a temporary fix. Once the old illness of the pets was gone, new ailments would arise. However, Information Omniscient could see through all the secrets of the fog and explore its origins. Lin Ran was suddenly a bit excited, but along with that came an inexplicable pressure. Since the appearance of the fog over 200 years ago, Beastmasters had always been in a passive defensive mode. Many once prosperous cities have now become ruins. The areas suitable for ordinary civilians to survive are becoming smaller and smaller, and the frequency of pollution incidents is increasing. Lin Ran had a premonition that this talent would be the beginning of a new era. He was not a person filled with a sense of mission, nor did he want to place himself in the role of a savior. But he was not foolish. In this era, only by resolving the fog could he truly ensure his own safety. He was unwilling to do things that benefited others, but not himself. Naturally, he was willing to serve in matters that benefited both others and himself. However, it was too far to discuss such things now. With his talent just awakened, Lin Ran didn't even know how to use them correctly. After all, he still couldn't consider himself a true beast master, being weak and alone. He needed to first deal with the immediate danger. After the awakening of his talents, he was basically in a preparatory beast master state. And different talents awakening would also bring different attribute enhancements. Lin Ran immediately turned his attention to his current attribute points. Spirit, 494 Strength, 18 Defense, 17 Agility, 18 Constitution, 16 Shinong's 100 Herbs, and the All-Knowing Seer are both talents that lean towards the spirit direction. With a dual approach, Lin Ran's spirit points soared from 194 to 494. The other physical attribute points also increased by 10 each. Lin Ran still had 2 points left from the points he collected in the early morning, and adding them to spirit would allow him to break through the 50-point barrier and then purify the energy attachment stayed on him. This was an unexpected delight, a completely unforeseen way to relieve his current predicament. After allocating the points, Lin Ran immediately chose to purify the last negative state on him, preparing for a headache and even fainting. After all, his spirit was barely breaking through the 50-point barrier, and purifying the energy attachment required 50 spirit points. According to his previous experience, after he purifies this state, his body would not be able to handle it. However, the reality was different from what he had imagined. Although his mind experienced a moment of pain, Lin Ran soon felt relaxed all over. Everything before him no longer felt distorted. The feeling of internal exhaustion seemed to vanish. He felt as if he had been reborn, and his spirit and energy improved significantly. With his enhanced physical attributes, the purification process also had much less side effects. At the same time, Lin Ran received 5 more attribute points. Before he could rejoice, he heard a buzzing in his head, as if something had been generated. The Beast Space. Lin Ran wasn't very familiar with the Beast Tamer system, but he knew that once a Beast Tamer awakened their talent, through specific training, they could open a Beast Space to contract beasts after a period of time. Now it appeared that the condition for opening it was to reach 50 spirit points. 3 joys at once. Lin Ran got off the sickbed, feeling as if his steps were much lighter. At this time, it was already dawn outside, and those eerie cat eyes had disappeared. It seemed that the effect of this kaleidoscope of cat eyes lasted only until it got dark. He still had about 10 hours to find a way to inform the Beast Alliance about the intelligence he currently understood. After taking off the hospital gown and quickly changing into his clothes, he no longer needed to stay in the hospital. Instead of waiting for the nurse, it would be better to actively inquire at the front desk on the first floor. In the corridor, some nurses and patients were gradually appearing, chatting in small groups. I don't know why, but I kept having nightmares last night, and I dreamed that the cat my mom raised suddenly went crazy and was biting me. It was so terrifying, said a nurse with twin ponytails. I also had a nightmare. I dreamed I was looking in the mirror, and then many black cat eyes appeared in the mirror. The next second, my face actually turned into a cat's face. The tall nurse next to her nodded in agreement. Sigh, the number of sick beasts being brought in recently is increasing, and I feel like I'm on the verge of a mental breakdown. It's time to consider resigning. The ponytailed nurse said with a distressed face. But you know, the condition of the beasts I was responsible for in the few wards on the 4th floor improved a lot yesterday. One beast in a ward seemed like it was completely healthy. Logically speaking, they should need at least a week of care to reach that state. The tall nurse said with some confusion. Really? Why did the beasts in my ward worsen? I had a headache from the noise last night, the ponytailed nurse said nervously. Lin Ran overheard many conversations like this in the corridor. The improved condition of the beasts was because of his involvement. The worsened condition? That was likely due to the pollutants starting to take effect. Moreover, it seemed that his frequent nightmares last night were not only due to his experiences from the day before and his negative state, but also influenced by the pollutants. The pollutants that had not yet fully activated were already starting to affect humans and beasts. What would happen tonight once they were activated? Lin Ran couldn't help but ponder. At this moment, a new idea suddenly emerged in his mind. His all-knowing seer could see through the source of the pollution. Before awakening his talent, he couldn't determine whether the pollutants were placed in room 414, so if he checked again now, would he be able to sense it quickly? If he were to report intelligence to the Beast Alliance and provide facts, it would definitely increase their credibility. Plus, his strength and physical attributes had improved significantly, and he was no longer troubled by the energy attachment. Since the effect of the kaleidoscope of cat eyes was not as strong during the day, there shouldn't be too much risk. It could also serve as a preliminary test of his newly awakened talent. With that thought, Lin Ran headed up the stairs to the 4th floor of the hospital. Chapter 7, The Light-Seeking Team. First Hospital of Maudu City, Building, 4th floor corridor. Returning here again, Lin Ran's senses were completely different from early morning. Not to mention the improvement in spirit and energy. The biggest difference was that he felt he could sense something in the air. He closed his eyes tightly, and a chaotic space seemed to appear in his mind. In different positions, varying concentrations of eerie fog emerged. The fog covered different areas, mostly white, except for one place where thick black smoke was swirling. This should be the perception ability of the all-knowing seer. When he awakened, he saw this talent evolve to its peak, able to see through the source of the eerie fog at a glance. Although he was not yet fully familiar with this talent, within a certain distance, He could also sense all items or lives that were tainted by the eerie fog. Those varying shades of white smoke represented the concentration of eerie fog within the sick beasts. The area surrounded by black fog must be the pollutants. After a bit of discernment, Lin Ran confirmed the location of the black fog. Room 414. Sure enough, it was the room where the manipulated doctor communicated with the cat eyes this morning. Lin Ran hurriedly opened the door to room 414. When he left this morning, the negative states within the beasts on the sickbed were around 10. However, in just over an hour, it had already reached 20. At this rate, before the full outbreak of the hospital's pollutants, various chaos would likely arise. Lin Ran quickly purified the negative states within the several beasts, then concentrated to sense the abnormalities in this room. A few seconds later, he found a clue. There were strands of black fog entangled on the window. It turned out that this glass was the pollutant, or rather, the kaleidoscope of cat eyes was embedded within it. After confirming, Lin Ran immediately left room 414. He could clearly feel that his breathing became rapid after entering this room. With his current strength, he probably couldn't handle level pollutants, let alone level 1s. He quickly went downstairs and headed straight for the hospital front desk. Hello, I'm Lin Ran from room 302. I want to process my discharge procedures, Lin Ran said straightforwardly. Also, my nurse told me yesterday that someone from the Beast Alliance wanted to meet with me and left me an address and contact information. I would like to get that. Okay, let me check. The woman at the front desk was a middle-aged woman with purple hair, looking drowsy. Her eyes barely able to open. 302, Lin Ran, the only survivor of the Sunshine Clinic pollution incident. Physical indicators are normal, but there seems to be a severe issue with his spirit. It is recommended to see a psychiatrist and transfer to the psychiatric department. The purple-haired woman mechanically read the content displayed on the screen in front of her. When she finished the last sentence, she looked up at Lin Ran. Are you sure? Lin Ran was taken aback for a moment. He had just casually acted yesterday and hadn't really gotten into character, but the dimpled nurse seemed to be completely invested. I'm fine. I just survived a pollution incident and had a lot of nightmares, he said gently. Do I look like I'm mentally unstable? The dimpled nurse replied, just nightmares. That's really not a problem. I had a whole night of them too. She looked at Lin Ran, who appeared righteous, and didn't say anything more. After all, he had already met the discharge criteria yesterday, and now that he confirmed he wanted to leave, she couldn't stop him. This is the contact information and address left for you by Chun Liang from the Pet Alliance's Seeking Light team. The purple-haired woman handed Lin Ran a note. Also, he's currently in the information room on the first floor. It seems there were 2 more clinics that had pollution incidents last night, and 1 lucky person survived. He was just brought in. I heard that there might be more clinics experiencing pollution incidents tonight. The Pet Alliance in Mouta City has deployed a lot of resources to inspect each clinic. The purple-haired woman seemed eager to gossip and couldn't wait to share what she had heard. While typing on the keyboard, she handed him several sheets of paper and said, once you sign, you can be discharged. By the way, the information room is in 114. Thank you. Lin Ran quickly signed his name and headed straight to 114. A few dozen seconds later, Lin Ran saw a nurse talking to a man dressed in Pet Alliance attire. Lin Ran, what are you doing here? I was just reporting your current situation to Chun Liang. I told him you saw a lot of anomalies, had many nightmares, and your mental state was terrible. So you might need a few more days before you can be discharged. The one speaking was the dimpled nurse, but he was actually more eager to talk to you. I was still thinking about how to explain it, and you coming at this time is perfect. I have lots of other things to do, so you two can chat slowly. After saying that, she immediately left the information room, still as efficient as ever. Hello, let me introduce myself first. I'm Chun Liang, the deputy captain of the Seeking Light team of the Mouta City Pet Alliance, and a mid-level beast tamer, with thick eyebrows and short hair. Chun Liang had a righteous face and a loud voice. You might find it strange why I'm more eager to talk to you after learning about your poor mental state. I wanted to ask you if you have any interest in joining the Seeking Light team. Lin Ran was a bit confused. He initially thought Chun Liang had come to question him as the executor of the pollution incident at Sunshine Clinic. Instead, he was being invited to join a team. You might not know this, but it's internal information. The proportion of ordinary people who survive from pollution incidents is very, very low, but once they survive, they often awaken their talents in a short time. Moreover, data from recent years shows that the awakened talents are at least level B, with most being level A. I heard that you saw anomalies and had frequent nightmares, which are signs of talent awakening. That's why I suspect you are likely on the verge of awakening your talent, which is why I was eager to talk to you. As for the situation at Sunshine Clinic, we are already investigating it deeply. The culprit should be a beast tamer who just fell into the evil camp in the past few weeks, with a black cat pet that has strong charm and control attributes. Before his transformation, he seemed to have suffered unfair treatment from a certain veterinarian, so after transforming, he has a deep obsession and specifically targets veterinarians. In short, the background is quite complicated, so don't worry. Come back with me to the Pet Alliance, and we will ensure your safety and help you successfully awaken your talent. So that's how it is. Lin Ran thought that his talent had suddenly awakened purely because of his crossing over. He didn't expect this to be a gift from surviving the pollution incident. A black cat? Unfair treatment from a certain doctor? Suddenly, an image flashed through Lin Ran's mind of the scene he saw earlier this morning. The doctor in a white coat who was controlled, and this beast tamer. Could there be some connection? Beast Tamerly. Do you know if the doctor who had a grudge with that beast tamer works at the first hospital in Mao City? Chen Liang was taken aback. He initially thought Lin Ran would show excitement or ask some questions related to talent awakening. Why did he ask this right away? He scratched his head and said, I really don't know. I'll ask the captain later. If possible, please ask right now. Lin Ran's tone was serious. I suspect that tonight the first hospital in Mao City will be attacked. Oh, how do you know? Chen Liang became interested. I had a lot of nightmares about the black cat this morning. After waking from one, I found myself lying on the ground and not in my own room. I knew it was my old problem of sleepwalking. But when I woke up, I caught a glimpse of a doctor in a white coat. Muttering by the glass in the room, Lin Ran embellished the facts a bit and continued. He said something about a cleaning operation starting at the Mao City Hospital 24 hours later and mentioned a level C pollutant called cat-eye kaleidoscope. I was terrified, thinking that if I was discovered, I would definitely be doomed. But the doctor surprisingly left without a sound, seemingly unaware that there was another person in the room. I thought I was having a dream within a dream, but that horrifying feeling was not at all like a dream. Fear showed on Lin Ran's face, and his body trembled slightly as he tried to appear as genuine as possible. Level C pollutant, cat-eye kaleidoscope? Chen Liang muttered to himself while immediately taking out his phone to make a call. He needed to confirm the identity of the person who had a grudge with the beast tamer. In less than a minute, he received the results. Chen Liang's expression turned serious, his thick eyebrows furrowed into a V shape, clearly indicating that Lin Ran's guess was likely true. This is serious. That doctor is indeed a staff member of this hospital. Because he is a junior beast tamer, his position is quite high. If the doctor you saw this morning was him, he has most likely been afflicted by a negative state related to charm hypnosis, completely becoming a puppet of the beast tamer. Our detection direction today might have been wrong. The clinic attacks are just a diversion, and the core target of that beast tamer is this hospital. To be able to control a junior beast tamer, that beast tamer's strength is at least at the intermediate level, which is very dangerous. Lin Ran, take me to that room to take a look. I need to confirm this, and then I'll immediately notify the captain. After that, you can rest in our team's office. If your information is accurate, we might be able to prevent a level C pollution incident, and you will definitely be rewarded. Chen Liang quickly made a decision. Although he could not determine the absolute truth of what Lin Ran said, all information and clues related to pollution incidents must be treated as facts. 3 minutes later, Lin Ran and Chen Liang returned to room 414. Chen Liang closed his eyes slightly, and in an instant, a starfish-like floating pet appeared beside him. This pet was quite different from the sickly pets Lin Ran had seen in the ward. Its large blue eye at the center of its body sparkled with life, seemingly dispelling much of the oppressive atmosphere in the room. Lin Ran also saw a partial panel of this pet. Species, Judgment Starfish Attributes, Psychic. Water Quality, Extraordinary Mid-Grade Level, High Level 3-star Skills, Light of Judgment, Water Splash, Status. Frenzied. Although the original owner was not a beast tamer, as a veterinarian, he had a strong concept of different attributes and qualities. Even though he couldn't see the complete attributes of this Judgment Starfish, Lin Ran was convinced it had been raised very well. Before he could express his amazement, he saw a blue light burst out beside the starfish, illuminating the entire room. However, it was not glaring. Instead, it gave a warm feeling. At the same time, Chen Liang was holding a cubic instrument in his hand, which glowed faintly, with values fluctuating above it. Just a dozen seconds later, Chen Liang locked onto the source of pollution in room 414, which was the window glass. He skillfully operated the device, then took out a box from somewhere and completely removed the window, stuffing it inside. Phew, indeed it's a level pollutant. But I can't find the medium of pollution. It's probably not in this room. Chen Liang's face showed a bit of excitement, mixed with a hint of regret. Lin Ran, you haven't even joined the team, and you've already made a significant contribution. I'll notify the captain and the team members to come over. To avoid startling the snake, I won't send you back to the Beast Alliance just yet. Wait here with me for a bit. Someone will come to pick you up. Seeing Chen Liang's excitement, Lin Ran felt a bit embarrassed. Avoid startling the snake? With the commotion just now, hasn't that already startled it? Shouldn't we wait for the team members to gather before discussing our actions together? Chen Liang's thought process seems a bit unusual. Lin Ran nodded. What could he do? He could only wait, hoping that the Beast Master wouldn't run away. Nevertheless, he let out a long sigh. This should be the most stable moment he felt since crossing over. After all, there was a powerful Beast Master by his side. He had awakened his talent. and he didn't have any negative statuses. He could indeed relax a bit. However, as long as that beast master targeting him was still around, he couldn't fully relax. 10 minutes later, for people, either in hospital gowns or in nurse and doctor uniforms, slowly walked towards room 414. Chen Liang, you thick-headed fool. It's one thing to wander around the first floor of the hospital in alliance attire, but with something so important. Aren't you afraid of attracting the attention of the beast masters? You swaggered right to the source of pollution and even dealt with the pollutants directly? One of them, a girl with twin ponytails, looking about 12 or 13 years old, pouted angrily and scolded him in a grown-up tone. Didn't I tell you over the phone to handle everything with caution? Oh, I'm sorry, I was careless. I thought I handled it quite well, Chen Liang realized, hoping that the other pollutants were still there. Lin Ran, right? I'm Chen Meng, the captain of the Seeking Light team. Thank you for your information. At this moment, a short-haired woman stepped forward and politely addressed Lin Ran. Her gaze was sharp, and she appeared spirited, embodying the aura of a leader. Chen Liang, you know? The vice captain is mainly responsible for pollutant detection and collection. Li Lianer is our team's strategist. Don't let her age fool you. Her information gathering and analysis abilities are on par with adults. Chen Meng pointed at the girl with the twin ponytails. This is Ji Zhuang, our team's defense specialist. And he is Ji Gong, mainly responsible for offense. They are twin brothers. I'll have Li Lianer accompany you back to the Beast Alliance. She will introduce you to some related matters. Thanks again for your information. If there's nothing else, we'll begin our investigation. Chen Meng spoke at a steady pace, clearly enunciating each word, and every sentence sounded resolute. Lin Ran nodded, looking at the five of them. These were the main members of the Seeking Light team. Chapter 9. The Hook-Nosed Man and the Dimpled Nurse. Hello everyone, I'm Lin Ran, a recent graduate in veterinary medicine. Lin Ran naturally knew that the five people across from him were aware of his professional background and had an understanding of him. However, since Chen Meng generously introduced her team members, he, of course, had to be natural as well. Thank you for saving me yesterday, and thank you for your upcoming help and protection. It's my honor to be able to assist you. Now, I'll trouble you, little sister Lianer. Lin Ran exchanged sincere glances with each of them. In this world, he was a veterinarian. In the previous world, he was an actor, though not very famous. He still had professional skills. There was a high probability that he would join the Seeking Light team, so he wanted to make a good first impression. Little sister Lianer. That sounds nice. Chen Liang, take note. Don't call me little shorty every day. Li Lianer seemed to have a good first impression of Lin Ran. She turned to Lin Ran and said, let us go, Lin Ran. I'll take you back to the Beast Alliance first. The following matters will be left to the captain and the others. Lin Ran nodded and immediately followed Li Lianer. Thinking that the beast master who attacked this hospital was 90% likely that hook-nosed man, he didn't want to stay in the hospital any longer. 5 minutes later, Lin Ran and Li Lianer were seated in the back seat of the same car. Interestingly, there was no driver in the car, yet it started moving on its own. Lin Ran looked puzzled. No one is driving? Is this also the power of the beasts? Don't worry. These days, automatic driving isn't a big deal. The command program I wrote has a safety index of 110. Li Lianer picked up on Lin Ran's expression and dispelled his confusion. After speaking, she magically produced 2 computers and began manipulating them with both hands on the keyboard. Lin Ran glanced over and saw that there were dynamic images of all sizes on the screens, all from the first hospital of Mouta City. Did they just install surveillance in the entire hospital in just 10 minutes? Or have they been monitoring the hospital all along? If it's the former, that is simply astonishing. Li Lianer seemed to have anticipated Lin Ran's confusion and directly said, we applied for permission to monitor the hospital 20 minutes ago. As for being able to see so many images, that's thanks to my beast, the Judgment Magnet. When we return to the Beast Alliance, there will be more sophisticated equipment to see more details. Judgment Magnet? Is it from the same series as Chen Liang's Judgment Starfish? In any case, this was the second time Lin Ran felt the miraculous nature of the beasts. It could detect pollutants and serve as surveillance video. It was incredibly high-tech. In our team, my role is more about real-time data analysis. During these pollution detection operations, I usually go to the site to set up some equipment, arrange my beasts, and then rush back to the Beast Alliance for more precise monitoring. Our team's division of labor is very clear. Everyone has their own responsibilities. And the captain is versatile. Our team is currently only lacking a medical personnel. Lin Ran, you're a veterinarian. If your awakened talent matches your profession, even if you don't want to join our Seeking Light team, we will find ways to keep you from being snatched away by other teams. Of course, even if it's not a medical talent, you still have over an 80 probability of having a level talent. There's much to look forward to. That means you definitely need to stay with our team, Li Lianer said while focusing intently on the surveillance images on the 2 computers. Clearly, Chen Liang's openness with Lin Ran, Chen Meng's sincerity and humility towards him. and Li Lianer's straightforwardness all indicated one thing. They wanted Lin Ran to join them. Lin Ran was not averse to this. In fact, he felt a bit excited. After all, the Seeking Light team had, in a sense, saved him. And joining them was also the fastest way for him to understand this world and learn about Beast Masters. If Li Lianer knew that Lin Ran was an exceptional healer, he wondered what she would think now. Not to mention Lin Ran had a purification panel. His talent for Shinong's 100 herbs perfectly matched his profession as a veterinarian. Moreover, Lin Ran's omniscient talent would be of great help to Li Lianer in a sense. However, Lin Ran did not intend to say too much for now. Let us wait until everything is settled. The two of them did not have much conversation along the way. Lin Ran occasionally stared at the screen on the computer. The 4 members of the Seeking Light team were still dressed in doctor-patient attire, moving around the hospital. Dong was able to conduct the search quickly thanks to Lin Ran's intel, and the 4 had already split up to act within the building. However, although the hospital wasn't very tall, it had numerous rooms, and since the pollutants were still inactive, Chun Liang had to activate the Judgment Starfish skill room by room, which was very inefficient. 10 minutes later, Li Lianer's car drove into an underground parking garage, and the roll-up door opened automatically. At the moment the car came to a smooth stop, the door not only opened immediately, but the roof also flattened to the ground along with it. As if it were a transformer, Li Lianer quickly got up and connected 2 computers to a precision instruments interface. In an instant, the entire basement was filled with various 3-dimensional projection screens, each displaying surveillance footage from different locations in the hospital. Lin Ran watched all this in awe. This was a bit too cool. The futuristic feel of this technology made Lin Ran admire Li Lianer even more. After all, a 12 or 13-year-old girl could remain so calm in the face of a pollution incident and operate so skillfully while executing her duties was something Lin Ran had never seen before. Speaking of which, how did she get a pet beast at such a young age? Lin Ran didn't ask further. Knowing he would find out after joining the Seeking Light team, he found a place to sit and focused his attention on the projections. When he was on the 4th floor of the hospital today, he could already sense that room 414 had issues, which was a close-range perception in reality. But the all-knowing information talent was a high-level ability. Could he sense the specific location of the pollutants through this remote video? 2 minutes later, Lin Ran gave up trying. It was clear that with his current novice strength, it was still too far-fetched to apply his talent to such an extent. At this time, Li Lianer was already in communication with the members of the Seeking Light team, providing them with data analysis and suggestions. Lin Ran continued to watch the projections board. Suddenly, a screen in the lower right corner caught his attention. In the lobby entrance of the building closest to the hospital exit, 2 familiar faces appeared. A man with a hooked nose and a doctor's coat and mask, and the sweet nurse with dimples who had taken care of him for 2 days. Chapter 10. A knife above the word color. Lin Ran recalled that locked memory countless times. Even though the man with the hooked nose was wearing a mask, the bulging mask from his nose and his shadowy eyes, combined with his height of 165 centimeters, made Lin Ran instantly confirm his identity. The dimpled nurse was easier to identify since she wasn't wearing a mask. Why were these 2 together? Lin Ran thought about it and felt a chill run down his spine. Ever since he was sent to the hospital, it had been the dimpled nurse taking care of him. If she and the hooked-nosed man were in cahoots, then rather than caring for him, it would be more accurate to say she was supervising him. Thinking back, some things indeed seemed suspicious. For example, when Lin Ran asked her who brought him to the hospital, she immediately said she didn't know, yet she was the one who exchanged information with Chun Liang. Another example was when Lin Ran expressed his desire to meet with the Beast Alliance members later and exaggerated his mental state. She agreed without the slightest hesitation. Additionally, she was always in a hurry, seemingly busy with something. Especially when Lin Ran and Chun Liang had just met in the information room, she was eager to leave. Now that he thought about it, she seemed to be an informant. Was she an insider? However, after Lin Ran awakened the all-knowing information talent, he didn't sense any eerie mist around the dimpled nurse, indicating she was just an ordinary person or a beast master. But why was she collaborating with the hook-nosed man? What puzzled Lin Ran even more was that if she was in collusion with him, she should know that Lin Ran was under the control of the hook-nosed man. Why then did she spare Lin Ran's life? Not delving further into that relationship, Lin Ran quickly thought about how to relay this information to Li Lianer. Lianer, look at that couple on the screen in the lower right corner. Lin Ran planned how to express himself. This nurse has been taking care of me for the past 2 days, and she has subtly shown that she doesn't want me to have contact with Chun Liang. Today, right after I met Chun Liang at the hospital, she hurriedly left. I think I might have seen this hooked-nosed man at an art exhibition a few days ago. Since then, I felt uncomfortable. By the way, he seemed to have a strange black cat with him. Do you think they might be the masterminds behind the hospital attack? After unlocking his memory, Lin Ran had been thinking about when exactly the hooked-nosed man had targeted him, and he deduced that the most likely day was during the art exhibition a few days ago. In any case, He needed to convey some real information and his deductions to Li Lianer so that she could quickly believe his account and lock onto this pair of suspects. Li Lianer clearly had the ability to manage multiple tasks upon hearing Lin Ran's intel. She immediately pulled up photos of the suspected attackers at the Sunshine Clinic on the screen. She then took a screenshot of the masked hook-nosed man's photo, enlarged it, and compared it. Lin Ran glanced at the suspect's information and picture, and to be honest, there were some slight discrepancies, but some features closely resembled him. The hook-nosed man's name was Chen San, a very ordinary name. After that, Li Lianer pulled up information on another woman. The notes indicated Lu Shiqing, Chen San's wife. An indirect reason for Chen San's transformation into a beast master. Lu Shiqing's photo had some differences from the nurse, but the dimples were in exactly the same spot. Lin Ran wasn't he foolish. He knew the two must have undergone some disguise. However, why was the dimpled nurse an indirect reason for the hooked-nosed man's transformation into a beast master? At this moment, Li Lianer also came to a conclusion and quickly said, "This is bad. No wonder we couldn't find the pollutants in Dong. I suspect that Dong and the pollutants have already been moved. We initially thought that although Chun Liang's actions would alert the snake, it shouldn't have drawn the attention of beastmasters so quickly. I didn't expect there to be an ordinary insider in the hospital. This idiot Chun Liang. Didn't he notice any signs after interacting with Lu Shiqing for 2 or 3 days?" Li Lianer grew more and more agitated. Lin Ran had a rough idea of the situation. When Chun Liang took him to room 414, Lu Shiqing must have already notified the hook-nosed man, Chen San. During the 10 minutes Lin Ran and Chun Liang waited for the Seeking Light team, the pollutants in Dong had likely already been moved. During the time wasted by the Seeking Light team, they probably succeeded in moving all the pollutants from other buildings and escaped the scene. Lin Ran sighed. To be honest, he hadn't sensed anything suspicious about Lu Shiqing during the 2 days he interacted with her. It was all hindsight, now that he thought about it. He felt Lu Shiqing was the real actor. Li Lianer was contacting Chen Meng while continuing to adjust the video. Unfortunately, it was already too late. They had no idea where the two had escaped to. The movements of the beast masters were elusive, and under these passive circumstances, Chen Meng and the others could only ensure that there were no remaining safety hazards in the hospital. "I'm so angry. It's all Chun Liang's fault." Li Lianer was clearly very dissatisfied, muttering to herself, "Forget it. At least we did manage to collect one pollutant and prevented a major outbreak in the hospital." Her mindset remained optimistic, and she quickly calmed down to continue assisting the team in the search work. 5 minutes later, Chen Meng discovered a male corpse on the top floor of the building. Lin Ran recognized his shoes. They belonged to the doctor in a white coat he had seen that morning, who was also the enemy of the hawk-nosed man. What shocked Lin Ran was that this doctor was wearing 4 or 5 layers of clothing under the white coat, each smeared with fresh blood. The dark red color identical to what he had seen on his work uniform when he first crossed over. Indeed, his role was the same as the identity Lin Ran had assumed at the Sunshine Clinic yesterday. Speaking of which, what feud did this Chun San have with this doctor? Lin Ran knew that after Chun San became a beast tamer, he harbored deep hatred towards pet beast doctors, mainly due to this doctor. And he was curious about the reason. In my opinion, this doctor deserves it. His name is Wang Se, and he lives up to his name. Often groping female nurses in the hospital, it escalated to the point of coercion and harm. Lu Shiqing was the most serious victim. At that time, although Chen San was a beast tamer, his strength was still slightly inferior to Wang Se's. Moreover, Wang Se's talent was a great help in pet beast treatment, and the hospital was in dire need of such doctors, so they planned to mediate and keep him while dismissing Lu Shiqing to suppress the matter. And now, this is the result. It is unclear why Lu Shiqing transformed and became a nurse again, while Chun San became a beast tamer, spreading his resentment to an entire group. The letter Se is like a knife, not only cutting into himself, but also harming others. Chapter 11. Joining the Sun Guang team, everyone shocked. After hearing this, Lin Ran was somewhat at a loss for words. So, in this case, he was collateral damage from Wang Se. He had heard of similar things in his previous world, but it had never affected him directly. How exactly does a soul master transform into a beast tamer? Lin Ran looked at Li Lianer. You want to ask why someone like Wang Se is still a beast tamer, while Chen San has become a beast tamer, right? Li Lianer seemed to see through Lin Ran's inner confusion at once. The reasoning is simple. Beast tamers and beast tamers are merely synonymous with the so-called righteous camp and the evil camp. This does not mean that all beast tamers are good people. On the contrary, I have seen quite a few beast tamers engaging in actions comparable to those of beast tamers, but due to the current era's particularities, they have been tolerated. Many beast tamers were law-abiding good people before their transformation, and becoming a beast tamer was a last resort for them. A decision made when they were left with no other options. The simplest method is to allow the concentration of the eerie mist within their pet beasts to grow without treatment. You know, this will have 2 consequences. One is that the pet beast of that beast tamer will go berserk and kill them, which is a high probability event. The other is that the dark energy of the pet beast will influence the beast tamer, causing them to transform into a beast tamer, which is a low probability event. Of course, there are many other methods of transformation, which you will gradually learn about later. In short, the intelligence of beast tamers will remain, their strength will increase. But their personality will undergo significant changes, and this is an irreversible process, which is why the situation for us beast tamers is becoming increasingly difficult. Liliana sighed as she spoke. All right, let's not talk about it anymore. If you decide you don't want to be a beast tamer later, the captain will probably scold me. The captain and the others will be back soon. She should roughly explain the benefits of joining our team and your responsibilities. Liliana's expression was somewhat dim, clearly recalling some unpleasant memories. 10 minutes later, Chunming and the 4 others returned to the Sun Guang team's headquarters. They all wore serious expressions. Thanks to Lin Ran's help, they had prevented a major pollution incident in advance. However, they also realized the seriousness of the situation. Fortunately, they had now identified the main suspect and could notify the entire Pet Beast Alliance for effective capture. After a brief rest, the 5 members of the Sun Guang team, along with Lin Ran, sat down on the sofa. Lin Ran, Chun Liang, and Lianer should have told you about our hopes for you to join the Sun Guang team. So I will get straight to the point, Chun Ming said, holding a folder and smiling. I, Chun Ming, sincerely invite you to join our Sun Guang team. First, let me briefly explain the benefits and obligations of team members. Firstly, your basic monthly salary is 10,000 Alliance coins, and there will be bonuses for each successful prevention of a pollution incident. Secondly, meals and accommodation are provided. Your future dormitory will be on the 2nd floor of this building. Additionally, we do not require you to come to the headquarters every day. You can even develop your side profession in your daily life. However, if you receive a task related to pollution incidents, you must execute it immediately. For beast tamers who have not yet awakened their talents, we will conduct basic guidance training and then use formal instruments to stimulate talent awakening. Each beast tamer can apply for a high-quality pet beast from the Pet Beast Alliance for free, and subsequent pet beast applications can enjoy higher discounts than those on the market. The team may conduct regular group training or participate in some secret exploration tasks issued by the Pet Beast Alliance. Participation is not mandatory, but we hope you will try to join as much as possible. That's about it. The specific details are written in the contract, and you can review it and then sign it. Chun Ming handed the folder to Lin Ran. Lin Ran was stunned. The benefits of this job were quite high. His previous salary at the Sunshine Clinic was also 10,000 Alliance coins a month, but it did not include meals and accommodation. And the required working hours were 12 hours a day. In this job, theoretically, he only needed to be present when dealing with pollution incidents, right? This also made Lin Ran realize the superiority of beast tamers and the danger level of pollution incidents. Lin Ran looked at the contract while pondering. He carefully examined the clause regarding beast tamers who had not awakened their talents. There were many provisions for helping with talent awakening and opening pet beast spaces, which he did not need. Captain Shun, I want to join the Sun Guang team, but if I have already awakened my talent and opened a pet beast space, can I apply for a higher quality initial pet beast? Lin Ran did not want to hide it. If he followed the process for talent awakening guidance training, he would waste a week and have to pretend every day. There was no need for that. At this stage, the hawk-nosed man was still at large, and he needed to improve his strength in the shortest time possible. Oh, you've already awakened? Chen Ming was somewhat surprised. She originally thought it would take Lin Ran about 10 days to successfully awaken his talent. She did not expect that he had just survived a pollution incident and awakened his talent in 2 days, along with opening a pet beast space. She did not doubt Lin Ran. Lying about such things would only bring harm, not benefit. Can you describe to us what you saw when you awakened? Chen Ming asked curiously. Li Lianer and the others also gathered around, clearly having never heard of a case like Lin Ran's. The normal awakening process involves relevant instruments to ease the spirit, relieve pressure for the beast tamers, and roughly record the related images they see to determine the talent level. However, for someone like Lin Ran, it could only be described through his verbal account. Lin Ran described the scenes he saw when awakening the talent of the divine farmer, but he did not tell them about the scene of awakening the all-knowing. Li Lianer quickly typed on her keyboard, recording all of Lin Ran's descriptions while pulling up various talent images that matched the descriptions on her computer. In the end, she locked onto 2 talents, the level 1 talent divine cultivator and the level 1 talent divine farmer. Oh my god, it's a medical-related talent. We've struck gold, haha. Li Lianer's face was filled with joy. Lin Ran, although I think your talent is most likely the divine cultivator, I still want to show you the relevant images of these 2 talents. The biggest difference is that in the awakening scene of Shinnong's 100 herbs, several types of poisonous plants will appear. Lin Ran naturally knows that his talent is Shinnong's 100 herbs, but he still obediently followed the process and watched 2 videos. It is Shinnong's 100 herbs, Lin Ran said. Indeed, it's a Shinnong cultivator. What level of talent? Li Lianer instinctively expressed her opinion. But she quickly realized that Lin Ran was referring to another talent. At this point, her surprise was evident. The other 4 people, including Chen Ming, were also shocked. Chapter 12. Choosing the first pet beast, are you sure? Li Lianer exclaimed, still in shock. I am absolutely certain, Lin Ran replied calmly. Li Lianer's mouth dropped open even wider. After all, the captain's talent was only at level B, and the other 4 members had talents at level C. If a level B talent is 1 in a million, then a level A talent is definitely rare. The talent of Shinnong's 100 herbs not only has a unique advantage in healing and nurturing pet beasts, but also transcends the limitations of purely supportive talents, possessing great potential in poison attacks as well. Li Lianer read the brief description of this talent on her computer. Lin Ran, although you are weak now, you will definitely be the backbone of our team in the future, Li Lianer said joyfully, hopping around. Don't worry, Lin Ran. I will definitely help you apply for a high-quality pet beast, Chen Ming also excitedly promised Lin Ran. Her talent is a level C elemental sprite, which is considered top-notch even among level C talents, capable of sensing elemental fluctuations in the air and the elemental affinity of those around her. She completely trusts Lin Ran and insists on him joining the Seeking Light team because she felt that the grass and poison elemental fluctuations around him were significantly stronger than other attributes when she first encountered him that morning. At that time, she believed there was a 50 chance that Lin Ran would awaken a healing talent. She wouldn't be foolish enough to blindly trust a newcomer. But she absolutely believed in her talent, Shinnong's 100 herbs, which perfectly matched her previous perception. Also, your information helped us make significant progress on the recent pollution incidents at clinics and hospitals. Although you haven't officially joined our team yet, I will also help you apply for a reward in advance, Chen Ming said while glancing at Lin Ran and then looking at the pin next to the contract on the table, fearing that Lin Ran might be unwilling to sign. At that moment, Chen Liang also became excited. He had been scolded by his teammates today due to his mistakes and had been feeling down. But upon hearing that Lin Ran had a level A healing talent, he immediately brightened up and boasted to his teammates that this was his primary achievement since he was the one who rescued Lin Ran the day before. Even the normally quiet brothers Ji Zhuang and Ji Gong expressed their joy. In this era, the most scarce resource is the beast masters with healing talents, as they can maximize the skills of pet beasts in this area and better eliminate the strange fog from other pet beast bodies. None of this comes for free. The Seeking Light team currently has significant expenses in this regard. If a beast master like this appears in their team, it will definitely allow them to invest more resources in improving their strength in the future. Seeing his future 5 teammates so happy, Lin Ran felt quite pleased. Who doesn't like the feeling of being recognized? So far, he has a good impression of the 5 members of the Seeking Light team. Although Chun Liang is a bit reckless and silly, he has a good heart and is someone Lin Ran saved. Li Lianer is small but clever, both innocent and mature, making it hard not to love her. Chen Ming has the aura of a powerful big sister, making people feel very at ease around her. While Ji Zhuang and Ji Gong may not talk much, but they appear to be the type who would rush to the front in danger. Lin Ran didn't hesitate any longer and signed his name. All right, let's warmly welcome our new member of the Seeking Light team, Lin Ran, Chen Ming said happily. Lianer, pull up the pet beasts suitable for Lin Ran's talent and add 2 more options on the basic level. Let's help Lin Ran choose his initial pet beast together. Li Lianer acted quickly, and soon the screen displayed 5 or 6 pet beasts. Lin Ran, as you know, before the strange fog invasion. The Pet Beast Alliance defined 18 pet attributes, which are normal, fire, water, grass, electricity, ice, insect, flying, ground, rock, fighting, psychic, ghost, poison, evil, steel, dragon, and fairy. However, after the appearance of the strange fog, these detailed attributes have no longer been the sole basis for classifying pet beasts over time. Over the past 200 years, through the process of natural selection, many pet species that were easily harmed by the strange fog have completely transformed into demon beasts, with large animals like tigers, lions, and elephants being the most common. This is also why beast masters are finding it increasingly difficult. Similarly, pet beasts capable of resisting the strange fog, due to genetic optimization, now possess many innate skills, and these types of pet beasts generally have a high initial quality. Based on innate skills, the Pet Beast Alliance has renamed and reclassified many pet beasts, including Judgment, Purification, and Nature. For example, my Judgment Magnet and Chun Liang's Judgment Starfish are categorized under the Judgment sequence, and the innate skill of this type of pet beast is essentially Judgment Light, which is particularly effective against certain demon beasts and provides significant boosts in auxiliary detection. Additionally, the quality of pet beasts is categorized as ordinary, extraordinary, commander, king, overlord, quasi-mythical, and mythical. The pet beasts suitable for your talent are best from the purification sequence or nature sequence, with extraordinary quality being the highest that a junior beast master can handle. So you can take a look at these 6 pet beasts. Liliana enlarged the 6 pet beasts on the screen. Lin Ran examined them closely. 3 of the pet beasts were from the nature sequence and were all plant-based, with a quality rating of low extraordinary. The other 3 were from the purification sequence, all animal-based. 2 were small animals with a quality rating of medium extraordinary, and 1 was a large animal with a quality rating of high extraordinary. Are these 6 pet beasts of the same level? Why is there such a big difference in quality? Lin Ran asked. Because plant-based and mechanical pet beasts can more effectively deal with the strange fog. Their value is significantly higher in this era. Animal-based pet beasts, being flesh and blood, are particularly susceptible to the strange fog. Smaller pets like cats and dogs are somewhat okay, but larger pets become dangerous as they grow. I only increased the option for a large animal because of your high-level talent, but I still don't recommend choosing it. Lin Ran nodded. He quickly ruled out the 3 plant-based pet beasts. Don't forget, his talent, Omniscient, has a passive enhancement, which means all the pet beasts he contracts are immune to the strange fog, so he doesn't have to worry about issues that others need to consider. He looked at the 3 animal-based pet beasts. Species, Purification New Leaf Cat, quality, medium extraordinary species. Purification Flying Leaf Dog, quality, medium extraordinary species. Purification Wood-Toothed Tiger, quality, high extraordinary. Chapter 13, Space Ring, contracting the Purification Wood-Toothed Tiger. Purification-type pet beasts have a basic innate skill called Purification Light, which has strong purifying capabilities against charm and control skills used by demon beasts. All 3 of these pet beasts possess this skill, and the Purification Wood-Toothed Tiger has an additional innate skill, Purification Ring, which further enhances resistance to the strange fog and allows every skill of the pet beast to deal more powerful attacks against demon beasts. This skill is a passive skill, characterized by a golden halo that hovers above the pet beast's head, adding a touch of holiness to the little tiger. Although the Jingxin New Leaf Cat and Jingxin Fei Leaf Dog are very cute and have good quality and strength for Lin Ran, choosing the most powerful pet beast is the most important thing. Otherwise, it would completely waste his talent as an information omniscient. Not to mention that the Jingxin Wood-Toothed Tiger has a higher quality and an additional innate skill. Its racial advantages determine that its future will definitely be stronger than the other 2 pet beasts. Team Chun, I've made my decision. I plan to choose the Jingxin Wood-Toothed Tiger, Lin Ran said firmly. Are you sure? Chen Meng's face showed a bit of hesitation, but she clearly wasn't someone who liked to interfere with others' decisions. If you're sure, that's good. Lianer, upload Lin Ran's contract and file to the Pet Beast Alliance headquarters, and add his contributions in this pollution incident. This pet beast should be able to apply immediately. It could be delivered as early as this afternoon. Okay, Sister Meng. Li Lianer acted quickly, completing all the necessary procedures in less than 3 minutes. Lin Ran, you will be my biggest support from now on. Although I just glanced at the records, 99 of those who applied for the Jingxin Wood-Toothed Tiger as their initial pet beast have already been rejected. But I believe you can be that 1%. Li Lianer said cheerfully. Even if you get rejected, generally speaking, living to become a senior beast master is not a big problem, so that's not bad either. Lin Ran felt a bit amused, but becoming that 1% was a certainty for him. Now, all he had to do was wait. Joining a highly efficient team was quite refreshing. 2 hours later, the delivery arrived. Chen Ming held a ring and said to Lin Ran, "This is the space ring I applied for you." Generally, team members need to handle 2 or 3 pollution incidents before they can receive this equipment. However, with your current contributions and your exceptional talent, I've put in some points for you in advance, so it shouldn't be a problem. Additionally, your communication devices, including the team phone, team computer, and your room key, should all be in the ring. Your Jingxin Wood-Toothed Tiger should be in the pet beast treasure bag inside the space ring. First, bind your spirit to the space ring, and then you can take it out. Although contracting a pet beast cub is not very difficult, I still suggest you contract it here at our base. We 5 can also look after you. Lin Ran nodded. He had previously noticed that Chun Liang, Li Lianer, and the others always seemed to pull out various items from nowhere. Now it seemed that it must be the space ring. Getting a space ring right after joining the team showed that the Seeking Light team truly valued him. The binding process for the space ring was very simple. Lin Ran took a glance at the items inside the space ring and directly took out a green pet beast treasure bag. The value of this pet beast treasure bag was even higher than that of the space ring, as it could store pet beast cubs. Once you contract the Wood-Toothed Tiger, hand it back to me. I need to return it to the Pet Beast Alliance headquarters. Chen Ming said while guiding Lin Ran on how to open the pet beast treasure bag. In just a few seconds, a silly little tiger appeared before everyone, topped with a small halo, looking very cute. The Jingxin wood-toothed tiger belongs to the Jingxin category, with grass and poison attributes. Therefore, its fur is grass green with some light purple hairs intertwined, giving it a very exotic charm. It has 3 circles of purple fur wrapped around its feet. And the king symbol on its forehead is also lightly purple, paired with bright red eyes, making it look fresh and vibrant. The little tiger's size is about the same as an ordinary cat. It sat on the ground, curiously looking around at its surroundings. Lin Ran quickly placed a few green leaves beside it. The grass attribute little tiger is an omnivorous animal, preferring food with grass attribute energy over meat. It happily started munching, finishing a leaf in no time, then looked up at Lin Ran, squinting its eyes, and meowed. Tigers are felines, and their calls as cubs sound very similar to cats, but they are more majestic and not as cutesy. Seeing this, Lin Ran fed it a few more vine leaves. It's easiest to deceive pet beast cubs, especially with their favorite food, which is also a complimentary gift from the Pet Beast Alliance. 10 minutes later, Chen Meng saw that Lin Ran and the wood-toothed tiger had developed a good bond, and she instructed Lin Ran to begin the contract. Close your eyes. Guide your spirit power within the pet beast space, draw it to the little tiger, and then strengthen this connection. During the 2-hour wait for the pet beast's arrival, Lin Ran had already learned a lot about how to contract pet beasts from Chen Meng. Now it was time to put the theory into practice. The contracting process went very smoothly. Not to mention that Lin Ran had already developed some feelings for it. The pet beast also sensed the Beastmaster's talents. Lin Ran's 2 talents felt like 2 warm beds for the Jingxin wood-toothed tiger, making it feel very warm. In less than 3 minutes, Lin Ran opened his eyes. The little tiger had established a closer connection with Lin Ran and jumped into his arms. At the same time, Lin Ran also felt his spirit power strengthen, and his physical qualities seemed to improve significantly. Lin Ran knew that this was the positive feedback after contracting a pet beast. The enhancement of a Beastmaster's spirit power mainly comes from the improvement of the pet beast's strength. Generally speaking, different pet beasts have their strengths and attributes. For example, tigers are strong in strength and physique. Lin Ran's improvements in these 2 attributes would also be greater than those in other attributes. Looking at the little tiger lying in his arms, Lin Ran couldn't help but smile. At this moment, a panel appeared before him. Species, Jingxin wood-toothed tiger. Gender, female. Attributes, grass. Poison quality, extraordinary high quality level. Beginner 1-star energy, 981,000 strength, 48 defense, 37 agility, 42 physique, 46 innate skills. Jingxin light, beginner. Jingxin ring, beginner. Skills, low level. Tear claw, beginner. Bite, beginner. Chapter 14. Panel upgrade, upgrade gift pack. It's still a female little tiger. Lin Ran had raised 2 little female cats in his previous world, one aloof and the other clingy, but both were very obedient. The little tiger should be similar, right? The level classification of Beastmasters and pet beasts is the same. Beginner, intermediate, advanced, master, grandmaster, legend, title, and myth. The energy attributes of pet beasts are equivalent to the spirit attributes of Beastmasters and are the core central hub for activating skills and talents. Generally speaking, a pet beast right after contracting would have 50 points of energy, which is quite good, but the little tiger actually has 98 points. About to break into beginner 2-star. In general, attributes like strength and physique are often around 20 of energy, while the little tiger's highest attributes even exceed 50. Lin Ran knew that after a pet beast contracts with a Beastmaster, they enter a mutually beneficial state. The pet beast can enhance the Beastmaster's abilities, and the Beastmaster's talents can slowly nurture the pet beast's basic qualities. Lin Ran speculated that the little tiger's high physical strength was likely due to the enhancement from his 2 talents. Shinong's herbal medicine can strengthen grass and poison attribute pet beasts, while information omniscient can enhance any attribute of a pet beast. With such stacking, a strength attribute of 48 points seems quite possible. Lianer, under normal circumstances, what are the energy and strength attribute points for a newly contracted Jingxin wood-toothed tiger? Lin Ran asked curiously. Even the same type of pet beast can have different qualities and strengths, so sometimes contracting the best pet really depends on luck. Lianer said while pulling up the data. According to the statistics from the Pet Beast Alliance, the initial energy of the pure heart wood-toothed tiger is generally around 60 points, with the highest attribute strength being about 30 points. Since you have a level talent, this little tiger's quality should be a bit higher, but not by much. If you're interested, I can help you arrange a time to test it at the Pet Beast Alliance Center. Lianer clearly had no experience with tiger-type pet beasts. Her eyes were fixed on the little tiger in Lin Ran's arms, her gaze filled with affection. No, I was just asking. Lin Ran immediately declined. He could see the panel, and the data was absolutely accurate, so it couldn't be wrong. As he continued to look, there was another surprising item on the panel. Evolution Direction. Pure Heart Wood Tooth Tiger, Pure Heart Forest Bright Tiger, Heavenly Heart Glazed Tiger, Heavenly Bright 10,000 Wood Tiger. Wasn't it said that Pure Heart is a major category? Then what are Heavenly Heart and Heavenly Bright? Are they derivatives or a higher category? In any case, evolution is still too early for the little tiger. What delighted Lin Ran was that he could actually see the evolution direction of the pet beast. When he purified the pet beasts in the hospital yesterday, he couldn't see it, but now this item suddenly appeared, which indeed surprised him. Could it be that the panel upgraded after the contract? With this thought, Lin Ran shifted his gaze away from the little tiger and focused on his own panel. Purification Points Panel 1. Name: Lin Ran. Lifespan: 28 days. Talent: Divine Farmer of all herbs, 0, level talent. Information Omniscient, 0, level talent. Level: Primary 2-star Beast Master Mentality, 102 Strength, 38 Defense, 27 Agility, 28 Physique, 36 Pet Beast, Pure Heart with Tooth Tiger. Panel Upgrade Prompt. Click to view details. Panel Upgrade Gift Package. Click to claim. Sure enough, it upgraded. When he first crossed over, the Purification Points panel didn't even show a level display and looked quite rudimentary overall. Now that it shows 1, it indicates that the panel should upgrade as Lin Ran's own strength increases. And with the panel's upgrade, it will also have more functions. This is a good thing. Lin Ran glanced at his attribute improvements. Indeed, the enhancement from contracting a pet beast for the first time was significant. Not to mention that his mental strength increased by more than 50 points. His basic qualities also improved greatly. However, what made Lin Ran even more curious was the panel upgrade prompt and the gift package. Team Leader Chun, Sister Liener, Brother Liang, Brother Zhuang, Brother Gong. If there's nothing else, I would like to go back to my dormitory and rest for a while. Lin Ran feigned a tired expression, even though his heart was tumultuous. Yes, go rest. You've had quite a twisty couple of days, but after the storm comes the rainbow. I believe your future will definitely be bright. Chen Ming was very satisfied with Lin Ran. She felt that Lin Ran was a very stable and mature person. Although he had just awakened his talent and contracted as a beast master, he already had the demeanor of a strong person. 5 minutes later, Lin Ran opened his dormitory. It was a single apartment of about 30 square meters. Although it wasn't very big, it was certainly enough for one person, at least much better than the 10 square meter room he had rented before. After putting down the wood tooth tiger and giving it a few green vine leaves, Lin Ran clicked on the upgrade prompt on the panel. Congratulations to the host for becoming a primary beast master, and the Purification Points panel has been upgraded to 1. This upgrade adds the following new functions. Adds a section for pet beast evolution pathways, currently displaying the first phase of pet beast evolution. You can view the panels of beast masters and demon masters who are no more than 20 stars higher than yourself. Currently, the host is at primary 2-star, so you can view up to the panel of a high 2-star beast master. The description of negative states is more detailed, and levels are added to negative states. If there are higher level identical negative states, more points can be gained after purification. The points that can be improved are increased 9-fold. For example, originally 1 point could increase 1 mental strength point. Now it can increase 10 mental strength points. However, the conditions for obtaining complete points are also stricter. If the level of the beast master is too far from that of the host, the points obtained will be greatly discounted. Lin Ran nodded. He could now view the panels of beast masters and demon masters. This is also a great aid for him, especially when the opponent is an enemy, as he can directly know their talents and pet information. Moreover, the sources of his purification points are no longer limited to pet beasts. The addition of level descriptions to negative states is something Lin Ran still couldn't fully understand. After all, in the past 2 days, he had been purifying some low-quality and low-level pet beasts in the hospital. Once he practices it specifically, he will know. The next function made Lin Ran very happy. The effect of points increased 10-fold. He needed 900 points of mental strength to break through from primary beast master to intermediate. If it was the same as before, where 1 point could only increase 1 point of mental strength, then the efficiency would indeed be low. After the panel upgrade, it was a whole different matter. Furthermore, 1 point could increase 1 year of lifespan, which alleviated the pressure of having a short life significantly. As for the last restriction, it was also easy to understand. It encouraged Lin Ran to purify higher-level quality pet beasts. This aligned perfectly with Lin Ran's thoughts. He was a person who pursued efficiency. Sometimes, it was better to spend more time training pet beasts rather than busying himself over trivial matters. Overall, Lin Ran was very satisfied with the panel upgrade. Next, he would check the upgrade gift package. Gifts, who doesn't love them? Chapter 15, Extraordinary Talent. Purification Points Panel 1 Upgrade Gift Package. Reward 1, 100 points. Reward 2, a random intermediate skill of the poisonous attribute Pet Beast. There were only 2 items, and at first glance, this gift package seemed a bit meager. But Lin Ran was extremely delighted. 100 points. If all were added to lifespan, his lifespan limit would immediately increase by 100 years. He could even directly add them to his mental strength, allowing himself to break through to intermediate Beastmaster and open up a second pet space. However, after calming down, Lin Ran felt he still had to proceed steadily. There were too many areas that needed points, not to mention that on his own panel, every item could be allocated points. His pet beast also had many areas needing points. On his own panel, those items, apart from upgrading talents which are the most cost-effective, other attributes are actually better obtained through the pet beast's upgrades. Generally speaking, 20 points of a pet beast's energy increase will feed back to the beast master. For example, if the pet beast's energy increases by 100 points, the beast master's mental strength will also increase by 20 points. But this is an average. The higher the compatibility between the pet beast and the beast master, and the stronger the beast master's talent, the more positive feedback they can receive. Therefore, following the principle of maximizing benefits, allocating more points to the pet beast is definitely more scientific. Furthermore, the improvement of a pet beast's basic qualities is also closely related to daily training and diet. The most direct manifestation is that when skill proficiency increases, its energy and other attributes will also increase. So allocating points as much as possible to skills is the most reasonable. The Pure Heart Wood-Tooth Tiger currently masters 4 skills, 2 innate skills, 1 can purify negative states, and 1 enhances its own effect resistance. The 2 low-level skills are both close combat attacks. If he could draw a long-range attack skill, that would be perfect. After all, in order for a pet beast to master new skills, there are not only requirements for its level and basic qualities, but also strong demands on the pet beast's comprehension and the timing of skill acquisition. Some pet beasts, even when they reach a high level, cannot master an intermediate skill. Therefore, the skill given in the upgrade gift pack is extremely precious. After all, being able to let a pet beast cub learn a valuable skill without meeting many prerequisite requirements is even better than having 100 points. With this in mind, Lin Ran clicked on Reward 2. After a few seconds, the description of Reward 2 changed to Grass Attribute Intermediate Skill, Leaf Storm. Currently applicable to Pet Beast, Pure Heart Wood-Tooth Tiger. This is a group-ranged attack skill. Lin Ran felt that he was really lucky. Grass attribute skills are more inclined towards healing and control skills. Since he has the ability to purify, and both of his talents are also supportive, he naturally hopes to fill the gap in the pet beast's attack, especially in the direction of ranged attacks. Wishing makes it happen. Lin Ran looked at the wood-toothed tiger still frolicking on the ground, and a smile appeared on his face. Although the events of the past few days have been quite tumultuous, it indeed seems to be as Chen said, the sun always shines after the storm. Of course, Lin Ran didn't let his guard down completely. He always felt that the hawk-nosed man and the dimpled nurse still regarded him as a target. Currently, his strength still lags behind theirs, so he needs to maintain vigilance at all times. Now, it's time to give the little tiger a name. Lin Ran looked at its body, which was a mix of purple and green, and since it is also a grass attribute, how about calling it Jiwei? How about calling you Jiwei? Lin Ran picked up the little tiger and looked into its red pupils. Meow? The wood-toothed tiger looked confused and then shook its head. This name is not powerful enough. Lin Ran felt a headache. Naming is the hardest thing. He looked towards the window and began to ponder. The July sunlight illuminated the room, and a beam of light shone directly on the little tiger, reflecting purple light in its red pupils, making the king character on its forehead appear even more imposing. How about calling you Digimon? Lin Ran looked at the little tiger. This name is not as soft as Jiwei, but it won't seem too rigid. After all, it is also a female little tiger. The little tiger seemed quite satisfied, raising its pink paws, its eyes sparkling. All right, Digimon, I will take good care of you from now on. Today, I'll give you a little gift. After saying this, Lin Ran clicked on the Leaf Storm intermediate skill in the skill section of its panel. Digimon was momentarily stunned, then slowly closed its eyes, as if comprehending something. The room was quiet, with only the soothing sound of 2 breaths. 10 minutes later, Digimon opened its eyes. Excited, it jumped down from Lin Ran's arms and rolled around on the ground for a few times, seemingly wanting to unleash the skill it had just learned. However, after trying 2 or 3 times with no result, it immediately wilted. Haha, you are quite action-oriented, but your level is still low, and the grass attribute energy in your body is insufficient. This skill is a bit difficult for you, but it will be fine in a few days. Lin Ran saw the new skill appear on Digimon's panel the moment it opened its eyes, so he naturally knew it had already mastered it. Now, Lin Ran was about to start testing how points affect the proficiency of Pet Beast skills. Come on, Digimon, let's play in the sand. The Pet Beast Alliance staff dormitory has a small training area for pet beasts, and Lin Ran saw a low sand bucket, which is just the right place to train the Ripping Claw. Meow, Digimon, having eaten and drunk enough, and mastering a new skill, is now full of fighting spirit. It can clearly sense Lin Ran's needs and quickly ran to the sand bucket, extending its front paws to start training. The little tiger's claws are longer and sharper than those of cats, and Lin Ran could see a slight glimmer reflecting from Jimong's claws as it extended them. At this moment, he focused on Jimong's panel. He wondered how much proficiency a single point could add to a low-level skill. Each pet beast skill is divided into 5 stages: beginner, proficient, mastery, peak, and godly. Generally speaking, it takes at least 2 to 3 weeks of training to reach proficiency. Lin Ran was also unsure how much progress a single point could accelerate. Without hesitation, Lin Ran clicked once on the plus sign after Ripping Claw. Ripping Claw, beginner, 0-100, immediately changed to Ripping Claw, beginner, 20,100. A single point can add 20 proficiency. Is this constant, or will it gradually decrease as proficiency increases? Lin Ran invested another point, and the proficiency became beginner, 40,100. After 5 points, Jimong's Ripping Claw directly reached proficiency. The effect of this point allocation was surprisingly good. Although this is for a low-level skill, while others have to train hard for 2 to 3 weeks, Lin Ran can achieve it in just a breath. Lin Ran was a bit dazed. At this rate, wouldn't his strength increase rapidly? Jimong was even more confused. It couldn't understand why. After just scratching the sand a few times, its claws had become much sharper, and even the length had changed. Meow? Meow? Jimong's eyes sparkled with wisdom. Perhaps, this is what it means to be gifted? Chapter 16. Jimong's Beautiful New World, Pet Beast Alliance Forum. While improving Jimong's skill proficiency, Lin Ran also kept an eye on its energy changes. Ripping Claw reaching proficiency brought a 50-point energy increase, and Lin Ran's spirit increased by 30 points. A conversion rate of 60, which is twice the average of 20. Lin Ran was quite satisfied. These 2 talents of his truly benefited him greatly. Calculating this way, the investment of 5 points yielded a return worth 13 points, which also made Lin Ran more certain that he needed to allocate points strategically, especially when points were tight in the early stages. At this moment, Jimong's excitement hadn't worn off. It continued to alternate its left and right paws in the sand bucket. A few seconds later, it touched its head, revealing confusion. Why hasn't it become stronger? However, it still did not stop and continued to train diligently. Hard work pays off. As long as you put in the effort, there will be rewards. Lin Ran couldn't help but smile at Jimong's hard-working attitude. As a cub, how could it understand that there is a magical tool called a cheat, and that its owner just happens to have one? Jimong, you did great. But let's stop training Ripping Claw for today. We need to practice biting too. We shouldn't be one-sided. In the training area, there was just a pile of straw suitable for practicing biting. Lin Ran originally planned to continue testing how points affect the proficiency of skills at the proficient stage, but he decided to set that thought aside for now. Each stage has significant changes. He had already helped Jimong cheat to reach the proficient stage, so it still needed time to adapt to its improvement. Otherwise, having the strength of a tiger without proper techniques wouldn't allow it to maximize the skill's potential. Meow? Jimong was very obedient. It immediately retracted its claws, revealing its sharp tiger teeth, and its roar carried a hint of a growl, as if to showcase its Tiger King demeanor. After investing 5 points, the biting skill also reached proficiency. A satisfied grin appeared on Jimong's face. I am indeed a gifted tiger. Lin Ran could feel Jimong's inner joy and a hint of pride, and he certainly wouldn't burst that bubble. As his pet beast, even if the talent is poor, Lin Ran can turn it into a genius. Moreover, after this short time together, Lin Ran could already sense Jimong's intelligence. Although he knew that after a beast master contracts with a pet beast, understanding each other's intentions is not difficult. He estimated that there are really not many young beasts like Jimong that can understand their owner's intent so quickly. 2 hours later, Jimong was still energetic, bouncing around in the small training space, sometimes tearing at a pile of straw with its mouth, and other times diligently shoveling sand, enjoying itself immensely. Lin Ran had already let it rest a few times, but each time, it only lasted a few seconds before Jimong started causing a ruckus again. Youth is great. Lin Ran sighed. If Chunming saw Lin Ran making his pet undergo such high-intensity training on the first day, she would probably be shocked, her jaw dropping in disbelief, exclaiming that Lin Ran had struck gold. However, the fact was that Jimong had not been so full of life when it was at the Pet Beast Alliance's breeding center. It was important to note that the strange mist in this world had completely merged into the air, and animal cubs were even more sensitive to it, often making them very lethargic. Training at this intensity would likely lead to them absorbing too much of the mist and dying prematurely. After Lin Ran contracted Jimong, the passive enhancement from the all-knowing being made Jimong immune to the mist, as if it had entered a beautiful new world. It felt like it could breathe deeply without tiring, and it was also clearly aware of its increasing strength in a short time, which kept its excitement at a peak. At this moment, Lin Ran had not yet realized that his talent was essentially giving his contracted pet a new lease on life. He opened the computer provided by the Pet Beast Alliance and entered the forum. Firstly, he wanted to learn about the main growth paths for beast tamers in this world. After all, it was his first time as a beast tamer and he had not received any systematic training, so he was quite confused. Secondly, he wanted to see if there was any information related to monsters, beast tamers, and pollution events. He currently knew too little. He couldn't just ask Chen Ming about every little thing. He needed to go online to supplement his knowledge. The pinned announcement on the forum homepage immediately caught Lin Ran's attention. It contained basic information about the 12 cities in Huagua. Lin Ran's gaze fixed on Maudu City. Maudu City was near the coast and was known for having the lowest safety rating because there were many powerful monsters in the sea, leading to frequent beast tides. Because of this, there were not many beast tamers in Maudu City, but there were quite a few top-tier beast tamers. According to the Pet Beast Alliance, if one wanted to train themselves, they should go to Maudu City. As long as they could survive, they would surely achieve great things. Lin Ran felt a bit embarrassed yet excited about this. His talent thrived in crises. Monsters were bound to be filled with various negative states. Although Lin Ran did not yet know whether purifying monsters would directly kill them or turn them into pets, he was certain that he could gain many points from it. Lin Ran continued to browse the posts. Interestingly, many informative posts required points to access, but since he had just started and was a complete novice, he was empty-handed and couldn't afford the information. Lin Ran had to settle for reading some public information under the Gossip Encyclopedia section. One post caught his attention. Surprise! A team in Maudu City is recruiting a newbie with a level talent. Is it him? Did the news spread so quickly? Lin Ran clicked in. Post 1. Absolutely true. No deception. I overheard my master talking on the phone about it, and I even heard that he awakened his level talent after surviving the pollution event. Such a person is bound to shine in the future. Post 2. Is she a beautiful lady or a cute little sister? But if it's a level talent, I'm fine with a guy too. Post 3. Hey, don't get carried away here. I also heard that it's a healing talent. But it's a pity that it's in Maudu City, where the death rate for beast tamers is the highest. Otherwise, I'd definitely go take a look. Post 4. I bet 5 dimes he won T survive 5 years. Post 5. I bet 6 dimes. The comments became increasingly absurd, the discussion veering off topic. With even someone asking for a marriage proposal in the thread, Lin Ran felt goosebumps rise when he saw a comment from the first post. Post 144. You're right. But also wrong. Ordinary people who survive the pollution event can basically be said to be the puppets raised by beast tamers. There are indeed beast tamers who, after polluting ordinary people, don't eradicate them completely. Their goal is to raise high-quality puppets, and eventually, they will come to harvest. If his future was to shine brightly, that beast tamer must not survive. Chapter 17. Confusion, Explanation Puppet? High-quality puppet? Upon hearing this description, Lin Ran suddenly felt everything made sense. The fact that ordinary people could survive the pollution event and then obtain at least level talent, and most likely level talent, could not have been known only to beast tamers. Beast tamers might have undergone a significant change in character, but their intelligence had not decreased. They might use this method to gain various benefits. The most direct way is that through this method, beast tamers can directly recruit powerful newbies under their command. This is also why Lu Shiqing, the dimple nurse associated with the hawk-nosed man Chen San, seemed to take care of Lin Ran. At the same time, they could use these newbies as pawns and send them into the beast tamer camp. Lin Ran felt like he was just a part of the earlier clinic and hospital pollution events. There was definitely a connection between puppet raisers and puppets. Lin Ran was quite sure that the in-she-attached state would become harder to remove the longer it was left unaddressed. Fortunately, Lin Ran had confirmed one thing. He was no longer a puppet, having figured out why Chen San and Lu Shiqing had spared his life. Another confusion surged in Lin Ran's heart. Since the Pet Beast Alliance could openly discuss such puppet-raising matters in gossip posts, then Chen Ming and the others must know about the connection between him and the hawk-nosed man. Perhaps they were also aware of his incident with the pollutants at the clinic. So why hadn't they mentioned it at all? Lin Ran felt that Chen Ming and the others were being overly nice to him. Even if his talent was strong, he was still a newbie on his first day. There was no reason for them to treat him this well. This feeling was akin to being preemptively atoned for something. It gave him a sense of déjà vu. Like getting on a bus before buying a ticket. It made Lin Ran feel a bit awkward. His intuition told him that Chen Ming and the others were good people, but they were also withholding some information. Thinking of this, Lin Ran directly copied the link to the post, took a screenshot of the comment from post 144, and sent it to the discussion group of the Seeking Light team. Lin Ran, first of all, thank you all for your support. But there are some things I think we need to clarify, as we are going to be partners in the same team. Lin Ran, can you explain to me what this puppet and puppet raiser means? Am I a puppet? And is the hawk-nosed Chun Sen secretly manipulating me? Lin Ran, I can't remember what happened the day I went to the clinic. Do you all know about it? Lin ran. If there's anything I must do in the future, please tell me now so I can be mentally prepared. Lin Ran's message slightly revealed his current helplessness and disappointment. Perhaps he was being overly suspicious, but Lin Ran had never liked surprises. If he needed to do something potentially dangerous in the upcoming effort to capture Chen-san, he hoped to know as soon as possible. No unprepared battles. Within a few seconds, messages began to appear in the discussion group. Li Lianer, Rangu, you really are both diligent and smart. And your physical fitness doesn't resemble someone who has been controlled by a demon master at all. A normal person would be sound asleep by now, but you actually went to the forum to investigate the demon masters. Li Lianer, we originally planned to tell you the whole story after you felt better, but since you've already made some discoveries, we won't hide it from you anymore. Li Lianer, the five of us are still discussing strategies to deal with Chun-san and Lu Shiqing in our basement headquarters, and you guessed right. You need to play an important role in this. In short, if you feel up to it, come down and join our discussion. After seeing the message, Lin Ran put away the purple light and tidied himself up a bit before heading downstairs. 3 minutes later, at the Sun Guang squad headquarters, Lin Ran, first. I need to remind you that the Pet Beast Alliance's priority is to resolve pollution incidents and deal with demon masters. Chen Ming spoke first, explaining that there were some things we didn't tell you in advance mainly because you weren't at a level where you could accept this information, which wouldn't give us an advantage in capturing Chen-san and might even have a negative impact. There's no offense intended. If you want to know the truth in our plan, I can satisfy your curiosity. I must tell you honestly that your current real state is still tainted by Chun-san's demon beast. So the images you see or the facts you hear may significantly stimulate your sealed memories, leading to a feeling of collapse. In short, if you feel overwhelmed, we can pause today. We will help you gradually overcome this predicament. Lin Ran nodded after listening. His personality was somewhat impatient, and sometimes he was overly cautious in his thoughts. In this matter, he indeed hadn't considered things from Chun Ming and the other's perspective. After all, he had the ability to purify negative states and had already cleared the control Chen-san had over him before talking to Chen Liang. An ordinary person, powerless and having broken free from a demon master's control and even awakened a talent themselves, this story would probably be hard for anyone to believe. In a normal situation, Lin Ran was seen by Chun Ming and the others as a patient, a pitiful person who had lost their memory and was weak. So treating the patient would certainly require a gentle approach. After switching perspectives, Lin Ran's confusion about the team was resolved. Next, he needed to act as if he were slightly panicked, but not in a serious state. This is a virtual image created from fragmented surveillance on the road and evidence we have observed and collected. It roughly depicts what happened at the clinic that day. Li Lianer opened a file on her computer and projected it into the air using precision instruments. Lin Ran looked closely. To be honest, Li Lianer's technical skills were impressive, as it was about 70% similar to what he remembered. So, you are actually the executor of the Sunshine Clinic pollution incident. But you were completely controlled, so you bear no guilt in this matter. Don't feel too much psychological pressure. Li Lianer looked at Lin Ran, her expression serious. I'm fine. I had already suspected this possibility. Lin Ran looked at Li Lianer, showing a hint of melancholy, but then immediately perked up and said, I've done some mental preparation, so this doesn't affect me too much. As expected of my Rangu, Meng Erjia. I told you I'm good at reading people, right? Rangu has great ambition, and yet you insist on taking it slow. Li Lianer immediately beamed with joy. Then let us continue with the second piece of bad news. Chen Ming nodded and said to Lin Ran, you probably still have two negative states. One is in-chi attached, and the other is memory obscured. The latter will gradually disappear as your strength increases, while the former can only be completely shed if Chun-san actively releases it or if he dies. Chen Ming's expression was very serious. Lin Ran's face also showed a panic expression. He was quite skilled at feigning ignorance. However, looking at it now, his purification panel was indeed very effective. Chapter 18. The plan to capture the hook-nosed man. So, the core link between the Gu and the Gu master is the in-chi entering body, state attached to the Gu. Lin Ran asked the question he had wanted to ask all along. If it's removed, will I be completely free? You could say so. Most demon masters use in-chi entering body to control ordinary people, but higher-level demon masters have even more cunning and vicious methods. Chen Ming nodded and said that after removal, you could be 99% free. The remaining 1% is that the demon beast that performed that skill can sense its presence within a certain distance of the former Gu. It's like a dog peeing by a post. A few days later, it returns and still remembers that it peed there. However, once in-chi attached is removed, the demon master can no longer exert any specific control over their Gu. Lin Ran nodded. Although it feels a bit strange to be compared to a post that has been urinated on, it is indeed the case. In other words, The demon master can sense him from a distance, but cannot manipulate him like a puppet anymore. Li Lianer said, I play a very important role in capturing Chen-san. What role is that? Lin Ran had previously guessed what task he might be assigned, his expression serious. Is it bait? No, being bait is too dangerous. Chun Ming immediately rejected that idea, and if you get too close to Chen-san, he has ways to trigger the Yin Qi instantly, which could kill you. Chen-san's initial goal was to confuse you. Unexpectedly, you ended up helping us uncover his grand plan. I estimate he hates you even more now. Moreover, if your talent continues to develop smoothly, you will become a pillar for our squad in the future, and we are more likely to protect you. Chun Ming smiled and continued. Yin Qi attached strengthens the connection between the Gu master and the Gu, so he can sense your aura, and you can sense his too, right? If the post had consciousness, it would definitely recognize the dog that peed on it. The key point is that if Chun-san sets up pollutants next, you can even sense them before they activate. Lin Ran felt a bit embarrassed. Chen Ming's metaphors were getting odder. Chen Ming took a sip of water and continued. Do you remember what you saw that night in room 414 at the hospital? That was the guidance of this connection for you. Normally, before pollutants activate, ordinary people cannot see those flickering cat eyes or hear the conversation between the king color and the cat eyes. It is precisely because these pollutants consider you one of their own that you can perceive them in advance. This mechanism is key to capturing Chen-san. Although Chun Liang's talent and pet beast can handle pollutants, as you've seen, the noise is too loud and easily exposes us. Therefore, your current sensing ability is very important to our plan. We will accurately calculate the places Chun-san might go next and the locations of his crimes. Your task is to sniff out whether there is a smell of pollutants in certain areas to help us narrow down the scope. The only drawback is that when you sense pollutants, you will feel fear and dread. We originally planned to train your pressure resistance over the next few days. But now it seems we don't need to. I feel like you could join our preparations tomorrow. Chen Ming stroked his chin, deep in thought. So that is how it is. The terrifying experiences of the past few days, combined with several life and death moments, had made Lin Ran quite vigilant. So he had previously thought he was bait, but now it seemed he had been overly cautious. Putting down the doubts in his heart, Lin Ran felt much more relaxed. Now that he thought about it, the cat's eye he saw through the window early yesterday morning transformed from the light circle. And the inexplicable call from room 414 indeed gave him a feeling that was both intimate and terrifying. The problem was, he had already lifted the Yin Qi entry state. Could he still sense the pollutants that Chen-san had set up in advance? By the way, Captain Chun, wouldn't he Chun-san think about laying low and escaping far away next? Lin Ran felt a bit puzzled. That wouldn't he happen. Someone who had just fallen into the role of a demon master wouldn't he commit crimes or spread pollutants everywhere. Doing so would be more uncomfortable than killing them. Chen Ming immediately replied. It was as if they were serving some evil god and had to offer sacrifices to show their loyalty. Therefore, although the demon masters were committing crimes during this time, it was also the best opportunity to capture them. Rational criminals might be somewhat tricky, but the irrational ones would be much easier to deal with. So, I see you're in good shape now, and I'm quite happy about it. Chen Ming was clearly an action-oriented person, and Lin Ran could already sense her eagerness. Serving an evil god? Lin Ran thought of the terrifying scenes of demon beasts he saw when he awakened his talent. Could they be the source of the eerie fog? And all the demon masters and demon beasts were their servants? Lin Ran didn't he ponder this question deeply. He shifted his attention back to the discussion with Chen Ming. Captain Chun, I will do my best, Lin Ran replied. Since things had come to this point, he couldn't suddenly start acting terrified. Besides, as long as he wasn't forced to the front lines, Lin Ran felt he had no reason to back down. Although the Yin Qi attachment state had been eliminated, the information omniscient talent was still there. This talent had already allowed him to silently locate the presence of pollutants when he first awakened. As his strength increased, the effect would definitely become stronger. He still had 90 points left to allocate. Adding them to his talents was one of the most cost-effective ways he had previously analyzed. Moreover, both of his current talents were still at level 0. Upgrading to level 1 might not consume too many points. At that time, locking onto Chun-san's pollutants shouldn't be a big issue. Alright, then you can directly join our discussion. I'll share some of our previous data and analysis with you, Chen Ming said, looking at Li Lianer. Lianer, enlarge the several points we tracked down. As soon as she finished speaking, Li Lianer pulled up several different screens. We couldn't apply for monitoring orders for all the clinics and hospitals in the city. Even if we could, that would exceed my capabilities, Li Lianer said while adjusting the screens. Based on scattered roadside surveillance footage and some buildings for which we obtained monitoring rights, we have temporarily locked onto these 6 small clinics. Chen-san removed 3 pollutants from the hospital. It's very likely he will place them in different locations today. Tomorrow morning, we'll make a determination. Chapter 19. Chun Liang's negative state tomorrow morning? Lin Ran felt a bit confused again. since it was confirmed he would be placing pollutants tonight. Why not take action directly? Li Lianer put down her propped-up leg, spun around in her chair, and looked at Lin Ran. First, a demon master of Chun San's level doesn't have the ability to directly trigger pollutants completely. Generally, it requires at least a 24-hour buffer period. The pollution generated during this period will make ordinary people feel uncomfortable but won't be fatal, so we still have a day. She clearly anticipated that Lin Ran would ask this question. Second, our team only has 5 or 6 people, and we can't place personnel at every location. Other teams also have their tasks to handle, so acting rashly would easily attract attention and backfire. Third, and most importantly, we applied for a machine called a trajectory tracker from the higher-ups, which costs quite a few team points. The device will arrive tomorrow morning, at that time. As long as we find a pollutant that Chun San has placed that hasn't been purified, we can track his movements using that device. Hearing this, Lin Ran felt a bit surprised. Upon reflection, it made sense. The eerie fog had invaded for so many years, and the confrontation between the Beast Masters and their enemies seemed to rely not just on the power of their pets, but also on various sophisticated instruments. He had previously seen the measuring device used by Chun Liang, rode in Li Lianer's transformer-like vehicle, and also encountered equipment in the basement that could project images into the air. The emergence of such instruments was quite reasonable. This is the power of technology. I understand. Lin Ran planned to obediently continue listening to Li Lianer's plan report, no longer asking too many questions. Chun Ming had told him earlier that Li Lianer was the strategist of the Seeking Light team. Having known her for just a day, Lin Ran was convinced. Especially when she introduced her ideas and strategies with such enthusiasm, radiating a maturity and wisdom that surpassed her age. Next, Li Lianer roughly outlined the action path for tomorrow, along with the main responsibilities of each team member, and especially cautioned Chun Liang not to be too reckless. Lin Ran listened attentively. He had just become a beast master and was a novice in many aspects. Understanding the Seeking Light team's approach to handling pollution events and some common rules was far better than aimlessly browsing gossip on the Beast Alliance forum. Next came the key part. Li Lianer pulled up detailed information on Chun San. This is the current strength overview of Chun San established based on his strength as a beast master a few weeks ago. The boost from transitioning to a demon master, and some other minor factors. Chun San's information, level, intermediate 9 stars, advanced 1 star mental power, 2800 to 3200 strength, defense, agility. Constitution, 550 to 650. Agility is the strongest attribute, talent, jumping breeze, level, pet beasts, jealous spirit butterfly, advanced 1 star, furious hunting dog, intermediate 5 star. Whether there is a third pet beast is yet to be determined. Although Chun San's talent is not high, after transforming into a demon master, his talent gained some dark attributes. This talent combined with his butterfly pet beast could cause quite a bit of trouble. However, overall, he is still relatively easy to suppress. As the captain's strength is already at the late advanced stage, and the overall strength of the pet beasts is much higher than Chun San's. As long as they can track his location without alarming him, they should be able to secure him. Everyone rest well. Let us give it our all tomorrow. Li Lianer shut down her computer. Lianer's plan is very thorough. We will definitely catch the criminals. Everyone, head back to your dorms early, especially you. Lin Ran, you are the key tomorrow, so go get some good rest and stop browsing the internet, Chun Ming said. Then looked seriously at Lin Ran for a few seconds. Lin Ran felt a bit helpless. He was just browsing a forum. Why was he being repeatedly criticized? Isn't it normal for adults to look at small forums? But his attention wasn't on this matter at the moment. Lianer, doesn't Chun San have a pet beast that resembles a black cat? Lin Ran suddenly felt something was off. His memory wouldn't deceive him. The black cat beside Chun San, when he went to the clinic that day, was the main character in the many nightmares he had experienced. Moreover, the kaleidoscope of cat eyes from that day was also related to cats. This made Lin Ran know you think Chun San's main demon beast is a cat, because you saw that highly polluted kaleidoscope, but there is no necessary connection. Even if Chun San has reached a high level and has contracted a third companion, which happens to be a black cat, it's still too short a time for his strength to develop. Li Lianer's response confirmed Lin Ran's thoughts. So what exactly is the identity of that black cat? Lin Ran trusted his intuition. The one who cast the pollution state on him that day was definitely that black cat. Could it be that the true mastermind behind all this is someone else? Then what role does Chun San play in all this? Lin Ran kept his guard up. He wanted to prepare for the worst-case scenario, which is that his true enemy is not actually Chun San. He hoped it wouldn't be the case. Setting this concern aside for now, Lin Ran began to assess the strength of the entire team. After upgrading the purification panel, he could see the Beastmaster levels up to 20 stars higher than his own. This means he could see the specific strength and talent of everyone in the team except for Captain Chun Ming. What surprised Lin Ran was that Li Lianer's level was actually as high as intermediate 8 stars, even surpassing the Ji brothers. As for Chun Liang, the vice captain, he indeed had considerable strength and was about to break through to a high-level beastmaster, allowing him to contract a third pet beast. At that moment, the negative status column on Chun Liang's panel caught Lin Ran's attention. Negative status. Agitated depression, 2. Purification requires 800 mental points. Frequent delusions, 1. Purification requires 200 mental points. Intermittent amnesia, 1. Purification requires 200 mental points. Does Chun Liang have a mental illness? Or have these negative statuses just recently developed? Lin Ran quickly shifted his gaze away from Chun Liang. Since he first met Chun Liang, he felt that something was off about this person. Not to mention his previous major mistakes, his fluctuating emotions and occasional muttering to himself made Lin Ran feel that something was wrong. Fortunately, Chun Liang's panel still showed he was a beastmaster. Otherwise, Lin Ran would have felt he had joined a team of wolves. The other 3 members also had some negative statuses, but at most they were 0, with Li Lianer having no negative status at all. Didn't the team members notice Chun Liang's negative status? Lin Ran planned to privately ask Li Lianer about it later. Chapter 20. Talent Upgrade. The All-Knowing Information Seer. Back in his dorm, Lin Ran immediately opened the chat box with Li Lianer. Lin Ran, Lianer, have you noticed that Chun Liang has been acting a bit off these past few days? For example, one moment he's very high-spirited, and the next he's silent for hours. Lin Ran, I really can't understand. Didn't you all repeatedly remind him yesterday to be cautious? Why did he still recklessly rush to find the pollutants? Lin Ran, logically, as a mature vice captain, he should have the experience to handle pollution incidents correctly. Lin Ran's thoughts were meticulous, so his words carried a bit of the information he already knew, along with a hint of confusion. To be honest, he didn't believe that someone as smart as Li Lianer would notice Chun Liang's issues. Now it was just a matter of whether he could draw out some information. Not long after, Li Lianer replied. Li Lianer, Lin Ran, you're really a veterinarian. You even noticed that Chun Liang has mental health issues. Well done. Li Lianer, this matter is a long story. Chun Liang is responsible for handling pollutants in our team. And you know that pollutants can make people feel very uncomfortable when in close contact. Due to frequent exposure, Chun Liang has developed some negative statuses over time. Li Lianer, before the incident at the clinic, he had just dealt with a pollution case and didn't have time to go to the Beast Alliance Center to seek treatment from a specialized beastmaster. So he jumped right back into this incident. Li Lianer, that's why his behavior has been abnormal and lacks logic. But he is also a workaholic. I yelled at him before, partly because his behavior affected the team's work, and more importantly, I was angry that he doesn't take care of his own health. Li Lianer, I mentioned that there are 6 clinics to check today, and I assigned 3 of them to him and the Ji brothers. I'm actually 95% certain that the pollutants will only appear in those other 3 clinics, which also avoids him suddenly going crazy and increasing our workload. Li Lianer, don't worry, with Sister Ming and me, we are enough to handle the risks and protect you. So that was the reason. Lin Ran couldn't help but lament the difficulties faced by beastmasters in this world. They were either already crazy or on the way to madness. Chun Liang's situation must be happening in other teams as well. No wonder Li Lianer said that all the teams in the Beast Alliance are short-staffed. His current mental power was still insufficient, but once it was adequate, he could quietly clean up his teammates' negative statuses, which would also protect his own safety to some extent. He certainly didn't want to blink and find his teammates turned into demonic beastmasters. Lin Ran, thanks for the explanation, Lianer. Good luck tomorrow. After a brief reply, Lin Ran put down his phone. He summoned Zima, let it stretch a bit, and gave it a few wisteria leaves. Zima, who came out of the pet space, looked very excited. After running around Lin Ran 3 or 4 times, it breathed heavily, as if the air was sweet. Then it picked up the food and went to the training area, waving its paws and tearing at the straw pile. Very diligent. Seeing this, Lin Ran smiled, thinking about how other beastmasters and their pets had to worry about the harm from the eerie mist all the time. Lin Ran suddenly felt a bit fortunate. With the all-knowing information seer and purification ability, he truly had the greatest support for now. Time to upgrade his talent. Relying on others was not as good as relying on oneself. So to avoid making a big mistake tomorrow, Lin Ran decided to upgrade the all-knowing information seer to level 1 tonight. Hopefully, it wouldn't take too many points. After adding 1 point, the level of the all-knowing information seer changed to 0, 5,100. It needed 20 points. Lin Ran breathed a sigh of relief. It was within his acceptable range. To be honest, it was even a bit less than he expected, considering it was a high-level talent. With determination, Lin Ran directly invested 19 points. The talent upgraded. At the moment of the upgrade, many scenes appeared before Lin Ran's eyes. Compared to what he saw during the first awakening of his talent, the scenes were much more detailed. It was like upgrading a 360 video pixel to 720. Not only that, But he also saw some terrifying demon beasts he hadn't encountered before. For example, he saw a feline demon beast dressed in an ancient wedding gown. With a red veil lifted, its eyes a dim rainbow color, and the whiskers on its face stretching down to its feet. A wedding gown cat girl? Just thinking about it sent shivers down his spine. Although Lin Ran didn't know what these images of demon beasts represented, he knew that this information would definitely play a crucial role in the future. Without thinking too much, he looked at his panel. After upgrading the all-knowing information seer talent to level 1, his mental power actually increased by 100, bringing his current mental power to 232 points, making him a beginner 3-star Beastmaster. All attributes also increased by 20 points. It seemed that spending those 20 points was definitely worth it. Indeed, investing in talents provided the best cost-effectiveness. Unfortunately, to reach level 2, the remaining 70 points would definitely not be enough. Lin Ran opened the panel to check the latest description of this talent. All-knowing information seer. High-level talent that can glimpse the secrets of the eerie mist. See through the source of pollution, and is the nemesis of beastmasters, the bane of demon beasts. The contracted beasts are not affected by the eerie mist, and beasts of various attributes can gain a certain degree of attribute enhancement. Level 1 enhancement. The attributes gained by the beast are further increased. They can sense the source of the eerie mist more acutely and can distinguish the smell of pollutants, even tracing back to their origin. For a certain period, they can follow the scent to find the owner of the pollutants. Their sensitivity to pollution events is heightened. If a victim has died due to pollutants from a monster, they can briefly see the scene just before the victim's death. Upon leveling up, 3 different degrees of enhancement appeared. Truly a remarkable talent. It seems that a level 1 talent is the manifestation of talent itself. After allocating points, Zimong seemed to be even more energetic, which should be a reflection of Lin Ran's talent enhancement strengthening the beast. As for the second ability, it is exactly what he needs at the moment. This way, he doesn't have to worry about not sensing the pollutants placed by Chen-san. Moreover, looking at the description of this ability, it seems he can directly trace Chen-san's location. Doesn't that mean he has the function of the expensive precision instrument mentioned by Lilianer? It might even be stronger. The third newly added ability surprised Lin Ran. Is he about to become a spiritual communicator? The omniscient being is indeed all-knowing in matters related to the eerie mist. Chapter 21. The Yin-Yang Tracking Disc, the Lawful Ice Elemental. The next day, Lin Ran slowly opened his eyes the moment he felt the sunlight. A night without dreams. Having escaped the negative state, and with his physical condition greatly improved, he slept soundly. Lin Ran glanced at Zimong, who was sleeping at the head of the bed. Still with closed eyes, breathing steadily, with small bubbles of snot occasionally appearing at the tip of its nose. Having a little tiger as a pet was something Lin Ran never thought of in his previous life. He stroked its forehead, smiling widely. After a few seconds, Zimong also opened its sleepy eyes, and upon seeing Lin Ran, it instinctively leaned in and licked his face, then immediately bounced up with energy, running around the room. Lin Ran opened the fridge and began to prepare a simple breakfast. Today was the first day he would go on a mission with his team, and it was also an opportunity to test the strength of his newly upgraded talent, so Lin Ran naturally planned to be in the best condition. An hour later, at the headquarters of the Seeking Light Squad, all 6 members were gathered. Good morning, everyone. According to our plan from yesterday, Lin Ran, and I will be responsible for the health clinic, the peace clinic, and the green ring clinic, while Chun Liang, Ji Gong, and Ji Zhuang will take care of the Qinxing clinic, Sutian clinic, and Yisan clinic. Chen Ming was dressed unusually sharply today, in simple sportswear, as if she was going for a morning run. Everyone was in casual clothes except for Chun Liang. Chun Liang, why are you wearing the team uniform again? Are you afraid others won't know we're going out? I give you 5 minutes to change into casual clothes. Ji Zhuang, Ji Gong, you two assist Chen Liang well today. Chen Ming's expression was serious, adding some other meaning to the word assist. The Ji brothers nodded, clearly aware of their tasks. At this critical moment, they had to keep a close watch on Chen Liang. Sorry, Captain Chun, my memory hasn't been great these past few days. I'll change right away, Chen Liang immediately replied. Lin Ran looked at the dejected Chen Liang and then glanced at his status panel. Goodness, his condition has worsened a bit. Chen Liang had 2 statuses that Lin Ran could currently purify, frequent delusions and intermittent amnesia. Although Lin Ran could clear these 2 statuses right now, he knew it would consume a lot of the hard-earned state he had built up. However, he had the ability to control the degree of purification, so after thinking, Lin Ran purified the intermittent amnesia status by half. In that instant, Lin Ran seemed to see a noticeable clarity in Chun Liang's eyes. Although Lin Ran felt a slight dizziness, it didn't have much impact. On the contrary, he immediately gained 1 point. The effect is quite good. This way, the pressure on the Ji brothers would likely lessen, and Chun Liang wouldn't do anything to disrupt the main team's work. 5 minutes later. Alright, let's go. Today's target is to capture Chen-san. Chen Ming said firmly. The two teams immediately dispersed. The Seeking Light squad had 2 vehicles, but only Li Lianer's car had transformation capabilities and was much faster. Soon, the 3 of them left the G brothers behind. Our first target is the health clinic. According to the intelligence I've gathered, this clinic should be the first place where Chun San placed the pollutants, as patients have started to feel unwell since yesterday afternoon. Li Lianer opened her computer and pulled up a lot of data. We'll get out here and walk quickly to the clinic. Remember not to make too much noise. Lin Ran, don't be nervous. Chun and I will protect you. Lin Ran nodded. Although it felt a bit strange to be told he would be protected by a 12 or 13-year-old girl, he had no doubts in his heart. After all, Li Lianer was a mid-level late-stage Beastmaster, and Chen Ming was a high-level Beastmaster. To be honest, Lin Ran felt very secure right now. 3 minutes later, the 3 of them arrived at the back door of the clinic. On the way to the clinic, Lin Ran could already sense the presence of pollutants. This was completely different from when his talent level was at 0, when he had to close his eyes and quietly sense. Upon reaching the door, Lin Ran's eyes were clear, and he could sense the location of the pollutants even without closing his eyes. Moreover, he was 100% certain that there was Chun San's presence on the pollutants. However, it seemed there was more than just Chun San's presence. Another distinctly different scent was mixed in. It was that of the black cat. According to logic, if the black cat belonged to Chun San, its scent would have some slight differences, but would generally be unified. These 2 scents were clearly repelling each other. Lin Ran suddenly thought of a possibility. The black cat was not Chun San's beast at all. He had fallen into a misunderstanding from the beginning. On the day he was controlled, although he saw both Chun San and the black cat, it was unclear who was actually controlling him. He had assumed it was Chun San, but now that he thought about it, it was indeed hard to say. Some beasts could kill their previous owners and not be bound to any human. Suddenly, many thoughts exploded in Lin Ran's mind, and he had a bad premonition. Lin Ran, did you sense something? Chen Ming noticed Lin Ran's bad complexion and thought he had already been affected by the presence of the pollutants. If that were the case, it could basically confirm that there was a pollutant placed by Chun San in the health clinic. Lin Ran nodded. Although his bad complexion was due to other reasons, he was still very clear about the location of the pollutants. The clinic staff had been urgently evacuated a minute ago. Pushing open the back door, Lin Ran immediately spotted a radio next to a hospital bed. Upon closer inspection, Lin Ran could even see faint black smoke rising from the radio, mixed with wisps of green mist. The green mist was coming from Chun San. The black smoke, on the other hand, was from the black cat. Lin Ran's talent allowed him to distinguish the difference at once. It's that radio, Lin Ran pointed from a distance. Good. Well done, Lin Ran. Chen Ming clearly did not expect things to go so smoothly. She quickly took out the instrument Li Lianer had mentioned yesterday. This instrument was disc-shaped, resembling a traditional yin-yang diagram, with clear black and white areas, except that the white area was entirely white, while the black area embedded a white pearl. And there was a small pointer at the top of the disc. Chen Ming summoned her beast. It turned out to be an ice elemental spirit. It had a pair of small wings and was crystal clear, looking both sacred and majestic. The level is obviously higher than Senior 3 stars, so Lin Ran cannot see its specific panel. Dream Sister's lawful ice spirit can effectively concentrate the aura that has scattered above the pollutants before completely freezing them. Then, the yin-yang tracking disc will absorb this aura and guide them to its location, Li Lianer explained. So this instrument is called the yin-yang tracking disc, which fits its characteristics. Chen Ming continued to operate it, and after a few seconds, Lin Ran also saw the changes in the pollutants. The intertwined black smoke and blue smoke actually separated. Moreover, this tracking disc faintly glowed, absorbing the blue smoke. However, the black smoke still swirled in the air. Lin Ran was a bit stunned. Is this instrument only able to choose one aura to absorb? Why did it only absorb the blue smoke? Chapter 22. The direction of the sea. Chen Ming was still dealing with the pollutants. Lin Ran wanted to ask Li Lianer, but he couldn't organize his words. Li Lianer was so smart that if Lin Ran asked questions about the yin-yang tracking disc at this moment, it could easily raise some doubts in her mind. Lin Ran decided to keep secret the fact that he could see the source of the pollutants for now. It involved too much, and explaining it would be too complicated. There was no need to invite trouble. He calmed down and analyzed 2 of the most likely reasons. First, this yin-yang tracking disc mainly targets the aura from the Beast Tamers. The black smoke is from the black cat, so it couldn't absorb it. Second, the black cat is a rather special demon beast, and it might have some kind of anti-tracking ability. Regardless of which possibility it is, it made Lin Ran more alert. He had just crossed over a few days ago, and still didn't understand the complexity of this world very well. Beast pets would listen to beast tamers. But would demon beasts listen to beast tamers? Is there a strict hierarchical division between demon beasts and beast tamers? Who is higher and who is lower? There were many questions waiting for Lin Ran to explore. Without thinking too much, Lin Ran focused his attention back on Chen Ming. who was sealing the radio pollutant. And her pet. Unlike Chun Liang's judgment starfish, the lawful ice spirit did not have a grand display of light when it activated its skills. Lin Ran only felt that the surroundings had become much colder. Moreover, based on Lin Ran's perception, compared to Chun Liang's judgment starfish, the lawful ice spirit seemed to lack the ability to completely purify the pollutants. It was more like freezing the polluted aura. It seemed that each pet had its own specialized abilities, and these abilities seemed related to their categories. Lin Ran had already learned that pets could be categorized into judgment, lawful, purification, and nature. Based on Chun San's demon beasts, he knew that demon beasts could be categorized into jealousy and rage. It appeared that these category labels largely defined the main skill direction of pets or demon beasts. As for the specific effects, Lin Ran felt he would gradually become familiar with them through future exploration and learning. 2 minutes later. Alright, successfully sealed the first pollutant. This is also a level pollutant. The terrifying phonograph, which makes human pets hear their most feared sounds and stories, leading them to fall into demonization, even more powerful than that cat's eye kaleidoscope. Chen Ming was in a good mood as she took a special instrument to store the radio and continued. Chen San's talent doesn't seem to be the type that excels in creating pollutants. She frowned. 4 or 5 level pollutants were understandable. But how did his intermediate 10-star strength manage to create 2 level pollutants in such a short time? Chen Ming clearly sensed something was off. This statement further deepened Lin Ran's judgment. It was that black cat. Or rather, the beast tamer behind that black cat. Let us go check the 2 clinics at the back. If they are still 2 level pollutants, then the problem is serious. Chen Ming's expression was serious. Either we underestimated Chun San's strength, which I find unlikely, given that Lianer's analytical ability has hardly been wrong, or there is another party involved. Li Lianer also pondered upon hearing this. Could it be Lu Shiqing? She stroked her chin. I put all my energy into tracking Chun San yesterday. Now that I think about it, Lu Shiqing hardly ever acted with him. But she is just an ordinary person. I will confirm this when I go back tonight. Lin Ran listened to their murmurs from the side without speaking. At least his teammates were smart. They should be able to find the contradictions soon. For now, let us finish collecting the pollutants. The next step is to track Chun San's trail. For some reason, Lin Ran had a premonition that Chun San probably wouldn't be with the black cat. 2 hours later, Chen Ming put the 3rd pollutant into a specific container. These 2 pollutants were also level pollutants. This completely confirmed her earlier suspicion that things were not so simple. Although the crisis had been averted, a bigger problem lay ahead. Her expression was not good. It felt like a student who thought they had finished their homework only to find over 100 pages were blank. Li Lianer couldn't be happy either. She originally thought that if they successfully tracked Chun San today, the clinic's pollution incident would come to an end. But now, it seemed the truth was far from that. This left her, who was usually smart, feeling frustrated. What did they go wrong? As for Lin Ran, he also remained silent. He sensed 2 auras from these 2 pollutants, and the black cat's polluted aura was clearly stronger than Chun San's. He knew more than Chun Ming and Li Lianer. On one hand, he was thinking about how to cleverly and discreetly reveal some key information to Li Lianer and Chun Ming, while on the other hand, he was contemplating the relationship between the black cat and Chun San. If Chun San was merely a pawn in the hands of the black cat, then the problem became even more complicated. In this case, what role was he playing in the whole event? Let us go. We'll follow the pointer of the yin-yang tracking disc to find Chun San's location. Let's resolve this matter first, then consider the next issues. Chen Ming decisively said. The 3 of them got into the car and directly followed the direction of the instrument needle. At the same time, Lin Ran was also sensing the aura tracking function given to him after his talent upgrade. Closing his eyes and concentrating, he could feel 2 different auras advancing side by side. Could it be that Chun San and the black cat were still together? 10 minutes later, Lin Ran sensed Chun San's aura stop at a certain location, and the next second, the car also stopped. They had arrived. He didn't expect that Chun San would so openly hide in his own home. Chen Ming put away the tracking disc, her tone cold. Let us get ready. Lianer, summon your main pet. Lin Ran, you stand between us. As she spoke, a slight fluctuation appeared in the air. Lin Ran saw Li Lianer's judgment magnet and Chun Ming's second pet, a fire element spirit. However, at that moment, Lin Ran's attention was not on their pets. He distinctly felt that although Chun San's aura lingered in the building before him, the black cat's aura was moving eastward. This indicated that the black cat and Chun San had probably stayed together briefly in Chun San's house, and then it left. Turning his head, Lin Ran's thoughts drifted, and his gaze seemed to follow the black smoke belonging to the black cat to a faraway place. Was that the direction of the sea? Chapter 23. The death of Chun San. Last night, when Lin Ran was browsing the Beast Pet Alliance forum, he understood the difficult situation in Matu City. The former Villa Sea View houses had now become dangerous buildings. The residential area of Chunsan is considered a dangerous zone since it is located beyond the safe distance from the beach. Most people who value their lives have already moved away, resulting in significantly lower housing prices. Lin Ran remembers this place because the original owner was tempted by an apartment that could be rented for 800 alliance coins a month, offering a 60 square meter space. However, due to frequent pollution incidents and accidents in this area, the original owner chose a more expensive but smaller and safer home. Therefore, Lin Ran was a bit surprised to see that Chen San, who had fallen from grace, was still living here as a beast master. Perhaps he felt unconcerned because he was a beast master? It couldn't possibly be due to a lack of money. As for why the black cat was heading towards the sea, was it because the sea is the stronghold of monster beasts and beast tamers? And the black cat originally came from there, or was something calling to the black cat? Lin Ran, what's wrong? Chen Ming noticed Lin Ran had been in a daze for a while and asked, "Don't be afraid, it's safer to come up with us. It's too easy to run into trouble alone." She thought Lin Ran was hesitant because he was worried about confronting Chen San. Lin Ran came back to his senses and said, No, I just zoned out for a moment. I know it's safer with you all protecting me. Let's go upstairs. The process of going upstairs felt very long. Chen Ming and Li Lianer had to ensure that no dangers were present. While Lin Ran noticed something amiss during this time, the pollution aura of Chun San stopped at his residence. However, this aura was growing weaker and more ethereal, as if the last few breaths Chun San exhaled before his death were struggling in the world before ultimately dissipating. Chun San is dead? The moment this thought emerged, a smell of blood rushed towards Lin Ran as Chun Ming kicked the door open. Lin Ran saw Chun San lying on the floor of the living room, sprawled in a pool of blood with a distinct scratch mark on his neck, as if it had been torn open by the claws of a large beast. Chun San was indeed dead. In Lin Ran's perception, the wound on his neck was also emitting a faint black smoke. That was the pollution aura belonging to the black cat. Chun San must have been killed by the black cat. For a moment, Lin Ran's breathing became heavier. He confirmed his earlier suspicion that the black cat was the one controlling the situation, and Chun San might have been a puppet raised by the black cat. Lianer, let's start collecting evidence. Lin Ran, if you feel uncomfortable, you can go downstairs to get some fresh air. We confirmed that there is no danger in this building. Chen Ming sighed. Chun San was probably just a pawn in the hospital clinic pollution incident. Now that the situation is exposed, the pawn should be discarded. But why did the forces behind this still want Chun San to place pollutants and lead us here? Are they trying to convey some message? Chen Ming felt a bit confused. Captain Chun, I'm fine. Lin Ran took a deep breath. This scene of bloodshed, whether from his memories of being a veterinarian or his experience as an actor in his past life, was not a big deal. What mattered most now was to use his newly upgraded omniscient talent to check the scene of Chun San's death before Chen Ming and Li Lianer took his body away. This might help solve a significant confusion. Taking a few steps forward, Lin Ran focused on the black smoke around Chun San's neck and then closed his eyes slightly. Images instantly appeared in his mind. In this living room, Chun San was kneeling on the ground, facing the black cat and Lu Shiqing. You are a cowardly man, a selfish man, a useless man. Now that Wang Sei is dead, I have obtained what I wanted, and you are of no use anymore. Lu Shiqing's gaze was cold, as if she were speaking to a corpse. As soon as she finished speaking, the black cat beside her suddenly grew larger, resembling a black tiger. A flash of black light passed in front of Chun San, and he collapsed instantly. His head hit the ground heavily, and blood gushed from his neck. Strangely, Chun San appeared to be a puppet accepting his fate. Even as he fell, the corner of his mouth slightly lifted, as if relieved. At the same time, a black butterfly and a dark red large dog appeared beside Chun San, obediently moving behind the black cat, bowing their heads in submission. Clearly, the black cat had long controlled these two beasts. However, besides them, there was another person in the room. A comatose man, unknown whether alive or dead, lay in another corner of the room. After Lu Shiqing finished speaking, she lifted the comatose man and dragged him towards the door. Not even glancing at the dying Chun San, the black cat and the other two monster beasts followed silently. With a bang, the door closed. The scene Lin Ran was witnessing also abruptly halted. As if his mind had been struck hard, Lin Ran shivered all over, nearly stumbling. Lin Ran, are you okay? Li Lianer noticed Lin Ran's abnormality and asked with concern. I'm fine. I might have been affected by the 3 pollutants earlier and feel a bit tired. Lin Ran replied. He hadn't anticipated that using this ability would be so taxing on his mind. But he had to admit, this information was crucial. Lin Ran had always thought the mastermind was among Chun San or the black cat. But now it seemed that Lu Shiqing held the dominant position. However, Lu Shiqing shouldn't be a beast tamer. Otherwise, Lin Ran wouldn't have felt anything in the information room at the hospital that day. Not only that, but Li Lianer and the others had never included Lu Shiqing on the danger list. Why did she say Chun San was a cowardly and selfish man? The fundamental reason for Chun San's fall into becoming a beast tamer was his hatred for Wang Sei's actions towards Lu Shiqing, wanting to take revenge on her, right? Furthermore, what did Lu Shiqing mean when she said she had obtained what she wanted? What about that comatose man? There were too many puzzles. Remembering everything he had seen, Lin Ran began to scan the room for clues. Perhaps he could find some hints? His gaze was immediately drawn to the photo wall on the hall's wall, covered with numerous photos of Chun San and his two pets. The pets, before their transformation into monsters, did not appear as dark as Lin Ran had seen in the previous images. They looked much gentler. Interestingly, despite Chun San and Lu Shiqing being a couple, there wasn't a single photo of them together on the wall. Lin Ran slightly turned his head and saw a small photo frame on a cabinet by the wall. In the photo, Lu Shiqing was smiling brightly, showing two dimples, and in her arms was a pet. It was the black cat. Chapter 24, The Truth Lianer. I think I've seen this black cat. Just a few days ago at the art exhibition, Lin Ran pointed directly at the picture and said. He had mentioned this to Chun Liang the day before, but given Chun Liang's current mental state, he likely hadn't taken it to heart. Similarly, Lin Ran had asked Li Lianer whether Chun San had a black cat monster, and she had also said she was unsure. Clearly, since the light-seeking team began investigating the hospital clinic pollution incident, the black cat had not been on their radar. Moreover, Lu Shiqing only began to be taken seriously after leaving the hospital with Chun San yesterday. The motives behind the hospital clinic pollution incident seemed to have been misidentified from the start. Was this merely an act of revenge for Chun San? I just saw that photo as well. I'll pull up some roadside footage tonight to analyze, focusing on Lu Shiqing and the black cat's movements. Li Lianer was holding quite a few documents. Although I really didn't want to admit it, it seemed that the person with the greatest motive to kill Chun San was Lu Shiqing. Oh, has Li Lianer figured it out so quickly? Lin Ran walked towards Li Lianer and looked at the documents in her hand. The settlement agreement with Chun San was only one of 3 copies, and only one of them was signed by Chun San. The other documents were mostly Chun San's IOUs, some personal, and some from gambling debts. We had previously thought that Chun San was forced to settle with the hospital, but now it seems he was just making a fuss because the compensation was not enough. Once the compensation met his demands, he would stop causing trouble. Li Lianer shook her head and continued. And the reason Chun San needed so much money was that he was a gambling addict, getting poorer and poorer, to the point where when his wife was violated, he only thought about getting more money. Li Lianer quickly sorted out the relationships and then said with self-reproach, "Sigh, I didn't do a thorough background check." Chun San always portrayed himself as a victim and a good guy in public. He hid the evidence of his gambling deep, and the public opinion never mentioned it. All his related transactions are on paper, making them difficult to trace. Lin Ran felt a bit helpless. There's always a flaw in perfection. Chun San clearly put a lot of effort into packaging his public persona. However, now was not the time to dwell on that. According to Li Lianer's analysis, Lin Ran had a deeper understanding of what he had seen earlier. Now he knew why Lu Shiqing hated Chun San so much. A gambling addict, an irresponsible husband, a greedy man, a worthless person who only cared about himself. Lianer, are you sure Lu Shiqing is just an ordinary person, not a beast master or demon master? Lin Ran asked. In Lu Shiqing's file, it was noted that she had failed to awaken her talent, and there were no records of her awakening any abilities during the pollution incident, so there's a 99% chance she is just an ordinary person. Li Lianer thought for a moment, but nothing is absolute. I still need to wait until I collect more information when we return. Let us head back and inform Chun Liang, Ji Zhuang, and Ji Gong that they can return to the base. The target has been captured. Chun Ming had frozen Chun San's corpse with her pet and stored it in a special space ring. Okay, Li Lianer and Lin Ran replied in unison. On the way back to the base, the 3 of them remained silent. Everyone seemed to be deep in thought, but the overall atmosphere was quite somber. It was not just because the investigation into the pollution incident had hit a snag, but also because they felt the harsh reality. What is the boundary between beast masters and demon masters? Lin Ran found it hard to distinguish. Is it humanity? It didn't seem to be entirely so. In his view, that beast master, Wang Sei, who committed crimes, deserved to die, and the former beast master Chun San was not worth mourning either. If Lu Shiqing was indeed the one behind everything, how should her actions be defined? Justice? Or evil? Lin Ran shook his head. The origin of tragedy is often another tragedy. He still didn't understand why he was targeted by Lu Shiqing and the black cat. No matter what she had experienced, he remained a victim, just like that man who was dragged away by Lu Shiqing, whose fate was unknown. Reality is cruel. And Lin Ran didn't want to define a person as good or evil, but anyone who endangered his life stood on the opposing side. By the way, Chun Liang seemed to have had contact with Lu Shiqing a few times. I wonder if he has seen the black cat in those encounters? Lin Ran recalled that Chun Liang had symptoms of amnesia and delusion in his negative state. Perhaps Chen Liang's poor condition these past few days was also due to exposure to pollution during his interactions with them. Lin Ran closed his eyes to rest. He had just reviewed the footage before Chen San's death and was a bit overloaded. After returning, he planned to rest well and, once his state recovered, to clear the 2 negative states from Chen Liang that could be purified. Perhaps he could extract some intelligence from him. After returning to the base, Chen Meng didn't say much and let everyone rest first. The next meeting was scheduled for 8 in the evening. She also needed to report the pollutants and Chen San's corpse to the higher-ups and inform them of the severity of the incident. Li Lianer, worried, directly operated her computer to start searching and collecting various data. Chen Liang felt his condition had improved a bit and wanted to help, but was pulled away by the Ji brothers to rest. Lin Ran, on the other hand, went straight back to his dorm and fell asleep immediately. He felt groggy and needed to rest well to replenish his depleted mental energy. In his dreams, the scenes before Chen San's death appeared multiple times. Perhaps this was a side effect of using this ability. Waking up, he realized it was almost 8 o'clock. Lin Ran hurriedly washed up and quickly organized himself before heading to the underground base. Although he hadn't slept well, he was still in a better mental state. At this point, the 6 members of the light-seeking squad had gathered, and the meeting officially began. Thank you all for your hard work. You've been busy all morning and now have to come for a meeting in the evening. You all know that the pollution incident at the hospital and clinic is far more complicated than we imagined, Chen Meng said. I reported this matter to the higher-ups, and they want our team to continue being responsible for it. They will also arrange support when necessary. First, I'll let Lianer report the data she organized this afternoon. Li Lianer quickly operated the computer, stood up from her swivel chair, and projected several images into the air. This is the trajectory of Lu Shiqing over the past 2 days that I tracked through fragmented roadside surveillance footage, Li Lianer said, standing up and continuing. There are several points of suspicion we need to pay attention to. Chapter 25 comes to a close. This is the trajectory of actions between Chen San and Lu Shiqing inferred from the conclusions we reached today. Li Lianer turned to the side and continued. According to Chen San, after escaping from the first hospital in Mao Rabbit City yesterday, he directly placed pollutants in 3 clinics and then returned home. Lu Shiqing, on the other hand, went straight home. According to the autopsy, Chen San's time of death was around 4 in the afternoon yesterday, which coincides with the time he returned home. His wounds were caused by a large beast, similar to claws from a lion or tiger. Li Lianer paused for a moment, stepped forward, and pointed at another photo as she continued. Around 3 in the afternoon, this man walked into the home of Chen San and Lu Shiqing. Li Lianer enlarged the photo. Lin Ran focused his gaze. This man was the one who had been unconscious on the ground, right? As for his identity, he was a survivor from the pollution incident at a clinic that occurred yesterday morning and was sent to the first hospital in Mao Rabbit City by Chen Liang. After waking up yesterday, he immediately applied for discharge. Li Lianer looked at Chen Liang. Chen Liang, can you confirm if it's him? Lin Ran suddenly recalled his conversation with the purple-haired woman at the hospital front desk yesterday. She mentioned that there was a lucky survivor from the clinic pollution incident. Clearly, he should also be a pawn of the Black Cat. Lin Ran sighed, thinking that if he hadn't timely removed his negative state, perhaps the person who walked into Lu Shiqing's house would have been him. Chen Liang shook his head heavily and said, I have a vague impression, but it's quite blurry. It's strange. I've already forgotten most of what happened yesterday and the day before. Li Lianer sighed helplessly and continued. Next is the last piece of surveillance footage we collected. Look, Lu Shiqing is carrying this man towards the beach warning line, clearly heading towards the sea. And beside Lu Shiqing, there were also 2 of Chen San's demon beasts. What kind of power does Lu Shiqing possess that allows her to control the demon beasts of other demon masters? Li Lianer furrowed her brows and said after pursing her lips. In any case, it can be confirmed that her destination is definitely the base of the demon beasts. And this behavior also indicates that she has some backing. However, she should not appear in the safe zone for a while. The safe zone in Mao City has a protective barrier set up by a top beast master, which makes it easy to exit but difficult to enter unless one has identity permission. This is also an important protection for the safety of Mao City. Unless there is a large-scale demon beast tide that breaches the defense, we don't need to worry about Lu Shiqing's issues in the near future. There have been no large demon beasts appearing in the surveillance footage, so the true culprit behind Chen San's death has still not been found. We need to continue monitoring and investigating. Of course, if this demon beast is Lu Shiqing's and is within her beast space, then the pollution incident at the hospital can be considered temporarily resolved. That is all the information I've gathered. After Li Lianer finished speaking, she sat back down in her swivel chair and took a few sips of water. Lin Ran frowned, knowing that the so-called large ferocious beast was the giant version of the Black Cat. But why had none of the surveillance footage collected by Li Lianer ever shown the Black Cat? Was it Lu Shiqing who had hidden it? Or did the Black Cat possess some special ability to conceal its form or block photographic signals? Lianer, Do you know if there are demon beasts that can block surveillance cameras? I mean, ones that can ensure their form is not captured by any electronic devices. Lin Ran sat down on the sofa while speaking and removed the 2 negative statuses from Chen Liang. He gained 3 points, and his head felt a bit dizzy. I haven't heard of that. You want to ask why the surveillance footage didn't show the black cat you've seen, right? Li Lianer looked at Lin Ran. Based on the information you provided, I've kept the black cat clue in mind, but with so many roadside cameras, I haven't seen the shadow of the black cat. Either it is Lu Shiqing's demon beast, which has not been summoned when outside, or it is just an ordinary pet that isn't worth mentioning. Lin Ran did not speak. He did not agree with Li Lianer's 2 guesses. This black cat must be of a high level and possess terrifying talents. Perhaps it really could conceal its form. I just remembered. Chen Liang suddenly spoke up. That man was the one I sent to the hospital yesterday morning. At that time, I was in contact with Lu Shiqing, and she said she would take good care of him. Also, when I was talking to Lu Shiqing, she was indeed holding a black cat. Chen Liang's tone was firm, and his eyes sparkled. Compared to his previous dejected state, he seemed full of life now. Lin Ran knew that this was because his 2 negative statuses had been cleared, allowing him to finally remember and distinguish reality. Oh, Li Lianer looked at Chen Liang in surprise. She did not question him, but fell into thought. I'll check some information about demon beasts that can become invisible. However, if this black cat has the ability to become invisible and is indeed the real murderer, then we don't need to worry for a while. Li Lianer thought for a moment, hesitated, and then said, I know that high-level demon beasts have some strange rituals that require the use of goo they raise as sacrifices. That man was probably the sacrifice. What was obtained through the sacrifice is very likely what Lu Shiqing wanted. Hearing this, Lin Ran's eyes lit up. Could it be that the man was what Lu Shiqing referred to as the desired thing? However, regardless, although the pollution incident didn't end perfectly, it was at least coming to a close. Lu Shiqing and the black cat should not appear in Maodu City for a while. Although Lin Ran still felt a bit uneasy, with his current strength, recklessly heading to the seaside would definitely be seeking death. It was better to stabilize and develop in Maodu City for now. The next goal was to purify more pet beasts, collect more points, and strive to increase his and Zimon's strength as quickly as possible. Lianer, you don't need to dwell on it. Although this incident didn't yield a satisfactory result, the higher-ups are quite satisfied with how our Seeking Light team handled things. Chen Ming patted Li Lianer on the head and said with a smile, as for whether the beast that killed Qin San is still active in this area, I will take charge of the investigation next, so you don't need to worry. Chen Liang, you must go to the Alliance Center for treatment tomorrow, Chen Ming said, staring at Chen Liang seriously. Now let us talk about some good news. Chen Ming shifted the topic. The higher-ups have given our team some rewards. Chapter 26, Pollutants and Purifiers, the darlings of the times. First of all, we received points from the Pet Beast Alliance. This time, we submitted 4-level pollutants, as well as several lower-level pollutants. And we also submitted a corpse of a mid-level 10-star Beast Master. We received a total of 2,000 points. We can choose 1 purified and transformed level pollutant and 2 transformed lower-level pollutants. That's 100,000 Alliance coins. Each team member gets 1 merit point. Also, since the Sunshine Clinic has been unoperated due to the pollution incident, the higher-ups have allocated its ownership to us. While saying this, Chen Ming looked at Lin Ran. After all, it was Lin Ran's first day at Sunshine Clinic 3 days ago, and now he had become a member of the Seeking Light team. Chen Ming paused before continuing. As for the distribution of points and rewards, Lianer worked overtime frequently throughout the operation, playing a crucial role. So I plan to give her 30 of the reward. Without Lin Ran's help, we wouldn't have been able to obtain 4-level pollutants so quickly. So he can receive 20. I'll take 20, and Chen Liang, Ji Zhuang, and Ji Gong will each take 10. Does anyone have any objections to my distribution? Chen Liang and Ji Zhuang both nodded. Although Chen Liang had found several level pollutants and 1 lower-level pollutant, his earlier behavior had caused some trouble for the team, and he felt uneasy about receiving 10 without punishment. Ji Zhuang and Ji Gong had no objections either. They even felt they shouldn't receive so much. Li Lianer directly said, I'm taking too much, Mengjia. Without Lin Ran's help and information, I wouldn't have collected intelligence so smoothly. Without your overall planning, we wouldn't have such efficient results. I think you all should take 25 each, and I'll take 20. Lin Ran was actually quite confused. He still didn't understand what the points were for, or what the merit points were. Pollutants could still be purified and used. As for the distribution of rewards, he had no objections. In dealing with this pollution incident, Li Lianer had indeed been the backbone, and he was already very satisfied to receive 1/5 of the reward while also being protected. Lianer, don't push it away. Lin Ran. I've already thought about giving him some other rewards, Chen Ming said, looking at Lin Ran. Lin Ran, how about you take over Sunshine Clinic? I'll transfer the ownership to your name. If you feel uncomfortable about it, you can rename Sunshine Clinic to Seeking Light Clinic as another base for our team. Your Shinong Baichao talent needs growth through practice and experience, and treating pet beasts is an important way to improve it. I'll also add a Pet Beast Alliance certification badge to the clinic and apply for some good equipment for you. The clientele should be quite good. What do you think? Ming's thoughts were very thoughtful. This left Lin Ran feeling flattered. To be honest, he had been thinking about how to quickly obtain purification points these days. He had even considered applying for a doctor position at the hospital. Now it seemed that having his own clinic was a more long-term strategy. The bigger and stronger the clinic became, the more initiative he would have. Thank you, Captain Chun. I'm very willing to take over Sunshine. Oh no, Seeking Light Clinic. Lin Ran agreed directly. He has always been a child who doesn't know how to refuse. So, rewards and such, just accept them humbly. Also, after Chun Liang goes to the Alliance Center for treatment, I plan to have him work as a bodyguard at your clinic for a few months. This is to protect your safety and also as a punishment for his mistake this time. Chun Liang, do you have any objections? Chun Ming looked at Chun Liang with a serious expression. I have no objections. Chun Liang replied loudly. He had previously felt a bit uneasy thinking he had not been punished, but now that the punishment had come, he felt relieved and even happy. Well, let's talk about the selection of purification materials next. Chun Ming was about to start discussing purification materials when she noticed Lin Ran looking puzzled and stopped. Lin Ran should still be unfamiliar with the concept of purification materials and the points and merit system. Lianaire, can you explain it clearly to him? Okay. Li Lianaire had a strong desire to express herself when it came to theoretical introductions. She immediately turned around, operated something on her computer, and brought up a presentation document, projecting it into the air. Originally, I was supposed to be responsible for your onboarding training after you joined, but I was busy handling pollution incidents these past few days and didn't have time. Now, let me give you a brief introduction. Lin Ran looked at the document. Li Lianaire began to explain. There are many ways to earn points, the main one being through handling pollution incidents. You can earn points by submitting pollutants, submitting demon tamers, and demon beasts. The points you earn have many uses, such as purchasing pets, food, and some important information. You can think of points as a high-level currency within the Pet Alliance, which allows you to buy more quality items compared to Alliance coins. As for merits, they are a recognition of a demon tamer. To be promoted to positions such as deputy captain or captain of a team, you need to accumulate a certain number of merits of different levels. As for purification materials, they are the purified pollutants. You know that pollutants can cause significant mental disturbances to ordinary people, demon tamers, and pets, accelerating their degeneration. You can think of them as concentrated forms of the eerie mist. We have to admit that since the invasion of the eerie mist, demon beasts and demon tamers have become the darlings of the era. They are close to the eerie mist, making it not too difficult for them to create such pollutants. However, we demon tamers do not have the ability to directly utilize the eerie mist. Fortunately, more than 50 years ago, a peak demon tamer developed a technology and created a profession called Purification Master. They can collect pollutants, perform preliminary purification, internal transformation, and later processing to turn them into purification materials. The effects of purification materials are completely opposite to those of pollutants. For example, that level pollution material, the hypnotic lamp, can have a calming effect after becoming a purification material. Even my transforming car, my electronic devices, including Chun Liang's pollution detector, and the yin-yang tracking plate we borrowed this morning, they are all purification materials. In other words, their former selves were all pollutants. Lin Ran felt enlightened. He had previously thought that this world had so many high-tech items. Now it seemed that the root cause was still the eerie mist. Demon tamers and demon beasts are the darlings of the era. Hearing this, Lin Ran felt a sudden heaviness in his heart. Chapter 27. Beginning and farewell. After feeling a bit down for a while, Lin Ran quickly perked up again. Once his talent grows, who knows who the darling of the era will be? No matter how thick the eerie mist is, or how many pollutants there are. If Lin Ran can ultimately purify them and turn them into his points, then they will be resources. Alright, Lin Ran. You now have a general understanding of these basic concepts. I'll continue with my planning for the selection of purification materials. Chen Ming looked at Lin Ran and then turned her gaze towards everyone. For the level purification material, I plan to choose the calming lamp, whose original form is the hypnotic lamp, to be placed in the Sun Guang clinic. This will have a positive effect on Lin Ran's treatment of pets and the nurturing of pets in the clinic. When the time comes, you can take the lamp and find a suitable place to set it up. It will be a small ceremony. Chen Ming looked at Lin Ran meaningfully. She knew that Lin Ran had previously placed the hypnotic lamp in the Sunshine Clinic while under control, indirectly causing the pollution incident. Now, she wanted Lin Ran to take the purified hypnotic lamp and place it in the same spot. This symbolizes a new beginning and a farewell to unpleasant memories. Where you fall, you shall rise again. Thank you, Captain Chun. Lin Ran nodded heavily. He certainly understood Chen Ming's thoughts. She was a very thoughtful captain. Had Lin Ran completely detached from the impact of the Sunshine Clinic pollution incident? To be honest, not entirely. After all, the helplessness he felt when he first crossed over, and the precariousness of being caught in 3 negative states, it was unlikely to digest everything in just 3 days. Now, taking this brand new purification material, walking the same path to the clinic again, and setting up the lamp once more, Lin Ran felt a bit dazed for a moment. Sometimes doing the same thing could yield completely different effects. This is the power of having support and a team. Yes, overcoming fear and inner demons is a crucial stage for demon tamers, especially for those like you who survived a pollution incident. But I believe you can do it. Chen nodded slightly and continued. The second-level purification material I plan to choose is the heart-purifying bracelet, which can reduce the effects of the eerie mist on demon tamers. I intend to give this to Chen Liang, as he is the one in our team who faces pollutants most frequently. This incident has also sounded an alarm for me. I share responsibility for not stabilizing his condition sooner and should have equipped him with a similar purification material earlier. Captain, I'm Chen Liang, he said with tears welling in his eyes. The slight relief he had just felt tightened again. I can only work harder to repay you. As for the level purification material, I plan to select the first radio pollution material we collected this morning. I was informed today that after purification, it can allow different demon tamers and pets to hear the most comfortable sounds for them, thus improving their training efficiency. We can take turns using it. What do you all think? Chen Ming asked for everyone's opinions. Everyone nodded. They all knew that Chen Ming was always a very caring captain, and the items she chose would definitely benefit each team member. By the way, is there any time limit for using these purification materials? Lin Ran asked. He naturally remembered that pollutants needed a pollution medium to fully exert their effects, while purification materials should have other forms, right? Yes, each purification material contains a purification eye, which is essentially the battery of the purification material, containing the energy needed for its operation, and the switch is controlled by us. The energy is not infinite, so when it runs low, we must find the Alliance's purification masters to replenish it. Lin Ran nodded. He had already heard the term purification master for the second time. It seemed that, in this era, it must be a very core profession. He currently could not see the information on pollutants. However, Lin Ran had a premonition that once the level of the purification point panel increased again, it shouldn't be a problem. After all, he had previously been unable to see the panels of demon tamers and demon masters. At that time, after learning the relevant technology, perhaps he could also become a purification master? If there are no issues, let's wrap it up for today. Everyone has been busy all day, so get some good rest. I hope that after this pollution incident, everyone can adjust their state well and start a new journey, bidding farewell to old regrets. Our Sun Guang team will still have a bright future. Lin Ran, once the paperwork at the clinic is done, I'll immediately hand over the documents to you. Chen Liang, come with me. I've arranged a new therapist for you. The last one didn't seem to work well. Chen Ming complained as she walked, while Chen Liang quietly followed her like a well-behaved little brother. After saying goodbye to everyone else, Lin Ran returned to his dorm. His workplace was only 2 floors away from his residence, which was indeed convenient. However, apart from him, no one in the team lived in the dorms provided by the Alliance. As Beast Tamer's strength grows and their number of pets increases, a 30-square-meter single apartment is truly insufficient. Regardless, he would first return that old 10-square-meter place tomorrow. Saving a bit of money is better than nothing. Although he received a bonus of 20,000 Alliance coins today, Lin Ran knew that Beast Tamers have many expenses, and this amount is far from enough. For example, the food for Zima is running low. The purple vine leaves are just the most basic energy food to help Zima grow faster and stronger. He still needs to buy some spiritual meat. This will also help Zima's body adapt more quickly to the enhancements in abilities and skills after leveling up. Summoning Zima from the pet space, Lin Ran placed the last few purple vine leaves beside it and opened his computer to log into the Pet Alliance's official website mall. First, he would buy food for Zima. After a quick glance, Lin Ran shook his head. The price difference between food with spiritual energy and ordinary food was like heaven and earth. Just for the lowest grade purple vine leaves, the standard weekly consumption costs 1,000 Alliance coins. Over a month, that amounts to 4,000, which is directly equivalent to his salary of 40. It's simply too shabby to let a little tiger eat only grass, so Lin Ran couldn't just buy purple vine leaves. He looked at the spiritual pig meat, which would cost about 2,500 Alliance coins per week. Gritting his teeth, Lin Ran directly placed an order for a week's worth of purple vine leaves and spiritual pig meat. He can't let his pet suffer. Moreover, as the pet's strength increases, his own strength will also grow. Besides, he isn't that poor at the moment. Looking at the bouncy Zima, Lin Ran felt a bit less tired. Next, he needed to improve himself. His mental strength was still a bit low, otherwise, he wouldn't have almost fainted today. After upgrading the all-knowing skill last night, today he would also upgrade Shinong's herbal medicine to level 1. Calming himself down, Lin Ran focused on his panel. Chapter 28. Upgrading Shinong's herbal medicine. Zima's new skill. Lin Ran first invested 1 point in Shinong's herbal medicine. The subsequent level changed to 667,100. It seemed that to upgrade to level 1, a total of 15 points were needed, which was 5 points less than the all-knowing skill. Acceptable. Without hesitation, Lin Ran directly invested another 14 points. In an instant, a scene appeared before Lin Ran again, just like when he upgraded all-knowing. He reviewed the imagery from when he awakened the Shinong's herbal medicine talent. Not only that, but in this scene, he also saw some new content. For example, he was seen day and night irrigating certain herbs or preparing various exquisite meals for his pets, as well as scenes of himself refining many strange materials in the boiler. After 2 minutes, Lin Ran opened his eyes. Looking at the panel again, the detailed introduction of Shinong's herbal medicine had also changed slightly. Level 1 talent. Possesses extreme sensitivity to various herbs, has a unique understanding of cultivating pets, is the most powerful healer, and also the most profound poisoner. With great bonuses to contracted grass-type and poison-type pets. Level 1 bonus. If a pet possesses a grass attribute, there is a 100 probability that it will independently comprehend a low-level healing skill, guiding talent. Can both accelerate the growth of herbal plants and enhance the effect of pets' healing and poison attack skills. If used directly on humans or pets, it can control the energy properties for slight healing or poison attacks. Understanding of cultivating pets deepens, making it easy to create suitable nutritional meal combinations for pets and possessing unique insights in the evolution of pets. There are actually 3 different directions of enhancement. This surprised Lin Ran greatly. Seeing the skill upgrade's text description, he also understood better the scenes he had seen earlier. The first entry added after the talent upgrade was extremely valuable. It is known that having pets independently comprehend skills is very difficult. Aside from innate skills and those that must be mastered during evolution, most of the time, continuous training and honing are required for the chance to master them. This means that as long as Lin Ran's future pets have a grass attribute, it guarantees they will master at least one healing type skill. The second direction of enhancement should correspond to the scenes he saw of himself day and night irrigating herbs. So, does this mean he has the potential to become an excellent planter? However, planting medicinal herbs is quite challenging in today's fog-laden world. This ability of his will likely only be effectively implemented when he finds a suitable area later on. The enhancement in the second direction does not stop there. He can not only enhance the skills of pets, but also possess a slight ability for healing and poison attacks himself. Healing and simply purifying negative states should still differ. However, actively using this talent ability should consume a lot of energy in his current state, as he felt from reviewing Chun San's death scene today. He'll try it again when his level is higher. As for the third enhancement, Lin Ran already had some perception of it. A lot of knowledge about pet food combinations and some pet evolution materials appeared inexplicably in his mind. Lin Ran knew that before the fog invasion, there was a subprofession called pet cultivator. Unlike purifiers, cultivators only focused on the cultivation and evolution of pets. Thinking about the evolution path still listed on Zima's panel, Lin Ran pondered. He wondered what kind of sparks could be ignited between the abilities of the panel and the talent of Shinong's herbal medicine in this direction. After the talent upgrade, Lin Ran's basic attributes also improved. His mental strength increased by 80 points, reaching 312 points now. All other physical attributes also increased by 15 points. He felt completely relaxed. Indeed, enhancing one's own strength is fundamental. Having just become a beast tamer for 3 days, Lin Ran had already reached the beginner level of 4 stars. He didn't know the normal rate of progress, but he was sure he belonged to the fast group. Lin Ran stood up, stretched his body, and then turned his attention to Zima. Unlike before, full of vitality, Zima was curled up in a small corner, eyes tightly closed. This appearance was exactly the same as when it comprehended Leaf Storm. Could it be that as soon as his talent evolved, Zima had already comprehended a new skill? The new effect of this talent is truly immediate. Lin Ran watched Zima while keeping an eye on its panel. Once the skill comprehension was complete, he would know what the new skill was. In just 10 minutes, Zima opened its eyes, excitedly bouncing up and diving into Lin Ran's arms. At the same time, the little halo above its head shone even brighter, and a faint purple light burst from its red eyes, making its fur appear smooth. It also emitted a faint fragrance. Lin Ran felt warm all over, and both his mental and physical fatigue disappeared significantly. This was Zima just activating a skill. Lin Ran immediately focused his gaze. Fragrance of herbs. Low-level skill. Uses the grass attribute energy within its body to emit a refreshing fragrance that heals injuries and alleviates mental stress. Although this skill is low-level, it is still considered top-notch among them. After all, According to Lin Rant's understanding, common grass-type healing skills are basically aroma and grass support, which either only heal physical injuries or merely alleviate mental stress. Moreover, Lin Rant's talent, combined with the innate skill ring of purity that Zimong possesses, has further enhanced this skill. So, as soon as Zimong mastered it, it already showed impressive effects. Well done, Zimong. Lin Rant patted its head. Zimong thoroughly enjoyed Lin Rant's petting. It meowed softly twice, rolled over, and lifted its paw, revealing its pink paw pad. Lin Rant squeezed it. The texture was nice. Then, he looked at Zimong's panel. With 2 low-level skills upgraded to proficiency and having just learned 1 intermediate skill and 1 beginner skill, its current energy had reached 228 points. Upon closer inspection, its size had indeed increased a bit. Lin Rant currently had 58 points left. He planned to give Zimong another significant boost tonight. In this perilous beast taming world, it seemed that just stepping outside would lead to various dangers. Staying cooped up in this small dormitory wasn't a good strategy. Therefore, increasing overall strength quickly was imperative. Lin Rant examined Zimong's currently mastered skills in detail. The newly learned Fragrant Herbs and Leaf Storm from yesterday were both at beginner proficiency. The 2 innate skills, Light of Purification and Ring of Purification, were also only at beginner level. He wondered what changes would occur when these innate skills leveled up. Lin Rant had a plan in mind. Chapter 29, Beginner 7 Stars, Significant Strength Boost. According to Li Lianer, after the arrival of the Misty Era, the surviving pets underwent natural selection and basically awakened innate skills. These innate skills are not only the foundation for the pet's survival, but also their weapons against demon beasts. For example, Zimong's Light of Purification should be able to deal considerable damage to demon beasts, while Ring of Purification can add a sacred aura to all the skills it possesses, making it a very comprehensive auxiliary innate skill. First, let's upgrade these 2 skills to the next proficiency level. At this moment, Zimong was happily practicing its skills in the small training area. Having just learned a new skill and being able to use it put it in a good mood. The current goal was to practice well and strive to use Leaf Storm. Lin Rant's lips curled slightly. He could naturally feel Zimong's thoughts. Generally speaking, intermediate skills require at least 800 points of energy to use, while Zimong only had a little over 200 points, so it was indeed still a bit far off. However, his little tiger did embody the strong traits of its tiger lineage. Lin Rant felt quite pleased about this. The personalities of pets vary. What beast tamers fear most is contracting a pet that is lazy all day. In such cases, much more time must be spent on training. Self-disciplined and strong-willed little pets are loved by every beast tamer. Lin Rant looked at Zimong's panel and added a point to Ring of Purification, immediately raising its proficiency to beginner, 5,100. The points required to upgrade this innate skill to proficiency were actually 4 times that of a normal low-level skill. This was the same amount of points he used to level up the Omniscient skill to level 1. However, this also reflects the power of this talent. He directly invested another 19 points. In an instant, Lin Rant felt his mental strength increase significantly. Looking at his panel, he found that he had actually increased his mental strength by 120 points. This indicated that upgrading Zimong's innate skill brought it a 200-point energy boost. Lin Rant looked at Zimong. Visibly, Zimong's size had increased a bit again, and the most noticeable change was the little angel halo on its head. Although the size hadn't changed, it was brighter, with a purple undertone in the yellow light, complementing the purple character on Zimong's forehead, making it appear both majestic and cute. Meow? A hint of confusion flashed across Zimong's face, but it quickly focused back on training. The heavens reward diligence. Hard work truly pays off. However, compared to the confusion of yesterday, it had already sensed something unusual at this moment. Even if it was exceptionally gifted, it shouldn't have such a rocket-like progress rate, right? While gnawing on a pile of straw, it glanced back at Lin Rant. Could it be that all of this was given by the master? Well done, Zimong. Lin Rant sensed its inner confusion and thought his little tiger was indeed clever. But he didn't intend to completely deny its efforts. He continued, as long as you keep working hard, you'll improve even more. Let's progress together. Upon hearing this, Zimong no longer felt conflicted. It was good to become stronger. Who cares about the rest? Then it shoveled some sand. Lin Rant looked at the nearly chewed-up straw pile and the sand scattered all over the ground, shaking his head. This tiny training area seemed to have little effect on Zimong anymore. He would need to go to the Alliance shop later to see if there were better training equipment available. For now, let's continue adding points. Although Zimong's energy had already reached 428 points, it was still only at beginner 5-star strength. The first pollution event he got involved in had an opponent who was a mid-level 10-star beast tamer. Thinking of Lu Shiqing, who was missing, Lin Rant felt he had little time for slow development. With that in mind, he added another point to Zimong's Light of Purification. This innate skill required 15 points to upgrade to proficiency, which was fewer than Ring of Purification. The effect was immediate. Not only did Zemon's energy increase by 150 points, but its green fur also immediately appeared shinier, emanating a natural fragrance. It seemed that innate skills were indeed fundamental to a pet's progress. He just didn't know if there was a way to comprehend more. Lin Ran shook his head. Thinking about that was too far off. He currently had 23 attribute points left and planned to upgrade Zemon's fragrant herb skill to proficiency as well. If he ever overexerted his talent and felt faint in the future, this skill should provide a quick recovery effect. In comparison, Rending Claw, a high-quality low-level skill, required 8 points to reach proficiency. As for Leaf Storm, Zemon couldn't use it yet, so there was no need to evolve it to proficiency. Lin Ran looked at Zemon's current panel. Name: Zemon species. Ring of Purity with Toothed Tiger. Gender: female. Attribute: grass. Poison quality: extraordinary superior. Level: beginner 7 stars. Energy: 658. 1000. Strength: 278. Defense: 267. Agility: 272. Constitution: 276. Innate skills: Light of Purification. Proficient. Ring of Purification. Proficient. Skills: low level. Rending Claw. Proficient. Bite. Proficient. Fragrant Herbs. Proficient. Intermediate. Leaf Storm. Beginner. Evolution Direction: Ring of Purity with Toothed Tiger. Ring of Purity Forest Bright Tiger. Heavenly Heart Glazed Tiger. Heavenly Dawn Allwood Tiger. Beginner 7 stars. The effect of this point increase was truly astonishing. With energy raised to 658, Zemon's physical attributes also surged, and its combat power increased dramatically. Lin Ran was very satisfied. As Zemon's strength increased, his mental power also rose significantly, now reaching 570 points. This meant he had officially become a beginner 6-star beast tamer. One must say that having dual talents and an ultimate match with pets is equivalent to a super package for beast tamers. Otherwise, he wouldn't have suddenly boosted his mental power by more than 300 points. Lin Ran had 15 attribute points left. After thinking for a moment, he added 5 points to his lifespan. Every time he looked at his status panel and observed the remaining lifespan of just over 20 days, a sense of urgency and sadness, akin to that of a dying person, welled up in his heart. Now that he had over 5 years left to live, he felt much more at ease. Just as Lin Ran was feeling happy, his stomach suddenly let out a loud growl. Following that was a unified sound coming from Zemon. With his increased strength, both he and his pet felt the pangs of hunger. Fortunately, the delivery speed of the Pet Beast Alliance Mall was extremely fast. Lin Ran picked up his phone and saw that his previous order was already on the way. However, that was food for Zemon. Thinking of this, Lin Ran added some more items to his cart. With his increased strength, he also wanted to treat himself to some spiritual food. Chapter 30. The Old Landlord. Moving black mist, it is said that a person's vision is linked to their strength, and Lin Ran felt this firsthand. After all, just 2 hours ago, he was still calculating how to save every penny. However, after nearly exhausting his points and significantly boosting his strength, Lin Ran realized something important. In this world where strength reigns supreme, converting one's resources and wealth into real power as quickly as possible is the best strategy. After evolving his Shinong herbalism skill, Lin Ran gained a deeper understanding of food pairing. Therefore, he also prepared additional food for Zemon besides wisteria leaves and spirit pig meat, including various vegetables and eggs. At the same time, he bought himself several portions of green mutton. These spiritually rich ingredients are best eaten raw to prevent their energy from being lost through improper cooking, especially since Lin Ran had confidence in his ability to create more delicious and nutritious dishes with reasonable combinations and careful cooking. It is worth mentioning that Lin Ran discovered he could also use points to purchase food in the Pet Beast Alliance Mall. He currently had 400 points, which was equivalent to 40,000 Alliance coins. However, Lin Ran did not want to spend his points. He knew that this high-level currency would definitely have more uses in the future. At this moment, both he and his pet were sitting at the dining table eating. Lin Ran's cooking skills from his past life were quite good, and he had always cooked for himself. With the blessing of his Shinong herbalism talent and high-quality food ingredients, Lin Ran created dishes that even amazed him. For example, the lamb chops in front of him were crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. When he took a bite, the juicy meat burst in his mouth, carrying a hint of fruity wood aroma, and after swallowing, he felt warm all over. Zemon was also eating with grease dripping from its mouth. Lin Ran pan-fried the spirit pig meat and paired it with various vegetables, allowing this little tiger to finally enjoy meat for the first time in many days. Food is the essence of life, in this dangerous world shrouded in mist. Enjoying a meal, especially a good one, was a great way to comfort both the spirit and the soul. After finishing the meal, Lin Ran did not let Zemon continue training. He lay down on the bed, preparing to rest. Closing his eyes, The experiences of the past 3 days quickly surged through his mind. Lin Ran let out a sigh, but still couldn't fully relax. What was the relationship between Lu Shiqing and that black cat? What were they doing behind that man's back at the Monster Beast headquarters? Would they come back? If they returned, would he, who had once been a tool, be targeted again? The next day, Lin Ran woke up naturally after a dreamless night. It was already 10 in the morning. Without any tasks to complete and the clinic's matters unresolved, Lin Ran suddenly felt a bit leisurely. He charged the old phone of the original owner. Although the original owner had almost no friends or relatives, there were still some matters to address. For instance, the original owner had applied for a student loan while in university, and Lin Ran naturally needed to repay this debt as soon as possible. Then there was the issue of the old house. If he remembered correctly, he should have paid the rent to the landlord the day before yesterday. The phone lit up, and several notification sounds chimed. Lin Ran looked over. It was a message from his landlord. There were 3 messages from last night at 8 o'clock. Landlord, Lin Ran. I heard you experienced the pollution incident and not only survived, but also joined the Pet Beast Alliance team. Landlord, I know that Alliance teams are assigned dormitories, and you probably don't want this house anymore. However, according to the contract, you must provide a month's notice for moving out. Landlord, so even if you no longer live here, you still need to move your things out, and this month's rent still needs to be paid. Seeing this, Lin Ran scratched his head. Late payment of rent was something the original owner, as well as he from his previous life, had never done. Being urged for rent by the landlord was a first for him. Thinking of this, Lin Ran inevitably felt a bit awkward. His impression of this old landlord was rather average. The old landlord was a junior beastmaster with a canine pet beast, which was why his rent was 200 Alliance coins higher than similar properties in the area, claiming that as a beastmaster, he could better protect the residents. In reality, it was simply because that area just happened to be within the relatively safe zone of Mao Rabbit City. When neighbors discussed him, they all said he was a miser, valuing money over life. Moreover, he always collected cash, under the pretense of avoiding taxes, which everyone knew was just a cover. Thus, aside from paying rent every month, Lin Ran had no other interactions with him. Below these messages, there were 2 new messages sent an hour ago. Landlord, I know you now have the qualifications to become a beastmaster, but that is not an excuse for not paying rent. I will be returning to the house today to inspect it. I've heard from the tenants that they have been hearing strange noises these past few nights. Landlord, if you have time, please bring the rent over. It would be good if you want to continue renting, but if you don't, please also come to sign the move-out agreement and clean out your things within this month. Lin Ran got up and washed up. He had planned to go to the old house yesterday. The landlord's thoughts coincided with his own. Lin Ran's current dormitory was in the center of Mao Rabbit City, very close to the Pet Beast Alliance Center, making it quite safe. In contrast, his previous rented dormitory was basically on the edge of the safe zone. Even taking the bus would take quite a bit of time. Sitting on the bus, Lin Ran looked out the window. Today's weather was particularly gloomy, and the air seemed unclear, making it difficult to distinguish whether it was due to the eerie mist or just ordinary haze. 45 minutes later, Lin Ran got off the bus. A wave of familiarity hit him. Even though the weather was terrible, walking here still made Lin Ran feel quite nostalgic. Usually, there would be a few people passing by, but today it felt exceptionally deserted. Lin Ran walked into the community. For some reason, the moment he stepped inside, he got goosebumps. Perhaps it was the first time he had gone out alone since his arrival. Lin Ran directly summoned Digimon. The little halo above its head illuminated the surroundings a bit. Lin Ran then slowly closed his eyes. His omniscient knowledge currently allowed him to sense anything related to pollutants within a certain distance. However, beyond that distance, he needed to concentrate and close his eyes to perceive. After experiencing the pollution incident, Lin Ran was particularly cautious, especially in such an eerie environment. Using his talent to eliminate risks was safer. Just as he closed his eyes, he felt a faint black mist in the distance slowly moving toward him. Suddenly, the black mist began to accelerate, and its direction was right towards him. Chapter 31. The Demonized Yellow Dog. The first battle of Zimong. Lin Ran immediately opened his eyes. It was a demonized yellow dog. Its body had already started to show various black spots, and its eyes were seeping with blood, appearing very eerie. Its mouth was gaping open, sharp teeth exposed, entwined with a faint liquid that seemed full of toxins. In that instant, Lin Ran saw its panel. Race, Furious Yellow Dog, Attribute, Fire Quality, Low Extraordinary Level, Initial 10 stars, Energy, 988, Strength, 208, Defense, 207, Agility, 212, Constitution, 216, Natural Skill, Rage Mist, Beginner, Skills, Bite, Beginner, Fireball, Beginner, Status, Rabid, 1, Purification requires 200 mental points, Fury, 2. Purification requires 800 mental points. Indeed, it was a demon beast. Moreover, it had immediately broken through to an intermediate demon beast. This was Lin Ran's first direct encounter and such a detailed view of a demon beast panel. Indeed, demon beasts have states that can be purified. Without any hesitation, Lin Ran immediately purified the first negative state of rabbit. These states would be a disaster on ordinary pets. But on demon beasts, could they be an enhancement? Purifying the state of one was no challenge for Lin Ran, who had over 500 mental points. Visibly, this furious yellow dog stumbled for a moment, and even more astonishingly, its originally fierce teeth seemed to shrink and the liquid on them disappeared. Indeed, these negative states on demon beasts enhanced their condition. If they could be purified, then their combat power could be weakened. Unfortunately, he couldn't yet purify the negative state of 2. However, at this moment, Zimong also began to act. The instinct for battle from the tiger clan, combined with its protective heart, made it rush towards the furious yellow dog without hesitation, even though it had never fought against any demon beast before. Zimong's energy points were over 300 points lower than this demon beast. In addition, its physical quality and skill proficiency were higher than that of the yellow dog. Therefore, it was truly hard to determine who was stronger. Lin Ran immediately activated his Shinnong herbal talent and focused the enhancement on Zimong. A pet beast and a demon beast began to clash head-on. The yellow dog let out a furious roar, and suddenly a large amount of red mist began to rise around it. Lin Ran knew that this should be its natural skill, Rage Mist. The mist wrapped around them, and combined with the already gray sky, it made the battlefield appear blurry. Lin Ran activated the all-knowing observer, and everything became clear again. This red mist had no effect on Zimong at all. At this moment, the halo above Zimong's head shone even brighter, dispersing the red mist. The remaining mist tried to enter Zimong's body, but it seemed as if flies were hitting a mud wall, unable to penetrate at all. Lin Ran immediately realized that this red mist was essentially the same as the deceptive mist. The passive enhancement of the all-knowing observer allowed Zimong to be immune to the deceptive mist, so the rage mist was no problem either. A second later, the halo above Zimong's head emitted 3 brilliant beams of light. This was the light of purification. Each beam was like a thorn, firmly striking the yellow dog and piercing its skin, rendering it immobile. The rage mist had no effect on Zimong. But the light of purification was not to be underestimated against this yellow dog. Within just a few seconds, the battle had already been decided. The yellow dog looked pained, seemingly struggling to dispel the holy light within it, while Zimong took the opportunity to strike down directly with a tearing claw on the yellow dog's head. The furious yellow dog immediately fell dead. This lightning-fast speed was something Lin Ran had not anticipated. The demon beast lost its panel information upon death, and Lin Ran breathed a sigh of relief. Zimong had achieved victory in its first battle. It let out a roar, the sound not loud but very real, echoing in the courtyard of the community, seemingly dispersing some of the haze. Then, Zimong ran back to Lin Ran's side and snuggled up to him, seemingly turning back into that cute little milk tiger. The tiger clan truly is the king of beasts. Even as a cub, it possesses powerful combat instincts. This battle between the demon beast and the pet beast made Lin Ran realize his unique advantage. His pet beast seemed to have no fear of these demon beasts' natural skills. Just this point alone had already doubled their combat power. To Lin Ran's delight, he found that his points had increased by 10. 2 points came from purifying the demon beast's negative state, while the other 8 points were likely from Zimong's kill of the demon beast. Killing a demon beast also increased points for the pet beast. Perhaps this could be considered a way to purify the deceptive mist? After all, demon beasts were spawned by the deceptive mist. Without further thought, Lin Ran couldn't let his guard down. He intensified the use of the all-knowing observer to comprehensively scan the community for any remaining demon beasts or demon tamers. After a moment, he opened his eyes. Throughout the community, apart from the pollution aura of the demonized yellow dog, there was also the lingering aura of a contaminant that had clearly already taken effect and failed. If he guessed correctly, the yellow dog had demonized because of this contaminant, following the residual aura of the demon beast. Lin Ran sensed that the place where it had been contaminated and fell into a demon beast was actually his residence. For a moment, thoughts surged. Lin Ran's first thought was that this might have been the beginning of his control by Chen San. However, to analyze it specifically, he still needed Li Lianer's data and experience. He didn't want to be too rash and immediately sent a message in the team discussion group. What if there was a danger hidden in this community that he couldn't sense? Lin Ran, Team Chun, there has been a pollution incident in Qiming community. A runaway demon beast charged out, which I subdued, but I cannot fully rule out whether there are other risks, so I request your support. In less than 5 seconds, replies appeared in the discussion group. Chen Ming, arriving in 3 minutes. I will come with Chun Liang. Li Lianer, arriving in 10 minutes. Ji Zhuang and Ji Gong will also be with me. Lin Ran let out a breath. Fortunately, Chen Ming and Chun Liang were not far away. He remained on alert and retreated to the entrance of the community. Looking at the corpse of the demonized yellow dog from a distance, Lin Ran suddenly realized something. The former landlord's pet beast was a yellow dog, wasn't it? Searching the original owner's memories, Lin Ran confirmed directly. It was that landlord's. The message from the landlord mentioned that the residents of this community had complained about hearing strange noises these past 2 days, and it also mentioned that he was coming over to investigate in the morning. If the landlord's pet beast had demonized, then what about the landlord? Chapter 32. The Pain of the Beast Tamer. 3 minutes later, Chun Ming arrived with Chun Liang. The treated Chun Liang seemed to be in much better condition. The expression on his face no longer resembled someone who owed 5 million to everyone in the world, and his brows and eyes had relaxed considerably. Lin Ran, you said you eliminated a demon beast? Really? Chun Liang's tone was high, filled with disbelief, and he seemed overly joyous. Lin Ran glanced at his status bar. The negative state, raging depression, was still at 1. It seemed his condition had improved a bit, but he was not fully healed. Chun Ming appeared much steadier. Upon entering the community, he quickly spotted the corpse of the yellow dog on the ground and soon identified its level, given its size and the extent of its surface black spots. It should already be an early-stage demon beast. Lin Ran, how did you defeat it just a few days after becoming a beast tamer? Chun Ming was obviously a bit curious as well. When this monster was about to attack, it seemed to be in a poor state, primarily due to the power of the purple light. Its heart-purifying light managed to shoot out 3 beams at once, subduing the creature immediately. Lin Ran's words were a mix of truth and falsehood, but he expressed himself very sincerely. Chun Ming glanced at the purple light in surprise, nodded in satisfaction, and said, well, you're lucky. Some pet beasts have exceptional talents, and their innate skills can reach a proficient state as soon as they comprehend them. This little tiger's heart-purifying light must be one of those. The monster had evidently just recently been corrupted, so it likely hadn't yet adapted to its own power and new talents. Coupled with your talent enhancement, it's not impossible for the little tiger to defeat it. However, it's still a bit dangerous. Lin Ran, remember this. If you encounter an opponent you're not sure you can defeat, running is the best option. And quickly seeking assistance is crucial. Chun Ming's expression was serious, her tone firm, but her eyes were gentle. She truly cared about the safety of her team members. As could be seen from previous missions, Chun Ming took out a device from her space ring that was about the size of a water pump, placed it on the ground, and continued, Lin Ran, tell me your current thoughts while I activate this pollution detector to identify the source of the contamination. Lin Ran was a bit surprised. It seemed Chun Ming trusted him and had already analyzed several reasons herself. He didn't dwell on it further, but directly shared his thoughts and analysis. I can confirm that this dog is my former landlord's because he just messaged me this morning about coming to collect the rent. So, it must have been corrupted about an hour ago, right? But I haven't seen my old landlord, nor do I know if he is still in this neighborhood. Additionally, I have a vague premonition that this monster was corrupted in my room. As soon as Lin Ran finished speaking, the pollution detector's dial on the ground slightly lifted, pointing toward a small room at the corner of the 3rd floor, with the needle moving very slightly. Is that room yours? Chun Ming asked, pointing. Lin Ran nodded silently. It seemed this was residual pollution from the Lu Shiqing incident, but it had almost lost its contaminating effect. Chun Ming quickly thought of something and continued. Chun Liang, notify Lian Air and the others to go to Lu Ran's residence and check if there's anything unusual there. Lu Ran is the survivor from the pollution incident that Lu Shiqing took away, another type of goo. Lin Ran, let us go check the room. If this pollution was also set up by Chun San, you should still be able to sense it. Moreover, if I'm not mistaken, your former landlord should already be dead. The 3 quickly went upstairs. Lin Ran's door was slightly ajar, clearly having been opened before. Nevertheless, a strong smell of blood rushed out, causing Lin Ran to cough a few times involuntarily. Chun Ming pushed the door open. On the floor lay a corpse, already difficult to discern as human, resembling a heap of rotten flesh slumped in blood, far worse than Chun San's initial death. Chun Ming's expression remained steady, while Chun Liang glanced at it and shifted his gaze elsewhere. For Lin Ran, this scene was somewhat stimulating. Even though the original owner was a veterinarian who had seen a lot of blood, and despite Lin Ran having played a doctor in his previous life and having researched related materials, he still found it hard to bear when faced with such a bloody sight. Holding back the nausea, Lin Ran turned around and took a few breaths of fresh air. Lin Ran, seeing this scene might be a bit premature for you. Chun Ming's tone was low, but I must tell you, since the invasion of the mist, this is one of the most common occurrences within the beast tamers community. She sighed and continued. As you know, many beast tamers have been killed by their newly corrupted pets. It's clear that your former landlord is one of those cases. These beast tamers are the most unfortunate. Their newly corrupted pets cannot control themselves and will release a large amount of the mist power from within. If the beast tamer cannot withstand it, their mental state will suffer a tremendous blow and their pet space will shatter. Once the pet space collapses, the monster will no longer recognize anyone, regardless of how good their past relationship was with their beast tamer, and they will generally be killed without leaving a complete corpse. We refer to this phenomenon as the sorrow of the beast tamers. This situation can happen to any beast tamer. It can happen to Chun Liang. It can happen to me. And it may also happen to you. Chun Ming's tone grew heavier, as if she was reminded of something unpleasant. In any case, although it's cruel to ask this of you, you must learn to adapt to this phenomenon and these scenes. It will be quite common in our team's future missions. Now, pull yourself together and see if you can sense the pollutants in this room. Chun Ming patted Lin Ran on the shoulder and looked at him seriously. Lin Ran could see the light in Chun Ming's eyes, but he could also sense a faint sadness within them. Okay, I'm feeling a bit better now. Lin Ran's adaptability was quite good. He focused his attention and sensed the residual aura of the pollutants without closing his eyes. It was a bell hanging by his bed, wrapped in very faint wisps of blue smoke and black mist. Indeed, it was left by Chun San and the black cat. It's that bell. Lin Ran pointed to it. The wind blowing in from the door made the bell emit a crisp sound. Now Lin Ran understood why the residents here had been hearing strange noises these past few days. Well done. Chun Ming patted Lin Ran's shoulder again and then said to Chun Liang, I'll handle the body. You go identify the type of that pollutant. Chapter 33, One-Time Strong Pollutant, Don't Go Alone. After saying that, the two summoned their pets. Chun Ming's orderly ice sprite emitted a faint icy mist, which then scattered around the former landlord's corpse, accurately coagulating the blood and flesh, after which Chun Ming directly stored the body in a special storage ring. Meanwhile, Chun Liang held the pollution detection device, with his judgment starfish floating in the air, emitting a faint blue light that covered the bell. Soon, he reached a conclusion. This pollutant was a one-time strong pollutant, the level 1 confounding bell. Once activated, although it would emit an unpleasant sound, it would only contaminate the first creature that came within a meter of it. If I'm not mistaken, this pollutant was specifically targeting you, Lin Ran. Because for those holding the energy infiltration goo, this pollutant acts as an instruction device. Upon contact, the control state would be enhanced, and you would also receive its commands. However, since you've been in our team's dormitory since leaving the hospital, you escaped this disaster, while your landlord suffered instead. After saying that, Chun Liang stored the ineffective pollutant in a small container. If I'm not mistaken, this instruction was likely to lead you to Lu Shiqing and Chun San's home. It was left as a backup by them. Chun Ming nodded slightly and continued, moreover, there should be one at Lu Ran's house as well, and after he was discharged yesterday, he likely went home first before being manipulated to Lu Shiqing's house. Just as Chun Ming finished her speculation, Li Lianair sent a message and a photo in the group. The photo showed an identical bell. Clearly, Chun Ming's thoughts aligned with the facts. Chun Liang, there shouldn't be any major issues nearby. Go and visit the residents to see if anyone has been harmed by that monster, and tally the casualties. Lin Ran, take what you need from the room and then assist Chun Liang. I need to go back and write a report on this incident and add it to the files of the Lu Shiqing and Chun San case. This matter may be more troublesome than I imagined. Chun Ming didn't elaborate, turning and leaving decisively. Lin Ran felt heavy-hearted at this moment. If he had returned to the dormitory a little earlier, he could have sensed the unusual atmosphere in the room through the information omniscient at the door. And this tragedy wouldn't have happened. However, why would the landlord open his door for no reason? Lin Ran didn't delve into it. The matter was already settled. Sometimes, one wrong step could lead to the abyss. He glanced around the room, which was a tidy 10 square meter space. The largest item in the room was not the single bed, but a large bookshelf and the desk beside it. The bookshelf and desk were filled with various books related to beast medicine. After thinking for a moment, Lin Ran directly stored all these books in his storage ring. Then, relying on his memory, he took out a small box from a hidden compartment in the bookshelf. Inside the box was a green jade and an old talisman. The green jade was given by the director of the orphanage when he was a child, and every child had one. As for the talisman, it was said by the director that it was found on Lin Ran when he was picked up. In short, these were the only two items that the original owner cherished. The other furniture belonged to the previous landlord, and there was no one to check it now. Ironically, just 3 days after crossing into this world, anyone who had a slight social connection with the original owner had all died. This is the sorrow of the pollution incident. After taking one last look at the room, Lin Ran left without any nostalgia and went to assist Chun Liang. Based on Lin Ran's arrival time at this community, the time when the yellow dog transformed was about half an hour ago. Fortunately, most residents here were recent university graduates, so they were all out working at this hour. Aside from 2 unfortunate victims who were harmed by the demon dog, there were not many casualties. After Lin Liang and Lin Ran finished assessing the situation, they returned together to the headquarters of the Seeking Light team. The two remained silent along the way. After seeing the casualties among innocent civilians, Chun Liang's mood fell again. His manic-depressive state changed with what he saw and heard. Lin Ran also felt bad. This was the first time he saw the damage caused by demon beasts to ordinary people. Just a low-level demon beast was already a death god to them. It's no wonder Chun Liang was in a bad mental state. Lin Ran felt that those who had been in this line of work for a long time, even if not attacked by pollutants, would more or less have depressive emotions. This was the norm in this world. Everyone was unaware of when risk would strike. In contrast, his previous world was indeed too happy. Having come to this world, Lin Ran quickly perked up, glancing at the dejected Chun Liang. Lin Ran directly cleared his manic depression negative status. The effect was indeed good. Chun Liang's dazed state disappeared instantly. Lin Ran, did you feel that the haze around us seemed to have dissipated a bit? Chun Liang rubbed his eyes, and his tone was no longer so gloomy. Yes, it has cleared a bit. Lin Ran knew that the haze hadn't really dissipated, but he didn't want to expose it. Being in a negative state, one's perceptions and thoughts would inevitably differ from reality. Next, Chun Liang would likely be working with him at the clinic for a long time. So Lin Ran hoped he could have a fresh state of mind. Half an hour later, at the Seeking Light team's headquarters, after I just reported, the level of the Lu Shiqing and Chun Sen incident has already been raised by 2 levels. After Chen Meng saw that everyone was present, she got straight to the point. This planned, logical, and highly targeted pollution incident, where each link was interconnected, required higher-level beast tamers and demon beasts to control. The previous clinic and hospital incidents were probably just part of it. In fact, Lu Shiqing was merely a small link in a larger event. Chen Meng's shocking words left the other team members a bit puzzled. She continued to explain, I realized this after seeing that one-time powerful pollutant. Such pollutants usually only appear in level or even level pollution incidents. Because beast tamers or demon beasts have already confirmed the target group before causing pollution incidents. Lin Ran. In other words, your being controlled by Chun San was not because you were randomly chosen as a victim, but for other reasons. To find out the underlying reasons was beyond what our small team could handle, so the higher-ups assigned this task to a more experienced and stronger team. Also, the higher-ups reminded me to take good care of Lin Ran and try not to let him be alone. Chen Meng looked at Lin Ran with a serious expression. Chapter 34. The clinic opens. First customer. Upon hearing this, Lin Ran's heart didn't stir up too much. From the moment he saw the scene before Chin San's death, he felt that this matter wouldn't be simple. This world shouldn't just be black and white. Beast tamers and demon tamers stood on opposing sides. Pets and demon beasts were irreconcilable. However, there was also a gray area in between, mixed with too many unstable factors. For example, why was Lu Shiqing, as an ordinary person, able to approach pollutants without being contaminated, and why could she take a leading role in the pollution incident? Therefore, it was more reasonable to think that an invisible hand was guiding things behind the scenes. However, one point Chen Meng made alerted Lin Ran. He was attacked not because he was unlucky or randomly chosen, but because he had been targeted before the pollution. Why? This question could only be slowly unraveled once more clues emerged. In short, to put it simply, even though the Black Cat and Lu Shiqing had gone to the Demon Beast's headquarters, there were still other eyes watching Lin Ran in the shadows. This unknown was, in fact, the most dangerous. Lin Ran, don't be too nervous. The higher-ups said they would send people to protect your safety from behind. Chen Meng didn't want to scare Lin Ran and continued. Moreover, not letting you be alone doesn't mean you should stay indoors and shut yourself off. The higher-ups said you should live according to your own rhythm and plans, continue to run the clinic, and train as needed. Your talent is strong, and you can progress quickly. When the time comes, even if you encounter an emergency, you can run faster. Although Chun Meng's expression seemed calm, she was quite anxious inside. Although Lin Ran had only joined the team for a few days, she had already sensed his value, not just because of his exceptional talent, but more so due to his handling of situations and adaptability to crises. To describe it simply, Chun Meng's current impression of Lin Ran was meticulous but unafraid, willing to face risks. She had always been protective of her own team members, and naturally, she wanted to find ways to protect him if he was in danger. Lin Ran, I have already obtained the business license for the Seeking Light Clinic, as well as the recommended certification from the Pet Alliance, including several advanced treatment instruments. The Purification and Calming Chandelier has also been acquired. You can confidently open the clinic. Starting today, besides Chun Liang acting as your bodyguard every day, I, Lianaire, and the G brothers will take turns being your second bodyguard. Fortune favors the bold. Even in a dangerous environment, we still need to cultivate your abilities. And besides, there are people from above secretly protecting you. If you are willing, we can open the clinic tomorrow. Lin Ran actually didn't feel too anxious in his heart. And hearing this made him even more reassured. He was not a timid person. Whatever method could help him progress the fastest, he would seize it. If it weren't for his weak strength, he would even want to go to the Demon Beast gathering place to earn some points. Now knowing there are 3 layers of protection, He felt that opening the clinic was even unnecessary to wait until tomorrow. With this thought, he said, "Captain, since we have the qualification and equipment, why don't we open this afternoon?" Good. Chen Ming's tone was obviously excited, and Lin Ran's adaptability was better than he had expected. 2 hours later, at the original Sunshine Clinic, the G brothers took down the old sign and replaced it with the new sign of the Seeking Light Clinic. The sign was also printed with the Pet Beast Alliance's emblem and the Seeking Light Squad's badge. Lin Ran was holding a calming chandelier at the entrance, waiting. Chun Liang and Li Lian even prepared ribbons and scissors, planning to let Lin Ran cut the ribbon to give the opening a good start. I have to say, the sense of ceremony was overwhelming. This made Lin Ran feel quite emotional inside. With a snap, the ribbon fell, and Lin Ran stepped steadily into the clinic. Returning to this place, he no longer felt the anxiety he had when he first crossed over. He stood on a stool and personally installed the chandelier in the center of the clinic ceiling, exactly where he had installed it a few days ago. The difference was that the chandelier now emitted a warm yellow light, making people feel particularly open-minded. There were no chattering sounds. The chandelier stood quietly. On the way here, Lin Ran had already established a mental bond with this purification object, so turning on the switch for its inner purification was merely a matter of thought. Once the purification effect was activated, the light emitted by the chandelier intensified, seemingly illuminating the corners of the clinic. However, this light was not at all dazzling. Bathed in the light, Lin Ran felt his spirit improve a little, just like the feeling of the purple light with the fragrance of plants on him. I must say, the purification object indeed had a very good effect. With his feet on the ground and moving the stool aside, Lin Ran took out several instruments gifted by the Pet Beast Alliance from the storage space. For a moment, the entire clinic appeared more sophisticated, completely unrecognizable from just a few days ago when it was the center of a pollution incident. The clinic was open. There had to be a first customer, right? Lin Ran said. The original owner had not treated any pet beast after joining the job before encountering misfortune. Now, Lin Ran planned to start his career as the chief veterinarian of the Seeking Light Clinic in the same place, which also resolved the concern of the original owner. Brother Liang, I've noticed that your judgment starfish has not been in good condition these past 2 or 3 days. It's accumulated quite a bit of strange mist inside. Team Leader Chen asked you to take good care of me. You have to ensure your pet beast's condition, right? Lin Ran directly encouraged Chun Liang, continuing, "Don't worry. My professional ability is quite good, and I'm not charging you any money." To be honest, at their level of beastmasters, they generally have their own dedicated pet veterinarians, as they better understand their pet beasts and have considerable experience in targeted treatments. Changing a pet veterinarian sometimes carries risks. Therefore, some beastmasters are still very cautious when they do not understand a veterinarian's skills. However, Chun Liang was different. His logic was that the captain was paramount, and whatever the captain asked him to do, he would do well. So when Lin Ran mentioned Team Leader Chen's words, he did not hesitate much and directly summoned the Judgment Starfish. My Judgment Starfish has been exposed to quite a lot of pollutants, so the types of strange mist inside are quite mixed. However, most of the time, it exhibits a state of rage. Chun Liang explained the main symptoms of his pet beast. Lin Ran nodded. He carefully observed this Judgment Starfish. If Chun Liang's previous negative state was already considerable, then this pet beast's negative state was even more pronounced than its owner's. Chapter 35. Don't transfer money to me when the time comes. Lin Ran's previous level was insufficient to see the complete panel of the Judgment Starfish. He could only see some fragmented information. After leveling up to a junior 6-star Beastmaster, he could finally clearly see its attributes. Compared to what he had seen a few days ago, the true state of this pet beast was evidently different from his previous understanding. Species, Judgment Starfish. Attributes, Psychic. Water quality, extraordinary middle grade level, high 3-star energy, 5,290 strength, 1290 defense, 1190 agility, 1588 constitution, 1176 natural skills, light of judgment, mastery, thought of judgment, proficient, skills, low level, levitation, proficient, water splash, proficient, charge, proficient, intermediate, illusion ray, beginner, status, raging, 2. Purification requires 800 mental power. Sleep eater, 2. Purification requires 800 mental power. Gloomy, 1. Can be purified. Gluttony, 1. Can be purified. Distracted, 1. Can be purified. Charming, 1. Can be purified. Chun Liang was about to break through to a high-level Beastmaster, so it was not surprising that his strongest pet beast reached high 3-star. This Judgment Starfish actually had quite good physical quality. Typically, basic attributes like strength are 1/5 of the energy attribute, yet its agility even reached 1/3. Moreover, most of its skills had reached proficiency, and having one mastery-level natural skill was no wonder Lin Ran saw the room shine brightly when he first encountered this skill in the hospital. Mastery-level skills are certainly much stronger than proficiency-level ones. However, this judgment starfish should not just occasionally be in a rage. After all, in addition to these displayed negative statuses, there were also several zero-level ones. Brother Liang, does your starfish not only get irritable, but also particularly love to sleep, sometimes feeling down, and other times it can eat a lot? Lin Ran asked while starting the treatment instruments and adjusting them. The medical equipment in pet hospitals and clinics is highly precise and complex, making it challenging to operate without specialized training. However, Lin Ran was quite skilled. The original owner graduated at the top of the class and had 2 internship experiences during college. At this moment, he adjusted the instruments and created a safe space of suitable size around the judgment starfish, which could temporarily isolate the strange mist in the air. This was the primary step in treating pet beasts. While Lin Ran was quickly operating, Chun Liang responded, "Now that you mention it, it does have these symptoms. But to be honest, aside from being summoned into the real world during battles, training, or purifying pollutants, Little Star usually stays in my pet space. Recently, its condition has not been good, and I haven't made it train. I've just let it rest in the pet space." He scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed for not understanding all of his pet's symptoms. But this was the norm between beastmasters and their pet beasts, after all. Aside from in some special scenarios, keeping one's pet beast in the real world truly increases the risk. Lin Ran sighed inwardly. Before the era of strange mist, various pet beasts could be seen everywhere on the streets, closely integrated with human life. However, now, even though there is a soul bond between beastmasters and their pet beasts, they cannot recklessly summon their pet beasts anymore. To a greater extent, pet beasts have become more like combat tools rather than close companions. It's okay, this is very normal. I can probably help your judgment starfish recover at least half of its condition today. Lin Ran said this with confidence, then summoned the purple light. He continued to operate the instruments, putting the judgment starfish in a more relaxed state. He slightly adjusted its position, letting it bask in the warm light of the calming chandelier. Then, through mental communication, he made Zimong use the fragrance of plants and trees, gathering it around itself. At the same time, Lin Ran also activated his healing ability from the Shinong Baichao skill. Lin Ran knew that his fundamental way to heal the pet was through the purification and enhancement panel function. However, as a veterinarian by instinct, he still wanted to ensure that the pet was in the most comfortable state during the treatment, so he wanted to arrange all the auxiliary abilities he could currently use. Moreover, doing nothing and directly purifying the negative state of the judgment starfish in front of so many people would not convince them at all. Once everything was ready, Lin Ran directly purified all the currently purifiable negative states from the judgment starfish. Only the 2 negative states, Frenzy and Sleep Eater, remained. At this moment, the judgment starfish lay on a sickbed, its eyes slightly closed, and its facial expression changed from tense to relaxed, eventually showing a completely relaxed demeanor. Oh, it unconsciously let out a soul-stirring sound and displayed a captivating expression. The blue eye in the middle of its body opened and closed like a moving gem, with blue light spilling out each time it blinked. At this moment, Chun Liang couldn't sit still. Joy appeared on his face as he said, "The last time my little star made such a joyful sound was when it just advanced to an intermediate pet. Lin Ran, you really are very professional. Much better than Xiaoxing's therapist. Every time I take her to treat Xiaoxing, I have to spend at least 5,000 alliance coins. I can clearly feel that Xiaoxing's condition has improved a lot, even more than what you said about recovering more than half. I'm going to transfer 5,000 alliance coins to your card right now, whether you want it or not." Chun Liang was straightforward, and as soon as he finished speaking, he took out his team's phone and directly transferred 5,000 to Lin Ran's card. This made Lin Ran feel a bit embarrassed. He was already satisfied with the 12 points he got from purifying the judgment starfish. Besides, it was previously agreed to be free, and now there was money involved. However, since the money had already been transferred to his card, it was hard to refuse. After all, he couldn't transfer it back. Thus, Lin Ran could only say, "Well, since you'll be with me in the clinic every day from now on, I'll accept this money. I promise I will heal it well. And you must not transfer any more money to me then." Chun Liang nodded, then shook his head, his expression quite complex. This whole operation left Chen Meng, Li Lianer, and the Ji brothers dumbfounded. Could a junior beastmaster really treat advanced pets significantly? It seemed they had never heard of such a thing. Chun Liang's ramblings had not been for just a day or two. It would make sense if he suddenly had an episode. But Lin Ran, being so composed, didn't seem like he was just playing along with Chun Liang's act, did he? Could it be true? Could it be due to the Shinong Baichao talent, which really had such a powerful effect? This was the first thought that flashed through their minds. Chapter 36. The kind-hearted veterinarian. The clinic suddenly fell silent. Li Lianer rolled her eyes, as if she thought of something, breaking the silence. "Lin Ran, I think your talent has likely upgraded. Although the difficulty of upgrading a level of talent is relatively high, After the pollution incident, human potential can be infinitely amplified. So it is not unheard of for upgrades to occur within a few days. Moreover, I noticed that your little tigers seem to have used a healing skill just now. I've checked the relevant information on Shinnon Baichao. After the first upgrade, pets will comprehend such skills. Li Lianer's knowledge base was clearly higher than that of the other team members. Furthermore, Sister Ming told me that your little tiger's innate skill also reached proficiency right from the start. You and your pet are both exceptionally gifted. This combination is truly perfect. As she spoke, she stood up, her eyes shining with excitement, genuinely happy for Lin Ran. Shinnon Baichao is arguably one of the best talents a veterinarian can have, but it can only be put to use after reaching at least level 1. Who would have thought you had already achieved that? It seems that in the future, our team's pet treatment can be entrusted to you. Li Lianer was quick-witted. After clarifying the relationship, she also believed in Chun Liang and Lin Ran's earlier conversation. It was not an act. By the way, you had the little tiger use the light of purification on Chun Liang's starfish. Such skills are also effective in removing negative states like frenzy from pets. Lin Ran nodded. Although he was very familiar with how to use medical instruments and the basic care process, he still needed to learn about what skills beastmasters and pets should use for targeted treatment. Pets with purification abilities are inherently suited to healing-type beastmasters, so their innate skills can not only deal with demon beasts, but should also have good effects in healing pets. He conveyed his thoughts to Zimong, and the small halo above Zimong's head immediately emitted a faint yellow-purple glow. Then, 3 warm yellow lights slowly spread over the Judgment Starfish. The Judgment Starfish let out a shallow, oh sound again. Indeed, it was effective. Not only that, but the points needed to purify the remaining 2 negative states on the Judgment Starfish's panel also decreased from 800 to 780. Zimong's skills could assist Lin Ran in using the panel's purification abilities. This was truly a pleasant surprise for Lin Ran. In this way, when facing negative states that could not meet the purification conditions, Lin Ran was not completely helpless. As long as he repeatedly treated the pet through Zimong, it would eventually be reduced to a level that he could purify directly. The treatment was nearing its end. Lin Ran operated the instrument again. The last step in healing the pet was to input the purification gas into the previously created fog-free space for the pet. This type of purification gas is also the core aspect of how the medical instrument functions. Its effect not only allows pets to feel as if they have received a massage, providing comfort, but also significantly enhances the pet's immunity to the fog for a period of time, slowing down the inhalation process. Alright, Liang Gu, this round of treatment is done. You can put the Judgment Starfish back into the pet space to rest. After 1 or 2 more treatments, you'll be able to take it out for training in real life every day, and I can help you clean the new fog it absorbs every day. Lin Ran said as he turned off the instrument. Daily treatment? Upon hearing this, Chun Liang couldn't sit still. Such treatment, unless hiring a dedicated therapist, was very hard to obtain, as it was too expensive. It was almost like hiring a private doctor. I don't have much money, but I will pay you the basic treatment fee, Chun Liang said with a frown. On one hand, he was very happy that he could see the Judgment Starfish every day in the future and spend more time training it. After all, pets need to progress, and staying in the pet space wouldn't achieve that. On the other hand, he was worried that he wouldn't have enough money, and he had already started calculating how many alliance coins he would need to spend each month. Seeing Chun Liang's troubled expression, Lin Ran also felt a bit helpless. He had his own calculations in mind. For him, treating pets was more about gaining points rather than alliance coins. Although this thought was a bit cruel, pets needed to stay in the real world to absorb the fog, acquire negative states, and become Lin Ran's treatment targets. All in all, it was a win-win situation. Lin Ran didn't want to let money ruin something more important. Liang Gu, daily care is very simple. I just need Zimong to use its skills and slightly activate my talent, and it doesn't even require opening the instrument, so it's all free. Don't worry. You'll be my bodyguard every day, so of course, you need to train the Judgment Starfish to become stronger to do a good job. And Zimong and I can also get some training. This is mutually beneficial. You wouldn't want to fail the tasks that Team Chen gave you, right? Lin Ran targeted the issue directly, quoting Team Leader Chen's words. Chun Liang was too honest. He wouldn't take advantage of a good deal and insisted on paying. Lin Ran had really never encountered someone like him before. Alright, I'll listen to you. Chun Liang nodded immediately. Although he was still calculating how much money he needed to transfer to Lin Ran each day. Hey, Sister Ming. You mentioned earlier that we would take turns being the second bodyguard of the elder brother. How about I go first this week? Li Lianer quickly volunteered. As soon as she heard Lin Ran say he could help Chun Liang's Judgment Starfish with daily treatment, she was immediately excited. To be honest, even though she was the strategist of the team and didn't usually need to summon her judgment magnet to face pollutants, she didn't dare to summon it without a reason. One cleaning session in the mist would cost a lot, and going to a specialized training area for mist would also require a significant amount of money. One could only say that in the era of mist, training pet beasts was too difficult. It was a time when one wanted to work hard but had no money to do so. However, living next to a kind-hearted veterinarian was a different story. Then I'll take next week, the Ji brothers said in unison. The usually taciturn Ji Zhuang and Ji Gong were surprisingly proactive. Your enthusiasm is naturally a good thing. Chen Ming maintained a calm expression, but her heart was slightly stirred. The value of the Seeking Light team had already risen to this level in just 3 or 4 days. This meant she had to think of ways to protect him even more. Lin Ran, you can't do things for the team members for free either. There are rules in the pet beast treatment profession. I will raise your salary, and if you have the time and energy, please treat Chen Liang, Lianer, and Ji Gong and Ji Zhuang as pet beasts more. No problem. Lin Ran replied immediately, and hearing this made him happy. He continued, let us take advantage of the momentum. I'm not tired at all right now. If you want to treat your pet beasts, summon them all. Chapter 37. The difficulty of contracting Li Lianer reacted the fastest. She first summoned her judgment magnet, and then summoned a blue copper mirror that floated in the air. You've seen my judgment magnet before. Its main ability is to connect to the building's power grid and data from surveillance equipment, transmitting it to my instruments. Li Lianer fondly touched her pet beast, her eyes filled with affection. This is my second pet beast, the balanced copper mirror, which is not very high in level and has just recently broken through to intermediate. While speaking, she gently stroked the circular protrusions around this pet beast's body. Li Lianer's pet beasts were all of the pure attribute, but balance seemed to be a new category term, which was the 5th major category of pet beasts Lin Ran had heard of. Suppressing the confusion in his heart, Lin Ran began the second treatment. This time, he directly activated 2 instruments, asking Li Lianer to place her 2 pet beasts on 2 separate treatment beds. As an excellent graduate of the veterinary profession, handling multiple operations was not an issue when the negative states of the pet beasts were not severe. Lianer, your pet beasts are actually well cared for, especially the balanced copper mirror, which has very few negative states. Lin Ran continued operating the instruments. I can almost clean up the negative states of these 2 pet beasts today. If you need anything afterward, you can come directly to me. Compared to Chun Liang's judgment starfish, Li Lianer's pet beasts were indeed in much better condition. Even the slightly worse judgment magnet had only 2 level 1 negative states and a small number of level 0 negative states. After collecting a total of 10 points, Lin Ran still felt energized. Sure enough, when his mental power rose to over 500 points, purifying these initial negative states was not such a heavy burden for him. Yay. Thank you, Dr. Lin Ran. I can feel that Mag and Copper are much better. We can train tonight. After saying that, she kissed each of her 2 pet beasts enthusiastically, unable to hide the joy on her face. At that moment, Lin Ran finally felt the innocence and joy that Li Lianer should have at her age. Gonggu, Zhuanggu, you should also summon your pet beasts. Lin Ran decided to keep the momentum going and turned to the Ji brothers. The 2 brothers exchanged glances, nodded, and also summoned their pet beasts. If Lin Ran had left them with a bit of doubt after the first treatment of Chun Liang's judgment starfish, then after Li Lianer also expressed her certainty, they were both eager to try. Ji Zhuang had 2 ground attribute pet beasts. One was a balanced ground mouse, and the other was a pure earth frog. Ji Gong had 2 fire attribute pet beasts, namely a nature flame dog and an energetic fire turkey. Pure and energetic seemed to be 2 new categories as well. According to Li Lianer's earlier explanation, only the excellent pet beasts that survived in this misty background would awaken innate skills, be reclassified, and given new names. Such pet beasts were at least of extraordinary quality. The previous pet beasts Lin Ran had encountered were all of ordinary quality. Seeing so many excellent quality and diverse pet beasts at once, Lin Ran was also a bit shocked. The overall strength of the Seeking Light team was indeed strong. This also indirectly showed that joining the Pet Beast Alliance's exploration team had its thresholds. After treating 4 more pet beasts, Lin Ran earned 20 points. But he also showed signs of fatigue. Frequently and actively using the ability of Shin Nong's herbal medicine was still a bit strenuous for him. However, Lin Ran felt that he had not yet reached his limit. By the way, Brother Liang, where's your second pet beast? Li Lianer and the Ji brothers both had 2 pet beasts, but Chun Liang only let Lin Ran treat the judgment starfish and did not continue to summon. Could it be that he thought he couldn't afford the cost? I've already said it's free. Also, Sister Ming, your lawful ice spirit is too high in level for me to treat right now, but I can treat your natural fire spirit and your 3rd pet beast. Lin Ran looked at Chun Ming and said sincerely, no need, I just want to find my pet beast therapist a few days ago. Chun Ming immediately waved her hand to refuse. She had already noticed Lin Ran's slightly tired state and didn't want to put more pressure on him. She continued, as for Chen Liang, he doesn't have a second pet beast, and I don't have a 3rd pet beast for now either. Oh, Lin Ran instinctively questioned. Chen Ming was a high-level late-stage beast master, and should have contracted a third pet beast by now. Chun Liang was even more exaggerated. He was already a mid-level 10-star beastmaster, and his second pet beast space had probably been open for a long time. But he still hadn't contracted a second pet beast? It's actually quite complicated. Ever since the mist descended, contracting pet beasts is no longer as easy as it was in peacetime. Chun Ming took out a thermos from her storage ring, took a sip of hot water, and continued. The emotional cultivation with pet beasts is no longer the only factor. First of all, when contracting a new pet beast, the beastmaster must ensure they do not have two severe negative states. This is a regulation of the Pet Beast Alliance. If a beastmaster has serious negative states and then contracts a pet beast, these states will directly affect them, causing a strong mental shock at the moment of successful contracting, which can lead to their corruption into demon beasts. The beastmaster's mental space will also be immediately destroyed, resulting in a significant backlash. Such tragedies occurred frequently 100 years ago. So sometimes, a new pet beast is not something we can contract just because we want to. Chun Ming tightened the lid of the thermos and put it back into the storage ring, continuing. As for Chun Liang, you know he has always had the most negative states in the team. His mental power has actually reached the maximum value of a mid-level beastmaster. But because he failed the health check, he cannot contract a second pet beast, so his level has been stuck. This is also a dilemma faced by many beastmasters. Moreover, a beastmaster in a negative state will affect their pet, and the pet's negative state will feed back to the beastmaster, creating a vicious cycle. Regular treatment is necessary to gradually restore their state. As for me, I was contaminated during an operation 6 months ago, but it's not a big deal. After active treatment, I estimate that I can pass the physical examination in a while. The new therapist I just found for Chun Liang seems to be quite good, and I believe he will finally break through his predicament soon. By the way, Lin Ran, you have such a talent for treating pets and a strong level of professionalism. I wonder if you are interested in researching the knowledge of treating negative states in beastmasters during your spare time? Chun Ming looked at Lin Ran with a serious expression. Chapter 38. The 7 categories of beast pets, and the beginning of the sequence. Lin Ran was momentarily at a loss when he saw Chun Ming's sincere gaze. However, he quickly responded, Team Leader Chun, no problem. With the purification panel, treating individuals is not difficult at all. Chun Liang no longer has a negative state, and 90 of that was cleared by Lin Ran. Chun Ming could feel that Chun Liang's spirit had improved significantly, so she naturally thought that the therapist she found this time was quite good. It could be said that Lin Ran did the work, but made someone else benefit from it. Lin Ran didn't mind much, but working part-time as a human doctor is always beneficial. I took an elective course on this topic in college. Treating the negative states of beastmasters is fundamentally similar to treating pets, Lin Ran continued. The only difference is that humans are complex emotional beings, and during treatment, they may sometimes conceal or deceive, hindering the process. However, I think I can handle it. Lin Ran said this with strong conviction. In short, the negative states of beastmasters under the background of the mist are very similar to mental illnesses. Good communication is necessary to provide targeted treatment. However, with the purification panel, Lin Ran can also skip the communication part. Direct purification means there's no need to go through the entire process. Well, I have confidence in you. Chun Ming finally looked away from Lin Ran, nodded slightly, and said. Lin Ran glanced at Chun Ming, feeling puzzled. Chun Ming seems perfectly normal. How could she have a contamination state? Once he levels up a bit more in the next few days, he can see her panel. By the way, Liener Zhuangguo, Gongguo, when you introduced your pets just now, I heard several categories I hadn't heard of before. Can you clarify them for me? Since there are no more treatments to continue today, Lin Ran decided to voice his previous doubts. I'll introduce it. This was supposed to be part of your onboarding training, Li Liener said as she recalled her pet into her space and walked up to Lin Ran. After the mist appeared, the Beast Alliance categorized pets based on their evil characteristics over the decades. Interestingly, these categories of monsters correspond exactly to the 7 deadly sins in religious mythology: pride, greed, gluttony, lust, wrath, envy, and sloth. For example, Chun San's 2 pets belong to the categories of wrath and envy. These types of pets will awaken innate skills after being demonized, essentially emitting the corresponding negative mist and affecting both beastmasters and pets. Lin Ran nodded. The wrathful yellow dog he encountered that morning emitted a large amount of red mist. Such innate skills should be considered basic, similar to the light of purification and the light of judgment. Li Liener continued at a leisurely pace. Over the years, the genes of pets have adapted to the environment and have undergone some changes, giving birth to 7 major categories targeting the aforementioned types of monsters. They are judgment, order, balance, purity, calmness, nature, and vitality. Among them, judgment-type pets can better restrain pride-type monsters, order can restrain greed, and so on. Lin Ran was enlightened. No wonder the light of purification from Zimong made that wrathful yellow dog wilt instantly. It turned out that the innate categories had already produced a counter. However, what I just mentioned is only the most basic categories. You can understand it as the beginning of a sequence. After pets evolve, these genes may be optimized again, potentially giving rise to stronger innate skills, thereby advancing the sequence. However, this is too early for you, and even for me, as pets must reach at least advanced 10 stars to evolve for the first time. Moreover, even if they evolve, upgraded sequence pets are rare. Lin Ran pondered upon hearing this. The beginning of the sequence? He certainly remembered that Zimong's panel displayed 3 evolution directions: Purity Heart Forest Bright Tiger, Heavenly Heart Glazed Tiger, and Heavenly Dawn 10,000 Wood Tiger. It seems that the doubts he had when he first saw this item have been resolved. Heavenly Heart and Heavenly Dawn are most likely the subsequent sequences of the Purity category. They are bestowed with stronger innate skills. After understanding this, Lin Ran's heart began to surge with excitement. The evolution directions currently displayed on the panel have not shown detailed evolution requirements and conditions. However, Lin Ran is convinced that once the purification panel level increases again, he will definitely be able to obtain the information. This also means that after Zimong's first evolution, it will undoubtedly become a more powerful pet. However, as Li Lianer said, thinking about this is still too early. Advanced 10 stars, one needs to obtain 10,000 points of energy to upgrade. For now, he should focus on leveling up Zimong to intermediate first. After the clinic opened and multiple pet treatments, the sky gradually darkened. Chen Ming looked at the sky and said, Chun Liang and Lianer, you will be Lin Ran's bodyguards this week. Since it said that Lin Ran cannot be alone, you, as bodyguards, must at least stay together. I have already thought of it. From tonight, you will stay at my training ground. Hearing this, Lin Ran was a bit confused. Chen Ming's training ground? The private kind? Li Lianer, however, was very happy and immediately said, wow, what a bargain. Dream Sister's exclusive training ground is huge. Over 400 square meters. The main thing is that it has various facilities and places suitable for pet training. It seems that my role as a bodyguard is quite valuable. With an exclusive doctor and a training ground. Dream Sister, can I apply to extend my bodyguard period? Li Lianer looked at Chen Ming. Before Chen Ming could speak, the Ji brothers shook their heads. They also wanted to benefit from the doctor and the training ground. Chen Ming shook her head helplessly and said, anyway, the ground is big enough. I actually hope you all can join in protecting Lin Ran. Initially, I was worried you wouldn't want to. So I proposed the idea of rotating a second bodyguard every week. However, if you and Lin Ran don't mind, you can all stay at my training ground. The more people, the safer it is. What do you think? Chun Liang, Li Lianer, and the Ji brothers quickly nodded in unison and said, okay. Lin Ran was a bit stunned. A 400 square meter exclusive training ground. His team leader Chen Ming must be a very wealthy person. When he came back to his senses, he raised his head and suddenly felt the atmosphere was a bit strange. Chen Ming, Li Lianer, Chun Liang, and the Ji brothers were all staring at Lin Ran with sincere expressions. Chapter 39. Chen Ming's concerns, upgrading Shinong's 100 herbs. Sure, Lin Ran quickly replied. With the entire team protecting him, he couldn't be happier. Moreover, the pets of the team members could also become a source of his daily purification points. I just don't know how luxurious a training ground of over 400 square meters would be. He checked the prices of training equipment on the official website of the Beast Alliance last night. The prices were quite high. Lin Ran originally planned to spend about 10,000 Alliance coins to buy some basic equipment for Zimong, but now he can save that money. Alright, you all should tidy up. We'll gather at the training ground in an hour, Chen Ming said. It's much more dangerous at night than during the day, so try to minimize going out. Chun Liang, during this time, you'll stay with Lin Ran and guide him. Good. Everyone replied in unison. An hour later, the 6 members of the Sun Guang team gathered together. Lin Ran looked at the large building in front of him. This training hall was as luxurious as a musical theater, with a wavy exterior. Despite being only 1 story tall, it was a full 10 meters high. The outer wall was made of solid white marble, interspersed with deep blue glass windows, giving the building a particularly solemn appearance. Chen Ming opened the entrance door. Lin Ran looked up. The high ceiling was also made of dark transparent glass, allowing him to see the moon, which appeared and disappeared hazily in the thick fog. Inside this large area, there were indeed many training zones divided. In different areas, there were walls of varying heights erected. The most spectacular feature was a huge platform in the center of the training ground. Before the arrival of the eerie fog, the Beast Battle Arena was a very popular way for beasts to duel, but now, this form of entertainment combined with competition no longer existed in the public eye. You all go choose your living quarters. Chen Ming pointed to several large round Mongolian-style tents in the southeast corner. Lin Ran, you'll stay in the one with the red rope at the entrance. That is one of the 3 components of the purification warning red rope. When pollutants or monsters approach, it will not only activate the protective barrier, but also communicate with the other 2 components. One with me and the other with the master sent from above to protect you. In short, you should hang it outside your door when you sleep. And keep it on you at other times. If there is nothing else, I'll take my leave now. Chun Liang, Lian Er, Ji Zhuang, and Ji Gong. You all take good care of Lin Ran. After speaking, she handed the key to Li Lian Er and left directly. Since arriving at this training ground, Chen Ming's tone had become very low. Lin Ran rarely noticed the emotional fluctuations and heavy heart in her usually stable demeanor. It seemed like she was very reluctant to face this personal training hall of hers. There must be a story behind it. Lin Ran, actually, Sister Ming arranged this place, which shows she really cares about protecting you. Li Lian Er clearly saw the puzzled expression on Lin Ran's face. The special building materials of this training ground can greatly isolate the eerie fog, so training beasts inside is extremely effective. 6 months ago, Sister Ming often brought us here to train, but during the past 6 months, she hasn't even wanted to mention this place. 6 months? Is it because of the pollution incident mentioned by Captain Chen half a year ago? Lin Ran asked. Yes. Li Lian Er hesitated, shook her head, and continued. I can't say anything specific without Sister Ming's permission. In any case, returning to this training center is quite a difficult thing for Sister Ming. Since she has made up her mind, we also need to do our part, train well, and protect Lin Ran. Li Lian Er was still quite mature. Clearly, whenever Chen Ming was not around, she was the backbone of the Sun Guang team. With all of us here, Lin Ran, if you have any questions, you can ask us immediately. Next, we'll stay at the clinic during the day and train here at night. I will complete the onboarding training that should have been given to you. For specialized training in beast handling, you can ask Ji Gong and Ji Zhuang. They are experts. Li Lian Er organized everything neatly and continued talking to Chun Liang. It seems the second floor of the Sun Guang clinic is still vacant. Chun Liang, think of a way to set it up. If the 4 of us are all on the first floor during the day and customers come in, they might think we're a mahjong parlor instead of a proper clinic. After saying this, Li Lian Er summoned her 2 beasts. All right, everyone go back to what you were doing. Lin Ran, I will arrange the training schedule for you tomorrow. You've also had a tiring day, so go rest early. That dome tent has excellent soundproofing. If you don't want to be disturbed by our training sounds outside, just turn it on. After summoning her beasts, Li Lian Er instantly transformed from a little adult back into a little girl, happily heading to the training area for her beasts. Lin Ran returned to his exclusive tent. He wasn't in a hurry to train, but planned to use the points he earned today. Currently, he had 62 points remaining. Thinking it over, based on the current demand, upgrading the Shinnong Baichao level was the most necessary. Last time, he upgraded from 0 to 1, which cost 15 points. He didn't know if 62 points would be enough. He directly added a point. Lin Ran smiled. The points required to upgrade from 1 to 2 increased threefold, but it was just enough. After investing the required points, Lin Ran felt a wave of clarity in his mind, and the scenes he had seen before reappeared. This time, the new images were not many. He was surrounded by a variety of brightly colored herbs, grinding them in a mortar, with the mixture emitting a dim purple light. At the same time, some strange beasts lay nearby, either foaming at the mouth or fainting. The scene ended, and Lin Ran immediately opened his eyes. The first thing he noticed was his mental power, which had increased from 570 to 770 points, making him a Junior 8-star Beast Master. Lin Ran then looked at the latest skill effect after upgrading Shinnong Baichao to Level 2. Level 2 bonus. If the beast has a poison attribute, it has a 100 chance to comprehend a low-level poison attribute skill on its own. It strengthens the intensity of this talent and reduces the mental power consumed when using active abilities. Indeed, the new ability seemed to be related to the scene he had seen. Moreover, reducing the mental power used for this talent was also something he needed very much right now. Lin Ran was very satisfied and summoned Zimong. As soon as Zimong appeared, it was so excited that it wanted to jump into his arms. However, it quickly sat cross-legged, wrapping its tail around its body and closing its eyes. It was comprehending a new skill. Chapter 40. Venomous Fangs. New victims in less than 10 minutes. Zimong opened its eyes. It opened its tiger mouth, and it was clear that the 2 sharpest teeth were shining with a faint purple light. This was a sign of having comprehended the poison attribute skill, Venomous Fangs. Zimong looked around, noticing that the environment it was in felt somewhat unfamiliar. Its old friend, the straw pile, was nowhere to be seen, and it couldn't use its master Lin Ran as a test subject, so it closed its open mouth and sat obediently. With the increase in level, Zimong's control over its abilities seemed to have strengthened a bit. Good job, Zimong. Lin Ran continued to praise it as usual. His little tiger indeed had a great personality. Let us go. Let us train a bit outside. Lin Ran certainly didn't want his beast to hold back. After mastering a new skill, beasts naturally wanted to try releasing it immediately. Don't suppress their nature. After a few dozen seconds, Lin Ran found a suitable spot. Compared to the previously bitten straw pile and the weak heavy sand, the training equipment here was solid many times over. Zimong tore down, biting the straw man's neck, and immediately launched venomous fangs. The combination move was fluid and showcased the might of the Tiger clan perfectly. Lin Ran had heard before that pets with strong bloodlines often possess a combat awareness that seems ingrained in their lineage, even without extensive training. Choosing the little tiger was indeed the right decision. Lin Ran, your Netherwood tiger's talent is truly remarkable. Not far away, Li Lianer praised him repeatedly. It seemed that in the future, he could not only serve as a support role in the team, but also act as an attacking force when needed. But don't worry, our team's healer is like a treasure. Unless there are special circumstances, you can relax. I'm really lucky, Lin Ran smiled back. Deep down, he was not someone who liked to take risks. Moreover, his two talents were primarily focused on support and detection. Therefore, he definitely did not see himself as a combat personnel at the moment. However, being cautious was part of his character. Making his pet stronger and giving it offensive abilities beyond healing skills was definitely a wise choice. 5 days later, in the training room, Lin Ran looked at his and Zimong's panels, smiling. The clinic's business had been thriving over the past 5 days. Although most of the treatments were for ordinary pets, the accumulation of points was quite impressive. Helping team members clear negative statuses from their pets daily also brought some rewards. Currently, Zimong had reached intermediate 1-star with 1052 energy points, and all of its skills had reached the proficient stage. As for Lin Ran, he had already accumulated 998 points of mental strength and was on the verge of breaking through to the next level, ready to cultivate a second pet space. Beast Tamers made rapid progress in the early stages, especially those with exceptional talents. With the Purification panel's bonuses, along with 1 talent and 1 advanced talent, Lin Ran felt that his speed was quite normal. Of course, the team members were shocked every day. They didn't know Lin Ran's exact level. But seeing his and his pet's rapid progress compared to their past made them feel the gap between individuals was indeed vast. However, they also enjoyed their time over these 5 days, with a dedicated healer providing attentive care every day and a luxurious free training ground. The 4 of them improved their strength more in these 5 days than in the previous several months combined. At this pace, I'll soon have my 3rd pet space. Yay, Li Lianer was in a very good mood these days. I used to think having a dedicated healer wasn't a big deal. But the reality has shown me how naive I was. Lin Ran, you are our team's lucky star. Chen Liang nodded. Although his own level was stuck, his judgment starfish had finally started to make progress again. The G brothers also expressed their agreement. Lin Ran, the 4 of us discussed it and decided to send you a big red envelope. The money has already been transferred to your card. Li Lianer said on behalf of everyone. We feel too bad that you don't take our money every day. Thank you all, Lin Ran said, rubbing his forehead. He was already used to it. The 4 of them sent themselves red envelopes daily, and he had already received 50,000 alliance coins in these few days. However, he didn't want to let down the good intentions of his teammates. It also improved his and Zimong's diet. However, Lin Ran felt puzzled because ever since Chun Ming came to open the door for them 5 days ago, she and T appeared again. According to Li Lianer, she had gone to handle matters above. This was how the Pet Beast Alliance's investigation teams operated. Different level teams handled different events. And there were cases of personnel borrowing between teams. So sometimes, they could go a month without dealing with pollution events, while other times, they had to tackle several in a row. In any case, Lin Ran had spent these 5 days quite comfortably. Although he knew there were invisible eyes watching him, he did not sense any specific danger. He was currently collecting points to prepare to upgrade his all-knowing ability to level 2. At that time, he would have even greater achievements in danger detection and pollutant perception. Just as Lin Ran was deep in thought, his team's phone emitted a message alert. At the same time, all 5 members picked up their phones to check the message. In the Sun Guang team discussion group, Chen Ming wrote, "You 5, hurry up and pack, head to the base. Our team needs to assist in handling a pollution event." The 5 exchanged glances and quickly returned to their tents to change into their team uniforms. They got into Li Lianer's vehicle and soon arrived at their destination. At that moment, Chen Ming looked tired. It was clear that her workload over the past 4 or 5 days had been significant. "Do you remember I mentioned that someone was sent to protect Lin Ran?" Chen Ming got straight to the point. Everyone nodded. "I've been following their team to deal with related pollution events these past few days." Chen Ming took out her thermos and continued. "In any case, we discovered a new victim related to Lin Ran. This pollution event has a lot in common with the Chun San and Lu Shiqing case. A suddenly mutated male beast tamer, and a woman who is an ordinary person but frequently appears in pollution events and then disappears." She paused before adding, "This time, we found a breakthrough. The main entity behind the pollution event is a demon beast. A feline demon beast." Lin Ran was taken aback. Is it related to him? Is it one of his former classmates? A feline demon beast. Could it be the black cat that was always with Lu Shiqing? It was a spotted cat that had the ability to transform, become invisible, and shield electronic signals. Chen Ming took a sip of hot water and continued. If it weren't for the dedicated beast tamers specializing in such demon beasts, we might not even have found its trace. Its strength is even higher than that of high-level demon beasts, likely around Master 5-star. Moreover, through our investigation, we found that this demon beast was originally just a pet cat owned by that ordinary woman. The reason it gained such strength in a short period and led several pollution events is something we suspect. And this incident is too similar to Lu Shiqing and her black cat situation. Chen Ming sat down and continued. In the previous Chen San and Lu Shiqing incident, Lin Ran emphasized the black cat multiple times, and we indeed found intimate photos of Lu Shiqing with the black cat. After discussing this with the higher-ups, the conclusion is now set. That black cat should be like that spotted cat, having received the inheritance from a powerful demon beast, and has directly become a demon beast. Although Lu Shiqing is not a demon tamer, her will has been manipulated by that highly intelligent demon beast. So her role is more like a guide and planner for the black cat's actions. I see. Lin Ran had always felt that the black cat was quite powerful. Its true strength had actually reached the master level. Lu Shiqing, to some extent, was the strategist behind the black cat's actions. The combination of powerful wild strength and strategic wisdom led to the previous hospital clinic's pollution event being so perplexing. Everyone fell silent, digesting the information Chen Ming had provided. After 2 minutes, Chen Ming continued, and the reason I said the victim is related to Lin Ran is that during our background investigation, we discovered something. This latest victim used to be in the same orphanage as Lin Ran, the Pingan orphanage in Maotu City, named Lin Ming. Following this information, we also investigated Lu Ran, the patient taken away by Lu Shiqing and the black cat. He changed his name after turning 13. His original name was Lin Fan, and he also grew up in the Pingan orphanage in Maotu City. So, now we've discovered a connection. In the pollution incident involving the demonized cat and the ordinary woman, no matter how many people die from the pollution, all the survivors come from this orphanage. As if they were specifically chosen. Lin Ran, do you have any impression of Lin Ming and Lin Fan? Chen Ming looked at Lin Ran. Lin Ran shook his head. In his memory, the Pingan orphanage had been open for many years and had taken in many children. He had no impression of these two. However, all the children raised in this orphanage have the surname Lin, though whether they would change their names after being adopted is another matter. Lin Ran provided this information. What happened to Lin Ming now? Lin Ran was very curious. At first, Chen Ming said that the higher-ups needed the whole team's assistance. Lin Ran vaguely felt that it was likely that they mainly needed his participation since everyone assumed he still had the irremovable, energy possession state. If the black cat and the spotted cat had the same origin, Lin Ran should still be able to sense something. Lin Ming was probably still alive but had been taken away by the spotted cat and that woman and hidden somewhere. They originally wanted to head towards the sea, the base of the demon beasts. However, because we discovered their tracks early, we gathered several teams and used highly protective purification items to seal off important passages. Although the spotted cat can become invisible, the woman and Lin Ming cannot. So once they appear, they will be captured. However, they disappeared. We searched for 2 or 3 days without finding them, but we are quite certain that they are still within a certain range of Maotu City. In desperation, the higher-ups thought of you. Chen Ming's expression was a bit complicated. She sighed and continued. There is a purification item called the Fate Connection Device, which chooses 2 life forms for mental entanglement, sharing mutual harm. However, it has another lesser-known function, for survivors of pollution incidents. If the demon beast that polluted them is still alive, using this device will automatically sense it from afar. The higher-ups want you to use it and see if you can locate the spotted cat. The side effects are quite obvious. Your mind will be under great pressure, as you will be directly communicating with the source of the fog. For a period of time afterward, you will constantly feel fear and develop significant mental issues. If you can help and successfully locate the spotted cat, the higher-ups said this purification item will be directly given to you as a reward. If you fail, it doesn't matter. The higher-ups will continue to protect you. And if your mental state has issues, all treatment costs will be covered by the Beastmaster Alliance. However, it all depends on whether you agree. The initiative is yours. Chen Ming finally finished explaining everything. Lin Ran was momentarily stunned. A high-level purification item as a reward? It seemed that the Beastmaster Alliance indeed took this incident very seriously. Becoming the only breakthrough point was something he hadn't anticipated. To be honest, he was quite willing to do this. However, the problem was that his energy possession state had long since disappeared. The last time he could discern the source of the pollutants was entirely due to the omniscient ability. So, if this high-level purification item is the only bridge connecting the curse and the curse-bearer, and that is just the energy possession state, then it would be useless. Of course, since it is a high-level purification item, perhaps it could uncover deeper connections. Anyway, there was no punishment for failure. Lin Ran still planned to give it a try. He was about to accumulate enough points to upgrade the omniscient ability to level 2. If the spotted cat and the black cat have the same origin, after upgrading his talent, Lin Ran might be able to directly locate the spotted cat through his ability. To be honest, Lin Ran was also eager to understand why he got involved in this unresolved pollution incident. If he could genuinely help the higher-ups make a breakthrough in the case, it would also help him in some way. With that thought in mind, Lin Ran said, "Captain, I have no problem at all. However, before that, I think I need to treat your negative state." The moment Lin Ran saw Chen Ming, he noticed her panel. There were many negative states. What she mentioned a few days ago about almost returning to normal was probably just to reassure the team. Chapter 42. The connection and counteraction of negative states. Chen Ming's level had already reached advanced 10 stars. No wonder she was borrowed by stronger teams. If Lin Ran hadn't broken through to Junior 10 stars Beastmaster in the past few days, he wouldn't have seen her panel today. Lin Ran directly looked at her negative states section. Emotional blurriness. 3. Purification requires 1600 mental power, cannot be purified. Broken heart syndrome. 2. Purification requires 800 mental power. Can be purified. Dissociative amnesia. 2. Can be purified. Obsessive compulsive disorder. 1. Can be purified. There was actually a negative state of level 3. Now that he thought about it, Lin Ran understood why Chen Ming always seemed calm, without significant emotional fluctuations or tone changes. Her emotional perception ability seemed to have been greatly weakened. The broken heart syndrome and dissociative amnesia appeared to stem from experiencing immense sorrow. It seemed that she lost something during the pollution incident she experienced half a year ago. Through his experiences over the past few days, Lin Ran discovered many patterns regarding purification and acquiring points. At the current panel level, the points obtained generally equate to the mental power required to purify a certain state. For example, purifying one negative state requires 200 mental power, and after purification, he can obtain 2 points. Purifying 2 negative states requires 800 mental power, and after purification, he can obtain 8 points. However, Lin Ran also noticed a phenomenon. Once the level of negative states exceeds the rank of the Beast Master's Demon Beast, it will basically force them to degenerate into a Demon Beast Master. For example, as a mid-level Beast Master, Chun Liang can only endure a maximum negative state of 2. Any higher would be dangerous. Similarly, the Yellow Dog Demon Beast that Zimang fought against a few days ago was still at the beginner level, but already bore a negative state of 2 rage, indicating that its rank couldn't withstand negative states, resulting in its demonization. Therefore, Chen Ming's true condition was quite poor. The highest negative state that an advanced Beastmaster can endure is 3. However, Lin Ran still couldn't reach the level to completely purify it. Of course, after reaching the intermediate stage, Zimang, combined with his current level 2 Shinong Herbalist ability, could still alleviate Chen Ming's current condition. Moreover, Lin Ran could clear all the negative states below level 2 that Chen Ming currently possessed. At this moment, Chen Ming still wore that calm expression. However, there was hesitation in her demeanor. After all, she had just persuaded Lin Ran 5 days ago to consider learning how to treat Beastmasters. Can he really put it into practice now? Sister Ming, you should give it a try. Chen Liang, Ji Zhuang, and Ji Gong have all been healed by Lin Ran these past few days. Li Lianer quickly said upon noticing Chen Ming's hesitation. You don't need any equipment. Every time under the little tiger's skill bath, I feel warm all over, and my spirit completely relaxes. Lin Ran's Shinong Herbalist talent seemed to have advanced again. His process for treating humans was entirely less lengthy than the conventional procedures. It was just a skill to warm them up, but it really worked well. Just think of it as a mental massage. You've been tired these past few days. Chun Liang and the others echoed in agreement, especially Chun Liang, who strongly expressed that he was now completely mentally normal, crediting Lin Ran as the greatest contributor. Li Lianer had already pushed Chen Ming onto the sofa. Lin Ran also summoned Zimong. At its initial growth stage, Zimong had completely outgrown the size of a small kitten. The growth rate of the Tiger Clan was very fast. At this moment, Zimong was standing on all fours, almost reaching Lin Ran's knees. Its green fur was even more flowing and natural, and the purple stripes interspersed within it were now more solid and profound. The halo on its head had also grown considerably, and the color of its pupils had changed from completely red to a mix of red and purple, seemingly transitioning to purple eyes. It was becoming more and more fitting of its name. After communicating through thoughts, Lin Ran directly had Zimong use the purifying light and the fragrance of plants and trees, while he also used the Divine Farmer's herbalism to enhance Zimong's healing effects. At this time, the purifying light had increased from 3 beams to 5, with a softer glow that had an orange hue. Although the effect of the fragrance of plants and trees was focused on Chen Ming, several others could also feel its refreshing and natural aftertaste. These skills combined with the talent were the direct reasons why Li Lianer and the others felt a warm mental state. The fundamental reason for the deep relaxation of their spirits was, of course, the purification panel. Lin Ran directly purified 2 level 2 negative states and 2 level 1 negative states from Chun Ming, gaining 20 points in the process. The mental points required to purify the negative state, emotional ambiguity, had also decreased. Alright, Team Chun, you need to come to me for treatment every day from now on. Lin Ran had just purified 2 level 2 states and was feeling a bit strained. So he sat on the other side of the sofa and had Zimong use the fragrance of plants and trees on him as well. At this moment, although Chun Ming's facial expression hadn't changed much, the sparkle in her eyes had recovered significantly, and her complexion improved quite a bit. However, inside, she was turbulent with emotions. The most important reason was that she felt the heavy stone that had blocked her heart for a long time had finally fallen away. Right after Lin Ran's seemingly ordinary treatment, seeing Chun Ming's visibly improved condition, Li Lianer was very happy. Sister Ming, I told you Dr. Lin Ran is amazing. Chun Ming smiled faintly and said, Lianer, Chun Liang, Ji Zhuang, and Ji Gong, I've been a bit negligent as the captain over the past 6 months. So I owe you all an apology. Upon hearing this, the four were a bit stunned. Li Lianer, who had just been dancing with joy, immediately sat down. You all know that half a year ago, during a pollution incident, I lost a very important partner, my third contracted pet beast. So I refused to engage with anything related to it. I moved and changed our team's base, no longer allowing you to use my training ground. According to my usual character, even after half a year, I shouldn't have avoided things to this extent. My healer told me that I contracted 3 negative states during the pollution incident, which are emotional ambiguity, broken heart syndrome, and dissociative amnesia. They are interrelated yet counteracting, which has kept my state mostly stable. However, it greatly increased the difficulty of treatment. Hearing this, Lin Ran was extremely surprised. What Chun Ming had previously said about not having a contracted third pet beast was not because she hadn't contracted one, but because her third pet beast was gone. Chapter 43. This is bad. You made Sister Ming worse. Chun Ming fell silent for a few seconds before continuing to explain. My broken heart syndrome and dissociative amnesia were reinforced states after being forcibly severed from my pet beast contract. This made it almost impossible for me to communicate with the healer during treatment. Once I shut my heart, no method worked. Moreover, once a sad memory point was triggered, my emotions would immediately collapse. However, emotional ambiguity suppressed my emotional collapse, so the healer said that even though my mental state was terrible, it somehow maintained a balance. Therefore, the compromise method my healer proposed was to avoid any contact with places and things related to my pet beast until he figured out a way. I don't know why, but I feel like my broken heart syndrome and dissociative amnesia just disappeared. Chun Ming seemed to have less emotional fluctuation in her words. Hearing this, Lin Ran also found it quite miraculous, yet somewhat helpless. It couldn't be said that Chun Ming was lucky. After all, negative states were ultimately negative. However, using poison to counteract poison seemed applicable in this case. Additionally, it seemed that Chun Ming's healer was a bit ineffective. Avoidance was what Chun Ming had previously referred to as active treatment. However, Lin Ran thought, could it be that the healer was afraid to forcibly break the balance maintained by the several negative states, which is why he hesitated to take action? Although Chun Ming hadn't shown much emotional change before, due to the mutual balancing constraints of the multiple negative states, she was at least able to express concern for her teammates, surprise, and worry. Why was her tone so cold now? What if his good intentions backfired? Thinking of this, Lin Ran immediately asked, what if the balance is broken? Chun Ming looked at Lin Ran, thought for 2 seconds, and said, my healer said that if only broken heart syndrome and dissociative amnesia are left, I might do something very harmful to myself. If only emotional ambiguity remains, then it won't be a big problem. This negative state is relatively superficial and quite easy to treat. Chun Ming put away her thermos. For some reason, she suddenly felt that the goji berry brown sugar water wasn't as sweet as it was before. Lin Ran nodded upon hearing this. There is indeed a balance among negative states, and the direction of their influence varies. Some are milder, while others are more intense. It seems that he needs to do his homework in advance for purification in the future. This time he was lucky. The negative state left by Chun Ming wouldn't lead her to take any extreme actions. Otherwise, it could have easily backfired. Alright, that's it for today. We'll meet at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. After Chun Ming finished speaking, she directly opened the door of the base and vanished from everyone's sight. The light-seeking squad's base fell silent for 10 seconds. Li Lianer broke the silence. Lin Ran, this is bad. You made Sister Ming worse. Li Lianer was clearly startled by Chun Ming's earlier cold demeanor. And she continued, I originally thought it was a good thing that Sister Ming finally spoke about what happened half a year ago. But now that I think about it, she lost her pet beast. Why did she keep quiet before, and now she seems completely indifferent? Moreover, she used to care for us a bit when we wrapped up our meetings, reminding us to do our tasks well and to rest properly. Why does she seem to have completely lost her ability to perceive emotions now? Liliana was anxious, tears welling in her eyes. If I had known, I wouldn't have rushed her into treatment. I have a responsibility in this matter as well. Liliana was still just a child. Chunming was her favorite and closest big sister, and her sudden personality shift made her lose her usual rationality and composure, almost bringing her to tears. Lin Ran felt overwhelmed. Wasn't it a bit exaggerated? He had only treated half of her illness. It didn't count as making things worse, did it? However, Chunming's change was indeed too obvious. Even if emotional ambiguity wouldn't lead to self-harm or violent states. The level of the state on Chunming was still at level 3. If it rose to level 4, Chunming would directly fall into becoming a Beastmaster. So, when the balance was broken, this high-level negative state completely revealed its true nature. Lin Ran felt a bit helpless about this. Lianer, calm down. It shouldn't be as serious as you think. Chun Liang handed Li Lianer a piece of paper. I just listened to their conversation and observed Team Chen's condition. Lin Ran must have just cured her heartbreak, syndrome and dissociative amnesia directly. Although she said the balance was broken, what remains with Team Chun should only be emotional blurriness now. This state, Lianer, we've all experienced before. It's one of the weakest types of negative states, merely a reflection of our inner thoughts that can't be expressed normally through emotions, resulting in a bit of a poker face and indifference. In this day and age, who hasn't experienced emotional blurriness? Don't worry. The important thing is that Team Chun can overcome her hurdle. You could say Lin Ran helped Team Chun out of her predicament, which is great. As for emotional blurriness, Lin Ran, you should be able to cure it in the next few days. Chun Liang looked at Lin Ran with bright eyes. After Lin Ran purified his 2 negative states, his condition improved significantly. His analytical ability was no longer affected by his suddenly violent or suppressed emotions. Clearly, the key points Lin Ran discussed with Chunming earlier were also grasped by him. With another 3 or 4 days of treatment, I'm confident I can eliminate Team Chen's negative state. Lin Ran nodded, feeling quite confident that her state would improve daily. In 3 to 4 days. With multiple uses of Shun Nong's herbal remedies and Zimong's treatment and innate skills, it would be enough to reduce the points required to purify 3 negative states to 1,300 to 1,400 points. He could definitely enhance his mental strength during this time. After all, he had just accumulated 80 points after purifying part of Chunming's negative states. He had previously invested 1 point into the Information Omniscient to test the points needed for upgrading. Now, investing another 79 points would allow him to upgrade to level 2. Once he returned to his tent that evening, Lin Ran planned to start upgrading. He needed to follow Chunming on a mission at 8 a.m. the next morning. Hopefully, the upgraded Information Omniscient would produce some helpful new abilities. Chapter 44, Misty Monster Beast Codex. I've seen it nighttime. Lin Ran's new residence. I must say, although this yurt doesn't look very luxurious on the outside, its functions are comprehensive. It can even transform the dome into glass material, instantly becoming a starry sky ceiling. Lin Ran looked up through the tent and the entire building's transparent glass roof at the night sky. After his level up, the talents of the Information Omniscient were gradually being developed. His 5 senses became stronger, especially his eyesight. Staring at the firmament, it seemed he could penetrate layers of mist and see the twisting monsters deep within, just like what he saw during the awakening and upgrading of his talents. In the past few days, during his leisure time, Lin Ran had been pondering the images he saw. What did those monsters represent? The introduction of his Information Omniscient explained that he could probe the true source of the mist. So, were the monsters responsible for creating the mist? Without thinking too deeply, Lin Ran directly invested 79 points into the Information Omniscient. In an instant, numerous images appeared before him. Unlike the previous 2 times, where he observed the monsters moving and floating in the sky from a distance, this time, he was standing nearby. He saw a monster with countless claws, covered in eyeballs, each with densely packed pupils. He saw a pitch-black evil dragon, with countless protrusions on its scales and barbs growing from its whiskers. He saw a creature with a human head and a serpent body, its pupils entirely white, with various colored poisonous snakes swirling around its head, hissing. He saw a catwoman in a wedding dress, with various cat patterns on her clothes, standing with 9 cats of different sizes, some completely black, some covered in spots, some red as fire, and some completely hairless. Time felt long, yet it seemed like just a blink of an eye. Seeing such a variety of grotesque monsters up close gave Lin Ran goosebumps. After all, he had already felt chills when observing from a distance. After calming himself down, Lin Ran opened the complete introduction of this talent. What new abilities would he gain from upgrading to level 2? Information Omniscient. Level 2 talent that can glimpse the secrets of the mist, see through the source of pollution, is the nemesis of Beast Tamers, and a bane to monster beasts. Contracted pets are not affected by the mist, and all attribute-enhanced pets can gain a certain degree of attribute increase. First enhancement, Pets gain additional attribute increases, sensitivity to the source of the mist is heightened, and the ability to distinguish the aura of pollutants is enhanced. Even allowing tracking back to the source, following the aura to find the owner of the pollutants within a certain time, sensitivity to pollution events is strengthened. And if a victim dies due to pollutants from monsters, he can briefly see the scene before their death. Second enhancement. Unlock the Misty Monster Beast Codex. Real contact or connection with different monster beasts can illuminate the monster illustrations, allowing for detailed information to be accessed. Strengthens the intensity of the first ability and enhances talent strength. Like Shin Gnome's herbal remedies, the level 2 enhancement also introduced a new function. However, this new function was quite intriguing. The Misty Monster Beast Codex? Is this the reason I got to see so many monster beasts up close? Lin Ran directly entered the codex. Each page of the codex was a portrait of a misty monster beast. However, all were displayed in gray. Not as vivid as the ones Lin Ran saw during his talent evolution. Additionally, the descriptions under the portraits were all question marks. Right. I need to have real contact or connection with these monster beasts to illuminate the codex. These monsters are so powerful. If I were to confront them directly, wouldn't I be killed in an instant? The Misty Monster Beast Codex seems a bit premature for me. However, the first level's capabilities have improved. Perhaps tomorrow. I can indeed sense the location of the spotted cat solely through the information omniscient. Lin Ran then looked at his mental power. Upgrading the information omniscient to level 2 provided him with 250 points of mental power. 1248 points of mental power. He had officially advanced to an intermediate beast tamer. He could also feel a second pet space being developed and nurtured in his mind. At this rate, it wouldn't take 2 or 3 days to stabilize. He could also contract a second pet. Having traveled to this world for only 10 days, Lin Ran was quite amazed by his progress. Although this world was dangerous, his purification panel turned danger into nourishment for his growth. As long as he figured out the source targeting him, Lin Ran felt his path to progress would be smoother. Hopefully, tomorrow goes well. The next day, the Sun Guang team's headquarters. Lin Ran was conducting the second treatment on Chun Ming. Chun Ming left early yesterday. Obviously not just to rest at home. Although her attitude and personality had changed slightly, her intelligence was still intact. So she probably went to discuss the situation with her therapist. Lin Ran didn't know exactly what had happened. In any case, Chun Ming's condition had improved significantly compared to yesterday. The mental power required to purify her negative state was only 1,300 points now. With the healing from Zimong's series of skills, the purification difficulty had decreased again. Lin Ran directly used the purification panel's ability to clear the negative state. At the same time, he also directly gained 16 points. Even though the mental power points required for purifying the negative state decreased, the points obtained were still the initial requirement of 1. For a moment, Chun Ming seemed to have changed completely. The icy aura that kept people at bay disappeared, and her facial expression softened significantly. Let me repeat our mission this time. Chun Ming took out her thermos and said, this time, the main task is to assist the dream building team in finding the location of the spotted cat and rescuing Lin Ming. The core key is Lin Ran. What we need to do is to pay attention to the surroundings and ensure Lin Ran's safety. Half an hour later, Master Huang Tianhua from the dream building team will come to guide us to the destination. He is the one secretly protecting Lin Ran, a master at level 9. With 5 pet beasts, the highest level pet has already reached the master level. The restored Chun Ming no longer treated the mission with cold and cursory remarks as she did yesterday. She took a sip of water, pursed her lips, and continued. Master Huang Tianhua's main pet is a large mechanical beast, so we will ride on his pet to get there. The speed may be a bit fast, and those who haven't experienced riding a pet may feel uncomfortable at first. Lin Ran. Have Zimang use the skill on each of us in advance to warm our spirits and prevent motion sickness later. Chapter 45. The bride cat girl and her 9 cats. Huang Tianhua soon arrived. After a brief introduction, he immediately summoned his pet. It was a giant lizard, dark green all over, with a tire-shaped protrusion on its neck and a slightly curled tail forming a circular shape. It was gripping the ground with its limbs, resembling a large motorcycle. This is my judgment motorcycle lizard. I will install the transportation device on its back, and you can just sit inside. Huang Tianhua took out a simulated device resembling a carriage from his spatial ring and placed it on the back of the pet. Visibly, this carriage fit perfectly with the back of the motorcycle lizard and expanded into a carriage that could accommodate at least 8 people. Although Lin Ran had seen Li Lianer's transforming car, he was still a bit surprised to see this transportation purification item that could merge with a pet. My carriage isn't of a very high grade and doesn't fit perfectly with my pet, so you may feel a bit dizzy while sitting inside. After Huang Tianhua finished speaking, he summoned another mount-type pet, a large eagle that gleamed with a metallic sheen. However, the speed to the destination was quite fast. Just bear with it. After saying this, he directly mounted the metallic eagle. Lin Ran stepped into the carriage on the back of the motorcycle lizard, feeling quite envious. A Beastmaster has two pet mounts. One runs on the ground, the other flies in the sky. This is indeed convenient. But thinking about Z-Mang's growth rate, Lin Ran felt relieved. Tigers are large pets. And he would soon also be a Beastmaster with a mount pet. This is quite luxurious in the Misty Fog era. 25 minutes later, the swaying carriage finally stopped. The people who had already received Lin Ran's treatment were basically unharmed. Although Lin Ran was the lowest level among the Seeking Light team, he was in the best condition. His two talents enhanced his resistance to abnormalities in every aspect. After getting off the carriage, Lin Ran observed the surroundings. This area was in another corner of Mao Rabbit City, but not far from the sea, filled with large villas and sea-view houses. According to the information Lin Ran had received earlier, this place had been classified as a dangerous building for over 10 years. Without proper care, the gardens in front of the villas had dried up, and the exterior of the villas had more or less fallen into disrepair. Lin Ran, you've worked hard. As soon as Lin Ran got off the carriage, a middle-aged man came to greet him, saying, I am the captain of the dream building team, Zhu Mo. You can call me Old Zhu or Uncle Mo. Uncle Mo. Hello. Lin Ran cupped his hands and said immediately. Zhu Mo had some wrinkles on his face, a few white hairs, and his overall demeanor was that of a very approachable uncle. The task was originally to protect you well, but now you still have to get involved in risks, which is indeed a poor strategy. However, you are currently the only breakthrough. Zhu Mo's tone was very sincere. But the higher-ups placed great importance on this task, so they also allocated this level of equipment. Chen Ming should have told you about the risks of using it. We are all very grateful that you chose to come. Saying this, he took out the fake connection device. The fake connection device was small, like a jewelry box, with two sides, the white side facing up and the black side down. When you open the black side, it should create a connection, Zhu Mo said. Lin Ran nodded. He was sure that he would not face any life-threatening danger by coming here. He wasn't foolish. The fake connection device would have a 99% chance of not affecting him. His Inchi attached state had already disappeared. Therefore, facing the so-called gu-raising person, he had also lost the medium. Even if that one chance allowed him to communicate with the true culprit, it would only be a spiritual connection. Under the protection of the information omniscient, Lin Ran's ability to defend against the mist had long surpassed what it was like when he first crossed over. Additionally, with the upgrade of the information omniscience ability, Lin Ran's perception still retained the memory of the black cat gas. If the aura of the spotted cat is the same origin as the black cat, he has a high probability of perceiving it. The location he was currently in was the area confirmed by the dream building team as the most likely location of the spotted cat. It was definitely worth a try. If he really found it, he would obtain a high-level purification item. It would also allow a stronger team to explore the source of this major pollution incident behind him. This would be killing two birds with one stone. At this moment, Lin Ran received the purification device from Zhu Mo's hand. The white side of the fake connection device felt warm to the touch, while the black side was extremely cold. Closing his eyes and taking a breath, Lin Ran opened the black side of the jewelry. At the moment he opened it, he did not feel any connection. As expected, the main bridge of connection had disappeared, and this device seemed to have little effect on him. However, he still had his talent ability. He turned the perception to the maximum. Lin Ran identified the faint pollution aura that appeared in the air. Emptying his soul, his perception was slowly extended. Not long after, on the edge of a manhole cover, Lin Ran sensed a familiar scent. It was a few strands of dark yellow mist, very similar to the black mist left behind by the black cat. The mist was drifting downward, seemingly dissipating. Focusing all his attention on these strands of mist, Lin Ran wanted to continue sensing in the direction the mist was dispersing. Suddenly, these dark yellow strange mists rushed towards Lin Ran at a very fast speed. Lin Ran was in a completely empty state, with his thoughts quite ethereal. He didn't even have time to react before he found that the yellow mist had actually drilled into the side of the fake connection device that was opened. His hand holding the fake connection device suddenly felt an alternating sensation of cold and heat. At the same time, Lin Ran noticed that the strange mist beast catalog in his mind was stirring. He immediately felt the source of the change. It was that cat girl. The page belonging to it in the strange mist beast catalog was instantly illuminated. At this moment, in Lin Ran's perception, 10 very intense strange mist auras appeared, scattering in different directions. Among them, one was exceptionally strong, pointing far into the sky. Another presence that Lin Ran was quite familiar with was the black cat he had encountered before crossing over. And there was another, which was the yellow mist he had just faintly sensed. At this moment, the trajectory of the yellow mist flowed like a bright light, completely within Lin Ran's sight. The black-faced function of this purification device seemed to be more complex than they had described. In an instant, Lin Ran understood who the true culprit behind his search was. The wedding dress cat girl and her 9 cats. Chapter 46. The dying hero Lin Ran felt goosebumps all over his body. This wedding dress cat girl was clearly a top-tier existence. If she was the mastermind behind it all, how could he, with his current strength, deal with such an enemy? Lin Ran kept his eyes tightly closed. He shifted his attention to the newly lit cat girl encyclopedia. At this moment, the encyclopedia was filled with dense descriptions. Misty Monster, Wedding Dress Cat Girl Introduction. She is a collection of grievances, a manifestation of women's injustices transformed into obsession. She wields desire and harvests fear. Current level, Master 10 stars, still upgrading. Current follower level, average level of Master 5 stars. Seeing this, Lin Ran's mind trembled even more. This cat girl was actually an image condensed after reaching a certain level of ideology. Misty Monster. In other words, it was more like a fixed form created by Mist, rather than derived from a living pet. After all, historically, even if a pet transformed into a monster, it would still retain its original shape and appearance, only showing some significant signs of pollution in different parts of its body, like the black spots on the previously transformed yellow dog. This humanoid monster seemed distinctly eerie, more akin to the horrors found in strange tales. Lin Ran continued to look at the content in the encyclopedia. Upgrade method. Delegate followers to find unjust women, invade their souls, collect their grievances, and turn them into believers. Find the source of their obsessions, kill their hatreds, and elevate their soul energy once again. Then, locate ordinary people carrying psychic power, guide the pollution to them, and stimulate their high-level talents. Plunder their talents and graft them onto the believers. Afterward, the demon cat will absorb the believer's soul, merging as one while gaining a power boost. Upon reading this description, Lin Ran quickly clarified some logical connections. The black cat and the leopard cat were both followers of the cat girl. Ordinary women like Lu Shiqing, who had unfair social experiences and heavy hatred, were ideal targets for believers. The two formed a combination of followers and believers. Wang Se and Chun San were part of the believer's hatred. Killing them could enhance the believer's soul strength. So, was he one of the sealed individuals with psychic power? What was psychic power? Lin Ran hadn't received relevant information during his onboarding training with Lilianer. However, it seemed that those with psychic power were generally ordinary people whose talents had been sealed. Moreover, their talent strength must be quite high. After all, the original owner should have had high-level talent, but due to this sealing state, he had never been able to become a beastmaster. Now that he thought about it, Lu Shiqing taking away that Lu Ran, Lin Fan, was likely to plunder his talent and graft it onto herself. The victim Lin Ming he was dealing with should be in the same situation. If this cat girl was a composite of many believers, then she undoubtedly possessed more than one talent. If this cat girl were to grow, it would definitely spell disaster. Lin Ran didn't know how many believer souls she had already absorbed, but her current Master 10-star strength was already an insurmountable chasm for him. It's worth noting that Master is one level higher than Master. Without further thought, Lin Ran shifted his consciousness to the portrait of the cat girl in the encyclopedia. After illuminating it, the portrait came to life. It was even more vivid than the scenes he had seen during talent upgrades. He could see the wriggling cat whiskers on her face and the different lights shimmering on her wedding dress. He could also clearly see the forms of the 9 demon cats beneath her feet. The black cat was right in the middle. The different auras he had sensed earlier stemmed from this encyclopedia. Lin Ran opened his eyes. Right now, he had to find the trajectory of that leopard cat. Weakening this cat girl's power even a little would be beneficial for Lin Ran. Lin Ran, what did you sense? Zhu Zhuma asked. In that brief moment, Lin Ran had seen many things, but the time that had passed in reality was actually short. Seeing Lin Ran's pale face, Zhu Zhuma knew he must have sensed something. He felt a bit happy inside, but also slightly apologetic. Lin Ran's mental world had likely endured a more severe invasion than when he was first controlled by pollutants. I saw it. Lin Ran didn't intend to waste any time. It's underground, beneath the manhole cover. Still in this area? Probably at the intersection of the 4th horizontal street from the left and the 2nd vertical street. The depth is about 6 meters. After being able to strongly sense the trajectory of the leopard cat, Lin Ran was even able to pinpoint its location accurately. In such critical matters, information must be precise. Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuma nodded immediately. He instructed the medical personnel in the team to stabilize Lin Ran, while he himself began contacting various supporting teams with his communication device. Lin Ran felt a bit drained. The specific reason was that lighting up an eerie mist encyclopedia consumed a lot of mental energy. Chun Ming and Chun Liang supported him, their gazes toward him filled with complexity. As a reconnaissance team of the Beastmaster Alliance, they had the duty to undertake various missions. However, if it was a life-threatening order, the choice was still in their hands. Lin Ran had only joined the team for about 10 days, yet he had frequently encountered pollution events and had achieved several merits. Faced with such a dangerous reconnaissance task, he still chose to contribute without much hesitation. Unbeknownst to him, everyone felt that Lin Ran's status had risen in their hearts. Chenming felt both proud and pained. If Lin Ran's mental state was severely damaged this time, would she bear primary responsibility? After all, if she had directly taken over this task for Lin Ran yesterday, this wouldn't have happened. Liliana's eyes were also filled with tears. She hadn't known Lin Ran for long, but she was already quite certain of his importance in the team. Lin Ran was kind, humble, and always treated everyone for free. What would happen if he were gone? 1 minute later, under the healing of a senior healer, Lin Ran's mental and physical states improved significantly. He had the strength to stand up. However, when he looked at the various gazes directed at him, he felt a bit helpless. Their expressions of regret, sadness, and melancholy seemed to regard him as a hero on the verge of sacrificing himself. Lin Ran immediately understood the reason. He smiled. He didn't know whether to feel happy or sad about being viewed as a dying hero. Only he knew he was perfectly fine. Moreover, he had grasped information he had never anticipated. Chapter 47. The alluring mist. Lin Ran closed his eyes to rest. Although he didn't know how the leopard cat incident was being handled, he could still sense the fluctuations of its mist. If the leopard cat's level was still Master 5 stars, then with Zhu Zhuma's team's strength, there shouldn't be any major issues. However, why had they gone underground? Li Lianer is young, but her outgoing personality and quirky charm always allow her to quickly become familiar with strangers. At this moment, she is chatting with the healer from the Dream Building team who treated Lin Ran earlier. Big sister doctor, do you know the story of this spotted cat and its owner? Li Lianer smiles sweetly. The average age of the Dream Building team members is at least 35. And this female healer looks like she could be Li Lianer's mother, her face lighting up at being called Big Sister. This woman is also someone who has suffered. She sighs and sits cross-legged. Her name is Wang Xiao, and true to her name, she is always smiling, making her quite popular in the factory where she works. However, behind that smile are more tears. The factory manager is a beast master of the same age as Wang Xiao, and they moved in together 6 months after they met. Initially, their life was quite happy. They even bought a cat together, the spotted cat. In this era, keeping a pet is not a simple matter due to the influence of the strange mist, which leads to high maintenance costs. Wang Xiao once thought she was the happiest woman in the world. However, it wasn't long before she noticed problems. Her seemingly perfect boyfriend turned out to be an alcoholic and an abusive man when drunk. At first, Wang Xiao was told that this was a normal state for beast masters, as they easily fell into negative states. Wang Xiao believed it, but as time went on, she realized something was wrong. The beatings became more frequent, and the injuries were so severe that they couldn't be covered by makeup. She began to think about escaping, planning to take the spotted cat with her. But each time she tried, she was caught and returned, bearing even worse injuries. Eventually, she disappeared. Everyone thought she was dead. Then several pollution incidents occurred, and her figure appeared in them, but she was covered in dirt, her face wrinkled and unrecognizable, so no one recognized her at first. In short, later on, she and the spotted cat teamed up to kill the factory manager and abducted Lin Ming, who survived one of the pollution incidents. After hearing this, Li Lianer looked angry and deep in thought. She opened her mouth as if to say something, but then held back. Lin Ran was also deeply moved. This story has similarities to Lu Shiqing and Chen Sanwang's. He suddenly understood why both Wang Xiao and Lu Shiqing became the chosen ones of the wedding dress cat. A tragic history, justice that was never served, a life of compromise. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Lin Ran's mind. She said Wang Xiao disappeared later but returned covered in dirt. Could it be that she hid at the bottom of a well to escape the factory manager? Lin Ran didn't dare to think further. What kind of survival motivation would it take to do such a thing? Perhaps it was hatred that kept her going. Lin Ran also noticed something. The chosen ones of the cat demon are basically the pet cats of these tragic women. Is there a pattern to this? Can the cat demon sense the existence of women burdened by grievances through their pet cats? If she is one of the incarnations of the strange mist, it wouldn't be surprising. Every time he hears such a tragedy, Lin Ran feels very heavy-hearted. For some reason, the thought that the cat woman could help such women take revenge sounds quite satisfying. However, the introduction in the illustrated guide states that the chosen ones are puppets controlled by their souls. Taking revenge is just a way to enhance their purity. In the end, they still have to become the nourishment for the cat woman. This is even more tragic. Human nature is the hardest to fathom, regardless of the era. Ordinary people without power are always caught at the bottom of the torrent, struggling painfully. Sighing, Lin Ran decided not to dwell on it any longer. There are many affairs in the world. For now, he still needs to solve the most pressing problems. Just then, his spirit suddenly tightened. The aura of the spotted cat was suddenly dispersed. That bright trajectory rapidly contracted, directly converging into an upward yellow beam of light, spreading towards the sky, seemingly about to leave in every direction. Lin Ran knew that the spotted cat was dead, but he still frowned. If the strange mist energy within the spotted cat returned to the cat woman after its death, then even if he killed the cat woman's chosen one, it seemed pointless. She could create the next spotted cat and control the next Wang Xiao. How to deal with such a strange mist demon beast? Lin Ran clenched his hands tightly. The fate connection device in his hands was gripped tightly. However, at this moment, the white side of the fate connection device became unusually hot. What is the principle behind this? Lin Ran knew that this purification object was definitely not that simple. Earlier, its black side could absorb the faint aura of the spotted cat, causing the illustration of the cat woman to appear. So, could the white side do the same? Thinking of this, Lin Ran gently opened the white side. In an instant, the yellow beam of light immediately changed its trajectory, as if it had found a home. It rushed directly toward the fate connection device in Lin Ran's hand. At the same time, Lin Ran felt a wave of heat in his mind. He once again sensed the changes in the strange mist demon beast illustrated guide. He immediately shifted his attention. On the page of the Catwoman in the illustrated guide, the position of the spotted cat completely dimmed. The strength of the Catwoman also dropped from Master 10 stars to Master 8 stars. Moreover, on the right side of the illustrated guide, a new description appeared. Strange mist inventory, number 038, wedding dress Catwoman, 10, has been absorbed. My illustrated guide can absorb the essence of the wedding dress Catwoman. This also confirms Lin Ran's two guesses. First, these terrifying strange mist demon beasts are indeed manifestations of the strange mist, and their strength source is these differently colored mists. Second, it is very difficult to eliminate these strange mists using conventional means. Corresponding containers must be used. Lin Ran looked at the fate connection device in his hand. What kind of sacred object is this purification that can guide and absorb the strange mist? Lin Ran remembered that Li Lianer had said before that all purification objects originated from pollutants. Is that why it can still create connections? Lin Ran shook his head slightly. Regardless, this purification object would belong to him after the incident with the spotted cat ended. Chapter 48. The being sealed in legend, however. What is this strange mist inventory for? Lin Ran wanted to click on this entry to see if there were more detailed introductions, but found that he couldn't do so. What would happen when the strange mist collected under the wedding dress Catwoman reaches 100? Perhaps he would only find out after his talent levels up again. In any case, storing this strange mist in the illustrated guide would greatly benefit him. When the yellow strange mist that belonged to the spotted cat was absorbed, Lin Ran felt a warmth throughout his body, as if bathing in the morning sun. Upon closer inspection, his mental strength had actually increased by 100 points. Why did his mental strength increase after absorbing the strange mist? Lin Ran subconsciously looked at his status bar. There were no negative states. He smiled. He couldn't possibly be a strange mist demon beast. After being nourished by that yellow strange mist, Lin Ran felt better than he did when he woke up in the morning. He stood up and brushed off the dust from his pants. Zhu Zhuma, Huang Tianhua, and the others returned. Their faces did not look good. Lin Ran naturally knew that the spotted cat had died. This should have been a joyous occasion. However, Lin Ran quickly realized the truth. Wang Xiao was very likely gone. The moment she became a chosen one, she had already lost the sovereignty of her soul. As the guide of the spotted cat, she has likely ended her own life in some way. As for the victim Lin Ming, whose psychic powers were sealed, I wonder how he is doing now. At this moment, Zhu Zhuma also felt a bit disheveled. After all, the space under the manhole cover is small, and reaching the previous position of the spotted cat without causing too much noise is quite challenging. They are all dead. He shook his head, looking somewhat frustrated. After discovering us, the spotted cat and Wang Xiao immediately killed Lin Ming and then quickly ended their own lives. This is quite abnormal for a beast. Zhu Zhuma clearly did not understand. Generally, beasts are very aggressive and would not choose to end their own lives even when fleeing from an enemy. Everything seems to be controlled in some way. Lin Ran sighed. In the combination of believers and their followers, the believer represents intelligence and is the executor of actions. Therefore, the decision to kill Lin Ming and then commit suicide was made by Wang Xiao. Lin Ran did not know if Wang Xiao could still retain her consciousness after becoming a puppet. However, he felt that all of this should just be the instructions of the Catwoman. Reflecting on Wang Xiao's story, her greatest love was laughter. Her favorite was her spotted cat pet. She was a strong woman who, despite experiencing violence, still had a strong will to live and would not succumb to fate even while living under a manhole cover. If Wang Xiao still had her will, she would not seek death, nor would she let her pet cat die. After so many tragedies, this tragedy added another layer of sorrow. Lin Ran's heart was very complicated. Earlier, he had quite a hatred for the black cat and Lu Shiqing, wishing for them to be brought to justice to prevent future harm. Now, thinking back, their lives had already been miserable, and in the second half of their lives, they were further manipulated by the foggy beast. Like chess pieces, discarded when useless. Lin Ran suddenly felt a bit powerless. The ultimate source still lies with this fog, or perhaps with those scumbags who harm innocent women. After all, the foggy cat woman absorbs the obsessions of such pitiful women. However, Lin Ran knew that such things cannot be stopped, especially in this terrifying era. Things have become even more chaotic. How detestable and laughable. Zhu Zhuma quickly organized his emotions and said, "No matter what, this matter has come to a conclusion. Although it's a pity that the clues end here, at least the spotted cat will no longer harm more people. Lin Ran, you've worked hard. This fate-linking device will be yours from today on." Zhu Zhuma lightly patted Lin Ran's shoulder. Lin Ran noticed a hint of murkiness in his eyes, combined with a touch of gray at his temples, making him seem very weathered under this haze. "Team Zhu, what I saw earlier was not just the spotted cat." Lin Ran blurted out directly, as he had intended to share this information with these powerful beast masters during his earlier rest. His strength was insufficient to deal with the foggy cat woman, but the master beast masters can. Even if the master beast masters cannot, there are still legendary beast masters above them, the titled beast masters. The top beast masters in Maodu City are even more numerous than those in Huagua's main city, Chenlong City. He now needed to provide higher value information to gain more attention from above. Moreover, Lin Ran had also come up with a plan. If his illustrated book could track the locations of the cat woman's other 8 followers, he just needed to convince a stronger team to take him out on a mission. He could provide the locations and wait safely. And when the follower beast cats were killed, he could absorb the fog through the fate-linking device. This would enhance his strength while weakening the cat woman's level. As long as the cat woman is around, he feels he cannot find peace. The road burned by the black cat Lu Shiqing, Lin Ming, who was killed by Wang Zhao's spotted cat. It could have been him. If he had not survived the thrilling 100 hours after his arrival, his fate might have been worse than theirs. What does it mean to have psychic powers sealed? Has his psychic power been unlocked? These are all mysteries. After Lin Ran finished speaking, the scene suddenly fell silent for more than 10 seconds. Everyone seemed to be trying to understand the deeper implications behind Lin Ran's words. Upon hearing his statement, Zhu Zhuma immediately perked up, the murkiness in his eyes dissipating a bit. His initial expectation was that Lin Ran might have been cursed by the black cat. And since the spotted cat shares a connection, Lin Ran might have a certain probability of sensing it through the fate-linking device. Not being able to capture the spotted cat and Wang Xiao alive left him feeling quite frustrated. However, Lin Ran seemed to have seen the invisible hand behind the black cat. If that were the case, wouldn't he, the final task of his team, already have some leads? Quickly tell me what else you saw. Zhu Zhuma's tone rose slightly. Besides the spotted cat and the black cat, there are the other 7 cats. One with all red fur, like walking red light. One completely hairless, but with yellow and blue heterochromatic eyes. One is a ragdoll cat, but has only one ear. Lin Ran described the characteristics of each cat and continued. And behind them is a strange creature, a woman with a cat's head and human body, dressed in bridal attire, with a red veil over her head. Her whiskers extend to the ground, casually swirling around those 9 cats, as if controlling them. Lin Ran tried to describe it as specifically as possible. He made a recalling gesture. Then he described the details of the bridal attire and red veil. Hearing this information, Zhu Zhuma's eyes widened in disbelief. A cat's head, a human body? ISNT, that the legendary sealed creature. Chapter 49, 2 titled Beast Masters. God of Fire and Fate. Are you sure it's a human body? Not a humanoid, with hands and feet that have the same skin color and proportions as normal humans? Zhu Zhuma asked again. Definitely. Lin Ran nodded. From Zhu Zhuma's tone and expression, Lin Ran sensed some background information. He must know something. After all, he is a master-level beast master with 6 pets, and must have seen quite a lot. Then this matter becomes serious. Zhu Zhuma stroked his chin. This should be the evil creature sealed in legend. Upon hearing this, Lin Ran was also taken aback. The sealed creature from legend? The foggy era has already lasted for 222 years. Is this legend from even earlier or later? Thinking of this, Lin Ran asked, how far back can this legend be traced? I'm not sure about the specifics. It was something my master mentioned to me years ago. Zhu Zhuma shook his head. I can't handle this matter. I need to take you to meet him. My master once told me that those who can sense such creatures are very special. No wonder I see that after using the fate-linking device. Your condition is not as bad as I imagined. Lin Ran, if possible, can you come with me to meet my master this afternoon? Zhu Zhuma said. Special people? The reason he could see the cat woman is because of the omniscient information. Lin Ran had always thought this was due to his talent for possessing the purification panel. Now it seems it might not be that simple. Is it because of psychic power? Lin Ran nodded and said, then I'll trouble Uncle Mo. He indeed has many questions now. Well, then you should go rest well. I want to see if I can discover anything from Lin Ming's corpse. Zhu Zhuma continued. Chen Ming, Huang Tianhua, you two continue to take good care of Lin Ran, and bring him to the Maodu City Beastmaster Alliance headquarters around 2 in the afternoon. Okay, the two nodded. In the afternoon, Lin Ran sat in an office room on the 5th floor of the Beastmaster Alliance headquarters. From the morning's spotted cat incident to now, Lin Ran had many questions. Soon, he should be able to get quite a few answers. During the lunch break, he also asked Chen Ming, Li Lianer, and others some questions about sealed creatures and those who can see them. However, it was clear that this concept was also new to them. Nevertheless, Lin Ran did learn some other information. For example, Zhu Zhuma's master is a titled Beast Master. He has 8 pet beasts. As a mid-level Beast Master, facing such a powerful opponent made him a bit nervous. To prepare, Lin Ran did some research on the forum. He looked up his name, portrait, major accomplishments, and pet beasts to avoid appearing too ignorant. His name is Twilight, titled Fire God, characterized by fiery red eyebrows. And he possesses the highest known fire affinity talent. Before long, the door opened. In addition to Twilight, another person of similar age entered the room. Lin Ran immediately stood up respectfully, saying, "Greetings, Lord Fire God." "Who is this?" "This is my senior brother, titled Fate," Twilight replied. "He has been waiting for you for a few days." "Greetings, Lord Fate." Lin Ran immediately bowed, but was deeply shocked inside. He had heard of this Beast Master long before he became an ordinary person. His real name is Lin Jian. He is not only one of the top powerhouses in Mao Rabbit City, but also stands at the pinnacle in all of Huagua and even the world. It is said that he is infinitely close to becoming a legendary Beast Master. He possesses the talent of a fate weaver, as he can predict the risks of major events, helping Huagua through 2 or 3 level pollution incidents, and was once called a savior. When the original host awakened his talent, he believed he could successfully awaken it because they both share the surname Lin and both have 2 character names in metaphysics. However, what shocked Lin Ran more was Twilight's earlier statement. "He has been waiting for you for a few days." This sentence echoed in his mind. He knew that Lin Jian had the ability of foresight, but how did he pinpoint such a small character like himself? A few days. So who was he waiting for? Him or the original host? Lin Ran straightened his body, managing his expression well to avoid showing his nervousness. He looked at Lin Jian. This Beastmaster, known as the Fate Keeper, was dressed in plain linen clothes, resembling an ordinary old man about to go out to practice Tai Chi. His features were quite ordinary. But those eyes made Lin Ran feel somewhat dizzy at a glance. The pupils seemed like an endless universe, so deep that they could make one lose themselves. If Twilight gave a warm and passionate impression, then Lin Jian exuded a sense of epic vastness. "Don't be polite. Sit down," Lin Jian said, clearly lacking the superiority of someone in a higher position, and continued, "I don't want to scare you. 10 days ago, I predicted that an event was about to happen, that a survivor from a pollution incident could awaken the ability to save this world. I'm getting old, and my predictive accuracy is not what it used to be. At first, I didn't believe such an outrageous message, but I had to believe it because my information can save others and myself, so I must verify each piece. Thus, I began searching for news about survivors from recent pollution incidents and alerted various teams. 3 days ago, I basically locked onto you." Lin Ran was taken aback. 10 days ago, wasn't that the day he crossed over? Then what Lin Jian sensed must be his current self. "The fate linking device in your hand was actually a gift I prepared for you in advance. Its actual level is level 5, not level 4. However, those without special talents cannot develop its higher level functions. Today's events have also confirmed that you are the person I was looking for. However, the talent you reported is Shinnong's 100 Herbs. It is obvious that you are a favored lucky one. On the day of your awakening, you must have seen another awakening scene, right?" Lin Jian stared directly at Lin Ran, leaving him momentarily stunned. To be honest, when he first entered this world, he was very guarded, so he did not fully share his talent information with his teammates. However, during the recent operations, Lin Ran realized the inconveniences. For example, his inability to directly provide information made his team members spend extra time collecting and analyzing data. Lin Ran knew that if he wanted to pursue the Catgirl's followers next, continuing in this manner was unreasonable. Chapter 50 Knowledge, Fate Doll. Moreover, this feeling of not being forthright made Lin Ran uncomfortable. The purification panel was too shocking. He would certainly keep quiet about it. The information omniscience was a talent after all. Although he hadn't heard of it before, he was likely the first to possess it. He felt he would eventually have to find an opportunity to mention it. "Well, when I first awakened, I saw many terrifying scenes." Lin Ran directly shared his first distant view of various misty demonic beasts. He did not hide information or fabricate reasons for not reporting these messages. In front of such a powerful beast master, it was better to be honest, even if it meant saying less. That wedding dress Catgirl. I initially only caught a distant glimpse of her, but this morning, when using the fate linking device, I suddenly could sense her existence trajectory and the positions of the 9 cats around her. Now there are only 8. Lin Ran cautiously chose his words. "Yes, that appeared in my foresight. The fate linking device only exerts its maximum effect when you use it, Even I cannot do that. Additionally, I received another piece of information. Your other awakened talent is level 5, known as knowledge. Just like my talent is referred to as fate, knowledge. This seemed quite similar to the current description of the information omniscience. Lin Ran can now locate everything related to the mist, see the scenes before death, and possess a demonic beast encyclopedia, etc. However, Lin Ran felt that it shouldn't just be about knowing information. For example, he could open the demonic beast encyclopedia, which even had some operable items. Without the panel's assistance, it would likely be impossible. The purification panel should be the source that Lin Jian felt could save this world. After all, talent is just talent. To upgrade, pet beasts need to enhance their strength, and the panel is Lin Ran's greatest reliance. Generally, talents tend to lean towards rules, possessing powerful abilities beyond merely enhancing pet beast capabilities. Lin Jian continued, in short, you are very important. Our Beastmaster Alliance currently knows too little about the core and origin of the mist. However, I can tell you now that most of what you have seen are evil beings that were once sealed. They existed before the era of the mist. There was a time when the Beastmaster world experienced a wave of fusion, and some mad Beastmasters conducted many human-beast fusion experiments, with some even succeeding. These beings are nearly immortal because their essence is no longer flesh and blood. Moreover, they all attack indiscriminately. Rather than being evil, they are more like emotionless killing machines. There is a hidden history about the war between Beastmasters and them. In short, they are sealed in different places. After the invasion of the eerie fog, most places fell into enemy hands. We anticipated that one day they would re-emerge, which I vaguely saw in my prophecy, but I didn't expect it to happen so soon. However, the creatures you saw, like that multi-eyed tentacle monster and the spiked black dragon, do not fall under the category of evil beings I mentioned. They may have existed in this beast taming world long before, and I don't know their origins. In any case, the eerie fog definitely has self-awareness. Moreover, it selects suitable subjects to become its representatives, becoming disasters. Lin Jian spoke while pondering. Then, he shook his head slightly and continued. In any case, the information you can perceive is invaluable to our Hua country and even to the entire world. According to my understanding, you need to carry the fate-linked instrument to connect with the aura of these monsters in order to perceive their full appearance and trajectory. Next, we may often need to seek your assistance. Lin Jian said solemnly. I will do my best. Just call me directly if you need anything, Lin Ran replied. The source of his progress is the purification of the eerie fog. He can now record the fog that these eerie fog monsters carry in their bestiary, though he currently cannot purify it with the purification panel. However, Lin Ran feels that those stocks are like his reserves. He can purify pet beasts, and humans earn points from it, but it requires time and accumulation of quantity. When a large number of points are needed in the future, these eerie fog monsters will be the best nourishment for his strength improvement. This purification item is called the Fate Doll. It's a one-time use item that can make you immune to a fatal injury. Lin Jian handed Lin Ran a small blue cloth doll and said, I am one of the top purification masters in Hua country, and making purification items is my daily routine. You are now one of our country's most valuable talents, and your life comes first. If you use it up, you can come to me again, and I will help you make another one. Of course, I hope you won't need to use it. Lin Jian stood up, patted his legs, and continued. Next, I will arrange for the dream building team to assist you in the pursuit of the remaining 8 cat demons. After that, you can coordinate with Zhu Zhu Mo and the others. I need to continue discussing some matters with Lao Huang. Lin Ran took the doll. For a moment, he felt the weight of it in his hand. He was given a purification item for free and received a powerful one-time purification item. Lin Jian truly valued him, which suddenly made Lin Ran feel the burden on his shoulders heavier. He previously thought that he might be the only one in the world who could glimpse the source of the eerie fog. However, hearing this from a renowned Beastmaster felt entirely different. As he reached the door, Lin Ran let out a sigh. There are still many things to do. His strength needs to be improved quickly. At this moment, in the room, Lin Gu, why don't you just take him as your apprentice? Huang Dusk asked. There are hardly any Beastmasters at your level without apprentices. I can tell you have a fondness for talent. Otherwise, you wouldn't have given out 2 purification items at once. Making a protective doll consumes quite a bit of mental energy, right? That kid has great talent and strong pressure resistance. We can all see that the mental energy seal on him has already been lifted, making him very suitable to inherit your purification master mantle. I know he's suitable for you, so I didn't say anything, but once the other old-timers discover such a talent, they will definitely want to take him as an apprentice. Lin Jian looked at Huang Dusk, wanting to say something, but holding back. He naturally wanted to take Lin Ran as his apprentice. However, there is one thing he knows. After years of struggling against the eerie fog and monsters, he understands his physical condition and mental state. He is always fighting against the negative state within him. The last thing he wants to see is to take on an apprentice, only to fall into depravity as a beast master and lose his mind to kill him. Such incidents have happened many times among seasoned beast masters like him. Perhaps for now, keeping Lin Ran at a distance is the safer choice for him. Chapter 51. Jade and Stone. Lin Ran didn't know what Lin Jian and Huang Dusk were discussing. He had a premonition that it was likely about him. Shaking his head, Lin Ran decided not to think too much about it. His steps down the stairs still felt a bit heavy. From Lin Jian's earlier words, many of Lin Ran's doubts were cleared up, and his speculations were confirmed. Most of the eerie fog monsters he saw were evil beings from history, and they should belong to different periods. Lin Ran had previously thought that the monsters swirling around the source of the eerie fog were the source of the fog itself. Now that he thinks about it, they are just the minions of the eerie fog, terrifying existences granted life once again. Another point that made Lin Ran sigh was Lin Jian's statement that the appearance of these eerie fog monsters was much earlier than he had foreseen. This means that the world could become even more chaotic than before. The previously designated safe zones would undoubtedly see more instances like Lu Shurqing's black cat, where ordinary people and their pets suddenly become infected by the eerie fog and gain power. As the most powerful beast masters in Mao Rabbit City, Lin Jian and Huang Dusk should spread this news within their elite circles, right? Major issues still need to be resolved by big figures. What he can do now is to provide information whenever needed. These goals and plans seem too lofty for Lin Ran at the moment. His short-term goal is to raise the all-knowing observer to level 3 and to contract his second pet beast. When he contracted the purple light beast before, the purification panel increased from 0 to 1. He believes that if he contracts another pet beast, it should also lead to an increase. In the first floor hall of the Mao Rabbit City Pet Beast Alliance Center, Chun Ming and Zhu Mo were conversing. Chun Ming, I just received instructions to assist Lin Ran in completing an important task. He is your team member, and the upcoming operation will be led by our dream building team, with your Seeking Light team as support. However, the core directive must be followed by Lin Ran. Do you think that is okay? Zhu Mo asked Chun Ming. Absolutely no problem. Being able to collaborate and learn again with your team, Uncle Mo, is a great opportunity for both me and my teammates. Thank you for your trust. Chun Ming replied with a smile. She knew that Lin Ran being summoned by a title-level beast master was undoubtedly of great value. She wasn't foolish. Lin Ran had only joined the team and become a beast master for about 10 days, and his rate of improvement was definitely beyond that of a normal beast master with level talent. Moreover, Lin Ran's healing abilities were extraordinary. All the negative states on everyone in the team, including her own, were healed by Lin Ran. Therefore, Chun Ming felt that Lin Ran's reliance should not be limited to Shinnong Baichao. However, she wasn't curious at all. The improvement of her team member's strength and the enhancement of the team's capability were what she cared about most. The means and reasons behind it were unimportant. In fact, she had been feeling quite down from the morning until Zhu Mo delivered this news, as she thought Lin Ran would likely be transferred away. Now, hearing that he still belongs to the Seeking Light team and they can still undertake missions together, she felt very pleased. Meanwhile, Li Lianer, who was beside her, shared the same concerns as Chun Ming. However, when her emotions stabilized, her quick mind caught on to the key point of the information. Next, she could still work with Lin Ran. This means she could enjoy free healing every day. Look, Lin Ran is coming down the stairs. Chun Liang pointed in Lin Ran's direction and said. Everyone turned to look at him. Lin Ran, who was going down the stairs, naturally noticed the collective gaze of the crowd. The last time he received such attention, everyone thought he was a dying hero, their eyes filled with admiration and sorrow. But now, the looks were more filled with envy, relief, and joy. Is everyone doing well? As Lin Ran approached the crowd, he found them still staring at him intently, which made him feel a bit itchy, so he quickly broke the silence. I'm doing great. Now, Master Lin Ran has become the thigh of everyone, Li Lianer said cheerfully. Looking very happy, Lin Ran scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Li Lianer's personality was quite straightforward, apart from consistently calling Chun Ming's sister. She liked to give everyone various nicknames, which were generally not very flattering. For example, Chun Liang had nicknames like Big Fool Liang and Chun the Clumsy. However, with him, it was various names like Brother Ran, Lin the Kind, Great Doctor, Thigh, and so on. No, my strength is still the weakest among everyone. The safety ahead still relies on your protection. Lin Ran was self-aware. These people were his support for the upcoming actions. Uncle Mo, did you find anything unusual in Lin Ming's body? Lin Ran directly asked about the main issue. He had briefly analyzed it himself. If the people coming out of the Peace Orphanage were the main targets of the Catwoman, then most of them should be the so-called people with sealed psychic powers. It seemed that this orphanage was definitely not simple. And how did the Catwoman perceive ordinary people with sealed psychic powers? Either she had special means, or there was some medium that could locate their positions. Lin Ran already had some guesses and was just waiting for Zhu Mo's information. There's nothing particularly special found. This is his autopsy report and the record of items found on him before he died. The items are temporarily stored at our team's base. You can just take them if you need. Zhu Zhuma directly took out the report he received at noon. He had just received a message from his master, Twilight, that he needed to fully cooperate with Lin Ran's actions. Although he did not know the specific reason, Zhu Zhuma trusted his master 100. So he immediately took Lin Ran's words to heart. Lin Ran looked at the autopsy report. There were indeed no suspicious points. He turned to the record of items. Flipping through the pages slowly, he stopped on the 4th page. Green jade. The green jade given to each child by the orphanage director. It was also a very cherished item of the original owner. A few days ago, when Lin Ran took this piece of green jade from the original owner's room, he felt a bit puzzled, because he searched through the memories and couldn't find out why the original owner valued this jade so much. Thus, he had always kept his doubts. One of his speculations over the past few days was that the Mist Demon Beast was using this jade to locate these special people. With this thought, Lin Ran directly took out his own jade from his storage ring. Chapter 52. Heavenly Perception, Psychic Power, and Spiritual Power. Uncle Mo. I think I found the reason why the people from the orphanage were targeted. Lin Ran opened his hand and placed the jade in the center, continuing. I think it's this piece of jade. Oh. Zhu Zhuma gently picked up the stone in his hand, felt it, but found nothing unusual. He frowned slightly. I'm afraid I can't analyze this matter. While my master and senior are still upstairs, I'll quickly send them a message. Zhu Zhuma actually felt quite frustrated. He had already reached the master level, yet in this pollution incident he was responsible for, it felt as if he was blindfolded, completely unaware of anything. Now that Lin Ran provided an important clue, he had to seize the opportunity. Tianhua, go back to the team base and bring over the jade that belongs to Lin Ming. I'll have my master and senior do a detailed comparison later. 1 hour later. 5th floor office. Lin Ran, Zhu Zhuma, and the 2 beast masters with titles of Fate and Fire God sat at the conference table. Lin Ran initially thought he wouldn't see these 2 big shots again for a long time. Unexpectedly, he turned around and they were back. However, compared to their first meeting, he did not feel as much pressure this time. While waiting for the jade and arranging the meeting, Lin Ran and Zhu Zhuma also communicated. He learned that the task given to Zhu Zhuma by the 2 elders was to fully follow his instructions. Having a master-level beast master take orders from a mid-level beast master? It would probably be hard for anyone to believe that. But this also reflected the elders' emphasis on Lin Ran. Lin Ran directly revealed to the members of the 2 teams about his second-level talent, which he referred to as knowledge and its function. He knew that, based on his current strength, it was impossible to convince everyone. It seemed like a fantasy for experienced workers to listen to a novice. However, if he could showcase his unique advantages in front of them, it would be a different story. Once everyone knew that Lin Ran could lock onto the Catwoman and the positions of her remaining 8 minions at any time, their gazes toward him also held a bit more value. Especially the members of the Dream Building team, all of them were eager to try. The Leopard Cat incident was not considered a perfect completion of the task for them. With Lin Ran now able to advance this major pollution incident, he was seen as a treasure in their eyes. At this moment, Lin Ran was comparing the 2 pieces of green jade. He stared intently at the 2 stones as if he could see through their core. Before long, he finished his analysis, sighed, and said, these 2 are both pollutants. Hearing this, Lin Ran's eyes widened. He had considered many possibilities, but he never expected that the orphanage director actually distributed pollutants to every child. Moreover, he must have applied something to make them believe in its preciousness, either to carry it with them or to treasure it. Now that he thought about it, the reason why the original owner was targeted by the Black Cat was probably that the Black Cat could sense the green jade placed in his home. However, since it was a pollutant, why were those who came out of the Peace Orphanage still able to live as normal people after all these years? This is a very special pollutant, effective only for a specific group of people, Lin Ran continued to explain. This group of people, we refer to as those with psychic abilities. Few people know this concept, mainly because we have been unable to find any such individuals in the past few decades. And with my precognition ability, I only see a hazy black mist. It's as if this group of people has completely disappeared. Now, the reason was found. It was this green jade that could suppress the awakening of those with psychic abilities, blocking various detections from the Beastmasters, but to specific demon beast groups. It was like a signal light. I just forcibly damaged the internal mechanism of this pollutant with my ability and have basically confirmed who it came from. One of my old friends, before he fell to become a Beastmaster, had a level talent known as Heavenly Perception. Unlike my Fate ability, he couldn't foresee the future, but he could intuitively know the talent of a Beastmaster or understand the quality of a pet beast. He could sense the existence of psychic abilities in an ordinary person and provide positive guidance to Beastmasters and pet beasts. He could change the aura, form, and had hypnotic abilities, so after his fall, we completely lost track of him. What a pity. He was once the best pet beast cultivator in our Huagua and also a top purification master, but now he has become one of our biggest enemies. Heavenly perception? A sense granted by heaven? Level talent abilities are indeed emerging one after another. However, Lin Ran felt a bit emotional when he thought about the top beast tamers who once supported humanity but now stood on the opposite side. The orphanage director couldn't possibly be that beast tamer, could they? If so, that would be terrifying. Lin Jian mentioned that those with psychic power hadn't appeared in decades. It now seemed that the orphanage director had summoned them through special means and sealed them all away. He was suppressing the talents of the beast tamers and using them as nourishment for the beast side. But what exactly is this psychic power? It doesn't even show up on my purification panel. So, either I don't have psychic power, or it's a very rare attribute. And my purification panel's current level of 1 isn't enough to allocate points to it. While Lin Ran was still pondering, Lin Jian continued, Lin Ran, you possess psychic power. It's the kind that has just awakened not long ago. Psychic power and mental power are actually two different systems. Mental power is fundamental for a beast tamer, the root of leveling up and developing pet spaces. Psychic power, on the other hand, is a higher level existence. Generally, beast tamers with psychic power will have at least a level of talent. Both I and Huang Feng, as well as Zhu Zhu Mo, possess it. You can think of it as enlightenment. Those with psychic power have excellent advantages in talent progression and secondary profession development. However, it's not just an ethereal sense of enlightenment. Once the level of psychic power increases, it can be used as an internal energy source. For instance, top breeders, purifiers, and healers will need to use psychic power to achieve greater accomplishments later on. You will be with Zhu Zhu Mo for a while, and you can learn from him. Lin Jian was evidently pleased with Lin Ran's performance. In just an hour, he had brought him a crucial piece of information, so he explained in great detail. I previously discussed your recent performance with Huang Feng and have decided on the rewards to grant you. Since you are here now, we will issue them directly. Lin Ran was taken aback. He received a level purification item, a level powerful purification item, and there were rewards? Chapter 53. Information is wealth, new pet choices. 90% of the credit for the Catgirl incident belongs to you. The key information is that you helped us confirm the revival of evil creatures. Lin Jian looked at Lin Ran and continued, based on the strength of the leopard cat and my earlier brief predictions. We should be in the stage where these creatures have just been awakened by the eerie mist. Therefore, this is the best time to eliminate their potential for strength growth. We have just notified the Beast Alliance headquarters in Huagua, and we will also inform the International Alliance to avoid risks in a timely manner. Just this piece of information, Huang Feng and I believe, is worth a level of merit, 10,000 Alliance points, and 1 million Alliance coins. Hearing this, Lin Ran was stunned. He didn't have a clear concept of merit. Last time, the 6 members of the Seeking Light team prevented several level pollution incidents, and each of them only received a level of merit. So, level is definitely of great importance. As for Alliance points, he had received 400 points last time according to the ratio. In the past few days, he had also spent some in the Alliance Mall, buying some relatively rare pet ingredients, and still had a considerable surplus. 10,000 points are quite valuable. He could even buy some pets with very good initial quality. Comparing it all, 1 million Alliance coins would be considered one of the lowest rewards, especially since he recently received quite a few red envelopes from Lilianer. And the clinic's revenue was good, so he already had tens of thousands in savings. However, who could refuse such a large sum of money? For the next period, he could raise the quality of his and Zimong's food by several levels. This way, both of their physical qualities could adapt more quickly to the rapidly increasing mental power or energy. Additionally, the 2 jade stones you just sent me helped me solve a problem that has plagued me for years. Do you know why Maodu City is at the bottom of the 12 cities in Huagua in terms of strength and has the least number of beast tamers? It's not just because we are close to the beast's lair. More importantly, in the past 20 years, there has been almost no newcomer with level talent and psychic power in Maodu City. Zhu Zhumo's batch was considered the last one. I will take immediate action to strive to create purification items that can locate these pearls as soon as possible. If successful, Maodu City might welcome a surge of high-talent beast tamers. For this, I have just decided to grant you another level of merit, 3,000 Alliance points, and 300,000 Alliance coins. Lin Ran was taken aback. To be honest, he wanted to quickly report the Catgirl news and provide his speculation about the Jade Stones purely to leverage stronger power to help him solve problems. Earning money was something he never expected. Sometimes, information is wealth. At the same time, he noticed Zhu Zhu Mo's unsettled expression beside him. Clearly, levels and levels of merit were extremely precious symbols of honor in his eyes. He just opened his mouth to congratulate Lin Ran. But after glancing at the 2 titled Beast Tamers, he quickly closed it. It was better not to speak rashly in front of the big shots without permission. Also, I see you have just opened your second pet space recently, so I will personally gift you a pet cub. You have a level medical talent, a level rules talent, And you also possess psychic power, so the range of initial pets you can choose from is much wider than that of ordinary people. Some precious pet cubs are hard to come by. Over the years, due to the lack of exceptionally talented beast tamers in Mouta City, we have used special technology to store pets with excellent bloodlines in special containers, keeping them in a swaddled state. Lin Ran, do you have any thoughts about your second pet? Lin Ran was already taken aback when he heard that Lin Jian wanted to personally gift him a pet, especially those extremely precious ones. He learned about this type of preserved pet during his onboarding training with Li Lianer, and some of them had terrifying talents. Either they had incredible bloodlines or possessed super strong talents. For example, they might start in the second sequence of the 7 categories, with purer and higher level talent skills than the initial sequence. Such pets are relatively harder to cultivate. However, for Lin Ran, he didn't have to worry about whether the pet would be attacked by the eerie mist. Being powerful is the most important thing. I really want a flying pet. Our Mouta City is very close to the sea, and I hope it also has the ability to enter the water. I also have the Shinnong's 100 herbs talent, so it would be even better if it also has grass or poison attributes. Lin Ran hesitated for a moment, but decided to express all his needs. This way, he could make the most of his dual talents. Over the past 20 years, even if the top pets saved up didn't fully meet his expectations, there must be some that met most of his conditions. Let me think. Lin Jian made a thoughtful gesture. Lin Ran's eyes lit up. There might be hope. Not long after, Lin Jian took out a small device from his storage space. After a slight operation, a light screen projected out. Lin Jian input the names of 3 pets. Then, 3 pets appeared side by side on the light screen, their 3D models vividly lifelike, as if they were about to leap out of the screen at any moment. Lin Ran glanced over and silently recited the attributes and species of the 3 pets in his heart. Balanced tropical dragon, quality, commander lower grade, attributes, dragon. Grass, pure water dragon, quality, commander lower grade, attributes, dragon, water. Seasonal leaf flying fish, quality, commander middle grade, attributes, water, grass. Flying. Just seeing the quality of these 3 pets, Lin Ran was shocked. Commander is a level higher than extraordinary quality. Generally speaking, it's best for Beastmasters to have the first 3 pets with a contract quality of extraordinary upper grade or below. Otherwise, the pet space may not be sturdy enough to allow for a contract. The second pet is of commander level initial quality. Lin Ran was unsure if he could successfully contract it. The first 2 pets among these 3 were already large in size when they were young. The violent dragon attribute directly increased the difficulty of contracting by another level. What surprised Lin Ran even more was the third pet, which looked small and delicate next to the 2 dragon pets, yet its quality was even higher. A fish with wings, possessing the attributes of water, grass, and flying. What is the classification of the seasons about? Lin Ran quickly had an idea. It was likely the second stage of a certain sequence among the 7 categories. Chapter 54. Their essay Fish Imbibing. We'll check or cross. Let me give you a brief introduction. Lin Jian's attitude was gentle. This first pet, the balanced tropical dragon, fits your idea of a flying mount and grass attribute. The grass attribute is hydrophilic, so its water capability is also good. The second pet, pure water dragon, combines the flying mount and water attribute. Although this pet cannot benefit from your Shinnong 100 herbs attribute enhancement, it is one of the strongest pets in the early stages. Exceptionally violent, its combat power in water can double. The only drawback is that in the later stages, it cannot compare to the balanced tropical dragon, as after all, Shinnong 100 herbs is also a top-tier talent, and its enhancement for grass attribute pets will increase as your strength grows. As for the last one, Lin Jian had not finished speaking when he was interrupted. Ahem. Let me introduce the last one. The previously quiet Twilight suddenly spoke, his fiery red eyebrows moving, and his tone even carried a hint of resentment. This seasonal leaf-flying fish has the bloodline of an ancient divine beast. Have you heard of the tale of the fish imbibing named Kuan? Twilight kept them in suspense. Lin Ran nodded. It seemed that the ancient divine beasts he learned about in the last world were also widely known in this Beastmaster world. Since it has the bloodline of a divine beast, it's not surprising that its initial state is higher than those 2 dragons. And this seasonal leaf-flying fish is the only descendant of a main pet of my senior brother. In fact, its original name should have been natural sea-flying fish, just with water and flying attributes. However, my senior brother's nurturing of pets was so excellent that its offspring directly mutated to have the grass attribute, with an initial state of the second stage of the natural sequence, the seasons. I have sought him for the past 2 or 3 years to give me several disciples with good qualifications, but he has always refused. Yet he didn't think much and gave it to you. Lin Ran, don't hesitate. Choose the dragon. Those things are common for top beastmasters. Just choose this seasonal leaf-flying fish. Lin Ran felt a bit awkward for a moment. No wonder he sensed a hint of resentment in Twilight's tone. After all, the 2 of them had been like brothers, and he had asked for 2 or 3 years without getting one. While Lin Jian had just met him and was planning to hand over a descendant of his pet, Lin Ran felt that the extent to which he was valued by Lin Jian far exceeded his expectations. Lin Jian smiled, rarely revealing a grin, and said, "I'm not refusing you, mainly because none of your disciples have received the recognition of the seasonal leaf-flying fish. I must respect the will of my own pet. Sometimes, talent is very important. A forced match is not sweet." Lin Ran, this is something I wanted to tell you. This seasonal leaf-flying fish is indeed the most suitable for you because your talent matches it extremely well, and I also want to find it a good home. However, even if you pass my test, it doesn't completely count. You must also gain the recognition of its mother. After saying that, Lin Jian directly summoned a pet. It looked almost identical to the 3D model of the seasonal leaf-flying fish Lin Ran had seen. The only difference being that the wings of the seasonal leaf-flying fish were green, while the one in front of him was blue. How can it still be so small at this late stage? The natural sea-flying fish species has the ability to freely change size as their strength and level increase. The extent to which they can grow larger also increases. My little sea can spread out completely and even cover the sky. Lin Jian seemed to see Lin Ran's confusion. Moreover, they are nurturing a world within them. If fully cultivated, you wouldn't even need spatial equipment. Any living being or object can exist within it. At this moment, the seasonal leaf-flying fish was sleeping in its inner world. Hearing this, Lin Ran's heart was even more shocked. To be able to change shape freely and nurture a world within, what isn't a divine beast. He actually has the opportunity to obtain such a pet? However, from the conversation between the two titled Beastmasters, it seemed to be challenging. At least several Beastmasters had failed earlier. Lin Ran observed the expression of Zhu Zhuma beside him and noticed a hint of unnaturalness. Clearly, he was one of those whose talent didn't meet the standard as mentioned by Lin Jian. He didn't know how the seemingly harmless little flying fish, whose strength was unfathomable, would test whether he was qualified. It will fly around you a few times. It can basically sniff it out, Lin Jian said. And the little flying fish flapped its wings and slowly flew towards Lin Ran, with a few glowing bubbles faintly drifting in the air. Lin Ran was quite nervous at this moment. He didn't know what to do, only hoping that the little flying fish could sense his unique trait as an all-knowing. Remembering how close the purple light had been to him before the contract, Lin Ran felt hopeful. Before long, the little flying fish stopped. Its mouth slightly opened, and a bubble appeared out of thin air. Then, the bubble slowly curved, forming a glowing check mark. Is this how it's done? The fish imbibing will check or cross. The intelligence of this little flying fish must be quite high. Lin Ran let out a shallow breath. He had just felt a kind of tension as if being scrutinized by an authoritative teacher. However, a check mark should be a good result, right? Seeing this check mark, Twilight was surprised for a moment before nodding. Lin Jian, on the other hand, broke into a broader smile. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuma had completely lost his expression management. He still remembered being severely beaten by a little fish 2 years ago. However, since his fellow disciples had also experienced the same fate, it wasn't that heartbreaking. At this moment, that scene flashed again, leaving Zhu Zhuma feeling a bit helpless. He could have just handed over the 2 jade stones to Lin Ran and let him enter alone, right? Now, not only did he have to pay attention to his words and actions, but he also had to repeatedly encounter such mental blows. After all, he had been in the Beast Alliance for over 20 years and had not received a single merit award. Moreover, with Lin Ran gaining the recognition of the flying fish, it made him feel even worse and weaker. Although he knew he was witnessing the rise of a new generation, he still felt a bit defeated. However, he quickly adjusted his mindset. He would definitely protect him better and assist him. Very good, just as I expected. Lin Jian's tone was filled with joy, and his face broke into a slight smile. I'll have little C summon its child now. If all goes well, you should be able to successfully contract it today. Chapter 55. Successful contract. Assistance from dusk. Upon hearing this news, Lin Ran instantly felt excited. Happiness came too suddenly. However, how could a mid-level commander's initial quality be managed by a mid-level 1-star beast master like him? Thinking of this, Lin Ran directly asked, "Can we really contract today? Can't I wait until my level increases a bit more and my beast space stabilizes?" Lin Ran was aware of the risks of hasty growth. Forcing a contract with a beast of too high a quality would not only damage his beast space, but could also harm the beast's essence. It was a lose-lose situation. Although Lin Ran was feeling joyful now, he still had self-awareness. He couldn't let himself get carried away. "Oh, you don't have to worry about that. My talent has the ability to stabilize your beast space. When Little High's child contracts with a master, it will definitely inject some essence power," Lin Jian said casually. "What you need to focus on is the future training. The quality and talent of the 4 seasons leaf-flying fish require a considerable investment compared to other beasts in the early stages. Its maximum size increase relies on its own strength enhancement, and also on consuming special food or items. For example, purification items with spatial power or some precious spatial fruits. The more it eats, the better. In the future, the world it nurtures within itself will be more solid and powerful. Without further ado, let us get started. As soon as he finished speaking, a wave appeared in the air. The little flying fish belonging to Lin Jian spat out a bubble, which gradually expanded in the air. Then, with a bang, the bubble burst. A flying fish, smaller than the blue flying fish, appeared in front of Lin Ran. At this moment, its eyes were tightly closed, as if still resting. After hearing its mother's call, it opened its eyes. This pair of eyes had a marvelous color, from different angles. They seemed to change into different effects. Sometimes they appeared as verdant green leaves, sometimes as a riot of blooming flowers, sometimes as red leaves falling, and sometimes as pure white snow. This should be the change in appearance brought by its talent sequence of the 4 seasons, right? Its pair of wings was a mix of blue and green. Viewed from above, the upward extending part shone with a bright green hue, while the downward spreading part was a light sea blue. Its body was light blue, and its tail forked into two. One was the color of its body, and the other was cyan. If Lin Jian's flying fish gave off a very deep and cold grandeur. The 4 seasons leaf flying fish in front of him brought a refreshing and warm feeling. It was hard to imagine that such a cute little fish could become a presence that blocks out the sun. Under Lin Jian's guidance, the 4 seasons leaf flying fish slowly flew to Lin Ran's side. It turned its eyes around, seemingly fond of the aura emanating from Lin Ran. It directly leaned against his neck, slightly folding its wings, gently flapping them against his neck to express its excitement. Lin Ran, let's begin the contract, Lin Jian said. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Ran felt a gentle breeze around him. Although he couldn't see anything, he felt as if he was enveloped by a mysterious light. Meanwhile, Lin Jian's little high spread blue light, slowly covering the 4 seasons leaf flying fish. Closing his eyes, Lin Ran concentrated. Before long, he felt a connection with the 4 seasons leaf flying fish. It worked. With the assistance of the big shot, the contracting process was even smoother than when he first contracted the purple light. Is this what it feels like to have a powerful background? Lin Ran opened his eyes, and the 4 seasons leaf flying fish beside him was also taken aback. It circled around its mother for a while, and then flew around Lin Ran. After a few hesitations, it settled on Lin Ran's shoulder. The bond of the contract between a beast and its beast master is a connection of the soul. Sometimes, it can even surpass the closeness of blood relations. Lin Jian's little high, after previously emitting blue light, seemed a bit tired. It was very pleased to see its child finally found a good master, so it turned back to Lin Jian and entered the beast space. Let's give it a name, Lin Jian said. Since its mother is called Little Hai and it has greenish wings and tail, how about calling it Little Qing? Lin Ran scratched his head. Naming was the hardest part. Wait, let me think again. Lin Ran dismissed his own suggestion. Little Qing sounded too much like a snake. It's a beast with the bloodline of a Kuanping. The name should be more imposing. How about Kuan Hai? I hope it can become the ruler of the ocean in the future, and including Hai in the name also honors its mother's name, Lin Ran suggested. Not bad, not bad. Much better than your master's naming ability, Dusk suddenly interjected. Lin Ran turned to look at him. Master? When did I have a master? Lin Jian also turned to look at him, his expression slightly changing. Just as he was about to say something, he was interrupted by Dusk. Senior brother. Such a good seedling, you can't let it be taken away by others. Lin Ran's talent will soon spread within the Beastmaster Alliance. Our Huahua isn't just as 2 old folks. That old hag from Chunlong City will probably come knocking to snatch him if she finds out about Lin Ran's talent. I know your concerns. You haven't accepted disciples all these years because you were worried about falling into the path of a beast tamer and then personally betraying your disciples. At our stage as beast masters, having 8 beasts, who doesn't have a full load of negative statuses. Do you think I'm not worried about such things happening to me? Of course I am. However, not passing on my legacy makes me feel even worse. Your skills really need to find an heir to pass down. Otherwise, it would be a loss for Huahua. Dusk spoke quickly, his red eyebrows moving as he continued. Moreover, you said earlier that beasts need to find the most suitable master. Doesn't that relationship also apply to a master and disciple? If Lin Ran were to become that old hag's disciple, I wouldn't necessarily believe her condition is any better than yours. But she definitely can't compare to you. Stop being indecisive. One of your main beast's offspring is already its beast. As a master, you have a legitimate reason to let Lin Ran come over often so that they can communicate well. I think this is also the wish of your beast, and you should respect that. Lastly, ask yourself if you really want to take Lin Ran as a disciple, seeing how good you are to him. It would be painful if he ends up in someone else's hands. If you're worried he might feel threatened by you, just make him 10 more fate dolls and give him a few more lives. Lin Ran was a bit confused. Dusk was actually trying to persuade Lin Jian to take him as a disciple. This assistance came a bit suddenly. Lin Ran could naturally sense Lin Jian's regard for him. If he could have a master who was a title beast master, he would then have a huge backing. Lin Jian looked at Dusk, then at Lin Ran. Chapter 56. My master is the richest? Lin Jian looked at Dusk, then at Lin Ran, and said, all right. Then I'll go make 10 fate dolls. Lin Jian was still very principled. Lin Ran wasn't he foolish. He naturally understood that this sentence indirectly expressed Lin Jian's willingness to take him as a disciple. At this moment, Dusk immediately looked at Lin Ran, his expression interesting. As if urging Lin Ran to become a disciple, Lin Ran immediately performed a standard apprenticeship ceremony and then said earnestly, thank you, master, for taking me as a disciple. I will work hard. Dusk nodded beside him. This kid is clever enough. Lin Jian quickly helped Lin Ran up, his face showing joy, and said, get up, get up. From today onwards, you are my first disciple, Lin Jian. I didn't prepare any meeting gifts. Next time you come to see me, besides the fate doll, I will select some suitable items for you. Your first pet beast is the pure heartwood tiger, right? I happen to have a tiger-type pet beast as well, and I can teach it. During this period, I need to deal with the revival of evil creatures and the affairs of the peace orphanage, which will take up some time. During this time, you can train well with Juju Mo and the others. I hope that under the guidance of your talent, you can quickly handle the catgirl situation. Oh, by the way, this is a purification item, the balanced phone, which also has my contact information. If you have an emergency, you can contact me, and I will see it immediately. This is 10 space fruit, which you can feed to your little flying fish. This is a high-quality space ring. I see that the one you are wearing is not very impressive. Lin Jian took out a new gadget, producing at least 10 of them. Lin Ran was a bit dazed. How could he not accept what his master gave him? But didn't they agree that there wouldn't be any meeting gifts? Each of these items is quite precious. Seeing Lin Ran's expression change, Huang Huan said, Lin Ran, your master is one of the top purification masters in Huagua. He has made countless purification items over the years. Even if he is not the richest man in Huagua, he can at least rank in the top 3. He didn't have any apprentices before, so he must have many little tricks up his sleeve. You are fortunate. From now on until you reach master level, you will have a smooth journey and receive items that match your strength. Lin Ran understood and said, thank you, master. I will not let you down. He immediately expressed his gratitude to Lin Jian, his eyes filled with appreciation. My master is the richest man. Luck is finally on my side. However, Lin Ran also noticed what Huang Huan said earlier. At their level of beast masters, each one is plagued by negative states, struggling every day, and the state on his master is obviously more serious. Although he does not have the ability to heal him now, with the improvement of his purification panel level and his own strength, it will definitely not be a problem. Thinking of this, Lin Ran said firmly, Master, I will definitely heal all the negative states on you in the future. Lin Ran does not make promises he cannot keep. You kid has ambition. None of my other apprentices have such grand aspirations as you. However, for healing masters at our level, complete healing is not achievable. This path is very difficult. Huang Huan sighed, thinking of something. Well, keep it up. Lin Jian replied, hearing the sincerity in Lin Ran's voice. His talent gives him a strong intuition, for some reason. Lin Jian always felt that Lin Ran really has the ability to do what he said. He nodded and continued. All right, let's end today's meeting here. Lao Huang, and I need to continue formulating plans. You all should rest a bit before getting involved in the catgirl incident. Okay. Lin Ran and Juju Mo replied in unison. A few dozen seconds later, at the meeting room door, Juju Mo took a long breath. Who knows what he experienced in this short half hour? From the initial surprise to the middle shock, and finally to the numbness, he now felt calm. Lin Ran will definitely achieve great things in the future. This is Juju Mo's only thought at the moment. Congratulations, Lin Ran. You are the only disciple of my master's senior brother, and from now on, we will be of the same generation. For the upcoming events, we will still rely on your perception ability, Juju Mo said, cupping his fists. Uncle Mo, you're being too modest. Your seniority is definitely higher than mine. I will still depend on your help and protection, Lin Ran replied. The two chatted as they walked back to the lobby on the first floor. I want to tell everyone something. From now on, Lin Ran will be the only disciple of the titled Fate Beast Master. He has strong talent and will not only be the core in the upcoming investigation of the catgirl incident, but will also play a crucial role in many pollution events in the future. Everyone should take good care of him, Juju Mo said as soon as he arrived at the gathering point for the two teams. This is also equivalent to taking good care of their future. For a moment, the scene fell silent. Everyone was digesting the information in these 3 short sentences, each carrying tremendous weight. The only disciple of the titled Beast Master, the core in every pollution incident, taking care of their own future. Beast Masters who can enter the Pet Alliance investigation team are not foolish. They immediately understood the implications. Congratulations. If you need help in the future, feel free to find me. The members of the dream building team expressed the same sentiment. Yay, Linran, great doctor, you're about to take off. Don't forget about Liener. Liener said excitedly, circling around him. Suddenly, her smile faded as she seemed to think of something. You will stay with our Seeking Light team, right? Yes. I'm still here. Don't worry, Linran replied with a smile. Although he hasn't been with the Seeking Light team for long, he has indeed built relationships with them. Even with a top-tier master as his powerful background, he still needs to rely on everyone's strength in the upcoming actions. Congratulations, Linran. Ming smiled brightly. Although things exceeded her expectations, they were all moving in a positive direction. The Seeking Light team is about to soar with Linran. The others also expressed their congratulations in succession. After Linran thanked them one by one, he prepared to return to the training ground with the members of the Seeking Light team. While he could continuously trace the aura on the Miasma Atlas to investigate the directions of different demon cat affiliates, it became vague beyond a certain distance. If he just randomly chose a path to pursue, it would inevitably waste too much time, especially since some demon cats might have already returned to their main base. He certainly couldn't force his way in. After contracting with Kuan Hai, Linran faintly felt the changes in the purification panel. He hadn't had time to check it. Now, he was excited, wondering what new features would come this time, and whether he would receive another panel upgrade gift. Perhaps it would help with his investigation abilities? Chapter 57. For enhancements of the purification panel. After returning to the training center and exchanging a few pleasantries with his teammates, Linran returned to his residence. He summoned both Zimang and Kuan Hai. The two pet beasts had not met before and were a bit curious to see each other. After reaching the intermediate level, Meow Meow Zimang's voice was no longer as babyish as at the beginning. However, one could still hear its gentleness and friendliness. The two pet beasts had a soul bond with Linran, so they naturally felt a natural closeness. The purring Kuan Hai sound was very crisp, somewhat resembling a faint snoring, more like the soft sound of bubbles popping. It had lived in its mother's inner world since birth. And all the pet beasts it had seen were those high-level and imposing ones from Lin Jian. Seeing Zimang, it not only felt a sense of familiarity, but also did not feel any oppression, which made it feel completely comfortable. It flapped its wings and quickly flew to the top of Zimang's head. Its fish body pressed against the soft hair on Zimang's head, which felt very pleasant. The two pet beasts began to communicate with each other, quickly becoming familiar. Meow 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 meow. Zimang raised its claws high. You're so small. I will protect you well in the future. Purr purr purr. Kuan Hai heard this and flew up from Zimang's head, seemingly taking a deep breath. Then, its body began to grow larger, its wings spreading out. Its fish back became broad, and its length reached at least 1 meter. In front of Zimang, it no longer seemed small at all, but soon, it returned to its original form, blowing out a small bubble. Then, suddenly becoming a bit lazy. It hung its head over Zimang, eyes tightly closed. Linran immediately looked at its panel. Race, 4 seasons leaf flying fish gender, male attributes, grass, water. Flying quality, intermediate leader, level, beginner 4 stars, energy, 388, strength, 132 defense, 173, agility, 129 constitution, 216 bloodline. Kuanping 1, innate skills, natural light, beginner. Eye of the 4 seasons, beginner, bloodline skills, freeform, beginner, universe within, beginner, skills, low level, bubble, beginner, photosynthesis, beginner. Unknown skill, incomprehension. It truly deserves to have the bloodline of a divine beast. Moreover, its constitution attribute is exceptionally high, and its defense attribute is also quite good. Currently, Zimang is stronger in strength and agility, complementing each other, which will allow it to better cope with various enemies in the future. The category sequence of Kuan Hai's pets is based on nature, so having natural light is standard. The Eye of the 4 Seasons is the fundamental reason why its eyes are so extraordinary. As for the bloodline skills, this is the first time Linran has seen such a description. Freeform sounds like it should be more than just changing size, while Universe Within is even more mysterious. Linran is also looking forward to what level a world nurtured within a pet will reach in the future. Just as Linran guessed, Kuan Hai had just closed its eyes to comprehend a new skill. After all, the first skill of Shinnom Bai Chao can allow grass attribute pets to comprehend a healing skill with 100 certainty. Shifting his attention from Kuan Hai, Linran looked at the purification upgrade panel. Sure enough, there was a change. Panel upgrade prompt. Click to view details, panel upgrade gift pack. Click to claim. These 2 lines of text appeared again. Linran first clicked on the upgrade prompt. Congratulations. The panel level has been upgraded to 2. This upgrade enhances the following new functions. You can view the panels of Beast Masters and Demon Masters with levels not exceeding your own by 30 stars. The host's current level is Intermediate 2 stars, so you can view the panel of a Master 2-star Beast Master at most. You can view the detailed panel of pollutants and purification substances. The pet panel items have been optimized, adding bloodline and bloodline skill items that can be upgraded with points. New function for points. You can temporarily use a portion of points to enhance abilities, including purification ability, pet ability, talent ability, etc. For enhancements, Lin Ran was very excited after seeing this. The first enhancement goes without saying. The lower the restrictions on viewing the panels of Beast Masters and Demon Masters, the more purification targets he can have. The second enhancement is aimed at pollutants and purification substances. His master is a top purification master, once he learns the relevant knowledge. This function will help him achieve greater accomplishments in this direction. As for the third new function, it surprised Lin Ran. Bloodlines can be upgraded with points? It's understandable for Kuan-Hai, which already possesses the Kuan-Pung bloodline. But what about Zimong? Thinking of this, he immediately looked at Zimong's panel. Name: Zimong, bloodline. No current affinity with Qiongqi, 84, Baihu, 81, Ruehu, 74, Qinglong, 30. Bloodline skills: none, although there is currently no bloodline. A plus sign appeared after each affinity. It can be played like this. Lin Ran didn't know the specific point requirements for different affinities, but he could be sure that once it reaches 100, it is very likely to directly awaken the divine beast bloodline within Zimong, causing its quality to rise sharply. In this way, Zimong's future achievements will definitely not be lower than Kuan-Hai's. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Lin Ran turned his attention to the last new function, using points to enhance abilities, including purification ability and talent ability, if that is the case. Since his current level as an information omniscient is not sufficient to accurately locate the specific position of the demon cat's kin in the Misty Atlas, using points might just do the trick. As for the purification ability, it's easy to understand. He currently needs corresponding mental power to purify negative states of different levels. If the mental power is insufficient, he cannot purify, which is indeed a bit awkward. Although the purpose of purification is to obtain more points in urgent situations, investing some points to bridge small gaps might yield greater rewards. However, these new functions still need to be tested differently. In any case, it still requires points. Lin Ran sighed. He had used up most of his points last night during the talent evolution. Right now, he was empty-handed. Although he gained a lot of wealth, merit, points, and items this morning, he felt impoverished when it came to purification points. If only there were more channels and methods to obtain points. Lin Ran looked at the panel upgrade gift pack. The gift pack should provide quite a few points, right? Chapter 58, Guardian Wings. Growth of Plants Purification Upgrade Panel 2 Gift Pack. Reward 1, 500 points. Reward 2, a random intermediate skill of a grass, water, or flying attribute pet. Just like the first panel upgrade, there are still 2 rewards, and the content of the rewards is the same. However, 500 points are several times more than the first 100 points. Based on his efficiency in collecting points these days, it would take at least 20 days to collect 500 points. This immediately solved Lin Ran's urgent problem. An intermediate Beast Master can evolve to a senior Beast Master as long as their mental power reaches 3,000 points. This means that if Lin Ran directly invests 200 points, he can immediately open up a third pet space. Of course, Lin Ran wouldn't be so reckless. If the pet's strength hasn't improved and the talent ability hasn't been enhanced, having mental power would be like a paper tiger, appearing powerful but lacking core strength. He needs to plan well. After claiming Reward 1, Lin Ran also clicked on Reward 2. Every time the panel upgrades, it seems to grant a skill that matches the newly added pet attributes. Congratulations, you have obtained the intermediate skill of the flying attribute, Guardian Wings. Lin Ran's eyes lit up. This skill is very suitable for Kuan-Hai. Its body can change shape, and Guardian Wings is an energy shield that accompanies the flapping of wings, which can protect those wrapped within it, whether they are people or pets. In this way, when Lin Ran rides Kuan-Hai to fly in the sky in the future, there will be an extra layer of protection. Awesome. Indeed, the purification panel never disappoints Lin Ran with each upgrade. At this moment, Kuan-Hai also opened its eyes. Clearly, its healing skill had been fully comprehended. Lin Ran immediately looked at its panel. Skill, low level. Growth of plants. This skill is slightly more precious than Zimong's leaf fragrance, as after the pet uses it, not only will green leaves grow around its body, which is refreshing, but also edible purple tender leaves will sprout. Consuming these leaves can quickly restore the Beast Master's stamina, eliminate fatigue, and also serve as a source of sustenance. At this moment, Kuan-Hai immediately used this skill. Green tender leaves of various shapes and sizes quickly grew from its body, and changes were observed in the form of its wings and tail. Its body color gradually turned light green. Among the many leaves, 3 purple tender leaves glimmered with a soft light, gently sliding down into Lin Ran's hands. Lin Ran looked up and found that Kuan-Hai's eyes shimmered with green light, as if he could see the vitality of summer through them. The Eye of the Four Seasons in Kuinhai also enhances healing skills. Its form is flexible and seems to adapt to changes in skills, allowing its shape to transform into a more prominent appearance that highlights the skill. Normally, at the entry level of plant growth, growing a patch of purple leaves would be impressive. Lin Ran placed a leaf in his mouth, and it surprisingly carried a strong herbal fragrance, along with a hint of mint flavor, spreading in his mouth. Before long, the leaf melted away on its own, as if a fine nectar flowed down Lin Ran's throat, bringing a sense of nature and warmth that nourished his body and mind. This made Lin Ran unable to resist eating a second piece. All his fatigue vanished. The effect was even slightly better than what the high-level healer from the Dream Building team had done for him today. Kuinhai provided Lin Ran's healing ability with another direction. Moreover, its effects were undoubtedly remarkable. Lin Ran was also eager to see how its abilities would perform in battles against demon beasts. Thank you, Kuinhai. Lin Ran stroked the smooth leaves on its body. Soon after, Kuinhai transformed back to its original appearance. Lin Ran then handed the third purple leaf to Zimong, who, after eating it, also showed a glimmer of excitement in her eyes. Meow meow, another piece, another piece. Purr purr, coming right up, coming right up. Kuinhai, who had just awakened a new skill, was also very excited. Its outstanding bloodline, combined with the double blessings from its mother and Lin Ran during their contract, gave it more energy even at a low level. After 2 rounds, Kuinhai showed a hint of fatigue. All right, save some energy for tomorrow. Lin Ran was very satisfied with Kuinhai's performance. You rest, and I'll let you learn a new skill as a meeting gift. With that, Lin Ran directly added the skill, Wings of Guardian, to Kuinhai through the panel. Kuinhai quickly curled up lazily beside Zimong. Zimong also curled her body around, gazing at it with her round eyes, looking gentle. The scene was very heartwarming. Lin Ran smiled and shifted his attention to the Spectral Mist Demon Beast illustrated book. He was now full of energy and felt no need to rest. Wasting even a second would allow these cat demon dependents to create more chaos in society. The current goal was to precisely locate the positions of the remaining 8 dependents. After the panel upgrade, a plus sign also appeared in the upper right corner of the illustrated book. Lin Ran knew that investing points here would immediately enhance his tracking ability. Without hesitation, Lin Ran directly invested 1 point. Almost in an instant, a red trajectory on the illustrated book quickly elongated. Effective. It indeed increased his detection range. After investing 2 more points, Lin Ran directly pinpointed the exact location of the fire-red demon cat, which was still within Maudu City and not too far away. Lin Ran pondered for a moment and decided to outline the general range for all 8 dependents, which would help him discuss a more efficient action trajectory with his teammates later. 5 minutes later, Lin Ran let out a long sigh of relief. After investing 40 points, he had clarified the locations of all 8 cat demon dependents. The further the cat demon, the more points needed to invest. However, Lin Ran didn't mind. 40 points for this information was worth it. After all, if the cat demons were eliminated, the mental power boost he would receive from collecting the spectral mist they belonged to would exceed their value. However, Lin Ran now felt a bit dizzy. Indeed, temporarily enhancing his talent ability under insufficient strength was somewhat overloading. Zimong quickly sensed Lin Ran's condition. She immediately used the herbal fragrance and applied the light of purification around Lin Ran. The effect was immediate. Lin Ran felt significantly better. Before long, Kuinhai also opened its eyes. With its exceptional talent and superior bloodline, it comprehended skills at an astonishing speed. It seemed to sense Lin Ran's discomfort and once again used the plant growth skill. Feeling how considerate his 2 pets were, Lin Ran felt quite gratified. However, the most important thing right now was to quickly share the information. The operation to capture the cat demon dependents was about to begin. Chapter 59, The Fire-Red Demon Cat and Lin Huohua. The oddity of the kindergarten. 20 minutes later, the Dream Building team and the Light-Seeking team, a total of 12 people, gathered. The meeting place was at the Dream Building team's headquarters. The average strength of the Dream Building team was master-level Beast Tamers, which was 2 tiers higher than the Light-Seeking team. Therefore, their headquarters appeared to be much more spacious and equipped with more advanced devices. However, at this moment, sitting in front of the precision instruments and operating various tasks on the computer keyboard was still Li Lianer, a data analysis type Beast Tamer, who, to some extent, was even rarer than healing type Beast Tamers. This was because it required not only talent but also intelligence and sharpness. After confirming the locations of the dependents, Lin Ran immediately summoned everyone. At this time, several route analysis diagrams and planning maps were projected in the center of the headquarters. Li Lianer cleared her throat and said, "According to Lin Ran's information, there are 4 cat demon dependents still remaining in our Maudu City. The closest to us is the fire-red demon cat. The other 2 are in the neighboring city of Haiju to the north of Maudu City, and 1 is in the neighboring city of Sish to the west of Maudu City. Lastly, the black cat is located in the ocean at the Demon Beast headquarters. Then, Li Lianer opened the traffic map of Maudu City, based on the location of the fire-red demon cat and recent reports from the nearby area. No pollution events had been discovered yet. However, we cannot let our guard down. After all, tragedies had already occurred during the previous 2 pollution events. Our mission is not only to eliminate the demon cats, but also to avoid alarming them, and to rescue any hostages they might be holding, ensuring that tragedies like what happened with Lin Ming do not occur again. Fortunately, since the leopard cat incident ended this morning, I have been following Sister Chen Meng to search various documents and investigate some tragic incidents involving women related to beast tamers. In this era, ordinary people raising pets must report it. We applied for historical records and identified some potential targets. In the vicinity of the fire-red cat, we have now locked onto a combination, a woman named Lin Huahua, who has an orange cat and indeed experienced some unfair events a few years ago. Her identity is that of a kindergarten teacher. Given her special circumstances, we must be careful during this operation to avoid causing unnecessary harm, especially to ensure that no innocent people are hurt. Therefore, I suggest we infiltrate 10 minutes after the kindergarten classes end, with the Dream Building team members slightly dispersed for the main capture, while the light-seeking team primarily assists in protecting Lin Ran. We will immediately set off using your high-level beast mounts and need to reach the destination within 10 minutes. Everyone nodded. Li Lianer's professionalism was still very high. Gathering so much information and providing detailed strategies in such a short time was something Lin Ran prided himself on not being able to do. Now, with the information in place, the plan in place, the protection in place, and the combat power in place, they were just waiting to close the net. Everyone moved quickly. Time was still a bit tight. After all, according to normal commuting distances, it would take at least 2 hours to reach the destination. Fortunately, Zhu Zhima was a master-level beast tamer, 1 tier higher than Huang Tianhua. He directly summoned his dragon-type pet and equipped it with the best mount space purification item, enough to accommodate 15 people. This journey was much more stable than the bumpy experience that morning. Although he could hear the whistling wind by his ear, there was no discomfort. Lin Ran did not feel in the mood to enjoy it. As he got closer, he could more clearly sense the fiery aura of the red cat, which was somewhat different from detecting its location from a distance. The distant perception felt like scattered fireflies, while the current sensation was like a warm spotlight, allowing Lin Ran to specifically perceive the street and buildings where the fiery demon cat resided. 3 minutes later, Lianer's analysis is correct. I can sense the demon cat's location, right near the Tomorrow kindergarten. Once Lin Ran confirmed this, he immediately informed everyone. Zhu Zhuimo, who was riding a dragon mount, nodded upon hearing this, and quickly found a suitable place to land. Everyone acted quickly. Before long, they arrived at Tomorrow kindergarten. However, the situation was somewhat different from what they had anticipated. At this time, the children should basically have gone home. But at the moment, the entrance was crowded with many children. Most of them were crying loudly, while a few who weren't crying were anxiously pacing around. What is going on? Lin Ran could clearly sense that the fiery black cat was inside the kindergarten. Did Lin Huahua drive all the children out of the kindergarten? What about the parents who should have come to pick them up? Lin Ran had a bad feeling in his heart. Little brother, why are you still here? Li Lianer quickly found a relatively calm little boy whose eyes were also full of tears. My mom was already waiting for me at the door, but she said she needed to talk to Teacher Huahua and asked me to wait at the door. It's been more than 10 minutes, and she still hasn't come out. Saying this, he couldn't help but burst into tears and joined the crying crowd. Li Lianer asked several more children. Some were still in the toddler class, crying and calling for their mothers not to leave them. Only 1 or 2 children could still manage to speak to Li Lianer through their sobs. But the results were the same. Their parents told them to stay there while they went inside to talk to the teacher. Don't cry. Your mom and dad will come out to pick you up soon. I have plenty of lollipops here, and after you finish them, they will come out. Here, 1 for each of you. Li Lianer loved lollipops, and now her stock came in handy. Meanwhile, Chen Meng and the female members of the Dream Building team also joined the comforting efforts. Uncle Mo, the fiery demon cat, is indeed inside. But it seems things are a bit troublesome. Lin Ran frowned. Based on the descriptions from these children, their parents must have been manipulated. How should he handle this situation to avoid causing a greater impact? Lin Ran had not expected the scene to turn out this way. Lin Huahua must have a strong hatred for a certain student's parent. So, when her rationality was overwhelmed, her hatred spread directly to the group of parents. Or perhaps the entire group of student parents was the target of her hatred. It was clear that the combination of Lin Huahua and the fiery demon cat was currently in the phase of harvesting hatred and enhancing willpower. Lin Ran was unsure if there were others like him, Lin Fan, and Lin Ming with telekinetic abilities inside the kindergarten. The situation was quite tense. First, let's evacuate these children. I'll figure out the next steps, Zhu Zhumo calmly responded. Chapter 60, Holy Punk Ding. Video incident. The children were quickly evacuated. Zhu Mo summoned a round, pink pet beast, which had a shining little sun printed on its belly. Its long ears twitched slightly. The most interesting part was its hairstyle, resembling a spiked bridge that was dyed in different colors, appearing exceptionally avant-garde. As soon as it appeared, Zhu Mo handed it a pink microphone. A gentle song, filled with a holy aura, began to emanate. A singing pet beast. This type of pet usually had the ability to soothe people's hearts and also possessed strong control capabilities. Lin Ran had originally thought that Zhu Mo's pets were inclined towards combat, but he didn't expect him to have such a powerful support-type pet. This is my pet, Holy Punk Ding. Holy is the second stage of the pure sequence. It is currently using the holy voice to guide the contaminated ordinary people. Zhu Mo said. In this situation, those manipulated student parents would automatically walk out following the sound. At the same time, this holy sound would create a temporary perception barrier for the demon beasts and demon tamers, making them mistakenly believe that nothing was happening around them. However, it could only guide ordinary people. If any of those student parents happened to be demon tamers, they wouldn't be able to be rescued for the time being. After hearing this, Lin Ran nodded. No wonder Zhu Mo had been so calm earlier, with his 10 to 20 years of work experience. He must know the quickest and most effective methods to save more people in different situations. Lin Ran also had a vague premonition that the remaining manipulated demon tamers who couldn't be rescued for now were likely the ones with the greatest hatred for Lin Huohua. Much like Lu Shiqing towards Wang Sei, or Chen San towards Wang Xiao. However, this time we are conducting a surprise operation without full preparation. In the past, for such pollution incidents involving a considerable number of ordinary people, we would gather at least 10 healing demon tamers to deal with the negative states on the ordinary people. Right now, it's just you and our team S Yun Yun. I don't know if we can wake some of them up in time and ask them a few questions, but with just the two of you, it might be a bit difficult. However, in any case, saving over 90 of them would already be quite good. If no one comes out later, I can rush into the target location with the Team S combat personnel. Lin Ran, please describe the exact location. And it would be best if you could draw it out. Zhu Mo was clearly prepared. During the earlier leopard cat operation, Lin Ran accurately pointed out its location, saving Zhu Mo a lot of effort. With the first experience of dealing with such cat demons, Zhu Mo believed that, combined with Lin Ran's intelligence, he would definitely be able to do better this time. Lin Ran took the paper and pen. The specific location of the demon cat had not changed. As he drew, he said, Uncle Mo, I can guarantee 100 that I can restore their sanity, and at that time, we can directly obtain some information that will hopefully help us. As soon as Lin Ran finished speaking, an adult appeared in their line of sight. However, his expression was dull, clearly in a completely vacant state. Zhu Mo hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, I believe you. You will take the lead on this matter. I will go call Yun Yun over to assist you. Although he didn't know how Lin Ran would accomplish this, recalling his promise to Lin Ran earlier that day, Zhu Mo felt a bit more convinced. With Lin Ran possessing 2 high-level talents, perhaps completely clearing these ordinary people's negative states was merely a small task for him. Zhu Mo didn't think too much about it, but turned to leave. The appearance of an ordinary person meant he had to launch into action immediately. At this moment, Holy Punk Ding was still singing gently. Lin Ran summoned Zima and Kuan Hai. Although their levels were not high, they could also assist Lin Ran. Inside the kindergarten, one by one, expressionless adults with stiff limbs began to come out. Lin Ran could certainly see their status panels. Their negative states mostly had a level of 0-4, control paralysis. For him, it could be cleaned up in the blink of an eye. The treatment process proceeded in an orderly manner and progressed quickly. Yin Yin was very surprised by Lin Ran's speed. Although she was a master-level demon tamer, her healing speed lagged significantly behind. The attention of the two shifted to the conversation of these people. Teacher Lin Huohua must be angry. Sigh, I should have known not to speak carelessly in the class group. Now she's gone berserk and turned into a monster. Earlier, I even spoke to her, completely unaware of what was happening, as if I had blacked out. They always say not to believe in or spread rumors, yet you all chatter in public places. And now I've been implicated as well. It's all that Fang Zhongyong's fault for posting such low-quality videos in the group. But the girl in the video is indeed teacher Lin Huohua. How could someone like her teach our children? Don't you know there is something called artificial intelligence face swapping? That could be a fake video. Everyone was murmuring, discussing the video incident in the class group. Has anyone seen my husband Fang Zhongyong? Why hasn't he come out? A woman with pockmarks anxiously asked everyone, even trying to rush into the kindergarten, but was stopped by Chen Ming. Your husband, isn't his real name Fang Zhong? Chen Ming held up a tablet and displayed a picture, saying he looked like this, with a level roughly that of a junior beastmaster. The pockmarked woman glanced at the photo and nodded. You might not want to hear what I'm about to say, but I still have to say it. Fang Zhong was Lin Huohua's boyfriend 5 years ago. After they broke up, he has been harassing her for 5 years, even after he married you. From stalking her at first to constant threats, and finally causing trouble and spreading rumors. He, as a beast master, made Lin Huohua lose 7 jobs and many friends over these 5 years. 4 years ago, 3 years ago, recently. He even posted Lin Huohua's profile picture on inappropriate videos, spreading them across various kindergarten and class groups, trying to make her lose her job again. You didn't know any of this? Chen Ming's words pierced the pockmarked woman's heart like needles. She shook her head, then nodded, tears streaming down her face. The pockmarked woman also discovered her husband's behavior and some extreme actions after marriage. She knew some of the things Chen Ming mentioned, but not all. Nevertheless, he is still the father of the child. I just knew something was off about Fang Zhongyong. He is quite sleazy, and his child also never speaks. It's clear the parents have problems. A robust woman suddenly started to stir up the crowd. Chen Ming immediately glared at her and slapped her across the mouth. From the earlier visit, she knew that this robust woman was the one who first fanned the flames of the video incident. She was the first link in the chain of rumors. Chapter 61. The Jade on Lin Huohua's Body. Progress of the Mysterious Fog Collection 20. There are always people who incite rumors. Many people don't recognize the facts but judge the truth based on the status of the speaker. For the robust woman, Fang Zhongyong is a beast master with a high status, so whatever he says must be right. If she flatters him well, she might also benefit in the future. The robust woman has a keen eye and knows that Chen Ming's strength is definitely greater than Fang Zhongyong's. So, she thought that by following Chen Ming's words to flatter her, she wouldn't go wrong. However, receiving a hard slap was something she didn't expect. You parents can't go home directly for now. The relevant authorities will investigate the earlier video incident. Chen Ming didn't plan to waste any more time. Spreading rumors is also a crime. You are the perpetrators of online violence, and if you've done something wrong, you will be punished. As soon as Chen Ming finished speaking, the group of parents started chattering again. Some expressed their panic, while others were relieved they hadn't participated. What about my child? Several parents wanted to find an excuse for their children. We will take good care of your children. Now, this isn't the place to linger. If you want to keep your lives, hurry up and follow the instructions to evacuate and cooperate with our subsequent investigation. Chen Ming said while guiding them. Upon hearing this, most parents closed their mouths. Just as the crowd was leaving in an orderly manner, a voice called out, "Someone's coming out. Quick, see if that is my husband." It was the pockmarked woman speaking. After hearing Chen Ming's statement, she felt lost but still thought of her husband Fang Zhongyong. Everyone looked over. At this moment, a woman about 163 meters tall walked out. She was wearing a fiery red outfit and red high heels. Her clothes even had a name tag for the kindergarten staff for tomorrow. Lin Ran had noticed this ordinary person who came out a few minutes later than everyone else before the pockmarked woman spoke. However, she was not completely ordinary, because she was Lin Huohua. At this moment, the sacred punk ding was still singing leisurely. Lin Ran immediately understood why Lin Huohua was attracted by her singing. The voice of sacred punk ding could attract non-beast masters who were under control. Although Lin Huohua was in the identity of a believer, she was fundamentally still an ordinary person under the mental control of the Catwoman in wedding dress. However, her state was somewhat special, which is why she came out a bit later than the others. She walked slowly, her high heels clicking on the cold ground. Her face was expressionless, and her eyes glowed red. At the same time, smoke started to rise from the kindergarten behind her, and flames quickly erupted. Clearly, something was happening inside the kindergarten as well. Lin Ran didn't know the process of what was happening, but it was evident that Sacred Punk Ding had not completely controlled the situation. The combination of the Catwoman's followers and believers was under control, but not entirely. At this moment, a panel appeared before Lin Ran showing Lin Huohua. Name, Lin Huohua. Talent, Awakening 99, Psychic Power, Seal Unraveling 99, Negative Status, Soul Control 3, Memory Obfuscation 2, Energy Infiltration 1. It was surprising that an ordinary person had a negative status of 2 and 3. It must be said that this believer indeed exists in a tragic state to a certain extent. However, what surprised Lin Ran was the talents and psychic power on her panel. Lin Huohua was indeed a believer, but she also possessed psychic power, and her surname was Lin. Could she also be from the Ping orphanage? Lin Ran understood through the cases of Chun Shiqing and Wang Xiao, as well as the soul tribute path of the Catgirl believer, that believers need to perform some kind of sacrificial ritual to plunder the talents of someone with psychic power. However, what if the believer herself had that potential? Lin Ran had a premonition that when both of Lin Huohua's statuses reached 100, her soul would be immediately extracted, soaring into the sky, merging with the Catwoman in wedding dress, enhancing her combat power. This must be avoided. As Lin Huohua walked closer, the two beast masters left at the kindergarten gate from the Dream Building squad were already planning to take forced action. Everyone, don't use force against her. I have a way to restore her to a normal state. Lin Ran immediately said. He didn't know what impact Lin Huahua's death would have under these circumstances. For now, the best method was to use his purification ability to sever her connection with the Catwoman. The negative status of 3 was something Lin Ran couldn't clear all at once. However, he could enhance his purification ability by allocating points, so after a quick operation, all negative statuses on Lin Huahua were eliminated. The flames in Lin Huahua's eyes instantly disappeared. She seemed to regain clarity in an instant, but fainted and collapsed to the ground the next moment. After using his purification ability at high intensity, Lin Ran also staggered a bit, and his 2 pets immediately used recovery skills to quickly heal him. Yin Yin also wanted to help, but Lin Ran waved his hand and said, "I'm fine, you go and get Lin Huahua out. She is no longer in contact with Catgirl." Yin Yin nodded upon hearing this. Although she didn't know exactly what had just happened, Lin Ran was the backbone of this operation and the core figure who could quickly grasp relevant information. Following his instructions would not lead to any mistakes. Just as Lin Huahua was being lifted onto the stretcher, Lin Ran also noticed the green gemstone on her wrist. Yes, that's right. This Lin Huahua indeed came from the Peace Orphanage, or rather, had contact with its director. Things happened very quickly. Just as Lin Huahua was being carried out, a huge fire suddenly broke out at the Tamaro kindergarten. Lin Ran was quite a distance from the kindergarten gate, yet he could still feel a wave of intense heat. Almost simultaneously, a red mist shot up into the sky. This was just like the scene that occurred after the death of the spotted cat. The fiery red demon cat is dead? What exactly happened in the kindergarten? Why was Zhu Zhu Mo, with such strong power, unable to control the situation? Lin Ran thought, while taking out the Destiny Connection device and opened the white side. He needed to seal this fiery red mist into the illustrated book before it was summoned back to Catgirl. Almost in an instant, Lin Ran felt his mental strength being nourished. It was still a comfortable warmth. Upon closer inspection, he found that his current mental strength had increased by another 100 points, reaching 1,448 points. He looked at the illustrated book of the Mist Demon Beasts. Mist Inventory, number 038, Wedding Dress Catgirl, 20, Chapter 62, Strategy Adjustment. Rain after the mist was absorbed. The fire in the kindergarten visibly decreased in intensity. Lin Ran breathed a sigh of relief. The mist belonging to the fiery red demon cat had been absorbed, and the main task of this operation could be considered complete. On the illustrated book, the strength of the wedding dress Catgirl was reduced from Master 8 stars to Master 6 stars. Lin Ran frowned. The strength of this wedding dress Catgirl should be similar to Zhu Zhu Mo's strength. Although he had never seen her in the real world, Lin Ran knew that every pollution event related to the demon cat was led by Catgirl. The raging flames that had just appeared in the kindergarten should be her method of guidance. Everything would have to wait until Zhu Zhu Mo and the others came out to draw a conclusion. The strength of the fiery red demon cat was at the late stage of master, and even if it temporarily exploded with some ability, it wouldn't have much impact on Zhu Zhu Mo and the others. As Lin Ran had anticipated, soon, Zhu Zhu Mo and the other 2, accompanied by 3 water attribute pet beasts, walked out of the kindergarten gate. What happened? Lin Ran immediately inquired. Zhu Zhu Mo sighed, shook his head, and said, "Things have once again exceeded my control. When we entered the location you indicated, we found it to be a narrow door. Lin Huahua, the fiery red demon cat, and a controlled beast master man were all inside. To avoid a situation like the spotted cat, I tried to rescue the hostage as much as possible. I communicated with the holy punk Ding E to enhance the controllability of the song. I planned to separate the demon cat, Lin Huahua, and that man. Everything was originally under control. I don't know why, but Lin Huahua suddenly broke free from control and rushed out the door. Just a few seconds later, the fiery red demon cat spontaneously ignited, and the flames that erupted far exceeded its own strength. That hostage also died immediately. I have been in the investigation team for many years and have never encountered such a situation. This operation was also too simplistic in my thinking. I was unprepared." Zhu Zhu Mo's tone still carried some regret. Lin Ran pondered for a moment and said, "The wedding dress cat girl has the ability for remote control. Lin Huahua's identity is very special. She is both a believer enticed by Catgirl and a person with psychic power. I saw the green jade stone on her. When your holy punk Ding exerted control over them, Catgirl would also feel that the bond was weakened. Therefore, she must have used some method to lift the control over the fiery red demon cat and accelerate the process of revenge for her believer. In this way, Lin Huahua should be able to immediately become her nourishment. Fortunately, I had already cut off the connection between Lin Huahua and Catgirl before this happened. Uncle Mo, don't blame yourself. That man's death is not a loss. At least this operation has made a breakthrough. As long as an ordinary woman controlled by Catgirl has not yet become a beast master, she can be awakened. This will help us in our next actions." Upon hearing Lin Ran's words, Zhu Zhumo's eyes immediately lit up. Lin Huahua has been rescued. He quickly walked forward and soon spotted Lin Hua, who was still lying on the stretcher, fast asleep. I need to take her to my master. Her identity is very special, and we should be able to gain a lot of effective information from her. Zhu Zhumo became energized. We still have 6 demon cats to subdue. According to what you said about the methods of the wedding dress cat girl, if we continue to handle things the way we are now, every time we finish, it will likely lead to the same result. The demon cats self-destructing and hostages dying. This time we were lucky. The children and parents were evacuated. Next time, we might not have such luck. Fortunately, I have already contacted the Pet Beast Alliance headquarters and sent them the general area where the demon cats are located. Assistance for review has been approved. Next, there will be more surveillance strength and support from other teams. Those demon cats won't do anything too outrageous. During this period, we can also gather more intelligence and think of new strategies. If all goes well, we can be prepared for the next operation as early as tomorrow. Zhu Zhumo said. Lin Ran nodded. He indeed lacked experience in handling various pollution events. At first, his idea was to eliminate each demon cat as quickly as possible to prevent the wedding dress cat girl's power from increasing. But now that he thought about it, being too hasty might not be the best approach. Not to mention the potential impact on many ordinary citizens. Incomplete intelligence could also lead to many unexpected situations. Moreover, with the wedding dress cat girl's manipulation behind the scenes, many conventional methods could not be used. Right now, the best approach was to strike unexpectedly, not giving the wedding dress cat girl time to act, directly severing the connection between the believer and her. Lin Ran had not yet seen any demon cat family members face to face. However, after the purification panel was upgraded, he could also see the panels of the demon cats. If he could directly eliminate the connection between the demon cat and the wedding dress cat girl, that would be even better. Uncle Mo, if possible, in the next operation, I hope you can control the demon cat to a range within my line of sight. I might have a way to directly sever the connection between the demon cat and the cat girl, Lin Ran said after some thought, ensuring safety. Zhu Zhumo nodded and said, okay, I will include your suggestion in the upcoming strategy adjustments. You should rest well tonight. You are still the key to the next operation and must maintain your condition. All right, Lin Ran nodded. Thus, the incident involving the fiery red demon cat and Lin Huahua came to a close. After communication and coordination among all parties, everyone had their arrangements and plans for the future. Li Lian and Chen Meng would assist Zhu Zhumo in analyzing real cases in various regions at night, identifying the social relationships of suspects and considering various possibilities. Chen Liang would be responsible for the follow-up matters concerning the kindergarten children and parents, including coordination with relevant departments and the trial of the students' parents. The Ji brothers and Huang Tianhua from the Dream Team continued to ensure Lin Ran's safety as they escorted him back to the training ground. At this point, Huang Tianhua had summoned his motorcycle lizard. As Lin Ran turned to look back while getting into the vehicle, he saw that the fire had been extinguished, and the charred ruins of the building were unrecognizable as the former kindergarten. Suddenly, it began to rain, soaking the fallen rainbow decorations on the ground. The parents of the students had already evacuated, leaving only a girl with pockmarks, kneeling on the ground and crying loudly, mourning Fang Zhongyong's death and expressing her own sorrow. A madman, 2 different tragedies. Lin Ran sighed and took a seat in the vehicle, trying to organize his emotions. He still needed to improve his strength. And once he returned to his residence, he hoped to enhance the bloodline ability of Zimong, hoping the remaining points would be sufficient. Chapter 63, Life? Activation of the Qiongqi bloodline at night. After a brief rest, Lin Ran began cooking. Although there were about 10 independent tents in the training hall, the kitchen was shared. The delicacies Lin Ran prepared emitted a strong aroma, attracting Huang Tianhua, who was experiencing Lin Ran's culinary skills for the first time. Lin Ran, I didn't expect your cooking technique to be so proficient, and your combinations of different ingredients are quite balanced. Have you studied this? He asked. It's related to my talent. The Shinon 100 herbs allows me to be more sensitive to ingredients and gives me some natural ideas on how to combine them. However, I haven't studied it. I'm just messing around, Lin Ran replied as he served a large portion of pan-seared beef steak, paired with various spiritual vegetables and herbs, colorful yet not gaudy. This was Zimong's dinner, and as it grew larger, Lin Ran's portions also increased. As for Kuenhai's dinner, after a brief communication, Lin Ran simply squeezed a cup of colorful juice as a side dish, while the main course was a space fruit given to him by his master earlier. The space fruit was crystal clear, resembling a jewel rather than food, and Lin Ran added some purple mint and sprinkled spiritual cane sugar powder to make it less monotonous. You might have a talent in spiritual cooking. Huang Tianhua smiled and continued. However, although spiritual chefs were a popular profession before the arrival of the mist, after the mist descended, the pressure of life increased and the pace quickened. Beast tamers and their pets had to deal with various issues, and everyone lacked the energy to spend time on this matter. This profession has nearly disappeared. Now, beast tamers and their pets either eat raw materials directly or rely on meal replacements, which is sufficient. Huang Tianhua said calmly. However, the fire god beast tamer, your master uncle Elder Huang Chong, is quite a famous spiritual chef. He is the kind who makes time to cook specifically for his pets. You can ask him for advice in the future. You might learn something. Thank you for your suggestion, Lin Ran nodded. By the way, do you need me to help you and your pets with anything? No need. We had meal replacements earlier, so I won't waste your precious time. However, if possible, when you have some free time, could you help treat a few of my pets? I heard from Chun Ming and the others that your medical skills are better than some high-level healers. Huang Tianhua refused, but then made a request. No problem. Lin Ran smiled. He had anticipated Huang Tianhua's words. During the 4 or 5 days living with Li Lianer, Chun Liang, and the Ji brothers, they had also politely declined Lin Ran's dining invitations. In their concept, spending time on cooking and dining was a very extravagant act. Lin Ran understood that this was the influence of the Mist era on beast tamers. It couldn't be changed in a short time. However, for Lin Ran, this was life. A precious part even in difficult times. Not eating warm food, but instead consuming pre-prepared and cold, unprocessed ingredients? There was no need for that. Moreover, his pets preferred the dishes he made. A love for food should be a person's nature, yet the Mist era had managed to extinguish most beast tamers' pursuit of culinary delights, which was something Lin Ran had not anticipated. From this perspective, Lin Ran felt fortunate. After dinner, Lin Ran and his 2 pets returned to their residence. Kuan-hai, having eaten the space fruit, had a bulging belly, bubbles continuously emerging from its mouth, and wore an expression of enjoyment on its face. Before long, it closed its eyes and leaned against Lin Ran, drifting off to a light sleep. Lin Ran had mentioned that the space fruit was precious and was a key ingredient in forming the early stages of Kuan-hai's internal world. Lin Ran was also looking forward to it, wondering what the internal universe would be like in the future. Meanwhile, Zimong was full of energy. As a fierce and competitive tiger-type creature, it was always thinking about training and exercising. Over the past few days, it had played with all the various training devices in the training hall and had developed its own training routine. Zimong, let's train a bit later today. I want to check your physical condition, Lin Ran said, petting Zimong's head. Zimong obediently sat down, wrapping its tail around its body. With its head tilted against Lin Ran's calf, gently rubbing against him, Lin Ran looked at Zimong's panel. Name, Zimong, Bloodline. No Cheongqi Affinity, 84. White Tiger Affinity, 81. Ruehu Affinity, 74. Qinglong Affinity, 30. Looking at these bloodlines, Lin Ran fell into deep thought. Zimong, as a pure heart with Tooth Tiger, did not possess a divine beast bloodline inherently like Kuan-hai. Lin Ran vaguely felt that this choice was particularly important, and once determined, it would basically set Zimong's future development direction. The 3 divine beasts with the strongest affinities were all tiger types. Interestingly, based on Zimong's attributes, there was even a choice for the Qinglong divine beast. However, with such a low affinity, Lin Ran naturally wouldn't consider it. Ruehu is a symbol of auspiciousness, dispelling disasters. If this bloodline awakens, Zimong would definitely achieve great accomplishments in auxiliary abilities in the future. The white tiger is one of the 4 divine beasts, possessing immense divine power. If this bloodline is activated, Zimong would become a king of combat, having an overwhelming advantage in strength. However, the bloodline of the white tiger is sharp as gold, with a righteous spirit, which seems not to align well with Zimong's grass and poison attributes. Lin Ran did not know if Zimong's appearance or attributes would change after awakening the bloodline. If its grass and poison attributes disappeared, then the enhancement from Shinong 100 herbs would no longer benefit it. Let's go with Cheongqi. The affinity ranking was at the forefront, and there must be a reason for that. In Lin Ran's impression, Cheongqi was a fierce beast resembling a tiger with wings. It could invoke disasters while also dispelling evil. The former corresponds to the poison attribute, leaning towards dark control, while the latter corresponds to the grass attribute, focusing on warmth and healing. Now it was just a matter of how many points were needed to activate it. Lin Ran looked at his inventory and saw he still had over 470 points. He added a point to Cheongqi, raising the affinity to 8405. This might work. To raise the affinity to 100, he needed 320 points, and after using them, he would still have over 100 points left. Suppressing his joy, Lin Ran directly invested another 319 points. Zimong immediately sensed the change in its bloodline and quickly stood up. In an instant, different attribute energies swirled around it, rising and descending. Visibly, Zimong's size began to increase. Chapter 64. Wings of the Heavenly Heart. The second sequence of Pure Heart. Originally, Zimong's height was around 60 centimeters, but now it had grown to nearly 1 meter, reaching Lin Ran's waist. Its grass-green fur appeared even brighter than before. The 3 circles of purple fur on its feet became even darker. The color of its pupils completely transformed from red to purple, and the purple king symbol on its forehead expanded, appearing more imposing. The yellow halo above its head also doubled in size. Most surprisingly, there was a pair of 4-winged light wings on both sides of its back, matching the color of the halo. Upon closer inspection, the wings did not seem to be a part of its body, but rather an external manifestation of sacred power. The purple light gently flapped its wings, allowing it to fly at low altitude. However, this pair of wings quickly dissipated. After gaining the bloodline of Qiongqi, the overall representation of Zimao did not change significantly, but it felt more mysterious and profound. Lin Ran looked at Zimao's current panel. Name: Zimao. Race: Heavenly Heart Wood-Toothed Tiger. Gender: female. Attribute: grass. Poison. Quality: intermediate. Leader: level intermediate. 4 stars. Energy: 16, 583. 000. Strength: 778. Defense: 567. Agility: 672. Constitution: 576. Natural skills: Purifying Heart Light. Proficient. Purifying Heart Ring. Proficient. Heavenly Heart Wings. Beginner. Bloodline: Qiongqi. 1. Bloodline skills: Shaking Heaven and Earth. Beginner. Exorcism and Drive Evil. Beginner. Skills: Low level. Rending Claw. Proficient. Bite. Proficient. Fragrance of Grass and Wood. Proficient. Intermediate. Flying Leaf Storm. Proficient. Evolution Direction: Heavenly Heart Wood-Toothed Tiger. Heavenly Heart Forest Bright Tiger. Heavenly Heart Glazed Tiger. Heavenly Heart 10,000 Wood Tiger. Powerful. Zimao's energy was only around 1,000 points before, but after acquiring the bloodline ability, it suddenly increased by over 600 points. Of course, this was just the most superficial gain. Its race name changed from Purifying Heart Wood-Toothed Tiger to Heavenly Heart Wood-Toothed Tiger. It seems that Heavenly Heart is the second sequence of the Purifying Heart category. The light wings on Zimao's back represent Heavenly Heart wings. Gaining this ability must also be related to Qiongqi having wings. Most importantly, its quality also upgraded from Extraordinary High to Intermediate Leader. Moreover, it gained 2 bloodline skills. Shaking Heaven and Earth is a means for Qiongqi to cause disasters, which will significantly enhance Zimao's combat power. Exorcism and Drive Evil will also greatly enhance healing skills. Those 360 points were worth it. Lin Ran felt invigorated. With Zimao's strength enhancement, he just gained 360 mental points. His mental capacity has now reached 1,800 points. At this rate, it won't be long before he breaks through to a high-level Beastmaster. Meow roar roar. Zimao was also excited to see her changes, especially this pair of wings. Zimao closed her eyes and felt her newly mastered natural skills. Soon, the dissipated wings grew back, and at the same time, the halo above her head shined even brighter. Flying low, Zimao looked like a queen among tigers, her purple eyes sparkling with an exotic charm. However, after a short flight, the wings dissipated again. Zimao fell onto the bed, waking up Kuenhai, who was still sleeping. As she condensed her wings again, she was relentless. With a whoosh, Kuenhai spread his wings and flew up slightly. Sister Zimao can also fly. Kuenhai was very happy, circling around Zimao, then took a deep breath and expanded his size. After eating a space fruit, Kuenhai could clearly grow bigger. Meow roar roar. Zimao took off again at low altitude. I can fly too. The 2 pets, after all, still had the nature of children and played happily. For a moment, Lin Ran's room felt a bit crowded. Lin Ran did not stop them. He couldn't suppress their nature. However, it wasn't long before Zimao and Kuenhai were panting and collapsed on the ground. Zimao could no longer condense her wings, and the angelic halo above her head dimmed slightly. Kuenhai blew a big bubble, wrapping himself and floating in midair, his eyes half closed. Frequent use of high-level natural skills and bloodline skills was still a bit stressful for them. Lin Ran began to think. Zimao's Heavenly Heart Wings should provide flying ability as just one aspect. More enhancements should still be on strengthening her inherent abilities, similar to the Purifying Heart Ring. However, Zimao's energy was currently not stable enough to maintain the skill. Once she levels up, she should be able to sustain it for longer. The 2 pets soon fell asleep. In the early stages of growth, sleeping was also an excellent way for them to adapt to their physical growth and enhanced abilities. Meanwhile, Lin Ran began to ponder how to use the remaining points. He had tested that evolving the Divine Farmer's 100 herbs to level 3 required 400 points, while evolving the Omniscient Seer to level 3 required even more, 500 points. Both pets currently had their bloodlines at level 1, and upgrading to level 2 would likely require over 1,000 points. Right now, he could enhance Kuenhai's skills, most of which were still at the beginner stage. After some thought, Lin Ran held back. The remaining 100 points wouldn't significantly enhance Kuenhai. It was better to save them for emergencies. In the next actions, upgrading the Omniscient Seer again was the most cost-effective. Otherwise, he would have to invest points each time to strengthen his tracking ability against the mist monsters. Moreover, after the upgrade, there should be new abilities. Lin Ran always felt that the inventory of mist monsters in the illustrated guide shouldn't be so simple. Since it was mist, it could be purified, generating points. Perhaps there would be some changes when the collection of mist was higher? It was still early, and Lin Ran was not sleepy. He opened his computer and logged into the Beastmaster Alliance forum. He wanted to check the gossip and learn about other Beastmasters' experiences in combating monsters. The Catgirl Bride's number in the Mist Illustrated Guide was 38. This meant that at least 37 Mist monsters had started to become active, unlike traditional monsters. The pollution events caused by Mist monsters should be more bizarre and irrational. Lin Ran's way to light up the Monster Illustrated Guide was to use the black side of the Fate Connection device to interact with items or synths related to the monster. He was sure that his current rapid mental enhancement and future point collection would primarily come from these mist monsters. Therefore, preparing for the future in advance would not be wrong. Without overthinking, Lin Ran started reading various discussions on the forum. Chapter 65, Forum Reward Post, New Target. The titles in the gossip section were varied. Scanning through the first page, he found that they were all related to Lin Ran. Shocking. After more than 20 years, Huagua sees a level talent again. The title Beast Master finally takes in disciples. Knowledge changes destiny. Level talent, dual level talent holder. Even the kids next door are crying with envy. The story of the Ping and orphanage in Mautu City, secrets you don't know. Why are you treating both humans and beasts when you promise to be an ordinary veterinarian? One must say, the culture of clickbait titles is popular in any world. Lin Ran clicked into the first post. First floor, by Xiaoxing exclusive news, exclusive news. The titled Fate Beast Master has taken in disciples. The protagonist is the big shot who awakened the divine farmer's 100 herbs over 10 days ago. Second floor, by Xiaoxing to know the details, pay 5 forum points to view the hidden content below. Third floor, smiley face, black merchant. This time, I'll let you off easy. Consider it a gift from me. Floor 11, why do I always get good person cards everyone? Stop wasting money. In summary, there's just one thing. The protagonist is named Lin Ran, a member of the Mautu City Xinguang City, with a talent level abbreviated as knowledge. He is currently the sole disciple of the Fate Beast Master. Floor 12, Magical Sakura good person upstairs. May you have peace for life. Floor 27, Mother Fetal 38 years. Does anyone know this Lin Ran's forum? Tag him. He has some private matters to discuss. Floor 38, did you hee today reward for Lin Ran's forum? 5 forum points. Lin Ran smiled wryly and shook his head. After today's events, his latest talent was also updated by the Beastmaster Alliance. These superficial established facts circulating in the official internal forum are normal. However, the comment from Floor 38 awakened Lin Ran. Looking at these gossip messages seemed purely a waste of time. If he wanted to find information about different monsters, wouldn't it be better to pay for questions directly? He could select reasonable information and integrate it, perhaps finding clues about other mist monsters. Lin Ran, the all-knowing, had upgraded twice, including the bridal cat girl, and he had seen the appearances of 10 mist monsters. He posted a bounty, asking for information related to mist monsters. Different forum points would be given based on different messages. Gathering public opinion to obtain the intelligence he wanted was a reasonable use of the forum platform. The Beastmaster Alliance forum is an official platform, and after years of rectification, the penalties for publishing false information and answers are extremely severe. Therefore, Lin Ran was not worried about receiving fabricated facts. As for forum points, there are many ways to obtain them, and the fastest method is to exchange them for alliance points. 1 alliance point equals 100 forum points. Lin Ran had just received over 13,000 alliance points in the morning, so in this economic aspect, he was a millionaire. He glanced at his forum, Beastmaster 282298791232. After thinking for a moment, Lin Ran changed it to Wise Beast Doctor. Subtly revealing his identity could attract more viewers to respond to his posts. He posted 9 bounty QA threads in one go, and then closed the Beastmaster forum. He took a break, replenishing his energy to be ready for the next actions. The next day, Lin Ran woke up early and prepared breakfast for himself and his 2 pets. Just as he finished eating and was about to start morning exercises with Zimong and Kuenhai, he received a greeting from Huang Tianhua. Lin Ran, how did you rest last night? Huang Tianhua also got up early, but he seemed a bit sluggish, clearly busy with something last night. I communicated with Captain Zhu Zhumal, and the information for the next target has basically been confirmed. Now he and the team members have made preliminary deployments in the surrounding area. In 1 to 2 hours, they will send us a message to notify if we need to head over. Before that, the captain asked me to confirm the location of this monster cat again. The hairless cat. Lin Ran nodded. The next new target was confirmed. Yesterday he obtained the specific locations of 8 monster cats. After eliminating the fire red monster cat, Zhu Zhuma immediately applied for assistance from the Beastmaster Alliance to monitor the relevant area closely. Under normal circumstances, there should be no major issues. However, to ensure everything is foolproof, it is indeed necessary to confirm the approximate location of the target again before each action. Lin Ran closed his eyes and spent points to enhance his ability to sense the monster cat's location. After a moment, he said, "The approximate range is still in that area. That area, according to Lianer's information yesterday, is a chemical plant, right?" Huang Tianhua nodded yes. "There are many flammable and explosive materials, so we need to evacuate personnel in advance for legitimate reasons to avoid attracting the attention of the monster cat and the believers. We also put in a lot of effort last night." "Thank you, Lin Ran. I'll quickly report back to the captain." "Uncle Tianhua, wait a moment. I'll give you and your pets a simple treatment. Don't go too far," Lin Ran said. "Don't overwork yourself." Lin Ran had already promised Huang Tianhua to help him with treatment last night. However, due to Zimong's bloodline evolution, and since both pets had rested afterward, Lin Ran wasn't in a hurry. Perhaps it was because the dream building team had the master-level healer Yun Yun, or it could be that Zhu Zhuma's strength was formidable, preventing teammates from being too affected by pollutants. Although Huang Tianhua was at master level 7, the most severe negative status on him was only at level 2. Purifying a level 2 negative status would give Lin Ran 8 points. Currently, with 800 mental points, he had no burden purifying a negative status of that level. However, Huang Tianhua's Judgment Motorcycle Lizard had 2 level 3 negative statuses, but fortunately, its level had already reached master level 1, so it didn't cause too much impact. Lin Ran also wanted to see how much easier it would be to purify high-level negative statuses with Zimong's assistance after its bloodline upgrade. 5 minutes later, the treatment began. Lin Ran quickly cleared all negative statuses on Huang Tianhua, earning 20 points. Then, he healed the 3 pets in good condition. Only the tall motorcycle lizard remained. Negative status, agitation, 3, fatigue, 3. Lin Ran had noticed these 2 negative statuses when he rode it back to the training hall last night. He understood why every ride on the motorcycle lizard was exceptionally bumpy and took much longer than Zhu Zhuma's pets. These 2 negative statuses had a significant impact on the mount. After communicating with Zimong, its supportive state fully activated, and under the use of its 3 innate skills, the entire training hall lit up. Chapter 66. Child and Mother After resting for a night and becoming more accustomed to the bloodline, Zimong could better exert its newly acquired abilities. At the same time, it also used the bloodline skill exorcism. A warm light illuminated the motorcycle lizard, visibly calming it down. Lin Ran looked at the motorcycle lizard's panel. The 3 negative statuses that originally required 600 mental points to purify now only needed 1,000 points. Moreover, the requirements for the 2 level 3 statuses had been reduced. Two-pronged approach. It's worth noting that yesterday, Zimong could only reduce the requirement by 100 points and could only target 1 negative status. This effect improvement was more than 5 times. Lin Ran quickly purified the motorcycle lizard's negative statuses. He earned 50 points from it. This was a pleasant treatment. Huang Tianhua and his pets contributed a total of 88 points, setting a good start for today. This little tiger, before evolving, already possesses a second sequence. Huang Tianhua clearly knew about the Tianqin sequence. The captain's main pet also had a pair of such light wings. However, it was only after his pet evolved once that it gained that ability. Your future achievements will definitely surpass Captain Zhu. After praising, Huang Tianhua took out a gift bag. "Thank you for helping me and my pets with the treatment. I can feel that they have almost fully recovered. Although your level is not high, I have to admit that your achievements as a healer have already surpassed Yin Yun. After seeing you cook yesterday, I thought about it and packed some of the dried food ingredients I had stored to give to you, since I don't cook anyway." Lin Ran took it, opened it, and a rich aroma wafted out. Among them, there were some ingredients Lin Ran recognized, such as spirit mushrooms, spirit foxnuts, and spirit wood ears. However, most of them he had never seen before. "Uncle Tianhua, since you don't cook, where did all these ingredients come from?" Lin Ran was very curious. Over the years of missions, he had received some strange rewards, most of which were tokens of gratitude from ordinary families whose lives he had saved. Huang Tianhua smiled and replied, "Thank you, Uncle Tianhua." Lin Ran felt good. These dry ingredients, which seemed like strange rewards to them, were precious ingredients for Lin Ran, and he could develop more dishes later. 10 minutes later, Lin Ran, "Get in the car, we have a mission." Huang Tianhua immediately set up a compartment for the motorcycle lizard, and while you are on the vehicle, communicate with Li Lianer through video. She will briefly introduce the current deployment situation and the background of the protagonist of this incident. We will arrive in about 30 minutes, maybe faster, since little Mo is in much better condition now. Okay, Lin Ran quickly got in the car. The video connected. "Good morning, Lianer," Lin Ran greeted politely. And Li Lianer's tired face appeared on the screen. It seemed she must not have slept well last night. "Good morning, Dr. Lin. Let me tell you the basic situation of this incident. Li Lianer adjusted the camera. In the northeast district of Mao City. The incident happened to the factory owner and his wife. When she mentioned the wife, she raised her hands, moving her middle and index fingers. This factory owner, named Lu Mi, is a beast master with severe paranoia and control issues. He has 2 children, and he has kept them and their mother locked in the basement. 5 or 6 years ago, his wife died during childbirth. Later, he frequently searched for women who resembled her, forcing them to dress like his deceased wife. He claims it's for love, so the children won't lose their mother. In the past 5 years, 4 innocent women have gone missing because of him. 3 of them are already dead, either from suicide or starvation due to his abuse. The 4th woman is a believer controlled by the Catwoman. Her real name is Lin Xier. However, after long-term brainwashing and persecution by Lu Mi, she now believes her name is Bai He, which is Lu Mi's ex-wife's name. As for the demonized hairless cat, it is actually the pet of those 2 children. The current situation is that the employees of the chemical factory have not come to work, but the 2 innocent children are still trapped in the basement. We don't know if these 2 children belong to the part that Lin Xier hates, but they are also victims and should not become the sustenance for Lin Xier's soul. Li Lianer took a sip of water, adjusted the camera back, and continued. What we can confirm now is that all 4 of them should still be in the basement. Uncle Amo told me that we need to create a safe space for you to see the demon cat and the believer because you can sever their connection with the Catwoman. We have developed the safest method, borrowing a purification item, the broken void telescope. You just need to be at a certain distance. You don't have to approach the basement. And you can use this purification item to see the believer and the demon cat. Are you sure that just seeing them will allow you to cut the connection? Li Lianer asked. Lin Ran thought for a moment and nodded. I'm sure. The requirement for the purification panel is to be within a certain distance and visible. As long as any means can achieve this, it's enough. All right, then we won't act rashly before you arrive. We hope this time we can execute the mission perfectly and rescue the 2 children. Li Lianer smiled slightly. Dr. Lin, see you later. Remember to give me a treatment after it's done. I'm tired, hungry, and sleepy. The video call ended. Lin Ran's heart was filled with mixed emotions. What were all these events? Stories that he could only see in TV dramas. He had already encountered several in the past 2 or 3 days. 20 minutes later, Lin Ran arrived at the destination. Without much conversation, he immediately used the broken void telescope. Inside the basement, there was a small bed, neatly arranged. A man's corpse lay on the ground. Next to it was a hairless cat exuding black mist. A little boy was hiding in the corner, holding a crystal ball, showing fear but not shouting loudly. A woman was holding a little girl, tears streaming down her face. The little girl had a cold expression, looking at the corpse on the ground, silent. Lin Ran was momentarily stunned. According to Li Lianer's intel, this adult woman, Lin Xier, was the believer. But what he saw on the panel was not so. The believer was that little girl. Name, Lu Tiantian. Status, soul control, 3, memory obscured, 2. Emotional deficiency, 1, chapter 67. A touch of warmth amidst coldness and strangeness. It was clear that, according to normal logic, Lin Xier, who was captured to play the mother and forced to change her identity, would be subconsciously regarded as the believer. However, the little girl was also female, and they were both within the hunting range of the wedding dress Catwoman. This Lu Tiantian, according to Li Lianer's words, had never seen the world since birth and had been locked in the basement, relying on her brother for companionship. She had changed mothers 5 times. How could these children not hate their father? Therefore, Lu Tiantian was chosen. Her pet hairless cat also became her weapon. Lin Ran quickly sorted out the relationships. What shocked him even more was that Lin Xier was actually a person with telekinetic abilities. Moreover, her talent had already awakened. Name, Lin Xier. Talent, spirit boiling, telekinesis. 1 negative status. Memory paralysis, 0. Identity recognition disorder, 0. This situation became urgent all of a sudden. In one room. Although there were only 4 people, for the Catwoman, all the elements were already complete. A believer with a tragic background, a soul enhanced by revenge, and a nutrient with a high-level awakened telekinetic talent. This also made Lin Ran suddenly realize one thing. The wedding dress Catwoman did not choose the believer based on the degree of hatred. Instead, she chose based on whether they were near people with telekinetic abilities. Just like Lu Shiqing, her residence was not far from Lin Ran and Lin Fan. The hostage Lin Ming, captured by Wang Xiao, was actually an employee of her boyfriend's factory. Lin Huahua herself was a dual existence as a nutrient for the believer. And this Lu Tiantian, coincidentally, was chosen only after having a stepmother with the 4th telekinetic ability. At this moment, Lin Xier was still holding Lu Tiantian, crying. Although she was not the believer, she bore 2 negative statuses due to the long-term torture by the control freak Lu Mi. The level was not high, but for her, who was almost an ordinary person, it was enough to drive her to madness. She clearly regarded Lu Tiantian as her own daughter. Perhaps she was crying for the freedom their family was about to obtain, or perhaps she was crying for her daughter's madness. What she didn't know was that in Lu Tiantian's cold eyes, gray mist had already begun to ignite. And that hairless cat also stood on tiptoes, looking at Lin Xier. Was the sacrificial ceremony about to begin? Lin Ran clenched his fists. He had just seen the hairless cat's panel. Species, ordinary hairless cat level, master 6 stars, temporary state, negative status. Demon cat affinity, 4, purification requires 3,200 mental strength. It only had 1 negative status. However, this negative status was the root of a normal pet cat possessing terrifying demon beast strength. Lin Ran quickly summoned Zimong and Kuan-Hai. He needed to purify both the hairless cat and Lu Tiantian's negative statuses at the same time. Only by severing their connection with the wedding dress Catwoman at the same time could he ensure that the Catwoman would not intervene due to sensing any changes. However, his mental strength is only 1,800 points now, and the purification of negative states at level 4 is still a long way off. Add points. Keep adding points until purification is achieved. Although there may be a strong backlash, with the significant increase in strength from the purple light, along with the assistance from Kuan-Hai, he shouldn't suffer too much. 1 point invested, 2 to 14. The purification option after level 4 finally turned from gray to bright. Without hesitation or pause, Lin Ran clicked it, simultaneously purifying all the negative states on Lu Tiantian. He gained 60 points. The points invested were definitely worth it. However, his body still became weak. The purple light sensed that Lin Ran's physical condition was deteriorating and used skills while supporting him from behind to prevent him from falling. Kuan-Hai also quickly used the skill of plant growth, constantly feeding Lin Ran purple recovery leaves. Soon, Lin Ran recovered. The overdrawn condition was not as severe as he had imagined. With this, he could purify negative states at level 4 without worry in the future. After all, as mental strength increases, the physical exhaustion from overdraw will only decrease. Lin Ran continued to observe the situation inside the room with the broken void telescope. Sure enough, like Lin Huahua, Lu Tiantian, whose negative states had been purified, fainted on the ground. Lin Ran also purified the negative states on Lin Xier. No longer limited by cognitive impairment, the cloudiness in her eyes disappeared. She wiped her tears and looked at the dead man on the ground, her expression filled with disgust. However, she quickly helped the fainted Lu Tiantian up and called over the boy who was curled up and trembling in the corner. The 3 of them embraced tightly. Although she was no longer suffering from mental states, the abuse she experienced over the past year was still vivid in her mind. She realized that she was not the mother of these 2 poor children, but the 3 had still gone through hardships together. What amazed Lin Ran was that the hairless cat, after being purified, also regained its senses. The gray mist surrounding it dissipated, revealing its original appearance. And with scars on its body, it limped closer to the 3, curling up beside them. This scene shocked Lin Ran, a captured woman tightly hugging 2 children who had been confined for a long time, and next to them was a visibly abused cat. With a man's corpse, now unrecognizable, less than a meter away from them. In the cold and eerie atmosphere, there was unexpectedly a hint of warmth. The gray mist that fell from the hairless cat also formed into a sphere, quietly hovering in the air. This was only visible to Lin Ran. He took out the fake connection device, ready to absorb this mist. Suddenly, the illustration in the spiritual world heated up, and the mist dashed out through the wall. Entering Lin Ran's illustration, he felt completely relaxed. The effect of this mist was even better than the previous 2 absorptions. Lin Ran looked at his mental strength. 1950 points. An increase of 150 points. It's worth noting that the previous 2 increments were 100 points each. Lin Ran quickly realized that by successfully purifying the demon cat's kin through his ability, he could directly absorb the accompanying mist into the illustration without the need for a purification medium. In this way, it opened a new line of thought for Lin Ran. In situations within his capability, actively purifying is more valuable than passively absorbing. He looked at the upper right corner of the illustration. Mist inventory, no. 038. Wedding dress cat girl, 30. 3 completed. Keep up the good work. Once it reaches 100, there should be some changes. Lin Ran stood up and walked towards Zhu Zhuma and the others. Uncle Mo, it's done. The believer and the hostage, including the hairless cat, have all been rescued. But that sadist has already perished earlier, Lin Ran said with a smile. Good. Zhu Zhuma clapped his hands and cheered loudly. Wait, why did you save the hairless cat? Chapter 68. Don't look at what you shouldn't. Lin Ran quickly replied that the hairless cat was originally just an ordinary pet, not a beast, and although its strength surged, it was only because the cat girl temporarily enhanced its power. So, after the connection was severed, it returned to normal. Now it's just an ordinary house cat. Oh, by the way, the believer isn't Lin Xier, but Lu Mi's daughter Lu Tiantian, who is currently in a faint state. Uncle Amo, you should send someone in to bring them out. Everything is in good condition, and the scene is quite warm. Captain, you can take a look. Lin Ran handed the broken void telescope to Zhu Zhuma. Warm? Zhu Zhuma received the telescope with skepticism and looked at the scene in the basement. After a while, he nodded. Aside from that pile of rotten flesh, it is indeed quite warm. Captain, what will happen after this matter is resolved? Lin Ran asked. As he had just seen through the black mist on Lu Mi and witnessed the scene before his death, he was torn apart by the hairless cat's claws. After Lu Tiantian, as a believer, had her negative states purified, she would likely forget this scene. However, Lin Xier and Lu Tiantian's brother had witnessed the whole process. For a young boy, it was indeed too bloody. It was no wonder he was curled up in the corner. After hearing Lin Ran's question, Zhu Zhuma understood what he really wanted to ask. In the case report, Lu Mi's cause of death would only state that he was killed by the wedding dress cat girl, with no relation to other creatures. As for the subsequent mental states of those involved, we will have relevant departments intervene and provide active treatment. Lin Ran nodded. The Beastmaster Alliance has indeed established a complete process for handling pollution incidents over the years. He could purify negative states, but he couldn't erase some sad memories. In this regard, more professional people were needed for psychological counseling. By the way, Lin Xier is also a person with telekinesis. Lin Ran directly shared this information but wondered why there was no connection to Ping and Orphanage when investigating Lin Xier and Lin Huahua's identities. Lin Ran felt a bit confused and worried. There were still several demon cat kin to purify, and if there were telekinetic individuals involved in the related incidents, the priority of handling those incidents would need to be raised. Upon hearing that Lin Xier also had telekinesis, Zhu Zhuma immediately fell into thought. After a moment, he said, "We have already investigated Lin Huahua's identity. She is just a child raised in an ordinary family. As for Lin Xier, we do need to conduct a more in-depth investigation. But it's likely she is not from Ping and Orphanage. This indicates that the people controlled and sealed by the head of the orphanage are likely not limited to just the orphanage's children. We investigated this orphanage, and most of the children were not actually abandoned by their parents, but were children that the director stole from various cities, even from abroad, using his telepathic abilities, and then renamed them. The director's name is Lin Li, which is why all the children in the orphanage have the surname Lin." Zhu Zhuma said. "Lin Li? Surname Lin?" Lin Ran suddenly had an idea and said, "Then, for the unresolved incidents, if there are closely related individuals with the surname Lin, we will raise the priority of those incidents. The cat girl lost 3 kin within 2 days, although her strength has decreased. She will definitely find ways to accelerate the process of sacrificing believers. Currently, aside from the children from the orphanage, ordinary people with telekinesis also have the surname Lin, which could likely be a habit or obsession of Lin Li. When a beast master falls, there are often some strange traits or dark thoughts that become magnified. Lin Li seems to have a strong obsession with the surname Lin, so we should seize this characteristic and err on the side of caution." "What you're saying makes sense." Zhu Zhuma's eyes lit up. He put down the broken void telescope and handed it back to Lin Ran. "I'll go prioritize the remaining incidents and strengthen the background checks right away." "Uncle Amo, is there anything you need my help with?" Lin Ran asked. He felt a bit too idle watching everyone else busy over the past few days. "No, you are the core key in the catgirl incident. You can directly sever the connection between the demon cat and the believers. We will need your efforts in the upcoming events as well. I see that using your talent isn't easy for you, so please take good care of your condition. We'll handle these trivial matters." Zhu Zhuma was still able to discern the big picture. Lin Ran nodded. Although he had fully recovered, at this point, it was indeed necessary to conserve his energy since he might still need to deal with the demon cat incident today. "By the way, Uncle Amo, how long can we use this broken void telescope?" Lin Ran asked. "We borrowed it for a week, mainly for you to use," Zhu Zhuma quickly replied. "I'll go continue handling the subsequent incidents. You should find a good place to rest." Lin Ran nodded and looked at the telescope in his hand. This purification object was indeed very valuable to him. His current strength was not suitable for confronting a master-level demon cat head-on. However, if he could use his purification ability while hiding behind a wall, that would be a different story. In a way, at his current state, this level of purification object was even more useful to him than the level of the Fate Link instrument. After the purification panel upgraded to level 2, Lin Ran finally saw the panel for the purification object. Purification object, broken void telescope, level, upgradable. Ability, see through illusions, barriers, and perceive the truth. Battery, 610, upgradable. Evaluation, do not view without permission. Seeing through physical barriers is just one of the basic functions of this level of telescope. Its usefulness goes far beyond that. However, although the level after the level can be upgraded in reality, it is gray. Either he lacks the basic knowledge of the purifier profession, or his panel level is still insufficient. As for the battery, it refers to the eye of purification within the purification object. According to Li Lianer's previous training, purification objects need to be charged. And each time they are sent to the Beast Alliance Center for charging, it costs quite a few Alliance points. Meanwhile, Lin Ran can use points to enhance the battery. It's indeed convenient. After the Catgirl incident is safely resolved, let's see if there's a way to fully obtain this purification object. At this moment, the 3 people and 1 cat who survived in the basement were all rescued. Lu Tiantian also woke up, tightly holding the hairless cat with one hand and covering her eyes with the other, her face filled with fear and a hint of curiosity. This was her first time seeing the outside world, seeing so many people and such glaring sunlight. Her brother buried his head in Lin Sierra's arms. Lin Sierra kept thanking everyone, tears welling up in her eyes. Soon, they boarded the ambulance. The engine made a soft sound. Lin Ran watched the medical vehicle leave, feeling a bit melancholic. He saved people, but why couldn't he feel happy? Chapter 69. Lin Family Village and the Zhou family in the next 2 hours. Lin Ran basically moved among various beast tamers to enhance their relationships. The main purpose was to help them with treatment and earn more points. Lin Ran currently had limited ways to earn points. The members of the Seeking Light team had been purified a few days ago. Although they had been busy working these past 2 days, the accumulated negative states were at most 0, providing little in terms of points. However, the members of the Dream Building team were different. Under Huang Tianhua's encouragement, each member was curious about Lin Ran's healing abilities. Although they felt Lin Ran should conserve his energy, they were swayed by his repeated insistence. For the members of the Dream Building team, apart from Zhu Zhuma's panel which Lin Ran could not see for now, he had a clear view of the attributes of the other members. Overall, the situation was fine. The negative states on them and their pets were at most level 3, and none exceeded 1. This was exceptionally easy for him. Having just purified a level 4 negative state, he could treat one, rest a bit, and let the pet recharge him, keeping his energy and spirit at their best. After previously purifying Huang Tianhua and the hairless demon cat, his points had already reached nearly 300. After this wave of harvesting, he surprisingly had 488 points. Small gains can lead to big ones. He was now very close to the points needed to evolve the all-knowing seer to level 3. Indeed, he needed to find more new customers, Lin Ran thought. Lin Ran, we are heading to the next destination. Li Lianer jogged toward Lin Ran, her 2 ponytails bobbing slightly. Based on the adjustment of our strategy and your previous conjecture, we have prioritized one incident above all. Additionally, we have conducted a more in-depth investigation of its information. Get in the car, we can discuss it on the way. More work to do. Lin Ran was worried about not having any objects to purify at the moment. He walked into the vehicle. The driver was still Huang Tianhua, and the vehicle was a well-maintained motor lizard. Upon seeing Lin Ran, it emitted a hissing sound of joy. It had a good impression of him. Uncle Mo and the main members of the Dream Building team had already set off to the incident location. The situation was somewhat urgent. After the vehicle stabilized, Li Lianer took out her computer. The main subject of the incident is a British short-haired demon cat and her owner, Zhoujia. The location is in the southeast corner of Maoda City, not far from the coastline. The specific location you pinpointed is a small market selling some homegrown agricultural products. There are 2 teams assisting our actions, and they have been monitoring that area since yesterday. Overall, there haven't been any major anomalies. However, we discovered a key piece of information after half an hour. A fruit vendor in the market comes from the Pingan Orphanage in Maoda City. So, we conducted a focused inquiry and investigation. That vendor died 2 days ago. 2 days ago? On the night 2 days ago, Lin Ran had just awakened the ability of the Fog Demon Beast Pokédex, but the Catgirl's Pokédex had not yet been recorded. In other words, if at that time, the believer had already sacrificed someone with telekinesis and seized his talent, then her task would have been completed. Why was she still lingering nearby? Thinking this, Lin Ran directly spent points to confirm the location of the British short-haired demon cat again. It was roughly the same. The demon cat's position had not changed. Was there still a second person with the surname Lin in the market? Lin Ran suddenly thought of a possibility. The believer could collect more than 1 talent as nourishment. Li Lianer immediately replied, "That's also why I said the situation is urgent. That market is run by villagers from Lin Family Village. And almost all the vendors have the surname Lin. The telekinetic person from the Pingan Orphanage is already dead. And we immediately thought there should be a second person with telekinesis in the market. Therefore, this British short-haired demon cat continues to lurk in the same area. After our inquiries, we indeed found that several vendors have been missing these past 2 days." As Li Lianer spoke, her brow furrowed slightly. Clearly, this situation had exceeded her expectations. Lin Ran sighed. The bad things he had anticipated had indeed occurred. Among the 9 demon cats, the Black Cat and Lu Shiqing had taken hostages and escaped, while the remaining 8 were unlikely to still be in the initial stage of the sacrifice process. Especially the timing of the bride Catgirl's appearance, it definitely wasn't limited to these past 2 days. However, Let's assume that Zhou Jia and the British short-hair cat have completed their revenge and plundered their talents. Theoretically, Catwoman can directly absorb Zhou Jia's soul at any time to restore her power. What is she waiting for? Is it because her strength has dropped from Master 10 stars to Master 4 stars in just 2 days, and she is already unable to handle the combination of the wedding dress Catwoman and the demon cat believer? Or is it simply that the British short-haired demon cat and Zhou Jia have not yet completed their sacrificial process and the resurrection stage is not finished? In any case, at least in the illustrated guide, this combination still has not dedicated themselves to nourish Catwoman. That means there is still a chance to salvage the situation. Leonor, tell me about Zhou Jia's story. Lin Rand intended to learn more. Overall, this incident is not as bizarre as the previous ones, but it is still a tragic event. Leonor pulled up some information on the computer and continued. Zhou Jia had already been living in Linjia village since she was small. Linjia village has always been hospitable and advocates attracting outsiders to help with village construction. At first, most of the Lin family treated the Zhou family well. However, Zhou Jia's father had a business conflict with the local tyrant's family. The conflict escalated, and since the Zhou family was already outsiders, they were subjected to various suppression and distortion of facts by the local tyrant's family. Over time, the entire village turned against the Zhou family. The Zhou family's children also faced various unfair treatments at the village's elementary school. Later, Zhou Jia's parents died in mysterious circumstances. Zhou Jia left Linjia village when she started middle school. According to our data, she returned 5 days ago as an investor supporting agriculture and commerce. Adorned in gold and silver, with expensive pets, the locals naturally did not recognize her and treated her with great respect and flattery. We do not know if she had already been controlled by Catwoman at that time. However, revenge likely began at that moment. Chapter 70. Zhou Jia's ritualistic nature. Hearing this, Lin Ran also caught many details. How did Zhou Jia's parents die? He asked. Leonor replied. According to the records, the cause of their death was due to a pollution incident. However, the interesting thing is that there have been several pollution incidents in Linjia village over the past 10 years, but at the time of those incidents, the Zhou family was not within the affected range. Because of this imprecise record, Zhou Jia was previously called a bad luck star by her classmates, believed to have caused her family's deaths and implicated other ordinary families in Linjia village. The specific reason cannot be investigated now. I can only say that the records are very questionable. Lin Ran thought for a moment and said, is it possible that she hates all the Lin family members? This could also be the reason she is still lingering, as her purpose has not yet been fulfilled. The revenge stage is not over, and the purity of the soul has not met Catwoman's requirements. There is a high probability of that. We have requested more support and started evacuating some villagers. Some young children have no connection to Zhou Jia, but may be affected by the spread of hatred. However, our time is too limited. We only started investigating this incident a couple of hours ago. The information we have is still not in-depth enough, and we do not know how many Linjia villagers are trapped in the market or how many have already perished. The specific situation must be analyzed further on site. Leonor expressed her helplessness. With missions occurring so frequently, less than 2 hours apart, fully analyzing the data and investigating the background exceeds her capabilities. After all, the more hidden the tragic event, the longer the investigation time required. Regarding Lu Tiantian and Lin Xier, she also worked through the night to reach a conclusion last night, which was not even 100 accurate. I will inform Uncle Mo later that we need to borrow more experienced personnel in information analysis and data collection. Leonor's voice showed signs of fatigue. Lin Ran summoned Kuenhai and had it use plant growth to help Leonor recover a bit. Talents like Leonor are extremely scarce in the Beastmaster Alliance, especially in the Maudu City Beastmaster Alliance, and are mostly in higher-level teams. Pollution incidents frequently occur in Maudu City, not limited to the Catwoman incident. Therefore, borrowing personnel is indeed very difficult. After all, even his master has to frequently take on missions after reaching this level. Each level of Beastmasters faces their own challenges and cannot afford to be idle. This is also the dilemma currently faced by the Maudu City Beastmaster Alliance. Hopefully, we can resolve the Linjia village incident with our current strength and means, Lin Ran said. 10 minutes later, Lin Ran arrived at the scene. Lin Ran, you're here. That's great. Zhu Zhumo's face showed a bit of anxiety. After receiving your reminder, we immediately locked onto this pollution incident. The current situation has been roughly assessed. Some middle-aged people in Linjia village have gone missing or died in the past 2 days, and they were all closely related to Zhou Jia's parents. Or rather, they were the ones who were framed, leading to their deaths. Since this morning, people around 30 years old, the same age as Zhou Jia, have been going to the market one after another, including some who have never gone to the market before. They are all Zhou Jia's former classmates. Now, the situation seems to have reached a boiling point. However, before you arrived, I didn't dare to take any coercive measures. After all, every time I acted, It resulted in either the demon cat or the believer committing suicide, which posed great danger around us. So, it's up to you now. After Zhu Zhu Mo finished speaking, he sighed helplessly. His own strength, based on past experience, could handle this level of pollution incident without much pressure. However, now he felt powerless. The existence of the foggy Catwoman was too bizarre for him. Well, I'll give it a try, Lin Ran said, taking out the broken void telescope. Uncle Mo, take me to a suitable distance so I can observe the specific situation. Okay. Zhu Zhu Mo directly summoned his dragon-type pet, set it up in the carriage, and took out a small bagua mirror. The market is spacious. With no space for you to operate remotely, you can just sit in the carriage on the little dragon. There is enough space. This bagua mirror can block the perception of the demon cat side, so don't worry. Unleash your abilities without hesitation. Our whereabouts will not be discovered. Lin Ran nodded and quickly entered the carriage. Zhu Zhu Mo indeed had quite a few purifying items on hand, which could effectively resolve various troubles in different situations. Lin Ran used the telescope. The situation in the market was clear at a glance. He frowned. This scene is a bit eerie. All the stalls in the market are neatly arranged, overall resembling the seating arrangement in a classroom. And at the very front on the podium, a corpse lay frozen, with a huge crack around its neck. 5 unevenly sized blackboards were pieced together. At that moment, holding a pointer and writing something on the blackboard was Zhou Jia. The British short-haired demon cat was sitting on the podium, surrounded by a faint blue light. The seats were all occupied by adults, and none were empty. Each person had some frost on them. 2 people had already collapsed, seemingly frozen, with cracks appearing around their necks, clearly lacking any signs of life. Lin Ran looked at the content Zhou Jia had already written on the blackboard. Question 1. Who first called Zhou Jia a bad luck star? Answer. Lin Bailing. Question 2. Who often takes away Zhou Jia's homework, causing her to be frequently reprimanded by the teacher? Answer. Lin Ba. Question 3. Which teacher, knowing Zhou Jia's predicament, still pretends not to know after she has sought help multiple times? Answer. Teacher Lin Tianhe. And now, she is writing the 4th question. In the classroom, 3 people have already died in the same manner. Clearly, all of this is a ritual of revenge orchestrated by Zhou Jia. Those old classmates of hers have fallen into a state of manipulation. Zhou Jia clearly knows the answer to each of her questions. This is the first time Lin Ran has witnessed such a scene of revenge. The previous targets of the believer's revenge were mostly killed by the demon cat in one strike, but with Zhou Jia, the pace has slowed down. One can only say that the methods of revenge pursued by different believers may not be the same. Lin Ran looked at Zhou Jia and the demon cat's panels. His eyes widened. The situation was vastly different from what he had seen before. Chapter 71. Launching remarks. This book will be launched at 12 noon on November 27th. This is the 3rd launch, and there is no longer the previous anxiety, excitement, and nervousness. The performance of the first 2 books was poor. And continuing to choose to open a book under the same account is partly because I am too lazy to open a new account and change my identity. And partly because my old books haven't attracted many readers, so I feel I haven't drawn much hatred since the previous books went unnoticed. However, I have still received quite a bit of skepticism. Some readers habitually check the author first, and if there is a record of previous books being cut, they won't read it, and some even leave comments advising others not to read. This is completely understandable. From the reader's perspective, everyone has different habits. For example, I don't check the author, I go straight to the book, but if the book is less than 1 million words, I generally don't bother opening it. I used to wonder why authors suddenly update every 2 days, then switch to every 5 days, and eventually stop updating altogether. But since becoming an author, I have understood a lot. Ultimately, it comes down to results. To put it more bluntly, it's about profit. Moreover, everyone's perspective differs. Some authors with tens of thousands of subscriptions find that their new book's first subscription is only 2,000, which doesn't meet expectations, and they cut it. Some quality authors find that their first subscription is only 800 and cut. Then they open countless pseudonyms, finally find one that meets expectations, right up to 900. 000 or 1 million words, and then the readership disappears, and the plot collapses. These are all things I overheard while lurking in the author group. I deserve the credit. Of course, there are also those authors who are relentless and motivated by love, thinking about finishing their work regardless of how poorly it performs. To these authors, I just want to say you're amazing. Very few authors can achieve this. So over time, readers' comments are always filled with concern, which old eunuch has been reincarnated as this author. I hope the author doesn't cut the book. I suspect this book was written by some old eunuch. How interesting. When I was a reader, I also liked to participate in the comments and join the guessing game. Anyway, I've said so much just to express the different psychological states I have as both a reader and an author. Back to the main topic. The performance of this book, while quite average, has improved significantly compared to my previous 2 books during the new book period. So it has met my expectations. I don't care what the first subscription will be. I just hope everyone can support me. After all, how far we can go still depends on the efforts of both the author and the readers. On the first day of launch, I will release 5 chapters, totaling 10,000 words. For at least the first 10 days after launch, I will strive to write more. As for additional updates, if the first subscription exceeds 500, I will add 1 more chapter. If it exceeds 600, I'll add 2 more, and so on. For rewards, a leader will get 3 additional chapters, a silver supporter 30 additional chapters, and a gold supporter 300 additional chapters. Not that it will happen anyway. Here, we calculate additional updates based on 1 update for every 2,000 words. At Shijian, post-launch recommendations are related to average subscriptions. So later on, chapters of 3,000 or 4,000 words will be considered normal. Readers shouldn't think that the book has become more expensive or that updates have decreased. It's just that the chapter word count has increased. In short, once the book is launched, some readers will inevitably leave, as they have to consider their spending on books. Regardless, I hope for a good first subscription. See you tomorrow at noon. I'll go right now. The stars are shining brightly tonight. I wish you sweet dreams filled with fine wine and beautiful people. Chapter 72, The Strange Cycle of Fate, Enhancing the Omniscient. Name, Zhou Jia Level. Beginner 3-star Beast Master, Talent. Dark Ritual Talent Psyche, 1 Status. Soul Control, 4. Hatred Spread, 3. Fury, 2. The previous believers were all ordinary people. But Zhou Jia is already a Beast Master. She must have directly transformed after plundering the talents of someone with psychic abilities. Her level is not high, but there is no way to save her. Purification abilities are a blessing for Beast Masters and their pets, but for Demon Beasts and Beast Masters, it is a disaster. Her situation is not the same as that of the Demon Cat's minion, which was temporarily empowered. The essence of the Demon Cat's minion is an ordinary pet that is still under control, belonging to the neutral side. Once labeled as a Beast Master S Demon Beast, it is now on the evil side. No wonder Zhou Jia's revenge process is so artistic. The dark side of her heart has been infinitely magnified. Slowly torturing her enemies brings her more enjoyment. Similarly, as a Beast Master, her level of soul control is also higher. Perhaps this indicates that she has theoretically met the conditions for a sacrifice, but the reason she is still active is that controlling the Beast Master is more challenging, and more conditions must be met for her to sacrifice. Lin Ran looked again at the British short-hair demon cat, which had the same status as the previous hairless demon cat. Species, ordinary British short-hair cat, level, Master 7-star, temporary state, negative status, demon cat minion 4, Uncle Mo. This Zhou Jia has already fallen to become a Beast Master. I will cut off her connection with the demon cat and the bridal cat girl. But I'm not sure what Zhou Jia's status will be afterward. She might die, or she could faint, or she might continue to manipulate the ordinary people around her. Lin Ran has never had the experience of completely purifying the evil state from a Beast Master. However, his intuition tells him that when a Beast Master loses their evil state, it is like a bird without wings. After falling, they either die or get seriously injured. Okay, feel free to use your talent. No matter the outcome, don't feel burdened. I will handle it. Zhu Mo's voice came through. Lin Ran nodded slightly and immediately summoned Zimong and Kuan-Hai. Purifying 2 4-status beings would be easier with the help of his pets. After gaining some experience, things went quite smoothly. In just over 10 seconds, he gathered over 70 points. Lin Ran immediately continued to observe the changes occurring in the market. The British short-hair cat returned to normal. Zhou Jia fainted on the ground, her face pale. Lin Ran looked at her current status. Name, Zhou Jia. Status, brain damage. Has she become a vegetable? It seems that for Beast Masters and Demon Beasts, his purification ability is a powerful weapon. Uncle Mo, it's all resolved, and there's no need to worry about the safety of those villagers. Zhou Jia has fainted and may never wake up again. Lin Ran sighed and said, all right, I will arrange for the follow-up. Don't feel too guilty. Some things are beyond our control, and some things are necessary for us to do. Zhu Ma seemed to sense Lin Ran's low mood and comforted him. Lin Ran was indeed feeling quite down. Zhou Jia's tragic life began the moment she moved into Linjia village. She had managed to escape her original environment and seemed to have achieved something for herself. However, under the mental control of the Misty Demoness, she unexpectedly became a Beast Master, passively turning into a villain in another way. In the end, she closed her eyes forever in Linjia village, not in a heroic but a sorrowful manner. For Lin Ran, Zhou Jia was just a passerby. There was no deep hatred. Yet, her current brain damage state was directly caused by Lin Ran. Although the root cause still came from the control of the wedding dress cat woman and the oppression from her fellow villagers, the guilt of being her executioner at the end of her life still entangled Lin Ran. Sometimes, fate plays tricks on people. It's like a strange loop, going round and round, returning to the starting point. At this moment, Zhou Jia, transformed back into an ordinary British short-hair cat, was desperately howling beside the Zhou family. It clearly couldn't remember what it had done earlier, but it could intuitively sense its owner's state. A dark blue mist swirled around it, quickly charging towards Lin Ran. Lin Ran immediately felt a boost in her mental power. It had reached 2,100 points, an increase of 150 points. The information about the demon cat in the mist catalog also changed. Her level dropped to Master 2 stars. Correspondingly, the stock of the mist increased, now numbered 038, wedding dress Catwoman, 40. There were also 5 pairs of cat demon dependents and believers. Furthermore, the wedding dress Catwoman's true body hovered far above. Lin Ran noted that the villagers in the market had already frozen to death, with the time of death being about 2 hours ago. Zhu Zhima quickly received the report and directly informed Lin Ran. Zhou Jia had a very faint breath, but her brain had suffered severe damage, and it was highly likely she wouldn't wake up. However, she did possess the aura of a Beastmaster, and according to the regulations of the Beastmaster Alliance, we must hand over her body to the relevant authorities. One could say that the only living being in the market was that British short-hair cat. And the questions and answers on the blackboard were indeed quite ironic. The pollution incident involving the wedding dress Catwoman seemed to lay bare many dark aspects of society. The bizarre nature of these 4 or 5 incidents was indeed quite hardcore for someone just getting acquainted with pollution events. I could barely handle it. In the 5 years of investigations I've conducted, there are no more than 5 cases that match this level. Everyone has been feeling quite uneasy these days. And if you are affected, I hope you don't keep it to yourself. Lin Ran heard this and said, "I'm fine, Uncle Mo. Thank you for your concern." After feeling down for a while, he did recover. The priorities still needed to be clear. The current primary task was to deal with the wedding dress Catwoman. Along the way, he might encounter many tragic stories, but that was inevitable, as the primary condition for believers was that they must be tragic figures. Resolving the wedding dress Catwoman could, to some extent, prevent more tragic events from occurring. "Uncle Mo, can you take me to fly in the sky for a while to clear my mind?" Lin Ran asked. "No problem," Zhu Zhima replied. The compartment now had only Lin Ran. His collected points had already exceeded 500 points. It was time to immediately raise the level of the All-Knowing Seer. Chapter 73, All-Knowing Seer 3, Weaknesses of Misty Demon Beasts, Misty Container Library. He didn't think and directly invested 500 points. Last time, when upgrading this talent, after investing 100 points, he gained a boost of 250 mental points. This wave of enhancement would definitely allow Lin Ran to break through the shackles of intermediate Beastmaster, open a 3rd pet space, and become a senior Beastmaster. The progress was indeed very fast. For Beastmasters in the first 3 major ranks, as long as there are resources and background, the speed of progress wouldn't be slow. And Lin Ran, under high-intensity tasks and frequent purifications of various Beastmasters, pets, and demon beasts, naturally advanced at a rocket pace. Soon, Lin Ran entered the immersive experience process that was inevitable during talent upgrades. This time, he still saw different misty demon beasts, but there seemed to be more content compared to the last time. He saw a monster with countless claws, covered in eyeballs. Each eyeball densely packed with pupils, but upon seeing the firelight, they rapidly shrank and bled. He saw a pitch-black evil dragon, each scale covered with numerous protrusions, retreating repeatedly amid the firecracker sounds, its roots severed under the red talisman. He saw a monster with a human head and a serpent body, with all white pupils and various colored poisonous snakes swirling above its head, but it was continuously repelled by a spirit holding a shield. He saw a wedding dress Catwoman, her clothing adorned with various cat patterns, standing beneath 5 different demon cats, scurrying around while covering their heads to the soothing wedding march. It seemed that these contents were the weaknesses of these misty demon beasts. After leveling up, the all-knowing seer indeed knew more. Lin Ran clicked to view the detailed introduction of this talent. All-knowing seer, a talent that allows one to glimpse the secrets of the mist, see through the source of pollution, and is the nemesis of beast masters and the bane of demon beasts. Contracted pets are unaffected by the mist, and various attribute pets can have a certain degree of attribute enhancement. First enhancement, pet attributes are further enhanced. Sensitivity to the source of the mist is heightened, and one can distinguish the aura of pollutants, even trace back to the source, allowing one to follow the aura to the owner of the pollutant within a certain time. Sensitivity to pollution events is increased, and if a victim died due to pollution from demon beast substances, one can briefly see the scene before their death. Second enhancement, unlock the Misty Demon Beast Catalog. If one has had real contact or connection with different demon beasts, the Demon Beast Catalog can be illuminated for detailed information. Strengthen the intensity of the first ability and enhance the talent strength. Third enhancement, strengthen the intensity of the second ability. The Misty Demon Beast catalog can accurately locate the positions of Misty Demon Beasts and their dependents, allowing one to view the specific weaknesses of the demon beasts. And purify and extract from the mist stock, strengthen the first ability's intensity, allowing one to establish a one-sided connection with the owner of the pollutants, enhance the talent's strength. As Lin Ran expected, after leveling up, he could precisely locate the specific positions of these Misty Demon Beasts without needing to spend extra points to enhance that ability. Moreover, there were even better gains. First, he could see their weaknesses. Second, he could finally purify the mist stock. As for being able to establish a one-sided connection with the owner of the pollutants after seeing them, Lin Ran could think of several applications for this. The most important being that if he encounters pollutants with the aura of Misty Demon Beasts in the future, he could likely directly illuminate their information in the catalog. Lin Ran opened the catalog of the Wedding Dress Catwoman to check the newly added content. Misty Demon Beast, Wedding Dress Catwoman Weakness. The Wedding Dress Catwoman is a combination of a bride-to-be and her cat. On her wedding day, she was personally sent into the laboratory by her husband, under the pretense of love, and turned into a human-animal fusion. Therefore, whenever she hears wedding marches or similar wedding music, it damages her mental state. Alright, this point was something Lin Ran had never considered. He had previously wondered why the Wedding Dress Catwoman had that kind of image, but he always subjectively thought it was a common form of eerie existence in folklore, without any background worth exploring. However, she seems to be a typical example of choosing the wrong person. But Lin Ran also had nothing to sympathize with. He knew that the Wedding Dress Cat Girl was now just a puppet controlled by the mist, and her essence had already changed. Lin Ran looked at the mist inventory. Number 038, Wedding Dress Cat Girl, 40. Mist can be purified. Purification does not require mental power in advance. Currently can extract 400 points. Note: when the collection progress of number 038 Wedding Dress Cat Girl reaches 100, this illustration will form a mist container library with 1,000 points, which can automatically absorb the mist from the air. Lin Ran's eyes lit up. To be honest, he could get around 80 points from a combination of a believer and a cat demon. This 10 mist actually only provided 100 points, which he found unreasonable. However, after seeing the note, Lin Ran felt relieved. Collecting 100 is equivalent to automatically forming a mist container, and when he needs points, he can purify the mist in the container to obtain points. The maximum extraction limit is 1,000 points. However, there is no limit to the number of extractions. In other words, this is equivalent to an infinite supply of points. Although Lin Ran did not know how fast this type of container could collect mist, he wanted to quickly eliminate the Wedding Dress Cat Girl's motivation, which made him even more eager. He shifted his focus from the upgraded mist illustration to his mental power. A smile appeared on Lin Ran's face. 3,350 points. He could feel that his third pet's space was being nurtured. Once the cat girl incident was resolved, Lin Ran would also go find his master to discuss the choice of his next pet. Although his own strength had not yet achieved the corresponding balance with his pets, Lin Ran was not worried. At present, he was operating under sufficient protection in any action. His pets mainly played a supportive role. After upgrading the all-knowing ability to level 3, he could shift the priority of points allocation to pet training. Next, it was time to speed up the action. With this in mind, Lin Ran said to pilot Juju Mo, "Uncle Mo, after clearing my mind, I'm feeling much better. Moreover, I just sensed the Wedding Dress Cat Girl's weakness through my talent. Any music related to weddings, whether Eastern or Western. Does your holy puncting sing such songs?" Chapter 74 Accelerating Action. The grievances of Huatian architectural firm Juju Mo, who was controlling the dragon, was taken aback. Singing? In the Lin Huahua incident, Holy Puncting's singing was not a completely safe strategy. This pet of his was always good at singing gospel church songs, as it better matched its holy sequence. However, it should be able to learn by listening to some related music soon. Juju Mo believed in Lin Ran. He could tell that Lin Ran's condition had improved significantly. Moreover, it seemed that his talent had also advanced. Flying in the sky with his team actually had this effect. After a moment of astonishment, he guided the dragon down. Uncle Mo, if possible, I think we can speed up our progress. Perhaps we can avoid a lot of trouble. Back on the ground, Lin Ran exited the cabin and immediately said, "It can be tried." Juju Mo thought for a moment and agreed, saying that our current method of deeply digging into information is too inefficient. Moreover, the time spent and the gains are not proportional. From the 4 incidents we have handled, although the different cat demon dependents and believers are at different stages of sacrifice, they are basically all in the later stages. I am very worried that if we do not resolve this today, a bigger tragedy will occur tomorrow. I see that your condition seems to be even better than when you arrived this morning. If that's the case, let's set off now. Please confirm the specific locations of the remaining cat demons, and we will start from the nearest place. Juju Mo quickly made a decision. He had previously considered many factors because he thought he had been too reckless in handling the first two incidents, which led to the failure to rescue the hostages. And both the believer and the cat demon had committed suicide. Therefore, working overtime to deeply investigate the relationships of the protagonists in different incidents did help. But it seemed not very effective. In a lucky scenario, people could be saved in the Lin Sierre and Lu Tiantian incidents. In an unlucky scenario, the damned were mostly dead in the grievances between Linjia village and Zhoujia. Ultimately, they still had to rely on Lin Ran's abilities. Given his current ability enhancement and his grasp of the wedding dress cat girl and her dependent's weaknesses, the strategy had to change. Speed up the resolution. Lin Ran closed his eyes and sensed the positions of the nearest cat demons. I have to say, after the talent level increased, it was refreshing. Without forcibly enhancing his search ability with extra points, Lin Ran could see the positions of the cat demons more accurately. Opening the real-time map on his phone, Lin Ran pointed and told Zhu Mo, "In this building, Huatian architectural design firm. It's probably in the 4th floor office." "So precise? Great, that's wonderful." Zhu Mo was first surprised, then smiled directly, saying, "Let's set off now. It will take about 15 minutes to get there. During these 15 minutes, Lian Air should be able to quickly find relevant information and roughly tell you the background. I'll contact the support team nearby to monitor the key targets." Lin Ran nodded. Knowing some background information was still somewhat helpful. 2 minutes later, the relevant personnel had gathered. This time, Qin Ming also boarded Zhu Mo's exclusive cabin. Lin Ran, "I helped Lian Air collect information in this area last night. Now Lian Air is still doing a rapid information integration, so let me briefly explain the situation to you. This Huatian architectural design firm is notorious for exploiting its employees' labor. However, because its director is a beast master, it has many project resources. In the Mist era, the profession of architect has almost lost its work value, as large numbers of buildings have been classified as dangerous areas, not to mention many new projects. However, the construction of some shelters and temporary residences still requires some manpower. This has led to a phenomenon where people are willing to break their heads to enter such a notorious firm for a living. Hearing this, Lin Ran couldn't help but feel emotional. The original owner's favorite major was architecture, but he chose veterinary medicine for a better livelihood in the future. It must be said that many traditional industries have already been challenged in the Mist era. Ordinary people not only have to worry about being caught up in Mist incidents, but also have to worry about not being able to find work, starving to death. So, is the protagonist of this incident chosen by the wedding dress cat girl because of excessive exploitation and resentment? Lin Ran asked. That's roughly the case. Qin Ming displayed the computer screen to Lin Ran, saying the believer should be one of the following 3 women. They were the 3 who had the least overtime in the firm and had their salaries and bonuses deducted for 3 months. As for why they had the least overtime, it was because they took a month of maternity leave. But specifically who it is will depend on whether Lian Air can find more in-depth information now. As soon as Qin Ming finished speaking, Lian Air's crisp voice came through. Found it. The believer is most likely this woman named Huangping Air. I searched her social media for half a day and used different matching algorithms to find a photo of a cat on one of her alternate accounts. This heterochromatic ragdoll cat, is it? Lian Air looked at Lin Ran and asked. Yes, the cat demon in this area is a ragdoll cat demon with sea blue pupils. Lin Ran immediately responded. You can see the content she posted on social media. The hatred involved in this incident is quite broad. Lian Air turned her computer around to face everyone. Lin Ran looked at it. On November 4th, clear weather, the director's wife came to see her. I hate her. Why did she take my man? On November 7th, I found out I was pregnant. The child is the director's and everyone in the office. You all have to look at my face from now on. On December 28th, pregnancy symptoms are too difficult to bear. But thinking of the director's face makes me feel so happy. Today, 2 other female colleagues in the office are frequently flattering the director. It's disgusting, really annoying. On May 9th, my belly is getting bigger. I can feel the baby kicking me. Everyone in the office keeps asking whose child it is and why I haven't introduced my husband or boyfriend to them. I really don't want to talk to them. These lowly people don't deserve to know I'm having a Beastmaster-esque child. On August 6th, the baby was born prematurely. Coming to this world a day earlier to see his father is a good thing. On August 7th, I was forced to take a vacation. It's just a month. And after that, I'll go see my dear director. But why hasn't the director come to see his child yet? Chapter 75, 2 Women Face Off. New Fog Demon Beast. On August 8th, he cares about me. He actually sent someone to give me a ragdoll cat with a note attached, hoping the little ragdoll cat can grow up healthy with the child. He loves me. On September 9th, damn it, if you don't want my child, fine. But to even withhold my salary? The vacation was forced upon me just to deduct my pay? On October 8th, I'm not given any projects. Are you trying to force me out of the company? Huh, no way. I'm so capable at work, no one can drive me away. On November 23rd, My lovely ragdoll cat got sick. On November 26th, Woo my child is gone. On November 28th, 5 days ago, Li Huatian, I hope you die? Everyone in Huatian Construction. I hope you all die. This is Huang Pinger's personal account. 0 followers, 0 fans. And everything is set to be visible only to herself. It seems she wrote it as a diary. I don't know how Li Lianer managed to find this out. There is a lot of content. She picked out some key information and critical points. The situation is quite complex. Huang Pinger, if you say she is pitiful, she is somewhat pitiful. But most of the reasons are still self-inflicted. Although she expressed her hatred and disgust for everyone in the office freely online, feeling superior. When Li Lianer collected others' evaluations of her in the company, it was mostly positive. She is strong at work, low-key, humble, and still very resilient in adversity. Knowing a person's face but not their heart, sometimes a person's displayed intelligence could very well be false and flattering. So, does that mean practically everyone in the design office is her target? Lin Ran asked. You could say that. I have some newly discovered information. Li Lianer continued to show that the ragdoll cat was actually given to Huang Pinger by Li Huatian's wife, but it was labeled with Li Huatian's name. Huang Pinger's child died from a coronavirus, which is a virus that unvaccinated cats can easily carry. It seems the cat was also carefully selected by Li Huatian's wife. However, whether Huang Pinger knows about this is unknown. For a moment, everyone fell into deep thought. This incident is quite hard to evaluate. Based on Huang Pinger's diary, her hatred for all the employees in the construction office is basically based on trivial matters or things that are completely fabricated. In so many diary entries, she only mentioned Li Huatian's legitimate wife once. It's likely she was unaware. There are many kinds of hatred in the world, and some of it is completely illogical. Lin Ran, we will arrive at the destination in 2 minutes. I just communicated with my sacred punk Ding Inian. It can sing the wedding march. Zhu Zhuma's voice came out, and after arriving, I will use a sound purification device to transmit its voice into the construction office. I will keep the flight altitude at the level of the 4th floor of the building. You can use the Broken Void telescope to observe the specific situation inside in real time. Upon hearing this, Lin Ran immediately replied, okay. He had also researched the Broken Void telescope during his free time. It could detect physical obstacles like walls and mirrors, forming a 3-dimensional cross-section in the user's mind. This way, although there are many rooms on the 4th floor of the building, Lin Ran could have an overview and find the room he wanted to lock onto. 2 minutes later, the tune of the wedding march began to sing. The voice of the sacred punk Ding had a sacred hue over different songs. Its strength was master level 9, and controlling the penetration, direction, and range of its voice was a piece of cake. Lin Ran immediately picked up the Broken Void telescope. The situation once again exceeded his expectations. In the entire building, there were so far no casualties. In one room, he actually saw the panels of 2 believers. Among them, one did not resemble the believer he knew. Name, Huang Pinger. Status, soul control, 3. Emotional confusion, 2. Hatred spread, 2. This is Huang Pinger's information. And the demon cat beside her also had a standard panel. Race, ordinary British short-hair cat level. Master level 6, temporary state, negative status. Demon cat kin 4. The other panel had a slight difference in details. Name, Lu Shiyun, negative status. Flesh control, 3. Extremism, 2. Violence supremacy, 2. She seemed to have no presence like the demon cat. However, soon Lin Ran noticed something unusual about her. Her right arm extended, shockingly having 6 fingers. The 6th finger made the entire hand appear very abnormal. Moreover, Lin Ran could also see its panel. Race, blood tentacle, possession state. Level, master level 6, temporary state, tentacle, possession. Lin Ran immediately thought of a possibility. This was another method of the fog demon beast. This tentacle was equivalent to the method of that fog demon beast. Lianer, what did you say Li Huatian's wife was called? Lu Shiyun, right? Lin Ran asked while continuing to observe. Pull up her photo for me to see. And check if anyone in Huatian Construction has telekinetic abilities. Li Lianer quickly provided the photo. Lin Ran compared it. Sure enough, this Lu Shiyun was the person in the photo. She and Huang Pinger were in a confrontational state. What could 2 ordinary people controlled by different fog demon beasts possibly fight over? Most likely, it was food. And this food was a person with telekinetic abilities. According to Lin Ran's current understanding, this was the only way for the fog demon beast to improve its strength. Coincidentally, these 2 women had a connection through the same man when they were conscious. In every sense, they were in an antagonistic state. And even after being controlled by different demon beasts, they still maintained this confrontational stance. At this moment, the song of the sacred punk Ding was still wafting through the air. Through the telescope, Huang Pinger and her ordinary British short-hair cat began to show signs of discomfort. This song could affect the cat girl, and naturally, it could also affect her kin and believers. And the originally evenly matched sides had their balance disrupted. The sixth finger on Lu Shiyun's hand glowed red, suddenly transforming into a knife over a meter long, and it looked like it was about to stab Huang Ping'er. Lin Ran no longer thought further. He directly purified the negative states of the two women, one cat, and one finger. Chapter 76. Violent Slaughter of the I-Touch Monster. Lin Ran's mental power had now reached 3,350 points, making it easy to purify for negative states. Therefore, after completing the purification of both sets of the believer's pets and weapons, he did not feel exhausted. As usual, the pale blue mist belonging to the demon cat flew straight towards Lin Ran. His mental power increased by another 150 points. The collection degree of the demon cat's mist also reached 50. What piqued Lin Ran's curiosity was whether purifying Lu Shiyun's sixth finger would produce similar mist. He continued to observe with a telescope. He saw that the extra finger, as if disassembled, fell to the ground and rolled a few times. Then, it elongated and thinned, transforming into something resembling an octopus tentacle. After a few seconds, the entire tentacle disappeared, turning into a pool of blood-red liquid, lying still on the ground. Blood? Not mist. Lin Ran wanted to take out the Destiny Connection device to test it, but unexpectedly, this pool of blood also followed the trajectory of the mist ball and flew towards Lin Ran. Indeed, his talent had just upgraded, and purifying this tentacle was equivalent to establishing a one-sided connection with its owner. If this was something the mist demon beast possessed, then it wasn't strange that it was attracted by his illustrated guide. A wave of comfort washed over Lin Ran, and his mental power increased by another 150 points. Another entry appeared in the Mist Inventory. Mist Inventory, number 017, Violent Slaughter I-Touch Monster, 625. Soon, Lin Ran's illustrated guide, which was locked on the page of the strange cat girl, slowly flipped forward until it stopped at page number 17. The pattern that originally displayed as a question mark began to unfold. It was that monster that seemed to possess countless claws and numerous pupils. Violent Slaughter I-Touch Monster? In its illustrated guide, Lin Ran sensed 15 relatively special parts, mostly a certain segment of the tentacle or a specific pupil of the Violent Slaughter I-Touch Monster. 14 of these parts were wrapped in different auras. However, one area was displayed in a grayish color, which was precisely the part Lin Ran had just purified. The cat girl sought believers who were tragic women filled with hatred. But what about this Violent Slaughter I-Touch Monster? Lin Ran carefully examined its description. Mist Demon Beast, Violent Slaughter I-Touch Monster. Introduction. It is a spokesperson for brutality, a bloody gift. To be caught and targeted by it is a disaster. Current level, Legendary 2-star, still upgrading. Current family level, average level of Master 1-star. Upgrade method. Gather ordinary people with brutality in the world. The heavier the sins and the more killings, the higher the matching degree. Find their intended targets and related people to enhance the violence within their bloodlines. Then, find ordinary people sealed with psychic power, guide and pollute them, and activate their high-level talents. Plunder talents and graft them onto itself. Afterwards, the Violent Slaughter I-Touch Monster absorbs their souls, merging with them while gaining strength. Compared to the wedding dress cat girl, this monster's level is even stronger. After Lin Ran weakened one part, its level was still above legendary, much higher than the initial level of the wedding dress cat girl. It had a total of 15 family members, strange parts, with an average level of Master 1-star. It seems that the extra finger Lu Shiyun had should be considered a relatively weak part. Overall, the upgrade method of the Violent Slaughter Monster is almost the same as that of the cat girl. However, its prerequisite for finding targets is entirely different. It requires ordinary people with brutality and a strong killing intent. These humans are often criminals. Lu Shiyun was actually chosen. However, her act of killing a baby through a sick cat already proved her ruthlessness. Perhaps she had committed many bloody deeds. Without thinking too much, Lin Ran immediately conveyed the briefest description to Zhu Mo. Uncle Mo, the crisis situation in the building has been dealt with. Huang Ping'er and her cat have both returned to normal states and are currently in a coma. However, there's another woman who is still in a coma, Lu Shiyun. She is not a believer of the wedding dress cat girl, but was previously controlled by another mist demon beast. She has also returned to a normal state. However, as an ordinary person, she is also quite dangerous. Besides what Lianer just mentioned, she should have committed numerous violent killings. You all need to investigate the specifics later. Upon hearing this, Zhu Mo first showed surprise. Is there another mist creature involved? Then, he chose to temporarily skip this question and said, We will handle it properly. As for Lu Shiyun, I will send her to the inspection department for a thorough investigation of her social background. Let's land first. I need to organize and coordinate the other two teams to assess the casualties here. And then we will head to the next area where the demon cat's family member is located. Lianer, have you identified the targets with psychic powers within this building? He asked Lianer. I have locked on to 3 people, but I am currently not sure which one it is, Li Lianer replied. Lianer, please show me their photos. I can identify them. Lin Ran could see everyone inside the building through the telescope. Previously, he had to focus on what was happening in the demon cat's room and didn't have time to observe each person individually. He could see the panels of those with psychic powers, so with a face to compare, it wouldn't take long. Li Lianer immediately turned the computer towards Lin Ran and said, as expected of the talent known as knowledge. Being able to know such important information makes me so envious. Dr. Lin Ran, have you considered developing into a data analyst? Lin Ran observed while replying, No. What you need to do is technical work. My talent is more focused on mist-related matters. The nature is different. Found it. Lin E is the one with psychic powers. In Office 404, still working as if nothing happened. We are quite lucky. Huang Pinger and Lu Shiyun must have confronted each other for a long time before starting their killing spree, buying us a lot of time. The people working there didn't even notice anything unusual and are still working hard. However, what about Li Huatian? His office is empty, and it seems he is nowhere else. He is Huang Pinger's target of hatred and is also someone Lu Shiyun wants to kill. He may very well be dead. Lin Ran continued to observe. At this moment, something bizarre suddenly happened. Some ordinary people in the architectural design office suddenly left their seats, walked to the windows, and began to vigorously hit their heads. 1 person, 2 people, 6 people, 10 people. A large group began to engage in various self-harming behaviors. However, Lin Ran did not see any negative states on these ordinary people. Chapter 77, Mercury Poisoning, Demon Beast Family Member Location, Haiju City Slum. Watching these suddenly frantic office workers, Lin Ran went from confusion to calm, entering into thought. The absence of negative states on the panel indicated that these ordinary people were not affected by extraordinary powers. On the contrary, this was purely a physiological symptom. Lin Ran, having acted as a performer before, had seen such a scene in medical dramas. Humans, like zombies, lose their rationality and engage in various self-harm and suicidal actions. The reason is simple. Mercury poisoning damages the nervous system. Coupled with the medical knowledge he had learned from the original host, Lin Ran was quite certain about this matter. Uncle Mo, there is probably a third noteworthy employee at Huatian Construction, as many employees are showing signs of mercury poisoning. We need to act quickly and have a therapist with the ability to treat this, control the situation. Or have your pet hypnotize them all, Lin Ran said. All right, I'll handle it right away. Zhu Zhuma saw the unusual situation happening through the glass wall of the office building. Fortunately, before everyone went crazy, Lin Ran had already purified the demon cat and the followers of the Touch-Eye monster. Otherwise, the scene would have been even more chaotic. There are too many grudges in this Huatian construction office. 10 minutes later, most people have been settled. And we found out the cause. It was caused by 2 other employees, aside from Huang Pinger, who had their wages delayed. They added a large amount of mercury to the company's water dispenser. We still need to investigate the specific reasons behind this, but we can basically guess. After integrating the information, Zhu Zhuma directly informed Lin Ran. As for Li Huatian, we found his body. It has been dismembered and was discovered in the oven of the office break room kitchen. The method doesn't seem to be something the demon cat would do. It could be done by Lu Shiyun, as you mentioned, but it could also be done by one of his ordinary employees. I will investigate further. Additionally, there's another situation I need to tell you about. The employees at Huatian Construction said that when they arrived at work today, they became very irritable, and all their negative emotions were triggered. However, we did not find any pollutants. Lin Ran, do you think this is related to the newly discovered fog demon beast? After hearing this, Lin Ran checked the illustration of the violent kill Touch-Eye monster again. If the illustration of the wedding dress cat woman exudes a cold, resentful, and hateful aura, then the violent kill Touch-Eye monster exudes bloodthirst, brutality, and a strong sense of fear. After the illustration evolved, it provided more detailed notes on the demon beast. Among the 15 special parts of the violent kill Touch-Eye monster, the part purified by Lin Ran had this annotation: hip joint claw, tentacles growing at the hip, curved like knives, covered in a gloomy purple-black color, containing a bloodthirsty aura that can stir up the anger in people's hearts and ignite the desire to kill. Purified, this resolved Lin Ran's doubts. Lu Shiyun being possessed by this part and appearing in this office is equivalent to being a walking pollutant. Everyone in the office is filled with anger and resentment. After all, it is impossible for everyone to be in a good mood in such a work environment. Once the desire to kill is triggered, extreme actions like poisoning and dismemberment become possible. Uncle Mo, this is related to the new demon beast, and its abilities are clearly stronger than those of the wedding dress catwoman, Lin Ran replied. Therefore, the one who killed Li Huatian could very well be any of these employees. Human nature is complex. Once a dark side is triggered, everything becomes unknown. Well, the follow-up investigation of this matter is no longer under the jurisdiction of our investigation team. I will add this point in my report later. Zhu Zhuma nodded. After a while, he continued to ask, by the way, Lin Ran, can you sense the aura of this new demon beast followers? According to your description, this fog demon beast seems more difficult to deal with than the Catwoman. Lin Ran nodded and then shook his head. I can confirm that it has 14 active followers, but their locations are too exaggeratedly far apart. Lin Ran organized his words and continued, like the wedding dress Catwoman. Her followers are basically located near Moutis City. This can be understood as her sealing location years ago being in Moutis City and once controlled by the fog. She began to develop nearby. The new fog demon beast is called the Violent Kill Touch Eye Monster. I previously described the fog demon beast I could see to my master, and you were also present. It is the one with countless eyes and countless tentacles. It is entirely a monster's form and does not belong to the human-beast fusion. It seems to exist in the void, and its followers are spread all over the world. In Huagua, I can only sense the existence of 2 followers, both in Chunlong City. The other 12 followers seem to be mostly in the island country. As for the farther ones, I can no longer perceive. Although the information omniscient has been upgraded to level 3, it cannot spread Lin Ran's perception network across the globe. Currently, he can sense the specific locations of Moutis City and some surrounding areas. Beyond that, it becomes increasingly vague with distance. Alright, I will report this to the Pet Alliance and inform my master. We need to alert the Beast Masters in Chunlong City. This violent kill touch eye monster is difficult to handle. Zhu Zhuma stroked his chin and continued. You can also send more specific information to my uncle. This level of evil creature will likely require his help to seal. By the way, Lin Ran, you haven't mentioned how the fog demon beast would be enhanced if their male and female believers successfully made sacrifices. It is clear that we cannot handle this violent kill touch eye monster now, so we must start preparing for the worst. Lin Ran previously only knew that the level of fog demon beasts would increase after the sacrifice of the believer's souls. However, now he can see more information. Each time a believer successfully sacrifices their soul, the demon beasts gain an additional slot for a believer. For example, the wedding dress Catwoman initially had 9 slots for demon cat followers. Although we have dealt with 5 of them, as long as she is not completely sealed, she still has a high chance of recovering to her original strength, or even becoming stronger. The violent kill touch eye monster has so many followers, likely because it has leveled up several times. Lin Ran's words revealed a hint of worry. If this continues unchecked, the entire Beast Master world will collapse, especially since he knows that many fog demon beasts have already awakened. Alright, I will report this information as well. These fog demon beasts have a danger level above level 1 and are rapidly growing demon beasts, which are the most terrifying. Zhu Zhuma sighed and continued. But none of this is something we can control right now. Get ready. We need to head to the next area to deal with the demon cat followers incident. We need to bring the situation under control. Lin Ran nodded in response. Okay. Moments later, employees of Huatian Construction were being carried out on stretchers, some supported out. They were all injured to varying degrees. Interestingly, Huang Pinger and Lu Shiyun were carried out side by side, one on the left and one on the right. Both had already regained consciousness and were looking at each other. Huang Pinger's eyes were filled with panic and confusion. Lu Shiyun's eyes were filled with resentment and murderous intent. Lin Ran sighed. For him, the matter of Huatian Construction had come to a close. However, for the people involved in this construction office, their lives had been greatly affected. Grudges cannot be purified. Everything still needs to settle and resolve over time. 10 minutes later, in the sky, in Zhu Zhuma's flying cabin, Lin Ran, Li Lianer, Chen Ming, Yun Yun, and Huang Tianhua were sitting. Everyone looked exhausted. Handling such a series of events was strenuous for everyone, but it was urgent and had to be done. The demon cat followers within Moutis City had been completely purified. The other 4 included 1 black cat that had entered the demon BC region and could not be dealt with temporarily. 2 are in Haizhu City, which is also the destination Lin Ran and the others are currently heading to. The remaining 1 is in Sea Snake City and will be dealt with last in their arrangement. Pollution incident handling is in the hands of the city's Beastmaster Alliance team. Therefore, if one wants another city's team to handle it, generally, prior notification is required. However, with the advance help of the 2 title Beastmasters, Fate and Dusk, communication has been relatively smooth, and the task handling rights are currently held by the Dream Building team and the Seeking Light team. However, retrieving personnel data from other cities is quite troublesome. At this moment, Li Lianer found herself in a dilemma. Uncle Amo, is there any way to expedite the temporary access for the investigation administrators of Haizhu City and Sisen City? Her voice came through, filled with too much interference. And some databases couldn't be accessed without permission. Zhu Zumuo, who was piloting the flying mount, also chimed in. I applied for you this morning, and I'll put a little pressure on the higher-ups. It should be quick. See if you can extract the core elements from the limited information. Li Lianer sighed and continued working. The main issue with intercity communication is that the Beastmaster Alliance over there cannot truly feel the urgency of the problem. So even if a rush label is placed, it doesn't necessarily lead to expedited efficiency. Another ironic thing is that even in the context of the Mist era, there is still competition among the Beastmaster Alliances and investigation teams of different cities. After all, successfully handling a pollution incident can yield rewards and merits. No one wants incidents within their jurisdiction to be snatched by teams from other cities. It's good enough if they don't cause trouble, let alone actively help. Lianer, don't rush. Having a rough piece of information is good enough, Lin Ran comforted. I can pinpoint the exact location with just a bit of help. Even without any information support, it won't be a big problem. To be honest, after purifying 5 demon cat followers, Lin Ran himself had figured out some patterns. Theoretically, as long as he reaches a destination where he can sense them, he can purify the demon cats and the believers from a distance simultaneously to achieve the goal. Currently, the demon cats and the believers are staying together. As long as they don't act separately, even without information sources, purifying them shouldn't be a problem with Lin Ran's current mental strength. What he feared was if they acted separately. Lin Ran could locate the demon cat's position as it carried the aura of the wedding dress cat girl within it. However, he couldn't locate the believer's position. Thus, the last resort would be to capture the demon cat and purify it directly, but the believer might receive a suicide command due to the wedding dress cat girl's sensing. Just like Wang Xiao in the leopard cat incident. It's not impossible, but it's best to use this method only in emergencies. What he feared was the possibility that the believer might be like Zhou Jia from Linjia village, who already possessed telekinesis and talent. Once the demon cat was purified, the wedding dress cat girl might forcibly absorb the believer's soul, gaining a power boost and opening a new follower position. In that case, it would be somewhat counterproductive. He could only hope for good luck, Lin Ran thought to himself. No, Lin Ran, you're working so hard. I must at least do my part and provide some value. Li Lianer insisted, believing that sometimes even a tiny piece of information could be life-saving. Lin Ran thought for a moment and nodded. That's true. There was about a 20-minute flight distance left to reach the destination. At this moment, the cabin was very quiet, apart from the sound of computer keyboards. There were only soft exchanges. Lin Ran was also constantly monitoring the position of the target demon cat in the illustrated guide. This demon cat was a black and white one, with red glowing pupils. After Lin Ran focused on its position, it had moved rapidly multiple times within a certain range. This made Lin Fan somewhat worried. Some things might have already happened or were currently happening. 10 minutes later, a clearer direction emerged. Li Lianer's voice came through. The body of this demon cat should be an ordinary stray cat, black and white fur. The area you locked onto is in the slums of Haizhu City, where regulation is lax and there are many unregistered homeless individuals. The overall situation is quite chaotic, making it difficult to pinpoint a specific believer target. However, I just found a report. There is a woman, a streamer, with over 100,000 followers. Her streaming content usually involves exploring stores and experiencing life. One day, she decided to live stream her experience in the slums, but for some reason, after streaming for a day, she chose to stay there. Chapter 78. The Pain of the Streaming Beauty, Purification Progress 60. This streamer is called Lu Meiyao, known for her beauty and grace. So, why did such a glamorous person choose to live in the slums after streaming? Many of her fans speculated that she must have been threatened, and some even reported to the police on her behalf. However, she specifically issued a statement about quitting the internet, filming a video saying she wanted to experience a life of poverty and would no longer stream, thanking her fans for their support over the years. It was a rather forced reason. Look, this quitting statement was filmed in the slum camp. Here, do you see this cat? Does it look like the stray cat you mentioned? Li Lianer paused the video and turned the computer towards Lin Ran. Lin Ran nodded. The markings on this cat were exactly the same as what he saw in the illustrated guide, making it almost certain that it was the one. However, the whole situation was indeed quite absurd. Who would give up a luxurious life to become a homeless wanderer? Even novels wouldn't dare to write such a plot. So, could she possibly be a believer? Where does this source of hatred come from? Lin Ran asked, puzzled. She has many fans who believe that this was not her voluntary choice, so they often come to the slums to film, claiming they want to gather evidence for her, insisting that someone is framing and controlling her from behind. Many people also criticized her for being a publicity stunt, saying she would do anything for traffic. But as time passed, 1 month, 3 months, half a year, she really stayed there all along. At first, there were quite a few fans coming to see her, hoping to vindicate her, but later, they dwindled. After all, people liked the glamorous, confident, and gracious her in front of the camera, not the disheveled and ragged woman in the slum camp. Interestingly, there were still 3 or 4 fans who frequently visited and brought her clothes, food, and money. True love fans. Well, Lu Meiyao was quite lucky in that regard. However, She never accepted any of it. Moreover, I suspect that the source of her hatred comes from one of her fans, Li Lianer stated firmly. Huh, how so? Lin Ran asked curiously. This person is named Qin Xiang. After Lu Meiyao moved into the slum, he not only helped her, but also improved the living conditions in the area. Being a beastmaster, he appeared in the local newspapers several times. However, behind the glamour, there is always some dirt. He is actually Lu Meiyao's obsessive fan, harassing her day and night, leveraging his identity as a junior beastmaster to lure her into a relationship. For a period, Lu Meiyao saw him daily in various forms. Coincidentally, before becoming a streamer, Lu Meiyao had severe paranoia. Li Lianer showed Lin Ran a certificate she found from somewhere, enlarging it on the computer screen. She had originally been under control, but under long-term harassment and psychological pressure, it was triggered again. She quickly imagined this obsessive fan as a terrifying person trying to kill her. The condition worsened, and hatred began to take root. So she made a decision that no one could understand, destroying her own career in order to escape from this person. The extreme pursuit, combined with extreme mental illness, led to an extreme decision. Lin Ran felt that he could understand it all at once. Mental illness can indeed lead people to do things that are not understood by the world. Perhaps it was on the day Lu Meiyao decided to experience a life of poverty that she found a way she believed could redeem herself. However, she did not expect that Qin Xiang truly loved her. Even though she had completely lost her beauty, he remained unwavering. Under the dual pressures of mental illness and life experiences, hatred began to sprout and gradually strengthen. In short, whether it was her or not, just look for her when you get to the scene. Li Lianer closed the computer, slumped down, stating that she no longer had more permissions and could not find any more effective information, feeling defeated. Thank you, Lianer. This information is already very useful. Lin Ran noted down the appearances of Lu Meiyao and Qin Xiang. If nothing unexpected happened, he might see them in either a dead or alive state later. 10 minutes later, everyone arrived at the destination. Hovering in the air, Lin Ran looked down through the binoculars. The scene was not as bad as he had imagined. People in the slums came and went, weaving through the chaotic houses and dilapidated buildings. Everything seemed to be as usual. They did not notice anything unusual. It seemed that the object of hatred for the female believer was very few. These slum residents had little enmity with her. Soon, Lin Ran spotted the position of the demon cat. Race, ordinary black and white cat level. Master 4 stars, temporary state, negative status. Demon cat's kin 4, in a relatively less dilapidated house. The demon cat was pacing back and forth. Inside the room, 3 people were hanging from chains, their bodies marked with wounds of varying sizes. Each wound was marked with black ink, which was highly corrosive, and it could be seen that those wounds seemed to be burning, with rotten flesh and quickly congealing blood slowly spreading. However, these 3 people were close to death, hardly breathing. Therefore, there were no cries of anguish coming from them. Lin Ran quickly recognized one of the men's faces. It was indeed Qin Xiang. It seemed that Li Lianer's guess was almost accurate. However, Lin Ran did not see Lu Meiyao's figure. This slum area was neither big nor small. Even with the help of a broken telescope, it would take Lin Ran a lot of time to find her. Just as Lin Ran was pondering how to handle the situation, the demon cat went outside. There was still a target. The female believer must hate more than just these 3 people. Lin Ran suddenly understood why he had always felt the demon cat moving frequently. This combination of kin and female believer was likely still in the early stages of the sacrifice process, with the female believer seeking revenge. Lu Meiyao was likely at the residence of the next target. Uncle Mo, follow my instructions to fly. The demon cat should be looking for the next revenge target now. I haven't seen the female believer yet, but she should be there. Lin Ran said quickly. Lianer, you just said Lu Meiyao has for private fans, right? I saw that Qin Xiang. Besides him, there is also a man with a horse face and pockmarks, and another one about 1.62 meters tall, with a square face and almost connected eyebrows. Can you confirm if they are them? Lin Ran spoke out what he saw. It's them. Li Lianer perked up and quickly confirmed. Then investigate the residence of the 4th private fan. We are likely going there. Lin Ran said. 5 minutes later, Lin Ran looked through the telescope and saw a scene. In a residential building, there was a room with pink painted walls, filled with posters of Lu Meiyao. By the bed was a stack of toilet paper. On the bed lay a doll with Lu Meiyao's photo attached to it. Inside the room were 2 people. One was Lu Meiyao's 4th private fan, currently bound hand and foot, lying on the ground, already unconscious. The other was Lu Meiyao, whose clothing was not as ragged as Lin Ran had seen in previous reports. Although simple, it was very tidy. Lu Meiyao's eyes were filled with indifference and coldness. Name, Lu Meiyao. Negative status, soul control, 3, paranoia, 3, emotional coldness, 2, still in a normal person's state. Lin Ran sighed in relief. At that moment, the demon cat also entered the room. It tiptoed, surrounded by black smoke. and met Lu Meiyao's gaze, suddenly opening its mouth wide. Lin Ran stopped observing and directly purified all the negative states on both the person and the cat. He didn't want any unexpected situations to occur. Soon, a group of black and gray mist burst out from around the demon cat. Absorb. Mental points increased by 150. Wedding dress cat's mist stock 60. Things went more smoothly than Lin Ran had imagined. Uncle Amo, it's done. We can arrange for follow-ups. In room 1002 of the building just below us. Lu Meiyao and that stray cat are both there, along with a body that is bound and uncertain whether alive or dead. Lu Meiyao should be about to complete the revenge phase. I intercepted her, but according to the habits of the wedding dress cat seeking a new female, there should be a person with sealed telekinesis nearby. However, we can deal with those follow-up matters later. Lin Ran said, "Okay, don't worry, I'll arrange this quickly. Our support team is on the way." Zhu Zhu Mo quickly replied, stating that they should tackle the next task in this city in one go. Zhu Zhu Mo became more urgent upon hearing Lin Ran's concerns about the demon cat beast's potential problems after leveling up. Old Huang, stay here for the handover. The next task should also be something Lin Ran can handle alone. He flew down, bringing Huang Tianhua out of the cabin. "Okay, Captain, no problem." Huang Tianhua immediately replied. Taking off again, Lin Ran put down the binoculars. He had witnessed another tragedy and temporarily halted it. To be honest, when he first encountered such a real and naked case, he was somewhat shocked. Now, however, there was no more turbulence. Perhaps the Lu Meiyao incident was not as outrageous or heartbreaking as the previous ones. Perhaps Lin Ran could not digest so many emotions all at once in a short period. In short, looking out the window, he did not feel much sentiment. The cabin was silent for 5 minutes. I found clues for the next case. Li Lianer's voice broke the silence. Chapter 79, Extreme Environmental Protectionist, Different Shades of Hatred, 75. So soon? You found the news? Lin Ran immediately perked up. Lin Ran, based on the specific location you provided, I immediately pinpointed the highest and most upscale residential building in Haizhu City, a 50-story building. Although Li Lianer looked very tired, excitement could still be heard in her voice. And the protagonist of this event was likely the female owner living on the top floor, who was also the owner of the building. Hearing this, Lin Ran was momentarily distracted. Rich area? I just saw various dilapidated houses and muddy roads in the slums, and now I'm heading to a skyscraper where the wealthy live. Different people have different joys and sorrows, and hatred ignores wealth disparities. What happened to the female owner? Lin Ran asked curiously. The female protagonist, Duan, is an extreme environmentalist and a vegetarian. Li Lianer began to recount. She mandated that the residents of the building must sort their trash into 4 categories: recyclable waste, hazardous waste, organic waste, and other waste. Additionally, she specifically recruited 10 extra staff members to supervise those who disposed of their garbage at designated times and locations. Any family that disposed of their trash incorrectly would be fined 1,000 alliance coins. This matter had been featured on television and in the news multiple times, sparking intense discussions. On one hand, people supported her strict measures. On the other hand, they felt that under the foggy era, everyone's lives were already constrained. And why impose such additional restrictions that could diminish people's quality of life? Look, these are Duwan's social media posts about this issue. The existence of fog is a consequence of everyone's lack of love for the environment, with batteries discarded carelessly and garbage not sorted. The less we protect the environment, the stronger the fog will become. Those who do not protect the environment are murderers, aiding and abetting, and they want to kill me. As time went on, Duwan's claims became increasingly radical and violent. She raised the fines for incorrect garbage disposal within the community multiple times. Furthermore, under the slogan of "Saving Humanity Starts With Me," she planned to personally punish these individuals, including some severe physical punishments. Li Lianer felt a bit embarrassed. The intention to protect the environment is good. Regardless of the era, we indeed need to pay attention to caring for nature. However, it seems that Duwan has become somewhat obsessed. Real-time supervision of residents is, to some extent, an oppression of their lives. Being punished for mistakes is one thing, but escalating to physical punishment is a bit extreme. The source of the fog is untraceable. She has imposed some excessive regulations on the residents based on her subjective beliefs. The starting point is good, but her methods need improvement. So, is Duwan's hatred derived from people's disdain for the environment? Li Lianer asked. You could say that. But specifically, it started to escalate from this incident. Li Lianer turned her computer around. She required every resident in the community to adopt a stray cat or dog, or they would be immediately expelled from the community. She also demanded that residents become vegetarians. If she smelled meat from any household, fines would be imposed again. This time, the residents couldn't sit still. These people are wealthy. How could they be willing to have their lives so severely restricted? Many residents had already begun to ignore the previous trash disposal rules and even refused to pay the so-called fines. With 2 more mandatory rules added, no one could withstand it. Thus, a large-scale protest erupted in the community. It can be basically confirmed that Duwon started to become increasingly crazy at that time. She felt her management was being disdained, her claims were being ignored, and every resident in her building was an accomplice to the fog. Later, occasional murders began to occur in this building, but the specific reasons could not be determined. Many people also suspected it was Duwon's doing. Li Lianer presented some specific case examples to Lin Ran. In one photo, she paused her computer operation and began to explain. Look, this giant Maine Coon cat is Duwon's pet and her self-proclaimed symbol of power. Li Lianer continued. I initially thought that under her coercion, many residents had cats. So the scope of her followers was too broad. Moreover, I always felt her hatred was absurd. However, it can now be basically confirmed that she is 99% likely to be that follower, and her targets of hatred may be those who have resisted her, or perhaps all those she believes do not protect the environment. In any case, the situation could be troublesome. Lin Ran heard this and said, Thank you, Lianer. I roughly understand now. Since Duwon has a photo with the Maine Coon cat, her identity as a follower is basically confirmed. Lin Ran could only sigh slightly, marveling at how colorful hatred can be. Lu Shiqing and Wang Zhao's hatred stems from finding the wrong man and receiving unfair treatment. Lin Huahua harbors hatred due to rumors and public opinion. Lu Tiantian's hatred comes from years of being imprisoned by her father. Zhou Jia's hatred arises from being ostracized by her fellow villagers and childhood trauma. Lu Meiyao's hatred is born from mental illness and harassment by obsessive fans. Lin Ran can understand all these forms of hatred. However, he cannot comprehend Duwon's. Is it hatred because others have different opinions? Is it hatred because her authority is questioned? But hatred itself is twisted. Some people simply develop baseless hatred. The criteria for the cat lady to choose her followers stem from the followers themselves. In her mental world, she feels full of resentment, believes she has been humiliated, and thinks she needs to take revenge, then she fits the standard. Without further thought, Lin Ran said to Zhu Mo, who was currently acting as a pilot, Uncle Mo, this time we will use the same method. You let your holy punk sing the wedding march. Disrupt the abilities of the demon cat and the follower first, and then I will focus on searching. Based on his current understanding of the events, it is highly likely that Duwon intends to kill all the residents. Moreover, after killing all the residents in the community, she might shift her target to people outside the community. Her range of hatred is quite broad. This situation is both good and bad. The good thing is that before she satisfies her desire for revenge by eliminating a certain number of people, even if she completes the entire sacrificial process, she will still continue her activities. This gives Lin Ran and the others more time to act. The bad thing is that the more she seeks revenge, the higher her soul purity will increase. For the bride cat lady, this is like a panacea. Once she absorbs the soul of that follower, it will definitely restore the cat lady's strength significantly. We cannot let it all go to waste. Okay, I will have my holy punk ready, Zhu Mo responded. 10 minutes later, everyone arrived at their destination. Zhu Mo had already instructed his pet to spread the holy music throughout the 50-story building. Additionally, he used a purifying Bagua mirror to obstruct the perception of the demon beasts, obscuring their presence. Lin Ran, holding the broken virtual telescope, swiftly searched for the location of the Maine Coon cat he sensed. This residential building had turned into a bloody building. At a glance, the residents in every unit were mostly dead in terrifying postures. However, the cats and dogs in their homes were all alive and healthy, circling around their owners, emitting cries of various sizes. In this building, each floor had 6 households. From the 49th floor to the 21st floor, everyone still in the building, regardless of age or gender, was completely dead. The brutal scene was enough to make Lin Ran, who thought he had adapted to bloody images, feel overwhelmed. He summoned Kuenhai and used plant growth, quickly swallowing several purple leaves, until the feeling of turmoil in his stomach subsided. In room 2005 on the 20th floor, Lin Ran discovered the figures of the main demon cat and Duwon. Influenced by the wedding march, they were curled up on the ground, covering their heads, trembling all over. Meanwhile, in the room, there lay a female corpse. However, in the corner of the room, there was a baby cradle, and the baby inside was crying loudly. Duwon would not spare any resident in this building. Not even the baby would be spared. Immediately, Lin Ran's screen displayed the panels of the demon cat and Duwon. Race: mutated Maine Coon level, Master 1 star, temporary state, actual level, Junior 3-star beast, negative status, Demon cat dependent 4, Berserk 2, Bloodthirsty 2, name, Cuckoo level, Junior 4-star beast tamer, talent, blood crying cuckoo, talent dark nature, status, soul control 4, hatred diffusion 3, Bloodthirsty 3, This is the first combination Lin Ran has ever seen. The demon cat's true form is a demon beast, and Cuckoo is already a beast tamer. According to Li Lian'er's data, Cuckoo should be an ordinary person. Either she has been hiding her beast tamer abilities all along, or after becoming a believer, she killed too many people, and under the influence of horrific resentment, became a beast tamer. The panel of the Burmese demon cat shows that it is already a demon beast, with not much difference from other demon cats. Its level is not high, as the strength of the bridal cat girl form has been weakened to Master 1 star by Lin Ran. Otherwise, its overall strength would definitely be stronger than any demon cat dependent Lin Ran has seen before. It is worth mentioning today that Cuckoo's panel actually shows 2 talents. Moreover, there is no telekinesis section. This indicates that she is not like Lin Huahua, a believer with telekinesis. She has already killed 2 individuals with sealed telekinesis and plundered their talents. This also made Lin Ran feel the terror of the existence of believers. No wonder Lu Shiqing's initial target was not just him. They have the ability to plunder multiple talents at once. Fortunately, he arrived in time. Without hesitation, Lin Ran directly purified the demon cat and Cuckoo. A maximum negative status of 4 is not difficult for him. Summoning the purple light. With the enhancement of the purple light's talent, the cabin was filled with golden light. Lin Ran completed the task in less than 5 seconds. Looking again at their panel. 1 person and 1 cat. Race. Mutated Maine Coon status. Brain death name. Cuckoo status. Brain death, they are both dead. The last time Lin Ran purified Zhou, who had already become a beast tamer, he put her into a vegetative state, half alive. Brain death basically announces the end of life. Lin Ran naturally knows that purification ability is fatal to demon beast tamers. But why do some still cling to life, while others die outright? Is it due to his mindset when using the purification ability? Or is it due to differences in the sins of demon beast tamers? Or is it related to their talents and abilities? In any case, Lin Ran has confirmed one thing. In the future, he can use purification methods to deliver fatal destruction and strikes to demon beast tamers. Not only can he gain points, but it also protects him and alleviates the burden on his pet beasts. This is good news. Uncle Mo, I've resolved it. Lin Ran took a deep breath. The combination of the believer and the demon cat is Cuckoo and that Maine Coon. By the time we arrived, the situation had already escalated. More than half of the residents in this building had lost their lives, and the building was filled with blood. There would be a lot to deal with later. As for Cuckoo and her cat, for some reason, they had already become a beast tamer and a demon beast. After severing their connection with the cat girl, they also suffered a fatal blow and died. Lin Ran's words contained little regret. Unlike Zhou Jia's situation, Cuckoo was actually a control freak who, under the guise of protecting the environment, sought to feel her power and the ability to control and enslave others. After becoming a believer, her actions further proved that she was not a good person in life. What kind of person would irrationally hate infants and children? What kind of person would indiscriminately slaughter? A sinner, a bad person, someone whose death is not regrettable. I understand. The aftermath of the slum incident on Huang Zhongyuan's side is almost handled. I'll notify them to come and wrap things up. Zhu Zhuma's tone was also very cold. Half the building's residents were killed? This Cuckoo seems a bit exaggerated. Just as Zhu Zhuma was responding, the crimson mist belonging to the Maine Coon also flew towards Lin Ran. Mentality 200. Mist inventory, number 038. Bridal cat girl, 75. This combination of demon cat believers provides the highest mental power and mist collection so far. This surprised Lin Ran a bit. Now that he thinks about it, the dependents of the bridal cat girl must also have differences in strength. The large size of the main demon cat, combined with Cuckoo's morbid hatred, aligns well with the characteristics of the bridal cat girl. They possess a higher concentration of mist, which seems understandable. Chapter 80. The Tragedy of the Conjoined, Collection Progress, 85. Bridal cat girl, mist collection progress, 75. There are still 2 demon cat dependents left. Lin Ran thinks that one likely provides 10, and the other provides 15. Of course, it's also possible that Lin Ran needs to find the location of the bridal cat girl's true form to complete the final step. The Black Cat and Lu Shiqing have already gone to the Demon Beast headquarters. The danger level of the Demon Beast headquarters is a bit reckless for their team's configuration. Once his master Lin Jian finishes the current urgent matters, Lin Ran plans to ask for his help. For now, he needs to find the last demon cat still under the jurisdiction of the Pet Beast Alliance. At this time, the sky has started to darken. Lin Ran has been dealing with Lu Tiantian and Lin Sierra's incidents since early this morning. By the time he finished with Cuckoo, he had purified 5 demon cat dependents, working nonstop for more than 10 hours. Although he didn't stay long at each incident scene, the frequent commuting and the need to process various information, combined with witnessing such bizarre and absurd tragic stories, made his mental fatigue stronger than his physical fatigue. His mood also fluctuated between low and excited. The 5 demon beasts he has purified today have provided Lin Ran with 800 points of mental power. His current mental power has reached 3,850 points, and his level is now Senior 2-star Beast Tamer. He has also gathered almost 300 points, and the 75 mist can directly give him 750 points. Such a large gain was indeed something Lin Ran hadn't anticipated beforehand. However, he is certainly not satisfied with this, so he remains vigilant. Next, there is still one more demon beast to handle. Once that is resolved, today will be a complete success. Lianer, have you made any progress with the incident in Sishi City? Lin Ran asked. Just now, Sister Menger provided me with an important clue, and with the specific location and demon cat information you provided, I've integrated it and almost confirmed the protagonist. The believer should be one person, but strictly speaking, it can also be referred to as two, a pair of conjoined twins. I still don't know if they are both in the state of believers simultaneously, or if one is while the other remains an ordinary person. Li Lianer turned her computer around. Lin Ran looked over. A pair of conjoined young girls. Their bodies closely pressed together. Behind them was a Bombay cat with golden pupils. What story do they have? Where does their hatred come from? Lin Ran asked. They should hate each other. Li Lianer thought for a moment and said, hate each other? Wouldn't that mean one has to kill the other half of their body to complete the revenge cycle? The conjoined girls, one named Lu Lu and the other named Lu Jing, have different personalities. One is very cheerful, while the other is more introverted. From childhood to adulthood, they have basically spent their time in arguments. Especially when two souls share one body, various details and conflicts in life inevitably emerge. However, the fundamental reason for their hatred towards each other actually comes from external pressure. There is a documentary about them that was filmed 2 years ago. These clips contain some key information. Take a look. The cabin fell into silence until the sound of the documentary began. The following dialogue is narrated by one person while the other wears headphones. Lu Lu, I love dancing, playing games, and listening to loud music. But Lu Jing always stops me. Since childhood, everyone has liked me. If it weren't for Lu Jing's existence, I would definitely be the most popular. Even my cat prefers me. I often hear my parents crying, saying that it would be better if they had given birth to a normal child. And if it weren't for Lu Jing, I would be a normal child. At school, because of our uniqueness, my classmates didn't like me. I feel like everyone would like me. It's definitely because of Lu Jing that no one talks to me. As I grew up, I like to put on makeup and dress up beautifully, but Lu Jing always wears glasses and looks dull, which completely affects my charm. In fact, Lu Jing takes care of me a lot, but every time we go out, I feel like she is dragging me down, dragging us down. There was a time when I was very happy because my parents found a good doctor who could help us with separation surgery. However, after evaluation, he found that our situation was too special, with an 80 mortality rate. Even though I still wanted to have the surgery, we continued to maintain this state under my parents' opposition. And Lu Jing was surprisingly persuaded too. Didn't she always want to leave me? Why did she back out at the last moment? Sometimes I really feel that at least there is a 20 chance of becoming a normal person. The current life is worse than death. I hate Lu Jing more and more. Lu Jing. Although Lu Lu and I live in the same body, we are more like people from 2 different worlds. She is noisy, flamboyant, and likes to attract attention. I am quiet, dislike seeing people, and prefer to immerse myself in literary works. Lu Lu often forces me to do things I don't like to attract attention, such as learning to dance and learning to put on makeup. She doesn't take care of her body, often overexerting herself, causing me to suffer as well. She always plays music loudly, and whenever I want to study, she distracts me. During exams, there is always a partition between us. I was born on the left, and I have to write with my left hand since childhood, yet my grades are still among the top in the class. But she is always at the bottom, and she often encourages me to cheat, telling me not to score too high because it would embarrass her. I often have to help her because her body is also my body. I take care of the cat at home every time. When I heard that separation surgery was possible, I was very happy, but an 80 mortality rate. I don't want to die. I still have many books to read and many things to finish. However, I do regret it a bit now. I secretly searched for information. If Lu Lu dies, can I regain my freedom? But if she dies, I will also die. Our lives are bound together, and my future is also restricted by her. After watching these 2 dialogues, Lin Ran was momentarily speechless. The atmosphere in the cabin was a bit heavy. When 2 people with completely different interests are confined in the same body, that feeling must be unpleasant, right? From the 2 monologues in the documentary, the lively Lu Lu was more straightforward in expressing her feelings, and she also expressed her hatred towards Lu Jing. This hatred mostly stems from societal judgments. Lu Lu attributes all the negative evaluations to Lu Jing. The introverted Lu Jing seems to express her hatred towards Lu Lu less directly. However, it is evident that she has also thought about letting Lu Lu die. The suffering from genetic predispositions, the friction from incompatible personalities. the intensification of social pressure. All of these make this tragedy seem even more sorrowful. According to the upgrade method of the bridal cat girl, the believer must seize at least one talent from someone with psychic powers. Lin Ran thought for a moment and began to analyze. Then, completing the revenge phase to increase soul purity is also possible. Suppose the believer has already acquired a talent. If one of them is a believer and the other is not, then the moment they kill each other is essentially declaring the countdown to their own life. During this time, the bridal cat girl will definitely absorb the new girl's soul to increase her strength. If they are a collective entity as believers, then their object of hatred should not just be each other. So who will they hate? Society as a whole. Lin Ran raised a question. According to the information I have gathered so far, the hatred they express is mostly focused on each other. They have not shown any obvious emotional fluctuations regarding congenital defects and external judgments. Of course, the documentary is a film. They express their true thoughts. But whether they fully revealed their hatred is another matter. In any case, we will arrive at our destination in 5 minutes. And you can make specific arrangements based on the situation then, Lilianer said. Lin Ran replied. Uncle Mo, we will still use the old plan. Our destination this time is just an ordinary residence, but it is home to extraordinary people. Logically, there shouldn't be too many casualties, but to be safe, we still need to weaken the believer's cat demon's abilities. The chanting of the holy punk ding is very helpful, Zhu Mo agreed. 5 minutes later, Lin Ran took out the broken virtual telescope. Soon, she found the destination. Suddenly, 2 panels appeared in front of her eyes. Name, Lulu status, soul control, 1, name, Lu Jing level, junior 2-star demon master, talent, level dark literature, status, soul control, 4, deep hatred, 3, self-mutilation, 3. Both are in a state of soul control, but I've never seen a negative state of one before. Previously, it was at least 3. However, after seeing Lu Jing's panel, Lin Ran had an idea. The 2 sisters share one body, so perhaps to some extent, negative states might slightly transfer and share. What surprised her was that the seemingly more composed, introverted, and life-preserving Lu Jing was actually chosen to become a believer. Is it because her hatred is higher? Lin Ran didn't know. The current situation is obviously urgent. Lu Jing has already acquired a talent. Moreover, both sisters have wounds of various sizes on them. It seems that Lu has lost consciousness. Lu Jing's eyes opened, looking coldly at her other half's body. And that golden-eyed Bombay cat was surprisingly standing on Lu Li's shoulder, its gaze sharp. Race, mutated Bombay cat, level, master 3-star, temporary state, negative state. Demon cat dependent, 4. However, as the voice of the holy punk ding gradually spread, Lu Jing and the demon cat fell into a state of mental shock. The demon cat fell and rolled on the ground. Lu Jing also trembled all over and fell from her seat, bringing Lu down with her. Lin Ran had no hesitation and directly evolved all 3. Lu Jing's negative state includes the negative state of self-mutilation. She seemed to be under the control of Catwoman, ready to perish alongside Lu, simultaneously completing both revenge and soul sacrifice. Lin Ran didn't know how long this process had been going on. However, it was clear that if he had arrived, even a moment later, both of them would likely be gone. The purification process was quick. Lu Jing had already become a demon tamer after seizing someone else's talent. In this case, being purified by Lin Ran would result in brain damage at the least, or death at worst. Lin Ran glanced at the current state of the 2. Name, Lu status, comatose. Name, Lu Jing status, brain damage. Lu Jing had become a vegetable, likely never to wake up. As for Lu, once she awoke, she would probably continue to live. But in what manner? Perhaps she would need to be hospitalized frequently to maintain her physical stability. Maybe her still-functioning brain could sustain normal activities for her body. From then on, she would be the master of her body. Was this a good ending or a bad one? Lin Ran didn't know. Such an inherent tragedy was truly difficult to judge. Even though he had just seen the complaints and hatred of the 2 sisters in a documentary, he felt completely understandable. Who could remain joyful and kind under the pressure of congenital disabilities, limited movement, lack of freedom, and societal judgment? One of the sisters was chosen by Catwoman. Yet both had to suffer together. Even after being purified by Lin Ran, the remaining conscious half still had to bear unknown risks. This shared fate was both a conjoined sorrow and a painful separation. At this moment, the purified Bombay cat, restored to normal, lingered by Lu Jing's side, continuously wailing. It must be feeling something, right? The dark purple eerie mist surrounding it immediately surged towards Lin Ran. Mental energy increased by 150 points. Eerie mist collection degree, 85. Only the combination of Lu Shiqing and the black cat remained. Uncle Mo, I've taken care of it. Other than Lu Jing, who suffered brain damage among the conjoined sisters, there were no other casualties. Despite gaining mental points and eerie mist collection, Lin Ran's tone was not very cheerful. Additionally, Lu Jing had already plundered the talent of a sealed telepath, so subsequent handling would also require finding that person's corpse. Lulu wasn't a believer. But given her sister Lu Jing's current state, it was uncertain if she would survive in the future. Both of them had sustained significant injuries. They should be sent to the hospital as soon as possible. After Lin Ran finished speaking, he closed his eyes. Zhu Zhu Mo responded affirmatively, but didn't say anything further. The cabin fell silent as everyone resolved their earlier doubts from Lin Ran's few words. At this point, the sky had completely darkened, with not a single twinkling star in sight, and the moon nowhere to be found. For Lin Ran and the others, today's mission had come to an end. However, for some, they had ended a life today. Chapter 81. A luxurious new home, strength enhanced again. Lin Ran, you've worked hard today. I didn't expect things to go so smoothly. We've resolved everything we could in just 2 days. Zhu Zhu Mo's voice came from outside the cabin. I've just received news that Master and Uncle's investigation has made progress. Uncle wants me to take you directly to his residence to see him. Chun Meng, Lian Air, thank you for your assistance. Lian Air, your third pet space is about to hatch, right? When the time comes, I'll help you pick a good pet to enhance your analytical abilities. Chun Meng, I can sense that your current mental state is very healthy. If you're ready, you can also contract a new third pet. The Seeking Light squad still had 3 members currently absent. Chun Meng, please convey my gratitude on my behalf. I'll write the report in the next few days and apply for rewards for your squad. Zhu Zhu Mo turned the dragon mount around, carrying everyone back to Mao Rabbit City. Yay, a new pet, at least of extraordinary quality. Lian Air was so tired she could barely keep her eyes open. Yet she immediately cheered, feeling that the hard work of the past 2 days was not in vain. However, she still benefited from Lin Ran's support. Now that you have the title of Tamer Master, don't forget about us. Come back to the headquarters and visit Sister Meng's training hall often. You're still my exclusive healer. Lian Air made a cute gesture. Haha, don't worry. First of all, I'm still a member of the Seeking Light squad. Secondly, the upcoming series of tasks will definitely require your help. Lian Air, Lin Ran immediately replied. He was also looking forward to what surprises awaited him when he met Master later. At the same time, he sincerely believed he was still a member of the Seeking Light squad, which made his response to Lian Air very genuine. Thank you, Uncle Mo. Following you these past 2 days, I've learned a lot and gained a new understanding of team management and future planning. Chun Meng also spoke up. However, getting a new pet is not urgent. After all, my third pet was forcibly uncontracted and taken away. It hasn't been confirmed dead yet. I still hope to get some confirmation before making future plans. When Chun Meng said this, there was a hint of sadness in her tone, but more than that, it was determination. Lin Ran, we all know that based on your current talent and ability, the Seeking Light squad may no longer be worthy of you. However, I also hope you can stay. With you here, our overall strength has increased significantly in just 2 to 3 days. Chun Meng looked at Lin Ran. If you're willing, I can transfer the position of squad leader to you at any time. It would greatly benefit our squad. I've heard from Uncle Mo that you have achieved a level of merit, and as long as you contract your third pet, you'll meet the standard to become the leader. No, Chun Meng. The leader should definitely still be you. Lin Ran quickly declined. Joining the Seeking Light squad was his first step on the path of rapid growth. Although they hadn't known each other for long, Chun Meng had taken good care of him, and Lin Ran recognized her leadership in the position of captain. Don't be in a hurry to decline. Sometimes, strength is a symbol of status. Our pace of improvement will definitely not match yours. As long as you choose to stay, the position of captain must be yours, as it would also drive our overall progress. Chun Meng's gaze was very determined. This time, Lin Ran did not push back. Chun Meng's reasoning made sense. His strength had surpassed the squad's average level in just 10 days. After contracting his third pet, it shouldn't take long before he became the strongest in the squad. Let's discuss it later. Everyone is tired today. Let's take a good rest first. Lin Ran intended to end the topic for now. He summoned Zimong and Kuenhai, communicating with them to use healing skills. Instantly, warm holy light and natural healing energy enveloped everyone. Lian Air lay on Chun Meng's lap and quickly fell asleep. Chun Meng also entered a state of rest. Lin Ran, however, was quite alert. He hadn't worked overnight last night, and although purifying the demon cat was a bit strenuous at first, with the rapid increase in mental strength, every absorption of the eerie mist in the mist catalog was a recovery and replenishment of his energy. Looking out the window, the sky remained a curtain of pure black without any embellishment. The mist slowly spread, making Lin Ran's vision less clear. Sensing the aura of the bridal catwoman in the catalog, a black mist pointed towards the seaside, belonging to the black cat. Perhaps it was too far away, or there was some barrier at the demon beast gathering place. Lin Ran couldn't pinpoint its exact location. Another colorful, chaotic, eerie mist pointed towards the sky, specifically hovering over a corner of Mao Rabbit City. But how high it was, Lin Ran didn't know. The collection degree of the bridal Catwoman had reached 85, very close to victory. However, Lin Ran still didn't dare to relax. It has been 2 days since Lu Shiqing and the Black Cat left with Lin Fan. He has no idea what the current situation is. If Lu Shiqing has met the conditions for the sacrifice, once the wedding dress cat girl absorbs her soul, her status as a dependent will become 2. He doesn't know if these misty monsters can really be touched, nor their methods and efficiency in searching for new dependent believers. To avoid trouble, it is best to find her and purify her before Lu Shiqing is sacrificed. His attention shifted from the wedding dress cat girl to the brutal touch-eyed monster. How should this terrifying misty monster be dealt with? With so many multinational dependents, does this mean he will have to travel abroad frequently in the future? Lin Ran exited the guide. There is no point in overthinking things that are beyond his current capabilities. He would discuss with his master in the next 2 days and make detailed arrangements. Time passed quickly. After Zhu Zhuma brought Li Lianer and Chun Ming back to the training hall, he flew directly with Lin Ran to the residence in the woods. I've only been to my master's residence 2 or 3 times, so I need to give you a heads up. His residence is the most luxurious place in my knowledge. Zhu Zhuma's voice came through, not only luxurious, but also filled with many purification formations. Therefore, there are completely isolated spaces from the mist. Besides being a purifier, my master also enjoys planting and raising pets, all of which are highly spiritual plants and beasts. Moreover, the training grounds inside are the highest level I have ever used in my life. So, if he invites you to stay in his villa, you will truly be one of the happiest people in the world. Zhu Zhuma's voice carried envy. Lin Ran immediately felt a sense of anticipation. The most luxurious place? Large areas of spiritual plants and pets? A villa? However, thinking about the fact that he is one of the richest beast masters in Huagua, Lin Ran could understand. Relying on a big tree for shade, Lin Ran felt that his good days were coming. 5 minutes later, they arrived. Zhu Zhumo recalled his pet beast. Lin Ran looked around at his surroundings. It seemed to be a cornfield with no traces of a villa. I'll report to my master. This is his illusion purification array. I heard it consists of 9 purifying objects, 1 to prevent people from intruding, and most importantly, to significantly isolate the disturbance of the mist. Zhu Zhuma took out a phone, operated it a bit, and pressed a button. My master just added a temporary entry button for me. The real entrance should be revealed soon. Didn't he also give you an exclusive contact phone? If you stay here in the future, that phone will basically be your key. As soon as he finished speaking, a passage appeared before them. As they approached, the surrounding cornfield changed. It was indeed a villa. More accurately, it was a cluster of villas. On the high and low hills, various buildings and fields were situated. Different buildings were surrounded by flowers and plants. There were trees, water, bridges, and spiritual energy. My master lives in such a large place alone. Although Lin Ran had received a warning from Zhu Zhuma earlier, he was still exceptionally surprised. Not all these rooms are for people. Some are for pets, some for plants. Come with me. You can see that highest hill. The buildings over there are for people to live in. My master and my uncle should be there. Zhu Zhuma clearly noticed Lin Ran's uncontrollable astonishment and smiled, explaining. When he first saw this place, he also had a similar expression. Walking slowly, stepping on the gravel path, feeling the water flowing under the bridge, smelling the fragrance of flowers and plants, and listening to the faint sounds made by animals. In the era of mist, if such a place cannot be called a paradise, then no other place deserves that title. 2 minutes later, the two arrived at their destination. Lin Jian and Huang Wu were sitting in front of a stone chair, drinking tea and operating something on a light screen. When they saw Lin Ran arrive, they stopped their conversation. Lin Ran, you're here. I heard from Huang Wu that you've dealt with most of the wedding dress cat girl's dependents, and you found traces of a new misty monster? Lin Jian invited Lin Ran to sit down and asked him to tell the details. Lin Ran sat down and began to elaborate, especially emphasizing Lu Shiqing's black cat and the brutal touch-eyed monster, which were parts he couldn't resolve. So, a major source of evolution for these misty monsters comes from those with telekinetic abilities. Lin Jian nodded. Regarding the orphanage, Huang Wu and I have made progress. There are still some details to handle. Once everything is fully under control, I'll tell you the specific reasons. As for the black cat, don't worry. Tomorrow morning, I'll take you to the monster area. In 2 days, given their strength, they won't have gone too far. As long as it's not the core area of the monsters, finding them and using your gifted ability to resolve the situation shouldn't be a problem. Lin Ran, take this bracelet. It contains some small items that may be helpful for you at the moment. Lin Jian took out a beautifully designed spatial bracelet, saying the things he gave you yesterday weren't quite complete, so he added a bit. However, these aren't formal gifts. I'll pick out some more suitable ones for you tonight and give them all to you tomorrow morning. Also, in just these 2 days, you've opened up a 3rd pet space. Very good. Lin Jian supported his chin, thought for a moment, and continued. It seems your talent is effective against these monsters. Resolving them can also enhance your strength. It's reasonable with cause and effect. I've sent the map of the villa to the phone I gave you. There's a building I arranged for your new residence. If you don't have missions in the future, just stay here. There's a training ground near your residence. When you have free time, adapt to your rapidly increasing strength. I'll also think of some new pets suitable for you tonight. Lin Jian spoke at a steady pace, each sentence light, yet it made Lin Ran feel increasingly shocked inside. Entering the monster area isn't too dangerous? Just yesterday, he received a high-quality spatial ring. And today he gets an even more impressive spatial bracelet. It even contains some small items that aren't part of the previously mentioned meeting gift. Plus, he arranged a new house for himself. Moreover, he seems to be able to easily notice changes in his strength and is already thinking of what pets to help him find. This meticulous care made Lin Ran feel as if he were living in a dream. Thank you, master. He immediately replied. There was nothing to refuse. Gifts from the master must be accepted one by one. You're tired today. Go back to your residence and rest. Lin Jian looked at Lin Ran with a smile, clearly satisfied with his progress. Xiaomo, stay behind. I have some things for you to handle with your master. Okay, uncle. Zhu Zhuma immediately agreed. Lin Ran took out his phone, opened the map, and began looking for his new residence. As he was leaving, he glanced back at the three, just in time to meet Zhu Zhuma's eyes. His gaze held 5 parts caution, 3 parts envy, and 2 parts fatigue. This made Lin Ran feel that he was truly fortunate. His abilities evidently placed him among those being prioritized for protection. Most matters did not require his handling. The most frequent arrangement he heard in these days was, rest well and maintain good energy. This left Lin Ran feeling a bit at a loss. He could only speed up his progress to help everyone to a greater extent, while also helping himself. Let us go back to the new home. Following the map. In less than 3 minutes, Lin Ran saw his new house. A 2-story Chinese-style building, covering an area of at least 150 square meters. It has a sloped roof, red bricks, and green tiles. Even the main gate has an ancient charm. The moment he stepped inside, Lin Ran summoned Kuan Hai and Zimang. Kuan Hai, seeing Lin Ran, habitually sought affection. The new house didn't attract it much since it was already a child of the forest pet, having seen the world. Zimang, however, appeared a bit excited. Although it hadn't been Lin Ran's pet for long, it was one that had endured hardships alongside him. At first, its training environment consisted only of a bucket of sand and a worn-out scarecrow. Later, it was upgraded slightly with diverse training equipment. But the living space was still a relatively small dome tent. Everything in front of it was evidently fresh and new. It was also quite new for Lin Ran. In addition to luxurious furniture, a gigantic kitchen, and various home appliances, there were some things Lin Ran had never seen before. Moreover, these items all had panels. They were all purification items. Most were of level 1, and some were of level 2. They were primarily meant to create a good living environment and eliminate eerie mist, along with some that enhanced focus. In short, Lin Ran was thoroughly convinced that his master was indeed the best purifier in Huagua. After all these years, the accumulated purification items could now be casually displayed. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, the master bedroom came into view. The bed turned out to be a combination of 3 purification items. Level 1 purification item, calming wood seed. Level 2 purification item, natural blanket. Level 1 purification item, memory foam pillow. Clearly, this should have been prepared by Lin Jian in advance. Lin Ran could see that all the purification items in this building had full power. It felt great to have a master. Zimang, Kuan Hai, come here, Lin Ran called. While he was amazed, it was already his new residence. The next focus was still to enhance the strength of his pets. Zimang was still an intermediate pet, and Kuan Hai had just contracted yesterday, remaining at the beginner level. Currently, he had 350 points in stock, plus an additional 850 points that could be extracted from the Catgirl illustration, giving Lin Ran a total of 1,200 points in reserve. It was time for a significant boost for both pets. A low-level ordinary pet skill, from beginner to proficient, only required 5 points. Slightly higher levels only needed 10 points. Upgrading from proficient to expert required multiplying by 10, which correspondingly increased the energy needed as well. For innate skills, the points needed to go from beginner to proficient were slightly higher, but for Lin Ran's point reserves, it wasn't much. A few days ago, Zimang's purification light only needed 15 points, while the purification ring required 20 points. Of course, the points needed to enhance proficiency for first sequence innate skills were definitely less than for second sequence skills. As for bloodline skills, Lin Ran hadn't tested them yet. Zimang, I will now enhance your strength, Lin Ran said. Meow? Zimang said obediently. It was no longer the silly little milk tiger it once was. Initially, it believed its rapid progress was due to its exceptional talent. With Lin Ran's help over time, it gradually realized that the root of everything came from its master. Sitting still could enhance its strength, which Zimang found quite comfortable. Naturally, it also planned to make up for the effort it skipped through high-intensity training after becoming stronger. Looking at Zimang's panel, it had 1658 energy points, at the level of intermediate 4 stars. Currently, its skills, except for Tianqin Wings, Earth Shaking, and Exorcising Evil, which were all at the beginner level, had all reached proficiency. One by one it tried. Tianqin Wings required 50 points. Earth Shaking required 90 points. Exorcising Evil required 100 points. The investment needed for bloodline skills was more than for innate skills. Lin Ran didn't hesitate. First, he would enhance all skills to the proficient stage, then decide how to allocate points next. Once Tianqin Wings upgraded to proficiency, the holy light wings behind Zimang automatically lit up. After evolution, the wings grew by 50 centimeters in length and appeared broader. Earth Shaking was a bloodline skill that could enhance Zimang's attack power and even help it control disasters. After reaching proficiency, Zimang controlled the desire that triggered this ability. However, it was evident that the purple color on its body deepened, and its purple pupils became more profound. The purple king character on its forehead, tinged with a hint of black, appeared more imposing. Continue adding points. Exorcising Evil was also upgraded to proficiency. It was visibly apparent that the green fur on Zimang became more vibrant, as if it could emit a natural aura. Zimang immediately used the fragrance of grass and wood on Lin Ran. Unlike before, Lin Ran not only felt a sense of joy, but also an inexplicable sense of security. It seemed that Exorcising Evil not only enhanced auxiliary skills, but also provided a wonderful protective force, leaning towards rule power rather than just attribute energy. After spending 240 points, Lin Ran looked at Zimang's current energy points, 3,458. It had increased by 1,800 energy points. For pets, the feedback to their energy was highest when skills upgraded from beginner to proficient, but this still exceeded Lin Ran's expectations. He initially thought that although advanced skills required more points, the energy provided wouldn't be nearly as proportional as the upgrades of ordinary low-level skills, perhaps only 15. For example, when Lin Ran upgraded Zimang's Rending Claw from beginner to proficient for 5 points, it only gained 50 energy points. Although 240 points didn't reach 2,400. 1,800 points of energy was still significant. After all, he had spent 500 points to upgrade the Information Omniscient, but only gained a 1,250 mental point increase. From this perspective, enhancing pets was indeed worthwhile. After all, Lin Ran had just boosted his mental power by 1080 points. Since Zimang had both grass and poison attributes, it resonated exceptionally well with Lin Ran's innate talent. Therefore, its energy boost would provide Lin Ran with a corresponding increase of 60. This raised Lin Ran's mental power to over 5,000 points. Chapter 82, A New World Within, Shinong's 100 Herbs 3, New Healing Skills. Lin Ran smiled. At this rate, he would soon break through 10,000 mental power and reach the level of a master beast tamer. Initially, Lin Ran thought that just having strong mental power without enhancing his pet's abilities wouldn't significantly increase overall combat strength, at most just making his healing ability stronger. However, once he confirmed that he could deal lethal damage to demon beasts as a purifier beast master, his perspective changed. The higher the mental power, the better. Zimang's level finally reached advanced. Its size increased again, now fully capable of serving as a mount. Once Zimang's energy reaches 10,000 points, it can undergo its first evolution. However, although the evolution paths displayed several options on its panel, Lin Ran still couldn't click to view the specific requirements for evolution. Lin Ran wasn't in a hurry. After contracting a third pet, the panel would surely upgrade again, and new functions would be developed. Currently, there were still 960 points left. Lin Ran planned to give Kuenhai a comprehensive upgrade before considering how to use the remaining points. Kuenhai's energy was only 400 points and was still at the beginner 5-star level. Its plant growth skill, combined with its Eye of Seasons, had been very helpful to Lin Ran over the past 2 days. The food recovery skills offered a more comprehensive recovery effect. Kuenhai, it's your turn. Lin Ran smiled lightly as he watched Kuenhai flying around the purple light, still a curious little one. It was excited to see the purple light's body change again. He spent 50 points to upgrade the 4 ordinary mid-low level skills, Bubble, Photosynthesis, Plant Growth, and Guardian Wings to proficiency. Kuenhai's energy instantly increased by 400 points. Then, he began to upgrade the innate skills and bloodline skills. Natural Light upgrade, cost 10 points. Eye of Seasons, 50 points. Agile Form, 80 points. Inner Universe, 120 points. In an instant, the energy in the room overflowed. Kuenhai's eyes changed the most noticeably. Previously, the changes could only be seen from different angles. Now, it seemed to have external manifestations, as if different scenes of spring, summer, autumn, and winter surrounded Kuenhai. Lin Ran couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of the second stage of the sequence. He looked at Kuenhai's energy changes. 260 points had exchanged for an increase of 2,000 energy. After Kuenhai's total energy increased by 2,400 points, he also gained 1320 mental points. With 6,400 mental points, he was now an advanced 5-star Beastmaster. Lin Ran was very satisfied. Kuenhai's feedback rate was 55, which was 5 less than Zimong. This still exceeded Lin Ran's expectations. Considering Kuenhai itself did not have a poison attribute, it seemed that the fundamental reason for obtaining such a high feedback rate was still due to its high talent. The average feedback rate was only 20. This also reflected that Beast Masters with high talent would progress much faster. Just as Lin Ran was marveling, Kuenhai's body began to swell, becoming even larger than his 1.8 meter by 2 meter bed, with a height exceeding 2 meters. Its wings drooped, clearly unable to stretch out. For a moment, the entire master bedroom felt cramped. Lin Ran knew this was due to its energy increase and the changes after reaching proficiency in agile form. The Kuenpeng bloodline was indeed powerful. Kuenhai could obviously continue to grow. As its abilities increased, it could carry more passengers as a flying mount. Hoo. Kuenhai lightly flapped its wings, causing a small breeze in the room. Master, Sister Zimong, my inner space is open. Come in and take a look. A blue-green light gate slowly opened beneath Kuenhai's left wing. Inner universe. Lin Ran had previously heard that Kuenhai's mother had a vast inner world where Kuenhai spent most of its time. He naturally looked forward to the day when his pet would also have this ability. Unexpectedly, after the level and talent upgrades, the inner world was immediately created. The human and tiger slowly entered. This inner small world was not large, about 30 square meters in area and around 3 meters in height. However, perhaps due to the influence of Kuenhai's Eye of Seasons, within this world, there were already the beginnings of 4 seasonal plots, irregularly divided. Moreover, Kuenhai's inner world was different from the existence of the misty world. Although it was currently small, it gave a sense of grandeur and comfort, as if it could infinitely expand and unfold. The air was much better, perhaps because Kuenhai was not affected by the mist. The inner world was as pure as jade. This suddenly gave Lin Ran new ideas. Although his master little C had an inner universe, it would be affected by the mist, causing negative conditions, so theoretically, it should not have this new world feeling. Therefore, as Kuenhai's strength progressed, it could completely create a world that isolates the mist. One that is natural and doesn't require purification or filtration. The inner world is indeed a paradise, coupled with its inherent seasonal characteristics. Lin Ran felt this concept was feasible. Hoo. Look ahead, master. Lin Ran heard Kuenhai's voice in his ear. He turned his head. The various decorations and furniture in the master bedroom reappeared, and he could observe the changes in the outside world from Kuenhai's inner world. Thus, as a flying mount and underwater mount, it could completely create a safe shelter space for itself without compromising its vision. Plus, with Kuenhai's high physique and high life characteristics, the safety factor was even higher. This suddenly gave Lin Ran 2 images. Riding Zimong, he was a swift and brave flying tiger, ready to strike when needed, and to flee when necessary. Riding Kuenhai, he was a clever submarine soldier, with enemies unable to see or reach him. This sense of achievement surged. Following the light gate, Lin Ran returned to his room. The development of the inner world could be planned later. He could consult his master on how he had done this before. Now, it was time to continue allocating points. There were still 700 points left. He could further enhance himself. Lin Ran had experimented and found that upgrading the bloodlines of Kuenhai and Zimong required at least 1,500 points. Moreover, the points required for upgrading bloodline skills and talent skills to proficiency level also increased significantly. First, he would upgrade Zimong's fragrance of plants and Kuenhai's plant growth. Lin Ran knew that he would still frequently use purification abilities for a long time. These 2 different recovery skills were also the most frequently used. Upgrading fragrance of plants to proficiency required 80 points. Upgrading plant growth to proficiency required 100 points. Without hesitation, Lin Ran directly upgraded. Almost simultaneously, both pets used their newly advanced abilities on Lin Ran. Zimong's fragrance of plants evidently had qualitatively improved, with a natural fragrance flowing like water into Lin Ran's nose, cleansing the drowsiness of his soul upwards and washing away the fatigue of his body downwards. Meanwhile, the purple leaves Kuenhai could produce increased from 3 to 6. They automatically flew to Lin Ran's mouth. Upon contact, they melted like nectar, entering Lin Ran's esophagus, and for a moment, all his internal organs seemed to be revitalized. Lin Ran's eyes sparkled, and his senses became more acute. Lin Ran unconsciously let out a comfortable sigh. This was simply a 360-degree full-body massage for the body and soul. However, he realized he needed to control his moans when outside. With this treatment, a few more times should make him stop making comfortable sounds, right? Thinking this, Lin Ran commanded his pets to use the skill again. It's only the second time. It's normal not to be able to control it, right? Ah, ah. After experimenting 20 times, Lin Ran finally managed to control himself and not make any sounds. However, Zimong and Kuenhai both showed signs of fatigue. Seeing this, Lin Ran let them use their skills on each other to recover. Meow? Who? Watching his two pets so comfortable, Lin Ran also showed a satisfied smile. There were still 520 points left. Should he continue to enhance his pet skills or upgrade his talents? After thinking for a while, Lin Ran decided to upgrade the Shinong Herbology. This talent would allow his pets to comprehend corresponding skills with each upgrade. When it was level 1, it comprehended grass-type skills, and at level 2, it was poison-type. If it were to be upgraded to level 3, perhaps it could allow the pet to comprehend a grass-type healing skill? Maybe it could even surpass the low-tier grade and reach the intermediate level. Healing skills, how wonderful. Intermediate healing abilities would definitely be at a stronger standard. Moreover, the enhancement of this talent might grant unexpected abilities. Upgrading requires 400 points. Lin Ran gritted his teeth and invested them all. In an instant, a scene appeared before Lin Ran's eyes. First, he revisited old knowledge. Then, he saw new content. After nurturing various herbs and feeding them to the pets around him glowed and used various skills. Then, he began to craft different herbs. And when he evolved a batch of the same pets, various different evolutionary forms appeared. Next, he started combining some ingredients, and after the combination, the food emitted a glow. And after feeding it to the pets, their sizes noticeably increased. Opening his eyes, Lin Ran marveled at the scenes he had witnessed. His mind was now filled with much knowledge, and it seemed he suddenly recognized various spiritual herbs and medicines he had never heard of before. Moreover, he gained insights into their cultivation methods and how to reasonably combine them in recipes. Not only that, but he also felt that he could always find the most suitable evolutionary materials for certain pets. Indeed, with the talent upgraded to level 3, there was a significant enhancement. The omniscient information and the divine farmer of herbs were the same. Lin Ran looked at the changes in this talent. Level 3 bonus. If a pet possesses grass attributes, there is a 100 chance it will automatically comprehend an intermediate healing skill, enhances the ability to cultivate herbs, and strengthens the understanding of pet evolution. Increases the strength of this talent and reduces the mental energy consumed when using active abilities. Just as he had imagined, pets could automatically comprehend an intermediate healing skill. The newly added enhancement abilities of the talent completely corresponded to what he had seen. To be honest, Lin Ran had not fully engaged with the content of the Beast Tamer training direction until now, but due to the knowledge and abilities brought by his talent, he felt that he had already surpassed the beginner level in this aspect. After all, the pet food he had previously made purely by intuition had already received praise from Huang Tianhua. After the talent upgrade, it was no longer just intuition. Lin Ran now felt confident. Choosing the evolution talent was indeed the right choice. At the same time, his mental energy also increased by 1,000 points. But this increase in mental energy was relatively minor compared to other gains. Lin Ran looked at his panel. Purification points panel. 2. Name. Lin Ran. Lifespan. 151 years. Talent. Divine Farmer of Herbs. 3. Level talent. Omniscient. 3. Level talent. Level. High level 7-star Beast Tamer. Mental. 7,410,000 Psyche. 1 Strength. 2,232 Defense. 2,487 Agility. 2,267 Constitution. 2,871 Pets. Heavenly Heart with Tooth Tiger. 4 Seasons Leaf Flying Fish with the negative status removed, frequent upgrades of his talent, and occasionally investing a few points. Even though Lin Ran did not emphasize the increase in lifespan, he had now reached 151 years. The Beast Tamer talent is outstanding. And with the positive feedback from the pets, as long as one does not experience a fatal blow, they can generally live past 100 years. The higher the level of the Beast Tamer, the longer they can live. However, all of this changed after the arrival of the Mist of Deception. When Lin Ran received the onboarding training from Lianer, he heard that some secret realms or forbidden areas could affect the flow of time, increasing lifespan consumption. Moreover, negative statuses themselves are a form of consumption on the life of a beast tamer. Therefore, some veteran beast tamers, who could have lived for several more decades, have also died one after another after the Mist of Deception arrived. Although Lin Ran did not encounter any energy that would shorten lifespan during the incident with the bride cat girl, he felt that among the many mist monsters, there would definitely be some with such terrifying abilities. The unique advantage he had over other beast tamers, besides being able to deal fatal blows to monsters directly through his purification ability and eliminate various negative statuses from the pets and beast tamers, was this ability to enhance lifespan with points. There are still 120 points left. Lin Ran might occasionally need to use points to temporarily enhance abilities, or even use points to extend lifespan in times of crisis. Thinking of this, Lin Ran felt once again that he was running low on points. He hoped to complete the purification of the bride catgirl tomorrow and obtain the corresponding mist container. After absorbing a wealth of knowledge, Lin Ran suddenly felt exhausted. He looked at his two pets. They were leaning against the bed, curled up together, and had clearly fallen asleep. Let's rest first. When they wake up, perhaps their skills will be comprehended as well. Lin Ran lay down on the bed and covered himself with a blanket. Soon, he fell into a deep sleep. As dawn broke, Lin Ran opened his eyes. He awoke under a wave of soul-soothing comfort. He saw that both pets were already awake and were using their abilities on him. To his surprise, a patch of grass glowing with a rich green light had sprouted right beside his bed. Upon closer inspection, it was not normal grass, but rather an illusion formed by grass-type energy. Each blade of grass seemed to be adorned with morning dew, crystal clear. The grass swayed gently, and the dew sprinkled on Lin Ran, accompanied by bursts of natural breath, lifting his spirits. Surrounding the grass field, there seemed to be a faint green barrier. Looking up, Lin Ran discovered that there were 4 floating flowers above his head. A red rose dripped with pink nectar, which was warm and inviting, instantly energizing Lin Ran. The adjacent summer night rose dripped dark red nectar, which was refreshing and activated every cell in his body. The golden peach blossom shook, dropping a petal into Lin Ran's mouth, filling him with the taste of peach, bringing both satiety and a sense of safety. The last flower was a silver lotus, whose stamen was cool to the touch, yet it stirred a warm feeling within him. Lin Ran watched as the two pets prepared to use their skills on him for a second round and quickly stopped them. A beautiful day cannot start with moaning. However, this intermediate skill's effect surprisingly matched that of a proficient low-level healing skill. It can only be said that the ability granted by the divine farmer of herbs for pets to comprehend is at the highest level in that tier. They each comprehended powerful new healing skills. Lin Ran looked at their panels. Purple Radiance comprehended the Grassland Protection, a healing guardian skill. Kuan Hai comprehended the Four Seasons flower, with different flowers providing different enhancement effects. Lin Ran was very satisfied. With this, his subsequent use of purification abilities would be even smoother. Moreover, after the enhancement of the divine farmer of herbs, using his own small amount of mental energy to boost their healing skills would also reach a higher level. Taking advantage of the early morning light, Lin Ran got up to wash up. Last night, he had briefly looked at the trinkets in the space bracelet gifted by his master. He didn't know where he had heard that he liked to make food for pets, but there were many precious pet ingredients and medicinal herbs inside. Just right. After the enhancement of Lin Ran's talent, his understanding of pet cultivation and cooking had also improved. He planned to prepare a delicate breakfast for himself and the pets to start a new day. An hour later, Lin Ran, Purple Radiance, and Kuan Hai all patted their bellies, expressing their satisfaction. The ingredients gifted by the master are simply of the highest quality. Even eating them raw is a delight. And with Lin Ran's careful preparation, the standard has been elevated to another level. After a simple tidy-up, Lin Ran is ready to go. According to the agreement, he needs to go find the master now. It seems there will be many meeting gifts.